Chapter 90. Xiao Yi was waiting outside the door for Du Guyan and the other girl to come out. He didn't know how to face Zhu Zhuqing at this moment. Click. Just as Xiao Yi was pacing outside the door, he heard the sound of the door being pushed open. He looked up and saw Du Guyan and Yi Lingling coming out. What happened? Xiao Yi asked. I have said everything I need to say, she needs time to accept this time it's my problem, Du Guyan said. Alas, she is also a miserable person, it is a bit too much for her to go through this. You still knew that? Who knew that you would come back and sit down to eat without saying anything, making it so awkward? How would I know you would drug me? Xiao Yi thought silently in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. If they were to be held accountable, they would all be held responsible. After the two women left, Zhu Zhuqing was the only one left in the room. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing was thinking about how to accept Xiao Yi. Zhu Zhuqing compared herself with the women around Xiao Yi, and soon she discovered that Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, and Qian Renxue were no less beautiful than her, and their cultivation was higher than hers, and their status was much higher than hers. The only shortcoming was that they were not as old as her. What's more, the fact that Xiao Yi could go from a commoner to a man with a background also represented Xiao Yi's character. Besides, things have already happened, and no matter how much you say, it will be useless. Besides, Xiao Yi's talent and looks are popular among girls. If it weren't for this accident, the two of them would only have saved his life and trained him. Since Dai Mubai can forget their engagement, why can't Zhu Zhuqing find someone better than Dai Mubai? Besides, she felt that Du Guyan did not tell her everything about Xiao Yi, but wanted Xiao Yi to tell her in person. Dai Mubai, why do I feel a little green? Maybe I am wrong. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhuqing no longer felt so depressed. So she wiped her face and prepared to get out of bed. But she found that her legs were weak after the battle. She had to use her soul power to restore her condition and then regain the strength in her legs so that she could put on her clothes and get out of bed. After getting out of bed, Zhu Zhuqing went straight out. After opening the door, she found Xiao Yi and the other two waiting for her in the living room. At this time, Xiao Yi already knew that Du Guyan had told Zhu Zhuqing part of his past. He was thinking about whether he should tell Zhu Zhuqing his true soul power level and then give Zhu Zhuqing a magic herb. Just then, the sound of the door opening interrupted Xiao Yi's thoughts. Xiao Yi looked up and saw that it was Zhu Zhuqing who came out. He saw that Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have come to terms with it and was ready to accept him. Of course. Du Guyan did not tell Zhu Zhuqing everything about Xiao Yi because he wanted to wait until Zhu Zhuqing came to terms with it and then let Xiao Yi tell her in person. Zhuqing, Xiao Yi was interrupted by Zhu Zhuqing as soon as he opened his mouth. Since things have already happened, and now the rice has been cooked. There is no point in saying more, I have also thought it through. Since Dai Mubai can ignore the engagement, then I don't have to mind the issue of the engagement. But if I want to be with you, you have to help me solve the issue of the engagement. Zhu Zhuqing said. After hearing this, Xiao Yi knew Zhu Zhuqing's attitude towards this matter. He felt that there was nothing wrong with what Zhu Zhuqing said. Since he had done something to the woman and she was willing to follow him. Of course he had to give her a definite result. At least he had to be responsible for her to the end, instead of being like a certain golden retriever who was always flirting with women and didn't care about the safety of his woman. So Xiao Yi organized his words and said. Don't worry, since this has happened, I will definitely take responsibility to the end, and I will personally take you to resolve your engagement issue after a while. When Zhu Zhuqing heard Xiao Yi's words, she felt that it was exactly the same as what Du Guyan had said. Although Xiao Yi looked cold on the surface, he still cared about the people around him in his heart. Even though this happened not long after they knew each other, Xiao Yi's attitude made Zhu Zhuqing's heart completely calm down. Sister Yan told me about you, but I don't think she told me the whole story, Zhu Zhuqing said. Xiao Yi was stunned when he heard Zhu Zhuqing's words. How did she know Yan Zi didn't tell the whole story? Didn't they say that people are fierce and brainless? How could Zhu Zhuqing know that Du Guyan didn't tell the whole story at such an old age? It was so terrifying. So Xiao Yi thought for a while and decided to tell Zhu Zhuqing the truth. Well, when I saved you before, I showed that I was a soul emperor with the best configuration of soul rings. In fact, that was a disguise because my real strength was too obvious. In addition, I prefer to hide my weaknesses. What's more, the people chasing you were too weak, so I showed the level of a novice soul emperor. Well, let's get to know each other again. Xiao Yi, Martial Soul Xuanzhong Qi, level 77, Strong Attack Soul Saint. After Xiao Yi finished speaking, he released his martial soul, and then 7 soul rings of purple, black, and red surrounded him. Zhu Zhuqing was speechless when she saw Xiao Yi's leaked soul rings. She had thought that Xiao Yi was a soul emperor, which was outrageous enough, but she didn't expect him to be a soul sage. It would have been fine if he was a soul sage. But each of his 7 soul rings was absorbed beyond the limit. The second soul ring was 1,000 years old, the fourth soul ring was 10,000 years old, and the seventh soul ring was 100,000 years old. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt that all the knowledge she had learned before was in vain. Yi Lingling was also stunned when she saw Xiao Yi's soul ring. She always thought that Xiao Yi was just like he usually behaved. But she didn't expect him to be so hidden. She didn't know when this guy secretly reached the soul saint level. Her understanding of Xiao Yi was still stuck at the time before Xiao Yi left. What's going on with Yanzi? Yi Lingling transmitted the message. What's going on? Dugu Yan asked puzzledly. Xiao Yi's spirit ring and spirit power. Oh, you mean this? Yi was level 49 when he entered school, level 58 when he left, and level 60 when he came back after accumulating soul power for a year. He reached level 68 after absorbing the soul ring. After that, he spent half a year to advance to level 70. After absorbing the 7th soul ring, he reached level 74. Now, after half a year of cultivation and finding a soul bone, he has reached level 77. Also, Yi is now the inheritor of the divine throne, and his 7th soul ring was given by God. Taking this opportunity, Dugu Yan told Yi Lingling everything about Xiao Yi. In other words, Yi has been hiding his abilities all along. Yi Lingling asked. Yes, he had no background when he first came to Qindo City. At that time, my grandfather had just removed the poison and his soul power had not yet been improved. If people knew that he was young but had high soul power, many people would definitely pay attention to him. In order to prevent conspirators, he could only hide his abilities. Dugu Yan transmitted the message. After listening to Dugu Yan's story, Yi Lingling recalled the time when Xiao Yi first entered school. At that time, no one bothered him because he was the apprentice of Dugu Bo. Later, after he established a relationship with Dugu Yan and his strength improved, he never mentioned the apprenticeship again. The effect of the magic grass was also discovered by Yi, otherwise my grandfathers and my martial spirits would not have undergone such great changes, and our soul power would not have increased so quickly. Dugu Yan transmitted the message. Yi Lingling has also experienced the effect of the fairy grass. The restrictions on her martial soul have been lifted and her soul power has also increased. Yi Lingling doesn't care how many women are around Xiao Yi. She just hopes that she can be by Xiao Yi's side. Zhu Zhuqing also recovered from her daze at this moment. She guessed that Dugu Yan did not tell the whole story, but she did not expect Xiao Yi to give her a big one. Originally, she just asked with the mentality of taking a gamble. She was a conservative woman at heart. If Xiao Yi was not what she thought, she would probably leave or commit suicide. Now Xiao Yi's true strength was revealed, which meant that Xiao Yi was capable of solving her problem. Chapter 91. When Xiao Yi saw Zhu Zhuqing's determined look, he felt relieved. This is too difficult to solve. Fortunately, Yanzi helped me explain it clearly and my attitude was sincere, otherwise I really don't know what to do, Xiao Yi thought to himself. That's right. In fact, Xiao Yi has been worried since the effect of the medicine wore off. From the people and things he has seen along the way, he is very sure that Zhu Zhuqing is feeling depressed. Zhu Zhuqing has been oppressed and survived in the cracks since she was a child. As a result, although Zhu Zhuqing is mentally tough, she lacks a sense of security. She wants to live a good life more than anyone else. She actually hates the so-called rules, but she has no choice. After all, the family rules that have been passed down for thousands of years are irresistible unless there is a master to help her. Fortunately, Xiao Yi has the ability to protect her, and the power behind him should not be underestimated. Time goes back to one day ago. Barak Kingdom, Soto City. It was just afternoon, the sun was blazing, and 2 young men walked in from the west gate of Soto City. It looked like they were all in their teens, and they didn't carry any luggage with them. They were a man and a woman. The boy was dressed simply and looked about 12 or 13 years old. He was about 1.7 meters tall and was dressed neatly in a light blue outfit. There is a belt inlaid with 24 jade stones around his waist. And his half-long black hair barely reaches his shoulders. Although his appearance is not handsome, it gives people a feeling that he is very easy to get close to. There is always a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. If the boy looks peaceful and ordinary, then the girl next to him looks not so ordinary. Her silky black long hair was combed into neat scorpion braids. Even the braids still hung down past her calves. She was half a point taller than the boy. She wore a pink dress on her upper body. The figure that has begun to grow is tightly covered. And her waist is too slender to be grasped, which is the envy of countless women. Her naturally curved eyebrows, a pair of big watery eyes and a slightly round pink face are not only beautiful, but also give people a somewhat delicate feeling. The word cute seems to be tailor-made for her. Generally. The boy stood beside her, already obscured by her invisible brilliance. The girl raised her hand, swiped it on her damp forehead, and said with some complaints. Finally we have arrived at this Soto city. I really don't know what the master is thinking. There are obviously several intermediate soul master academies that have expressed their intention to he recruited us unconditionally, but he insisted on letting you take the exam at that shabby academy here that doesn't even have grades. The boy smiled and said, the teacher must have a reason for asking us to come here. The academy that the teacher told me about has many strong people, and the teacher will come here to teach in a while. Strong? Are there any soul Douluo or titled Douluo here? Pucci, you think titled Douluo and soul Douluo are cabbages, but the dean of this academy is a level 78, soul saint, which is also a strong man on the mainland. Phew, it's good that there are no soul Douluo and titled Douluo, the girl patted her chest and said. What's wrong with you? The boy looked at the girl, patting her chest and taking a deep breath. It's nothing, brother, let's go, the girl pulled the boy's arm and said coquettishly. This man and woman are the little punk and the 100,000-year-old rogue rabbit Xiao Yi. Half a month ago, after they graduated from Notting College, Master Yu Xiaogang recommended Shrek College to Tang San and said that he would be the coach there in the future. When our teacher-respecting scoundrel heard that the teacher would also be coming, he immediately brought the old rabbit to Soto City. After more than half a month, they finally arrived in Soto City. Since the two of them had been on the road most of the time, they were both exhausted. It was noon, which was time for lunch, so they planned to have a meal and then find a hotel to rest. The two of them had a quick lunch and then started looking for a place to stay. After a while, the old rabbit saw a chic hotel. The hotel is 3 stories high. Although it doesn't look too big, the exterior decoration is completely rose red. The architectural style of the entire hotel is like a huge rose, which can easily make people look at it. Bright feeling. Rose Hotel, Xiao San, let's stay here, the old rabbit pointed. Our punk took a look at the Rose Hotel and thought it was not a good place, but since the old rabbit wanted to stay there, it didn't matter, after all he was a third-rate person. The rose scent is refreshing and has a somewhat ambiguous feeling, which makes people feel relaxed and comfortable. The hotel's interior decoration only comes in 3 colors, white, silver and rose red. It is warm and unique, and the elegant environment is easy to impress. Tang San walked to the counter, please give us 2 rooms. The waiter behind the counter quickly stood up, looked at Tang San, then at Xiao Wu, with a hint of envy in his eyes, sir, are you really sure you want to book 2 rooms? Tang San nodded, is there anything wrong? There was a bit of ambiguity in the waiter's eyes, I'm sorry, we only have 1 room left here. A room? Tang San frowned, feeling that something was wrong, absolutely wrong. The waiter emphasized, yes, there is only 1, but don't worry, our rooms are all very large, fully equipped, and more than enough for 2 people. As he said this, he gave Tang San a look that could only be understood but not expressed in words. Tang San saw the ambiguous look in the waiter's eyes and understood that the hotel had rooms, but the waiter thought he and Old Rabbit were a couple and deliberately said there was only 1 room. However, when Tang San was about to ask if there was really only 1 room, he was interrupted. I said, this room should belong to me. Tang San and Xiao Wu turned around at the same time and saw 3 people appearing behind them, walking towards the counter. These 3 people are a boy and 2 girls. The 2 girls are very beautiful and look about 17 or 18 years old. They are tall and taller than Xiao Wu. The most surprising thing is that their appearance is exactly the same. It's actually a pair of twins. However, Tang San's eyes did not fall on the 2 stunning beauties. What caught his attention was the man walking in the center. The man was about 1.8 meters tall, half a head taller than him, and looked young. Even younger than the 2 girls behind him. He had broad shoulders, a handsome face with a bit of fortitude, and long golden hair that fell down behind his back, reaching nearly to his waist. His hair was not curly, but hung straight. The most eye-catching thing is his pair of eyes, which are a pair of evil eyes. Both eyes have double pupils. In the dark blue eyes, the gaze is very cold. It is a kind of expression that comes from deep in the heart. It was so cold, an evil light flashed between the half-open and closed doors. When he took a look at it, his body felt like it was being cut by a sharp blade. With an extremely handsome appearance and such a pair of eyes, such a man will become the center of attention no matter where he is. Of course, this is our Minotaur Dai Mubai. Before, Xiao Yi brought Zhu Zhuqing to observe Dai Mubai in secret. Although Dai Mubai's martial soul had a sense, he did not see where the person who triggered his martial soul's sense was. He just thought that the sense was wrong. After that, he played with the twins for 2 days and forgot about it. At this time, he didn't know that he had a green head. Chapter 92. The twin girls each held on to Silver Tiger Dai Mubai's arm. He ignored Tang San, and when his eyes swept across Xiao Wu, a strange light flashed in their eyes, but it was only fleeting. You are new here, right? Don't you know there is always a room reserved for me here? The waiter was stunned for a moment and asked tentatively, who are you? Green-haired tiger said impatiently, call your manager out. The waiter felt cold in his heart when he looked at the double-eyed man, and hurriedly ran to the back to call his boss. Tang San said calmly, this eldest brother seems to have been here first. The green-haired tiger didn't even turn his head, but said coldly, so what? He never had the habit of explaining to others. Tang San's temper was quite mild, but Xiao Wu was not that easy to bully. In a flash, he was already at Tang San's side, if you're not good enough, I'll tell you to get out. The green-haired tiger finally turned around, his cold and evil eyes fell on Xiao Wu, and he nodded. Very good, it has been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me like this. You also have soul power fluctuations, you should be soul masters, then all of you come at me together, if you can beat me, I will leave immediately, otherwise, please show me the word, get out, dot. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, the twin girls beside him couldn't help but laugh foolishly, but they didn't look worried at all. They obediently let go of the green-haired tiger's hand and stepped aside. At this moment, the waiter from before came out from the back with a middle-aged man. He had obviously heard the conversation between Green-Hair Tiger, Tang San and Xiao Wu, and his face was full of anxiety. Let's talk it out, don't do anything. Green-Haired Tiger glanced at him and said, Manager Wang, you guys are getting better at doing business now, aren't you? Manager Wang wiped the sweat from his head and said with a smile, Master Dai, please don't say that, it's all because of your bad subordinates, this guy just came here yesterday and doesn't know the rules, I'm sorry, I'll arrange it for you right away. Room. With that said, he turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu, and said with apologetic expressions, I'm sorry, 2 guests, that room was reserved by Master Dai, please choose another room. If it was according to Tang San's temperament, he would just give in. There were so many hotels, and he didn't care about changing to another one. But Xiao Wu is afraid of the world being in chaos, so he can't compromise so easily. How about we just refuse to give in? Dogs look down on people, don't think that we are easy to bully because we are young. The green-haired tiger snorted coldly, even if you want to give in, it's not that easy, you can't leave if you scold me. Master Dai, you, Manager Wang was anxious, with a pleading expression on his face. A sharp light flashed in the green-haired tiger's eyes, stop talking nonsense, all losses will be on me. Then the green-haired tiger signaled the twin sisters to let go of his hands and prepare to fight with the beggar. After looking at green-haired tiger's eyes, the twins also retreated to the back. After all, they were ordinary people, while green-haired tiger and the others were soul masters, and they could not participate in the fight between soul masters. Who will go first? Of course, we can go together. Stop being so arrogant. Let me show you how Sister Xiao Wu is going to teach you a lesson. Xiao Wu, let me do it, you are a girl, besides, I feel he is stronger than us, I will feel bad if you get hurt, the little punk said. Our old rabbit was also moved by what the little punk said, and said with a ruddy face, Sangu, you must teach this man a lesson, be careful. Don't worry, Xiao Wu, don't you know what my strength is? Said the little punk. Now that we have agreed, let's get started, Dai Mubai, my martial soul is the white tiger, and I am a level 37 strong attack type combat soul master, please give me your guidance. The green-haired tiger released his martial soul and spoke. White tiger, possessed. A layer of intense pale light suddenly burst out from his body. Dai Xiao stretched his arms to both sides at the same time, his chest stood up, and the bones of his body crackled. And his muscles suddenly expanded, holding up the clothes on his body. Every muscle became extremely obvious under the clothes, and even the air around him seemed to have become manic. The blonde hair instantly turned into black and white, with white accounting for the majority, but a few strands of black hair were particularly obvious. 4 faint lines appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming the character. His hands had changed the most, growing twice as much as before. White hair covered the entire palms, and as his 10 fingers flicked, dagger-like claws kept extending and retracting from his palms. Each claw was like a blade, 8 inches long. It flashed with a cold and eerie light. The green-haired tiger's upper body slowly leaned forward, and his eyes turned into a deep blue, giving people the feeling that he was a killing machine. Under his feet, 3 shining rings rose up one after another, rising quietly, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As the soul rings circulated, the surging soul power formed a wave-like pressure and hit his face. "Thousand-year soul ring," Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes suddenly showing a bit of panic. She wanted to go forward and fight alongside Tang San, but was stopped by Tang San. "He is really strong, I didn't expect that he is a soul master with a 1,000-year soul ring," the little punk thought to himself. Soon the little punk put the thought out of his mind. The most taboo thing in a battle between two sides is to have unclear thoughts. Tang San released his martial spirit, a deep blue light suddenly surged, and a cluster of deep blue grass suddenly grew out from his palm. 2 circles of yellow spirit rings rose from Tang San's feet at the same time, hovering above his body. Then the little punk said, "Tang San, martial spirit blue silver grass, 29 level control type combat spirit master." Dai Mubai's eyebrows, which turned white like his hair, raised, "Your martial spirit is just blue silver grass." Tang San said what the master said, "There are no useless martial spirits, only useless spirit masters." Xiao Yi, bullshit, what talent do you have that you don't know? What a joke. When can we practice blue silver grass? If you don't believe me, then let's see for ourselves. Tang San was a little irritated by Dai Mubai's arrogance. Okay, no one in the entire Soto city dares to talk to me like this, let me see if your ability is as hard as your mouth, said the green-haired tiger. The two then began to fight. The two fought for a while, and the entire hotel lobby was in a mess. The counter in the lobby was smashed, and the entrance of the hotel was left with only a threshold after being beaten by the two's soul skills. At this time, the green-haired tiger released its third soul skill, the white tiger Vajra transformation, which he obtained after teasing Dugu Yen and Xiao Yi and being knocked unconscious more than a year ago. It came from a 1,500-year-old Vajra tiger, an amplification skill that the Xinglua Dai family had tested after dozens of generations. After using it, all attributes can be improved by 100. You are indeed very strong. If I were at the same level as you, I would not be able to beat you. Unfortunately, I am a soul master and have a 1,000-year soul ring, I lose this competition and I will give the room to you. The green-haired tiger said to the little punk. Also, you look young, so you should enroll in Shrek Academy, maybe we will become alumni in the future. After saying that, green-haired tiger took the twin sisters to another hotel. Looking at his leaving figure, Xiao Wu snorted with some disapproval, this person is really inexplicable, he is not a good person at first glance, Xiao San, even if we get to Shrek Academy in the future, we should not deal with him. Why? I think he's pretty good. Not bad. I think it is wrong. You said, he brought 2 girls to the hotel to get a room. What other good things can he do? He is a good person in the daytime. Why is he evil? As for the white tiger, I think it's more like a lecherous tiger. Alright, he gave us his room, what happens to him is his business, it has nothing to do with you, from what he said, he is a student of Shrek Academy, we will see each other every day, don't make the relationship so awkward. Let's go up now, the little punk said softly. Humph, I don't care, I just don't like him that much anyway. The old rabbit's anger subsided a little after hearing Tang San's words, but she still told Tang San her attitude towards Dai Mubai. But Tang San didn't think that about Dai Mubai. On the contrary, when he saw Dai Mubai for the first time, he felt like making friends with him. Chapter 93. After our little punk and old rabbit finished fighting with the green-haired tiger, they went upstairs. Soon they found the room that belonged to them both. The room is located on the top floor of the hotel. The decoration of the Rose Hotel is very easy to feel good about. The color combination is simple and comfortable. The faint rose fragrance in the hotel makes people feel relaxed and comfortable. On the innermost side of the top floor, Tang San found the door number of Red Ocean. There are only a few rooms on the top floor. The door numbers in front are blue Enchantress, pink Tenderness, yellow Sincerity, white Innocence, green Separation, and so on. The innermost part is this Red Ocean. Later he learned that the name of the house also represented the colors of roses. The color of the door is the same as the name on the house plate. The bright red door is decorated with beautiful dark red crystal roses. Next to the red crystal roses, there is a line of vertical small words, Red Ocean, Ocean of Love. Even if Tang San was slow, he felt something strange at this moment. He turned his head to look at Xiao Wu, and found that Xiao Wu was also looking at him. He said awkwardly, this hotel is not a place for couples to date, right? The old rabbit blinked his big eyes and snatched the key from Tang San's hand, who cares? As long as we have a place to live, it's good enough. As he said that, he opened the door and walked in. Tang San followed Xiao Wu into the room, but Xiao Wu in front of him suddenly stopped. His body immediately touched Xiao Wu's back and was blocked by the soft elasticity. Why don't you leave? Tang San hurriedly took a half step back, pulling away from Xiao Wu. When he finished asking this question, he had actually found the answer to the question. Although he was somewhat mentally prepared, Tang San was still filled with a feeling of shock when he saw everything in this room for the first time. The room was very large. The living room in front alone was over 50 square meters. All the furniture in the hall was made of silver and carved with exquisite patterns. The bright red carpet was covered with embossed red rose patterns. What surprised them most was a huge red peach heart made of large roses in the middle of the hall. The entire peach heart covers an area of nearly 2 square meters, and it would take at least 1,000 roses to complete it. There is a thin ribbon hanging on it, with a line of words written on it, 1001, you are my only one. In addition to these 1001 roses, there are elegant vases placed around the room, each containing bright red roses. The rich rose fragrance permeates every corner of the room, and the charming scent is dazzling. Tang San smiled bitterly and said, it seems that I guessed right, no wonder Dai Mubai brought girls here, Xiao Wu, if you don't like the smell, I'll ask the waiter to remove these flowers. Xiao Wu had also woken up from her shock at this time. She turned her head and rolled her eyes at Tang San, her beautiful eyes full of intoxication. San Gu, you are so stupid, is there any girl who doesn't like roses? If you are so stupid, how are you going to find a wife in the future? Tang San touched his nose, I'm only 12 years old, it's too early to talk about this now. Xiao Wu walked forward, picked up a rose, and smelled it. This room is so beautifully decorated, I find that I have fallen in love with this place, San Gu, can we come here more often in the future? Tang San frowned and said, what's good about that? We are brother and sister, why come to such a place? Well, we are tired from traveling, let's go out for a walk after taking a rest. Okay, you really don't understand romantic ideas, the old rabbit complained. Then the two of them walked into the bedroom. The bedroom is very large, with a double bed in the middle, and it is heart-shaped. It looks very soft at first glance, and this shape of bed makes people have wild thoughts after seeing it. The punk turned to the old rabbit and said, I'd better go to the sofa, you can rest on the bed. Why? Asked the old rabbit puzzledly. Men and women should not touch each other, and we are not young anymore, it is not appropriate for us to sleep in the same bed, Tang San said to the old rabbit. Then the little punk walked towards the living room. The old rabbit didn't bother to stop the little punk. He cheered and jumped onto the big, bouncy heart-shaped bed with a single leap. He tossed and turned on the bed in great excitement, feeling indescribable. After arriving in the living room, the little punk lay down on the sofa and began to rest. There was no other way. The journey of more than half a month had made him physically and mentally exhausted. He had just experienced a battle of spirits and was naturally lacking in energy. Time goes back to the present. After getting Xiao Yi's clear attitude, Zhu Zhuqin completely accepted Xiao Yi and started chatting with Douluo Yen and the other girl. Tisk, girls are really strange, after going through this incident, they can fight each other so quickly. Xiao Yi stared in amazement as Zhu Zhuqin, Douluo Yen and Yi Lingling were communicating there. Since Zhu Zhuqin accepted this matter, Xiao Yi didn't want to interfere anymore, so he planned to go directly to the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire to find Douluo Bo to discuss Zhu Zhuqin's engagement. As for the conversation between Zhu Zhuqin and the other two girls, he didn't intend to intervene. After all, the girls must have common topics, and he believed that Douluo Yen and Yi Lingling would definitely be able to chat with Zhu Zhuqin. So Xiao Yi directly sent a message to me, Douluo Yen, Yanzi, I'm going to talk to Grandpa about Zhuqing's engagement, you and Lingling can have a good chat with her for a while. I see, you're really lucky, Douluo Yen replied after hearing Xiao Yi's voice transmission. After hearing Douluo Yan's message, Xiao Yi went out directly and headed towards the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Yanzi, where did he go? Yi Lingling asked after seeing Xiao Yi leave. As for him, he went to my grandfather to discuss solving Sister Zhuqing's engagement issue, we don't need to care about him, Douluo Yen said. Has he always been like this? Zhu Zhuqin asked puzzledly. Of course, he has always done what he said, you can rest assured, since he has said so, he will definitely help you solve it, Douluo Yen said. Zhu Zhuqin felt relieved after listening to Douluo Yan's words. No one had treated her like this since she awakened her martial soul. Now that this accident happened, she not only had 3 older sisters, but also someone who went to discuss her marriage with the elders. As for why there were 3, she of course included Qian Renxue. When Zhu Zhuqin first met Qian Renxue, she thought that Qian Renxue should be Xiao Yi's woman, and she was the youngest among them, so naturally she put herself last. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore, Sister Zhuqin, how did you grow so big? You're so much bigger than me. That's right, do you have any special method? It feels so good even though it's so big. However, Zhu Xuqing's pretty face turned red due to the actions of the two girls, and she said shyly, I don't know, everyone in the family grows this big after adulthood, it may be a martial spirit problem. Chapter 94. While the three girls were playing, Xiao Yi had already reached the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. In the small wooden house next to the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, Xiao Yi told Douluo about Zhu Xuqing. In other words, you have slept with the girl from the Zhu family, and she is your woman now, you came to me to help her solve the engagement problem. Douluo said to Xiao Yi. Douluo looked around Xiao Yi, but couldn't see any special features of Xiao Yi. He was just a little younger, a little more handsome, and had a higher level of cultivation. How could this kid have such bad luck? That's right, it depends on whether Grandpa agrees or not, Xiao Yi said guiltily. He had to feel guilty, after all, Douluo Yen was the principal wife. Douluo, as her grandfather, would definitely feel uncomfortable knowing that Xiao Yi had done something to Zhu Xuqing and was going to cancel their engagement, even though it was an accident. Well, since she is your woman now, it doesn't matter if you cancel the engagement, it's just a small Dai family, and I will support you, Douluo pondered for a moment and spoke domineeringly. As a level 97 super Douluo, Douluo naturally has the ability to say this. After all, there are only a few players in this world who can beat him. Douluo, with just one move. If Douluo wanted to, he could directly poison the entire Xingluo royal family. If Douluo, who is at level 91, were to do this, he would still have concerns, after all, he is poisoned and cannot fight for a long time. Thank you, Grandpa, if you want to cancel the engagement, we can solve it together when we go to the Posey clan later, Xiao Yi said. You came to me only after you had thought it through, right? The arrangements are so clear. It's because I'm afraid that you'll be angry, so I have no choice but to come and discuss it with you first, Xiao Yi scratched his head and spoke when Douluo saw through his thoughts. You little brat, it's done, just admit it, don't be like a certain useless great spirit master who only knows how to run away, Douluo taught him a lesson. Yu Xiaogang, you might as well just give me your ID card, don't worry, Grandpa, since I have done it, I will be responsible for it to the end. When Xiao Yi heard Douluo's words, he thought of an old friend. Okay, you've said everything you need to say. Go back and spend some time with them. After all, the girls just went through this kind of thing and need more company. I don't know what kind of luck you have that so many girls are attracted to you, even the young master of the spirit hall is interested in you. Douluo said lightly. I don't know either, Grandpa, I'll go back first, Xiao Yi laughed and then took off into the air and headed towards Douluo Mansion. Douluo looked at Xiao Yi's back and found it funny. He shook his head and said, this brat is always causing trouble, he hasn't even dealt with the young master of the spirit hall, but he's already messed with the Xingluo Zhu family. Forget it, after all he is my grandson-in-law, Yen, you must hold on to your position as the queen, Douluo thought to himself. Meanwhile, in Soto City. Today is the day for Shrek Academy to recruit students. Little Bum and Old Rabbit got up, washed up, and headed towards Shrek Academy. Just like in the original novel, the little punk took a short rest yesterday and went to the shop opened by Flanders, but the plate crystal had been taken away by Xiao Yi a few years ago, so the little punk did not gain anything. After walking for a while, they saw a small village in front of them. San go, look, there is a small village, let's go over and ask where Shrek Academy is, said the old rabbit. The little punk looked around and found that there were no other buildings except the village. He felt that what the old rabbit said made sense. The Soul Master Academy should be very famous. He might as well listen to the old rabbit and ask. So he pulled the old rabbit closer to the village. When they got closer, the little punk and the old rabbit found something wrong. There were indeed many people gathered at the entrance of the village. Most of them were teenagers of the same age as them, and most of them were accompanied by their parents. There was a table at the entrance of the village, and behind the table sat an old man in his 60s. What stunned Tang San and Xiao Wu was that a tattered plaque was hung on the wooden arch at the entrance of the village. With 5 simple words engraved on it, Shrek Academy. In front of the 5 words, there was a green head, which looked like the head of a humanoid monster. It was green and a little cute. The old man behind the table also had a similar green round badge on his chest. It should be the school badge of Shrek Academy. No way, Xiao Wu jumped off Tang San's back, looked at the plaque in surprise, and looked at Tang San in astonishment. Sankey, is this a mistake? No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like an academy, could this be a scam? Tang San smiled bitterly and said, you're already here, let's take a look and then talk. At this time, there were about 100 applicants in front of them, many of whom were frowning, obviously having the same idea as Xiao Wu. The old man sitting behind the table who was in charge of accepting registrations looked lazy, and his clothes were plain to put it nicely. No matter how you looked at him, he looked like a village elder rather than a soul master. As there were many people queuing up for the test ahead of them, Little Bum and Old Rabbit were not in a hurry, so they waited in line at the back. Suddenly, a quarrel broke out among the crowd in front. Since there were too many people, all they could hear was something like registration fee and failure to qualify. Then the little punk felt the fluctuation of soul power emanating from the front. The old man released his martial soul, and 6 soul rings of white, yellow, purple and black surrounded him, symbolizing his status as a soul emperor. The old man said coldly, "Shrek is a kind of monster, an extremely weird existence even among soul beasts. The meaning of our Shrek Academy is the Monster Academy. In other words, we only accept monsters here, not ordinary people. If you are over 13 years old, or if your soul power has not reached level 2 or above, there is no need to waste time here." The crowd who were noisy just now fell silent when they saw the spirit ring surrounding the old man, and then ran away with their children. After the crowd dispersed, there were only a dozen people left in the team, which allowed Little Bum and Old Rabbit to move forward a step. Next. Do your family members know that you are out? The old man had a look of doubt and surprise on his face. At this moment, a young girl was standing in front of him, and she was retracting her outstretched hand. The girl was not accompanied by her parents, she was alone. She was wearing a simple white dress, which gave her a very clean feeling. She had neat short hair and her skin was very good, extremely white and tender. "Excuse me, can I pass the preliminary examination?" The girl's voice was soft and beautiful, a little less heroic, but it sounded soft and gave people a soft feeling. This girl is of course Ning Rongrong, the eldest daughter of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. She was walking and playing on the way from Chindo City to Soto City. She arrived in recent days. After playing in Soto City for a few days, she received the news of Shrek Academy's enrollment. She rushed here from the hotel early in the morning. This place is really interesting, it was a smart decision for me to leave the sect, Ning Rongrong thought to herself. Ning Rongrong did not answer his question directly, but just smiled and said, "They say there is no distinction between education and distinction, as long as I meet the requirements of the college, you have no reason not to accept me." The old man hesitated for a while, but decided to accept Ning Rongrong. He looked back and said, "Mu Bai, take her in." Chapter 95. The scene returns to DALU Mansion. Xiao Yi left the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire and went straight back to the DALU Mansion. When he entered the house, he happened to see DALU Yen and her 2 daughters playing in the living room. "It seems like you guys get along pretty well," Xiao Yi said. "TSK, now that the 3 of us are your women, of course we have to get along well with each other. I don't know if I was blind to fall for a playboy like you," DALU Yen joked with a roll of his eyes. Yes, I am a playboy," Xiao Yi admitted. Xiao Yi calmed down when he saw the 3 girls playing around. He was not too worried about the Shura field with these 3 girls. But if the little angel knew that he had done something to Zhu Zhuqing, would she be so angry that she would kill him directly? "Oh, it's scary just thinking about it," Xiao Yi shook his head. Then Xiao Yi told him about the engagement. "Zhu Qing, I've told Grandpa Dugu that your engagement will take some time before we go to the Posey clan to settle it." Zhu Zhuqing was stunned after hearing what Xiao Yi said. She thought Dugu Bo would be very angry when he found out that Xiao Yi had done her, but she didn't expect Dugu Bo to be so easy to talk to. Moreover, for Xiao Yi's sake, Dugu Bo was willing to come to his house in person to solve the engagement issue, and he even took her with him. "By the way, Yanzi, I remember there seemed to be a plant of red spider lily among the fairy herbs before, this should be quite suitable for Zhuqing, why don't you give it to her?" Xiao Yi said. "You're so good, you forget about your old love when you have a new one. You only gave Lingling a Qi Luo tulip after knowing her for such a long time. But when you came to Zhuqing, you directly gave her the netherworld Bianhua. Do you men all like big ones?" Dugu Yen came up and pinched Xiao Yi's ear. Hey, Yanzi, be gentle, your ears are going to fall off," Xiao Yi begged for mercy repeatedly. Xiao Yi knew that Dugu Yen was speaking up for Yi Lingling. He had known her for such a long time before giving her the magic herb. While Zhu Zhuqing got the magic herb just because of an accident. This was very unfair to Yi Lingling. What if Yi Lingling pretended not to care on the surface but felt jealous in her heart? When Zhu Zhuqing heard Dugu Yan's words, her face turned red. She then looked at the evil on her chest. Well, it was really big. Then she began to wonder what the fairy grass was, so she asked, "Sister Yan, what is the fairy grass?" "What? Magic grass?" "It's just a medicinal herb, but its effects include but are not limited to the evolution of martial souls, enhancement of soul power and so on. Several of us have eaten the immortal grass, in short, it is a good thing." It can also strengthen the body and increase the foundation. Zhu Zhuqing was shocked when she heard Duguyan's explanation. How could such a thing exist in the world? Their Xinglua Empire had been passed down for thousands of years and had never heard of such an existence. What is the function of the netherworld red spider lily? Zhu Zhuqing asked. Each kind of magical herb has a different effect. After Lingling took the Qilua tulip, the restrictions on her martial spirit were broken. I took the earth dragon gourd and turned from a green-scaled snake into a four-clawed dragon. Xiao Yi is now invulnerable to ice and fire and indestructible. As for the function of the netherworld red spider lily, should know, I don't understand this thing, so let Yi tell you. After saying that, Duguyan put down Xiao Yi's ear. Then Duguyan took out a jade box from the storage soul guide. After opening it, there lies a red bulb inside, shaped like an onion. The leaves are clustered, slender and pointed, shaped like garlic leaves, fleshy, ribbon-shaped, green with white powder. The calyx is solitary, with an umbel at the end. Its flower stem is about 40 centimeters long, and the top of the flower is made up of umbrella-shaped petals. There is a breath of death on this red spider lily. Let me tell you a story before you take it, Xiao Yi said. A long time ago, the edge of a city was covered with large tracts of red spider lilies, which are the flowers of the other shore. The fragrance of the flowers has a magical power that can remind people of their past lives. The two fairies guarding the red spider lilies are a flower fairy named Manju and a leaf fairy named Shahua. They have been guarding the red spider lilies for thousands of years, but have never met each other, because when the flowers bloom, there are no leaves, and when there are leaves, there are no flowers. They miss each other madly and are tortured by this pain. Finally one day, they decided to go against the gods' rules and meet secretly. That year, the bright red flowers of Lycoris radiata were set off by the eye-catching green, and they bloomed particularly seductively and beautifully. It was expected that the gods would blame them. Lycoris radiata and Shahua were sent into reincarnation and cursed to never be together, suffering in the human world for generations. Since then, Lycoris radiata has been called the other shore flower, which means the flower blooming in heaven. Its flower shape is like a palm praying to heaven, but it has never appeared in this city again. This flower blooms on the Yellow Spring Road. Every time Lycoris radiata and Shahua reincarnate on the Yellow Spring Road, they can smell the fragrance of the other shore flower and remember their previous lives. Then they swear not to separate and fall into the cursed reincarnation again in the next life. Legend has it that after Manjusaka had reincarnated countless times, a god came here one day and saw a flower on the ground that was extraordinary and red like fire. The god came to it and looked at it carefully. He saw the secret at a glance. The Buddha was neither sad nor angry. He suddenly laughed 3 times towards the sky and stretched out his hand to pull the flower out of the ground. The Buddha put the flower in his hand and said with emotion, "In the previous life, you missed each other but could not meet. After countless reincarnations, you loved each other but could not stay together. The so-called separation and reunion are nothing but the birth and death of fate. There is a curse on you, which makes you not separate even when the fate ends, and not separate even when the fate ends. I can't help you break this vicious curse, so I will take you to the other side and let you bloom all over the place there." On the way to the other side, the god passed by the forgetful river in the underworld and accidentally got his clothes wet by the river water. There was the red flower that the Buddha brought with him. When the god arrived at the other side and unwrapped the flower, he found that the flaming red flower had turned pure white. The Buddha pondered for a moment and laughed, saying, "Great joy is not as good as great sorrow, remembering is not as good as forgetting. Right and wrong, how can we distinguish? What a beautiful flower, what a beautiful flower." The god planted this flower on the other side and called it Mandragora flower. Because it is on the other side, it is called Bianhua. From then on, there were 2 completely different kinds of red spider lilies in the world, one growing on the other side of the river, and the other growing by the forgotten river. This is the origin of the red spider lily. The flowers bloom but the leaves are not seen, and the leaves are seen but the flowers are not seen. Since it grows in a place with a strong smell of death. It also carries the aura of the underworld. Your martial soul is the netherworld spirit cat. After taking it, you can control the aura of the underworld. And your innate deficiencies can also be made up. Xiao Yi said. Chapter 96. Zhu Zhuqing was a little dazed as she looked at the red spider lily. She couldn't understand why such a precious thing was given to her just like that. You know, if this magical herb was placed outside, people would definitely snatch it up, but in Xiao Yi's hands, it was given to her just like that. What's wrong? Xiao Yi looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was in a daze and didn't respond to the red spider lily, and asked. No, this is too precious. Zhu Zhuqing came back to her senses and replied. It's okay, this thing is for eating, since you have become my woman, and this thing suits you, just take it, Xiao Yi said. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment after hearing what Xiao Yi said, but still accepted the netherworld red spider lily. Now that you've got it, just absorb it directly, there's no outsider here anyway, Xiao Yi said. Yes, Zhuqing, just refine it, after the refining is completed, you will be level 30, then you can go to settle the marriage contract and obtain the soul ring at the same time. As for the academy, put it aside for now, Duguyen said. After hearing what Duguyen said, Zhu Zhuqing naturally stopped being pretentious and simply sat cross-legged on the ground to begin refining the netherworld red spider lily. 3 hours later, Zhu Zhuqing woke up from refining the netherworld red spider lily. After Zhu Zhuqing finished refining it, Dai Mubai, who was far away in Soto City, felt as if something was missing. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's condition was very delicate. And her aura appeared and disappeared intermittently. If it weren't for the fact that their eyes could see where Zhu Zhuqing was standing, everyone would have thought that Zhu Zhuqing was not there. Huh? What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Zhuqing, look at yourself, Duguyen said. Zhu Zhuqing was stunned when she heard Duguyen's words, and then she felt something different about herself. First of all, it's the figure. Zhu Zhuqing's figure was already good enough, but after taking the netherworld Bianhua, her curves made it more comfortable to look at, and the overall proportions were more coordinated. Then the soul power has reached level 30, but because of not obtaining soul rings, the soul power is at a bottleneck. I won't say more about this. The biggest gain was that Zhu Zhuqing felt as if she had mastered other powers, but she didn't know what it was, so she subconsciously tried it. Zhu Zhuqing's figure disappeared from the original place in an instant, and then appeared somewhere else the next moment. Zhu Zhuqing felt that this ability was particularly interesting, and he was in high spirits and tried it several times. Moreover, she felt that the martial soul fusion technique was disconnected and she could no longer sense the existence of the white tiger. Xiao Yi and the other two looked at Zhu Zhuqing flashing around and felt that their brains were not enough, so they just spoke directly. Zhuqing, stop for a moment, what benefits did you gain from refining this red spider lily? Duguyen asked. Zhu Zhuqing stopped when she heard Duguyen's question, sorted out her gains, and then began to tell her story. First of all, my soul power has reached level 30, but because I don't have a soul ring, I'm stuck at a bottleneck. Only after I get the soul ring can I know what level it is now. Secondly, I feel that my martial soul level has been improved, now I can no longer feel the existence of the martial soul fusion technique. The biggest gain is this, I don't know what it's called, but now I can hide in another space and then appear in another place like I did just now, and I've also awakened a domain, Zhu Zhuqing explained. The effect of the domain is to form a fog within 50 meters around me and summon a shadow. The shadow has 60 of the combat power of the main body. When there is only one enemy, the damage of sneak attacks is increased by 50. The vision of enemies in the fog will be affected by the senses, the defense of enemies in the domain will be reduced by 15. The damage and penetration of teammates will be increased by 10, and my own speed will be doubled. And I can also switch positions with the shadow. Zhu Zhuqing explained the effect of the domain. And this is just the most basic level, it will evolve slowly, said Zhu Zhuqing. After listening to this, Xiao Yi felt that Zhu Zhuqing had acquired more abilities than just this. Logically speaking, the ability of Netherworld should be very strong. The Netherworld, the Underworld, and the Underworld represent the place where the dead live, they are called differently, but they are the same place. The power gained by combining the Netherworld Red Spider Lily with Zhu Zhuqing's Netherworld Spirit Cat should be very strong, so he decided to try whether the ability he had imagined existed. Zhuqing, I won't use my martial spirit to attack you, I feel that you can do more than just hide, maybe you have other uses. Xiao Yi took out a dagger from the soul guide. Let's not do that, it would be bad if Zhuqing gets hurt, Duguyen said. Although Duguyen also wanted to see if he had any other abilities, she couldn't help but feel worried when she thought about Xiao Yi's strength. Am I that unreliable? I will control the power and make sure Zhuqing can react. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Xiao Yi and hesitated for a while, but the look in Xiao Yi's eyes did not show any intention of harming her, so she nodded and agreed to the request. After getting Zhu Zhuqing's consent, Xiao Yi directly used his mental power to control the dagger and attacked Zhu Zhuqing. Looking at the flying dagger, Duguyen clenched her fist nervously. Although Xiao Yi had promised, Duguyen was still afraid that Zhu Zhuqing could not dodge it. The dagger quickly flew in front of Zhu Zhuqing, but Zhu Zhuqing was not afraid. Instead, she summoned her soul power. The dagger went straight through Zhu Zhuqing's chest. You read that right, it went straight through her chest, just like it passed through air, and Zhu Zhuqing didn't even move. Duguyen and the other girls saw that Zhu Zhuqing was pierced by a dagger, but her clothes were not damaged, and Zhu Zhuqing did not even hide just now, so they turned to look at Xiao Yi and waited for Xiao Yi's explanation. Zhu Juqing was also confused as she saw the dagger piercing through her body, but she did not feel any pain and was very confused. Xiao Yi watched the dagger penetrate and confirmed what he was thinking. You are curious about what happened just now, right? The dagger had clearly penetrated Zhu Qing's chest, but he was not hurt, and Zhu Qing did not disappear. This is one of the powers of the netherworld. Her body briefly enters the netherworld. Simply put, she has entered an invincible state at this time. In this state, she cannot touch others, and others cannot touch her. In other words, she has become virtual. After he finished speaking, Xiao Yi felt it was outrageous. The domain could summon shadows, and the shadows could be exchanged with the original bodies. Plus, with the ability to become hollow, when the levels were raised in the future, wouldn't it be just Abito plus Madara? Zhu Juqing felt very amazed at this moment. A magic herb could allow her to gain so many abilities. If it were her, she might not have this opportunity in her life. If she had not met Xiao Yi, at most she would have fought against Dai Mubai and then lost to her sister and been killed. Now with Xiao Yi, she had the magic herb, her soul power was improved, and she could comprehend the underworld. What else could she be dissatisfied with? Chapter 97. After saying that, Xiao Yi left. Xiao Yi was going to the prince's mansion. Since he had given the magic grass to Zhu Juqing, he had to give it to the little angel as well. After all, they had known each other for so long, and he was also impressed by the little angel's looks. Originally, Xiao Yi thought it was good enough to have Dugu Yan, but Qian Renxue was interested in him. He would be lying if he didn't envy her. But he didn't dare to move because he knew the power behind Qian Renxue. If he got into trouble, Xiao Yi would be finished. But now, because Yi Lingling and Zhu Juqing were killed by an accident, he has come to terms with it. He doesn't worry about having too many deaths. Besides, this is just a gift of magic herb, not Qian Renxue, so what's so scary about it? Okay, that's it. Xiao Yi did it as he thought and went straight to the prince's mansion. Hey Chu. Who is whispering about me? Is it Grandpa? Forget it, never mind, Xiao Yi is already level 77, let's practice quickly. Qian Renxue threw the thoughts out of her mind and continued practicing. When Xiao Yi helped her obtain the soul ring a few days ago, her soul power had reached level 77, but after Qian Renxue absorbed the soul ring, it was only level 72, a full 5 levels behind, which made her feel very threatened. But what she didn't expect was that Xiao Yi was already on the way. After Xiao Yi left, Dugu Yan and the other two girls went out to have a meal. Although Dugu Yan's current cultivation level did not require her to eat, Yi Lingling and Zhu Juqing still needed to eat something with their soul power. After dinner, Dugu Yan went to find Dugu Bo, while Yi Lingling and the others went to Tiando Royal Academy. Since Qian Renxue had made a call, Zhu Juqing's formalities were completed quickly. After completing the admission formalities, Yi Lingling directly brought Zhu Juqing to the Royal Fighting Team training ground to introduce Zhu Juqing's identity to the team members. Soon, Zhu Juqing learned the soul power levels of the team members and became a member of the Royal Fighting Team. I won't go into details here, it's useless. On the other side, after Xiao Yi arrived at the prince's mansion, he passed through by facial recognition. After entering the prince's mansion, Xiao Yi directly released his mental power to detect Qian Renxue's location. When Xiao Yi just released his mental power, Snake Spear DOLOU and Thorny Porpoise DOLOU in the dark thought that it was an outsider who came to investigate. As a result, when they were about to come out, they saw that the mental power came from Xiao Yi, so they retreated. Xiao Yi naturally noticed the actions of Snake Spear DOLOU and the other man, but he didn't care and even greeted them. Soon Xiao Yi sensed Qian Renxue's location. Qian Renxue was practicing in the secret room at this time. He used his sixth soul skill to lock the interior of the secret room and slipped directly in. After Xiao Yi disappeared, Snake Spear DOLOU and the other two were stunned. They looked at each other. Snake Spear, did you see clearly how he disappeared? Asked Thorny Porpoise DOLOU. I don't know, it disappeared in a flash, Snake Spear DOLOU replied. Is it a soul skill? That should be the case. I don't know what soul beast it was acquired from, I've never heard of any soul beast that has this ability. Now that he has this skill, doesn't that mean he can kill anyone he wants? Hiss, it's so scary. Fortunately, he has a good relationship with the young lady, otherwise he would have suffered a lot. And our Xiao Yi has already entered the secret room. After entering the secret room, Xiao Yi watched Qian Renxue practicing. I have to say, good-looking people look good no matter what they do, except for pulling Oleg. However, Qian Renxue was concentrating on practicing at this time and had no idea that Xiao Yi had come over. Xiao Yi looked at it for a while and felt it was boring, so he emitted a little fluctuation of soul power. Qian Renxue also felt the fluctuation of soul power at this time, so she woke up from her cultivation. After waking up, she saw Xiao Yi standing in front of her and staring at her. Qian Renxue almost subconsciously gave Xiao Yi a big nose. Pa! Xiao Yi's movements were very fast. He grabbed Qian Renshue's hand before it fell on his face. What are you doing? You slap me when you see me, is it necessary? How dare you say that? You came in while I was practicing, and you didn't make any sound. If you hadn't deliberately emitted soul power fluctuations, I wouldn't have woken up. Besides, you've been here for a while, right? Do you think it's fun to watch me make a fool of myself? Also, tell us the truth about how you got in. Qian Renxue was frightened by Xiao Yi and slipped in silently without making any sound. If it weren't for Xiao Yi, she might have died instantly. I just came in not long ago and didn't know you were practicing. As for coming in, it's my 6th soul skill, which comes from the dark demon evil tiger. I can use mental power to locate the spatial anchor point and teleport instantly. Xiao Yi explained to Qian Renxue. Dark demon evil god tiger. It turns out to be this kind of soul beast, no wonder. Qian Renxue knew about the dark demon evil god tiger. As a top-level soul beast, it was not impossible for it to have such a soul skill. As compensation for scaring you, I'll give you this magical herb. Xiao Yi took out the 8-leaf holy light grass from his soul guide. Xiao Yi did this on purpose, just to give this magical herb to Qian Renxue. Xiao Yi found this magical herb in an inconspicuous corner of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire last time. When he saw that it belonged to the light system, he decided to give it to Qian Renxue. However, he had no reason to do so. Perhaps he could get some benefits by giving it to Qian Renxue this time. What is 8-leaf holy light grass? The description of the 8-leaf holy glory grass by the god ancestor angel god is that the 6-winged angel martial soul has 3 attributes: sacred, light, and fire. Among them, the sacred attribute is the ultimate attribute, and both light and fire are close to the extreme. Taking the 8-leaf holy light grass can make both light and fire reach the ultimate attributes, so that the 6-winged angel martial spirit is the most perfect, and can be transformed into a martial spirit with 3 ultimate attributes. The most important thing is that the god ancestor left a message after becoming a god, that the 6-winged angel is not the end. Tell me, what are your conditions? Money? Soul bones? Or something else? I can agree to anything. How dare I ask Miss Qian for anything? We have known each other for such a long time and you have taken good care of me. I have never given you anything, consider this a gift. Who is Xiao Yi? He is a cunning old man. When he heard Qian Renshue's words, he knew there was hope, but he wanted more. It's just the 2 of us here, stop pretending, don't I know you? Qian Renxue said while rolling her eyes. Hee, then we need an 80,000-year-old torso bone. My grandfather Douluo is just short of a torso bone, he is now at level 97, do you think that's enough? Xiao Yi said with a laugh. Qian Renxue was lost in thought at this moment. She did not expect Xiao Yi to really dare to speak up. Not only did he ask for an 80,000-year soul bone, he also wanted the most precious torso bone. Do you think I'm a sucker? Do you think I like you and you're taking advantage of me? Qian Renxue looked at the 8-leaf holy light grass in Xiao Yi's hand, then looked at Xiao Yi again, and finally sighed. Okay, but you have to let Douluo become the 8th worshipper. When Xiao Yi heard Qian Renshue's words, he didn't think much about it and agreed directly. It was just a priest. It was no big deal. There was nothing to do except drinking tea every day. Besides, Douluo was very free, so it was not impossible for him to be a priest. After getting Xiao Yi's affirmative reply, Qian Renxue directly took the 8-leaf holy light grass and sat cross-legged to refine it. Since Xiao Yi was not an outsider, there was nothing to worry about. After taking the 8-leaf holy light grass, Qian Renshue's martial spirit directly possessed her body. A pair of small new wings slowly grew under the original 3 pairs of wings. It would probably take until the herb was completely refined before they could fully grow out. Chapter 98. As time goes by, Qian Renxue is about to wake up from refining the immortal grass. At this moment, 3 hours have passed since Qian Renxue took the 8-leaf holy light grass, and a 4th pair of wings behind Qian Renxue has taken shape. Tsk, it's worthy of being a god-level martial spirit, it just looks different. Xiao Yi walked around Qian Renxue and commented. Qian Renxue certainly heard what Xiao Yi said, but at this moment she was refining the last bit of the medicine and was in no mood to care about Xiao Yi. Soon Qian Renxue opened her eyes after refining the last bit of the medicine. At the same time, 4 pairs of wings lined up neatly behind her. Qian Renxue opened her eyes and looked back, then felt her own soul power. Qian Renxue was originally at level 72 before taking this magical herb, but after taking it, she reached level 77. The same soul power level as Xiao Yi. Moreover, her original angel martial soul was extremely sacred, and now it had ultimate light and ultimate fire. When Qian Renxue was feeling the soul power, in the offering hall. Today, Qian DALU was waiting in front of the angel statue as usual. For some reason, the angel statue, which had been dim in the past, suddenly shone brightly. Qian DALU looked at the holy light emanating from the angel statue and quickly knelt down to pray, saying as he prayed, "The God Ancestor has appeared, the God Ancestor has appeared." Then the light on the statue suddenly left the statue and flew towards the Tiando Empire. As he flew towards the Tiando Empire, a sentence came to Qian Daolu's mind. "The angel god's successor is in place, please start the divine test as soon as possible." Qian Daolu thought it was an hallucination, but when he saw the light flying towards Tiando City, he was sure that the voice in his mind was real. "That position, is it Xiaoxue? Now that the divine test can begin, we should bring Xiaoxue back as soon as possible, we have a substitute anyway." Afterwards, Qian Daolu packed up and prepared to go to Tiando City, and before leaving, he called over Golden Crocodile Douluo. "Second brother, come here." "Brother, is there anything I can do for you?" Golden Crocodile Douluo flashed over immediately after hearing Qian Daolu's voice transmission. Just now. The angel god appeared and said that the new generation of angel god's successor is in place, then a stream of light flew towards Tiando City. "I think it was Xiaoxue. So I plan to bring Xiaoxue back and not let her waste time there. After I leave, the affairs of the worship hall will be handed over to you. If Bibi Dong needs to do anything, let her do it." Qian Daolu said. "Don't worry, big brother, I will take care of it, you can go without worry," Golden Crocodile Douluo assured. After receiving the affirmative answer from Golden Crocodile Douluo, Qian Daolu flew towards Tiando City. The scene returns to the secret room in the prince's mansion. After Qian Renxue felt her own condition and was about to speak, she saw a golden light flying from the horizon. The light was very fast and arrived in front of Qian Renxue almost instantly. Then the light unexpectedly penetrated into Qian Renxue's eyebrows. After the stream of light penetrated into Qian Renxue's brows, an angel's mark appeared on Qian Renxue's forehead, and then 9 golden cards appeared in Qian Renxue's spiritual world. "The angel divine test has begun, please return to the spirit hall as soon as possible to begin the divine test." The contents of the first card in Qian Renxue's mind appeared. Xiao Yi also saw the mark on Qian Renxue's forehead and knew that Qian Renxue was about to take a divine test. TSK, it's outrageous that Wu Huan comes to me just after he evolves to the god level, Xiao Yi thought to himself. Qian Renxue quickly came to her senses and prepared to say something, but was interrupted by Xiao Yi again. "Congratulations on passing the divine exam," Xiao Yi said. "How do you know that I passed the divine test?" Qian Renxue asked puzzledly. "Of course it was that streak of light, after it entered your brow, the mark of the angel martial spirit appeared on your forehead, besides, I'm also a divine test taker, there's nothing strange about that." Xiao Yi said as he revealed the mark of his Shura divine test. "You are also the heir to the throne. When did it happen?" "I've had it since I came out of the city of slaughter, it was opened half a year ago, otherwise, how do you think I reached the soul saint level?" Xiao Yi rolled his eyes. "You little brat, you're so lucky that you passed the divine test before me," Qian Renxue thought to herself. Since he has also passed the divine test, do I not have to worry about not being able to be with him? How about punishing him? It's his fault for always talking back to me. Well, that's it, give him a good punishment, I definitely don't want to give it to him for free." Xiao Yi looked at Qian Renxue who was silent and calm, and had no idea what was in her mind. After all, he couldn't read minds. Qian Renxue then organized her words and prepared to severely punish Xiao Yi. "Bold Xiao Yi. We've known each other for so long, is there anything you haven't told me? Am I, Qian Renxue, so untrustworthy in your eyes? If I hadn't passed the divine test, you would still be hiding, right? You didn't ask, Qian Renxue, what are you talking about? By the way, is this thing called the divine test something that can be said casually? How dare you? You are about to die, but you still dare to be stubborn, it seems that I have to punish you severely." Xiao Yi understood something after watching Qian Renshue's actions. It turned out that the little angel was going to use a reasonable reason to attack him. But after looking at the surroundings, Xiao Yi couldn't help but wonder. Who did she learn this from? She actually did this in a secret room. Could she have learned it from Qiang Sunji? What is this? Is she following in her father's footsteps? Thinking of this, Xiao Yi said. Excuse me, Miss Qian, what mistake did I make that you want to punish me? Humph, you made a mistake and you don't admit it, your crime is even more serious. Qian Renxue pushed Xiao Yi onto the bed and sat on him. Damn it, it's fine that I was pushed down by Yanzi, but you also want to push me back, do you really think I, Xiao Yi, am made of mud? Xiao Yi thought to himself. Then Xiao Yi turned over and pressed Qian Renxue down, while holding Qian Renxue's chin with one hand. Bang woo! The sound of steam. Qian Renshue's face turned red immediately, and there was even steam coming out of her face. Well, she is indeed a top love-brained person. She turned into a steam girl with just a little teasing. You are so outrageous. You actually resisted punishment. Your crime is even more serious. As soon as Qian Renxue finished her words, her soft lips were blocked by Xiao Yi. Just kidding, the two of them have been tempted by each other for so long and finally they are going to take action. As for the problem of the fire in the harem, let's talk about it later. Anyway, now they already have Du Guyan, Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling. A real man is fearless. Xiao Yi was riding on Qian Renxue. Qian Renshue's eyes were a little dazed, and she looked like she would let you do whatever you want. When Xiao Yi saw Qian Renxue with such a face, his heart was burning with anger. Forget it, he is a scumbag, so what? I already have 3 of them, so I am not afraid of another one. Xiao Yi then took off his clothes and took off Qian Renshue's clothes at the same time. After taking off her clothes, Qian Renxue didn't know where she got the strength from, and while Xiao Yi was not paying attention, she pressed Xiao Yi under her body again and started exercising. Chapter 99. Animal, you bastard, ouch, it hurts. Qian Renxue was mumbling something. At this time, the culprit Xiao Yi was giving her a massage. Don't think too much about it. It was a serious massage. There was no way. Xiao Yi used too much force and Qian Renxue strained her muscles. However, it also made Qian Renxue understand some new knowledge, that her knees can touch her shoulders. Xiao Yi now transformed into a massage master, loosening up Qian Renshue's muscles and bones. If he didn't serve her well, she might really be broken. However, this also made Xiao Yi realize one thing, it turned out that Qian Renxue was also a divine beast. Damn it, why are you so fierce? Qian Renxue said while pinching Xiao Yi's waist. Qian Renxue couldn't understand it. She clearly wanted to punish Xiao Yi, but she didn't expect Xiao Yi to be so brave. She didn't punish him, but she ended up in a miserable state. I told you not to touch me, but you didn't listen, now you're suffering the consequences, Xiao Yi said. Are you kidding? The soul power of level 77 plus the right leg bone of the blue silver emperor, that vitality is not to be underestimated. Little Qian Renxue, take him down. Schwer, how about this intensity? Humph. Who told you to be so cruel? My thin arms and legs can't stand your torture. By the way, you are also the heir to the throne of God. Which exam are you taking now? Qian Renxue changed her posture and snuggled in Xiao Yi's arms. Well, now is the second test. You need to reach the level of Soul Douluo within 3 years and possess 100,000-year soul ring, Xiao Yi said. Qian Renxue already looks like Xiao Yi, so of course Xiao Yi knows everything about her. He might have been a little wary of her before, but not now. Is that so? Then the second test should be very easy for you. With your current soul power, you should be able to complete it in no time. My divine test hasn't started yet, but Grandpa should know that I have obtained the divine test. I guess he will come to pick me up soon. Qian Renxue said. But if I go back for the assessment, I won't be able to see you for a while, alas. At this time, Qian DALU, who was approaching Tiando City, suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, so he sped up and flew towards Tiando City. Qian Renxue naturally didn't know that Qian DALU was on the way and would soon arrive. It's okay, I'll come to see you when the time comes, it's no big deal, Xiao Yi said softly. Besides, I have to help Zhu Zhuqing break off her engagement later, and visit the Poi clan while I'm at it. Why go and help Zhu Zhuqing break off the engagement? Qian Renxue asked puzzledly. Well, something unexpected happened, she and Yi Lingling are now my women, Xiao Yi explained. Bah, you playboy, having Du Guyan and me isn't enough for you, right? Qian Renxue glared at Xiao Yi fiercely. Hee, this is not an accident. Xiao Yi didn't know what to say and could only admit defeat. After all, the other party had Qian DALU behind him. Although he was now in the 9th level of Shura, Qian DALU couldn't kill him, but he could beat him up. As for my 8th soul ring, I will prepare the Titan giant ape from the Xingdo Great Forest. Yan Zi will be able to reach level 80 after a while. As for her, I will prepare the Azure Bull Python. Also, I have studied an idea before. Regarding soul power, you should know that soul power is divided into three states: gas, liquid, and solid. Because the soul power of title DOLOU has undergone many qualitative changes, the soul power has solidified, which leads to slow progress in cultivation. It takes years or even decades to break through to the first level. We can open up a soul power vortex in our body and make the soul power flow quickly along the vortex. I call it a soul core. Soul cores can be divided into attribute soul cores, space soul cores, and spiritual soul cores. At level 89, condense a soul core to break through level 90. At level 98, condense a second soul core to break through level 99. The two soul rings operate in two ways: one is isotopic resonance, and the other is yin and yang complementation. Soul cores can help level 89 reach title DOLOU more easily. If you want to win people's hearts, you can ask the Spirit Hall to issue this method. It will be a great achievement. If you give them many benefits and bring 2 or 3 worshippers to deter them, they will definitely be subdued by you. Even if they are not convinced at first, after a while when they get a lot from you, they will naturally change their minds. But this method requires testing people's hearts, otherwise it will be very annoying if they give you the green-eyed wolf support and stab you in the back. Xiao Yi talked a lot about the soul core method he and Dugu Bo had researched. After all, he wanted to make the people around him stronger. As for the little jerk, he would leave it to him to ravage. Xiao Yi planned to condense the first spiritual soul core at level 89 and the second space soul core at level 98, taking the path of yin and yang complementary soul cores. As for the 3 soul cores, Xiao Yi had never thought about it. He felt that it was unnecessary. He had already started the divine test and 2 soul cores were enough. He condensed the soul cores in order to speed up his cultivation. After becoming a god, they should transform into divine cores. Are you that powerful? Is the soul core really that powerful? Qian Renxue was a little confused about the knowledge of soul cores. Although she had rich theoretical knowledge and knew that soul power would change qualitatively as its quantity increased, she had never thought of this novel way of circulating soul power. Yes, I will give you the best way to condense your soul core according to your physique. I suggest that you condense your soul core when you are about to break through to the title DOLOU at level 89. I suggest that you condense the isotopic resonance soul core of your spiritual soul core and attribute soul core. The yin-yang complementary soul core requires too much strength for the physical body. Although the 6-winged angel martial spirit is very balanced and powerful, the bonus to the physical body is not high. Only those beast martial spirits with higher defense may be able to condense the yin-yang complementary soul core. Xiao Yi taught Qian Renshue's soul core method to her. After all, Qian Renxue was already his, so of course he had to treat her well. Qian Renxue was nestled in Xiao Yi's arms at this time. The Qian Renxue who was once as proud as a queen now acted like a little woman. However, at this time, the two heard movement at the door of the secret room. Shuer, who else would enter the secret room? Xiao Yi asked puzzledly. No one else usually comes in except me, unless it's Grandpa, Qian Renxue said after thinking for a while. Could it be that Grandpa is here? Xiao Yi was shocked when he heard this. What? Qian DALU came so soon. Didn't Qian Renxue just pass the divine test? She was moving so fast. No. I had to put on my clothes quickly, otherwise Qian DALU would beat him up if he saw me doing this to his granddaughter. Then Xiao Yi and Qian Renxue got up quickly and started to tidy up the bed sheets. But it was too late. After the two of them got up, Qian DALU arrived at the scene. At this time, Qian DALU looked at the two of them with a calm expression, as if he wanted them to give him an explanation. The moment Xiao Yi saw Qian DALU, he was at a loss for words, but he could feel a big danger hanging over his head. It's over, I'm going to suffer, Xiao Yi thought with tears in his eyes. Grandpa, Qian Renxue opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Qian DALU looked at the two of them and didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. He was happy that his granddaughter and the person she liked had a relationship, but he was sad that his granddaughter took the initiative. Thinking of this, Qian Daolu's fist stiffened, and he looked at Xiao Yi with a hint of anger. Chapter 100. Xiao Yi had been paying attention to Qian Daolu's reaction. He saw that Qian Daolu was looking at him with anger, and when he saw his fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound, he felt that something bad was going to happen. It's over, it looks like I can't avoid this beating, Xiao Yi thought to himself. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi silently protected his face, preparing to face Qian Daolu's torture. Grandpa, please be gentle, Xiao Yi said in a muffled voice. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. Once he said it, Qian Daolu became even angrier. He directly flashed in front of Xiao Yi and started beating him unilaterally. Thousands of fists as big as quicksand bags fell on Xiao Yi like a violent storm. Hiss, ah. Grandpa, please be gentle, I know I was wrong. Xiao Yi was beaten by DALU and begged for mercy repeatedly, but his hands still protected his head firmly. After all, the head can be broken and blood can flow, but the hairstyle cannot be messed up. Renshue watched DALU beating Xiao Yi and mourned for Xiao Yi in her heart. Oh, what bad luck. How come I run into Grandpa at this critical moment? Forget it, let's just stop it, I'd be sad if I hurt him. It should be said that she is indeed a top love-brained person. It is so painful to see her man being beaten, even if he is a grandfather. Okay, Grandpa, please forgive him, after all, we like each other, and I was the one who took the initiative, Renshue said. However, after hearing Renshue's words, DALU suddenly paused his fist towards Xiao Yi, and after thinking for a while, he let go of Xiao Yi. However, DALU's face turned black at this moment. His own little cotton-padded jacket was leaking. He should not have matched Xiao Yi and his precious granddaughter. This time, the cabbage he raised was moved away along with the flowers and pots. After Xiao Yi was released by DALU, he immediately hid in a corner, fearing that DALU would hit him again. Old dang, just wait and see whether I can give you a great-grandson in the future, Xiao Yi thought to himself. When Renshue saw Xiao Yi's actions, she burst out laughing. Poochie, why didn't I realize you were so funny before? You're so afraid of my grandpa. Xiao Yi thought, try to see what happens when someone stares at you, if it were you, you would be scared too. Then Renshue began to communicate with DALU. Why did Grandpa come here suddenly? You should have received the notification for the divine examination. Received. Yesterday, when I was praying to the angel statue, it suddenly lit up. At the same time, I heard in my mind that the angel god's successor was in place. Then a stream of light flew out of the statue, heading for Tiando City. I came directly here. Since you have received the notification of the divine examination, you can go back, it doesn't matter if you don't wait for Tiando. DALU is the high priest of the angel god. His only hope is to witness the new generation of angel god in his lifetime. Now this opportunity has appeared. It is his granddaughter. Of course, the first goal is the god test as for the Tiando Empire. You are kidding. I have become a god, so why should I be afraid of an empire like you? Just push it away. Renshue hesitated for a while after hearing DALU's words, then looked at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi nodded to Renshue to show his agreement and then made the decision. Well, it's okay, anyway, I have a substitute here, and there's no use for me, I can go back and take the divine test earlier. But Xiao Yi has also accepted the divine test and is now in the second test, Renshue said lightly. After listening to Renshue's words, DALU turned to look at Xiao Yi, and found that there was a mark of divine test on Xiao Yi's forehead. He was also curious about which god favored Xiao Yi. Which god's divine test did you receive? DALU looked at Xiao Yi and said. God Shura, Xiao Yi replied. A Shura God? DALU recalled the message from the god ancestor when he heard Xiao Yi's answer. The gods in the divine world are divided into 3-level gods, 2-level gods, 1-level gods, 5 great god kings, and 3 law enforcers. Among them, there are 18 first-level gods, and several second-level gods and third-level gods. The angel god is a first-level god. In addition, there is a god realm committee, which is composed of the Shura God, the god of destruction, the god of life, the god of goodness, and the god of evil. Among them, Shura God, the god of destruction, and the god of life are law enforcement gods, which means that Shura God is a higher being than the ancestors of the Qian family. Thinking of this, DALU looked at Xiao Yi with satisfaction. After all, he was already with his granddaughter and had passed the divine test. It would be unreasonable for him to be unhappy with him anymore. Ahem, Xiao boy, I was too rude just now, are you okay? DALU coughed dryly. And Xiao Yi is now extremely satisfied. Humph, Lao Deng, I asked you to hit me just now. Now you know that I have inherited the throne of God, you must be satisfied. But he couldn't say this out loud, because if he said it he would get beaten, and he didn't want to be beaten again. I'm fine, don't worry, you talk to Xiao first, I'm leaving first. After saying that, Xiao Yi immediately activated his mental power and used his 6th soul skill to flash directly to the outside of the prince's mansion. Just kidding. He felt guilty after being caught by someone's elders. It just so happened that the grandfather and grandson haven't seen each other for a long time, so let them have a good chat. DALU was also surprised when he saw Xiao Yi disappear. He could also teleport, but he used his soul power and speed to do it. while Xiao Yi disappeared directly, which made DOLOU curious. Of course, he was just curious and he would not ask any questions. Then DOLOU looked at Renxue and began to ask her what she thought of Xiao Yi. Xiaoxue, what do you think about Xiao Yi? When Renxue heard DOLOU asking her how she felt about Xiao Yi, she slowly began to think. How should I put it? He's young, talented, and a bit of a scoundrel. Although he's a bit of a playboy, he's willing to take responsibility. Besides, he likes to hide his shortcomings and doesn't like to do things that he's not sure of. Renxue said to DOLOU according to her impression of Xiao Yi. Really? Xiao Yi is so good, it seems Xiaoxue likes him very much. Renxue did not feel uncomfortable listening to DOLOU's teasing. After all, she had become Xiao Yi's woman. Besides, she was caught by her grandfather, but she still had to maintain her modesty as a girl. It's okay, you'll only discover his characteristics after you've known him for a long time. If he were an ordinary person, he wouldn't show his inner thoughts to others. Since you like him so much, Grandpa won't stop you, but if he bullies you, just tell me, DOLOU said. In Douluo Continent, most people are granddaughter slaves. They are particularly doting on their granddaughters and are reluctant to let them suffer any loss. I know, Grandpa, I will. So when are you going to return to the spirit hall? Wait a few days, finish the things here and say goodbye to Xiao Yi. After all, I don't know how long it will take before we meet again after the divine test begins. And our Xiao Yi finally felt relieved after he left the prince's mansion. Is this what a six-winged angel is like? It's a bit hard to bear, but the little angel is really smooth, with a soft waist like boneless. Especially the big milky white Shuer. I didn't see that Shuer is not as big as Juqin, but it's actually bigger than Yanzi. She is really a hidden beauty, worthy of being the most beautiful woman in Douluo Continent of this era. Hehe, it's a good deal for me anyway. Is it possible for me to sleep with Yanzi and the others in the future? But he soon put these thoughts behind him, as he suddenly remembered something very important that he had forgotten last time in the Star Do Forest. That thing is the 8 spider lance, one of the most important things for the little punk in the original novel. The last time I went to Xingdou, I was only concerned with helping Renxue obtain the spirit ring and forgot about this. The 8 spider lance cannot be given to the little punk. If I leave it to him, who knows how many people will be harmed. Xiao Yi did it as he thought, and flew directly in the direction of the Star Do Great Forest. Damn, it's so hard to explode, it only exploded after I killed most of the human-faced demon spiders, Xiao Yi muttered as he looked at the external soul bone in his hand that was similar to a spine. It took Xiao Yi a week to finally get the 8 spider lance. For this 8 spider lance, Xiao Yi killed almost all the human-faced demon spiders under 10,000 years old. Chapter 101. The 8 spider lance has the properties of devouring, strengthening, and being extremely poisonous, and it can also evolve. In the original novel, after the little punk obtained the 8 spider lance, it directly evolved into a divine weapon. Of course, this kind of thing can't be left to a little jerk, so who should it be left to? Well, Bibi Dong is pretty good. I remember she has a 6-winged purple light wing, maybe it can be fused with the 8 spider lance. After the fusion, it should be able to directly reach the 100,000-year level. Xiao Yi muttered as he looked at the 8 spider lance in his hand. Oh, I've been out for a long time, I almost forgot that I still have to get the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng for Yanzi. There is also Zhuqing's engagement, however, the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng seems to be with Baihe. Let's go back quickly and visit the Xinglua Empire. Xiao Yi said as he put the 8 spider lance into the soul guide and then flew towards Tiando City. In the Dugu mansion, Dugu Yan and her 2 daughters were waiting for Xiao Yi to come back. Yanzi, why hasn't he come back yet? Yi Lingling said. Dugu Yan listened to Yi Lingling's words and tried to use the Acacia Heartbreak Red to sense Xiao Yi's location. She found that Xiao Yi flew from the direction of the Xingdou Great Forest to Tiando City, and couldn't help feeling a little strange. Why is he going to the Star Do Great Forest again? Is there any treasure in the Star Do Great Forest? Yi is on his way back, he will probably be back in 2 days, but he seemed to have come back from the Star Do Great Forest. I don't know what he was doing in the Star Do Great Forest. Dugu Yan thought for a while and then spoke. The 2 women didn't say anything when they heard Xiao Yi had returned to Tiando City from the Xingdou Great Forest after all. Xiao Yi was about to become a sole Douluo and was considered a master on the mainland. As long as he didn't seek death, there would be no danger. 2.5 days later, Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Where has Boy Yi been? Didn't he agree to go to the Posey clan? And there's also the issue of arranging an engagement for the girl from the Zhu family. It's been more than 10 days, why is there still no news? It has been nearly half a month since Xiao Yi last came to see Dugubo. Dugu Bo has been waiting for Xiao Yi to ask him to go to the Xinglua Empire together and help Zhu Juqing break off the engagement. He heard that the Puyi clan is very good at refining medicine. And Dugu Bo also likes to make medicine. Dugu Bo wanted to exchange experiences. Just as Dugu Bo was thinking, Xiao Yi's voice came from the sky. "Grandpa, I'm here, I've finished my business here, let's go to destroy the Posey clan the day after tomorrow," Xiao Yi said above the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. "You little bastard, get down here." Dugu Bo heard the voice and saw that it was Xiao Yi on top, so he shouted at Xiao Yi. When Xiao Yi heard Dugu Bo's words, he immediately flew down from the air. "Why did it take you more than 10 days to come to see me? I thought you would come in 3 or 4 days. I was doing something else, so I came a little late," Xiao Yi touched his nose and said. "Okay, let's go back together." Dugu Bo didn't ask any more questions, but directly told Xiao Yi about going home. "By the way, Grandpa, the Spirit Hall asked you to be the 8th priest, and I agreed to it." Xiao Yi remembered what he had promised Qianren Shua more than a week ago. 8th priest. Do you need me to do anything? Well, actually, it's just a figurehead, it helps when the Spirit Hall needs it, but normally nothing will happen to the Spirit Hall. Xiao Yi thought for a while and explained to Dugu Bo. Dugu Bo listened to Xiao Yi's words and thought for a while. Although his own strength had reached level 97 and he had nothing to do normally, it was nothing to have the title of the 8th worshipper. Then Dugu Bo said, "That's fine, I don't have anything to do right now anyway, so it's not a problem to hang up a memorial." While Xiao Yi and Dugu Bo were talking in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Qianren Shua came to Dugu Mansion. When Dugu Yan first saw Qianren Shua, he found that Qianren Shua was different from before and had become more feminine. Why is this Qianren Shua different from before? Could it be that she also had a relationship with Yi? Okay. I was wondering why Xiao Yi came back from the Xingdou Great Forest. It turns out he was afraid that I would find out. Dugu Yan thought to herself. Yi Lingling and Zhu Juqing also felt the changes in Qianren Shua. It seemed that they had to move back a bit. After all, they were younger than Dugu Yan in age. While Qianren Shua was about the same age as Dugu Yan, so they had to call Qianren Shua sister. "Hey, how come Miss Qian has time to come to my Dugu mansion?" Dugu Yan spoke in a sarcastic tone. Qianren Shua also felt the changes in Yi Lingling and Zhu Juqing, and heard the weird tone in Dugu Yan's words. "What the hell are you talking about, Miss Dugu? Can't I come if there's nothing wrong?" And Miss Lingling and Miss Juqing seem to have changed a lot. "Tisk, little golden retriever, why are you so proud? Did that playboy in my house eat you up completely?" Just as the two were being sarcastic, Xiao Yi and Dugu Bo returned to Dugu Mansion. It's quite lively, what are you talking about? Huh? Schwer, why are you here? Is there anything wrong? Tisk, Schwer, you call me so affectionately, you've already taken advantage of me after just a few days of not seeing me, Dugu Yan transmitted the message. Ahem, let's not talk about this for now, she must have something to tell me, Xiao Yi replied. I'm going back to the Spirit Hall and won't be in the Heaven Dou Empire anymore, Qianren Shua said. After hearing this, Xiao Yi thought to himself that he was quick enough to rush back right after accepting the divine test. DOLOU must be eager to make a sacrifice. However, Xiao Yi did not tell Qianren Shua about the sacrifice. He felt that he should be able to pass the divine test faster than Qianren Shua. By then, he might be able to directly help Qianren Shua open the door to inheritance and stop DOLOU's sacrifice. Then I will visit you more often in the Spirit Hall later. By the way, take this back to His Holiness the Pope, Xiao Yi said as he took out the 8th spider lance. What is this? Qianren Shua asked puzzledly. This is the external soul bone of the human-faced demon spider. I got it in the Star Dou Great Forest a few days ago. I remember that the Pope's martial soul is a spider, it should be quite suitable for her, Xiao Yi said. Why don't you give it to her yourself later? Well, you're leaving soon, aren't you? I'm going to visit the Puyi clan soon, so I don't have time to take you there, I can only ask you to take it there. Okay, I'll give it to her, Qianren Shua thought for a while and finally accepted the 8th spider lance. Ahem, girl from the Qian family, Boy Yi has already told me about the offering, it happens that I have nothing to do, so it would be nice to be the 8th offering, Dugu Bo said. Then congratulations to Senior Dugu for becoming the 8th worshipper. DOLOU agreed to Qianren Shua's invitation to Dugu Bo to become the 8th priest. After all, a level 97 Super Douluo joining the Spirit Hall could enhance the Spirit Hall's foundation. It's okay, I'll leave first, remember to come and see me when you have time. After saying that, Qianren Shua turned around and left. You are good, boy, if I'm not mistaken, you have had sex with that girl. Dugu Bo looked at Xiao Yi with interest. When Xiao Yi heard Dugu Bo's words, he did not hide anything and admitted it directly. After all, what happened has happened, and a real man is fearless. We did have sex, she was a nice girl and saved me a lot of trouble, Xiao Yi said. Humph, you're a playboy, you only know how to flirt with other girls all day long, Dugu Yen snorted coldly. Okay Yanzi, even though he is a playboy, he is very serious about each of us. Yi Lingling said something good for Xiao Yi. Zhu Zhuqing just kept saying it. She didn't know what to say. Although she had a very good relationship with Dugu Yen and Yi Lingling, she didn't know how to say Xiao Yi. Okay Yen Yen, don't be angry, don't you know what this kid is like? Dugu Bo said. Tomorrow we will go to Posy Clan together, Zhu girl, you come with us and cancel the engagement, as for Lingling, you can come with us too. Dugu Bo thought to himself, it doesn't matter if I take one or two, so I might as well take them all away and go out for a walk to relax. The next morning, a group of 5 people headed towards the Xing Luo Empire. Star Dragon City. We are finally here, after 15 days of traveling, we have finally arrived, the next step is to find the location of the Posy clan. It took the group of 5 half a month to fly to the city where the Pai clan was located. Xiao Yi simply picked someone at random and asked about the exact location of the Pai clan. Outside the Pai clan. Alas, damn Tang Hao, if we hadn't killed the Pope more than 10 years ago, we wouldn't be in this situation, so many of our people died, and we haven't recovered yet. A guard at the door was cursing, and even the guard next to him didn't refute anything, his face was full of hatred. Who said it wasn't true? The Haotian sect, who always looked down on others, never looked at us straight in the face. The core disciples all look down on us. It's a pity for the clan leader. His wife and children are all dead, and the Wushuang elders are missing. Although the spirit hall is no longer suppressing us, we don't know how long it will take for our losses to recover to their original level. It's a pity for the Min clan, they live in poverty. The 2 guards kept talking, and also lamented the life of the Min clan, which is also one of the 4 single attribute families. At this moment, Xiao Yi and the other 4 had arrived at the gate of the Posy clan. Who? The 2 guards shouted immediately and released their martial spirits. 4 spirit rings emerged. And a pitch-black spear that was 2 meters long flashed with a cold luster. The spear was 8 feet long, and the wide spear tip was 4 feet long. The spear's shaft was as thick as an ordinary person's arm. The soul-breaking spear is a pure offensive weapon spirit with great power. It is one of the top 5 offensive weapon spirits on the continent. Unfortunately, the clan currently has no title DOLOU. Grandpa, let me do it, I want to try the Posy clan, Xiao Yi said. When Xiao Yi saw the guard's martial soul, he thought of an old friend. His martial soul was the same as the guard's, but he was not sure if that person was from here. Xiao Yi then released the aura of a high-level soul saint and pressed towards the gate guard. Because Xiao Yi's martial soul has condensed soul power, the quality of Xiao Yi's soul power is at least at the level of a high-level soul DOLOU. Coupled with the shock of the sword intent, the guards of the Pai clan felt tremendous pressure. After a while, a powerful aura emerged from within the Pai clan. A cold light pierced towards Xiao Yi's heart. The person who came was Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi was originally preparing to go to refine medicine when he suddenly felt a strong aura at the door. He thought that some villainous forces were coming to cause trouble again. So he directly activated his martial arts true body to come and fight. Liuha Fire. Xiao Yi directly used Liuha Fire. At this time, Yang Wudi was still only a soul sage. After all, he was only at the 82nd level of Soul DOLOU when he officially debuted. This time point was 8 years ago, and his current soul power was only at the 80th level. Although the soul-breaking spear is very powerful, Xiao Yi is no pushover. His superb fighting skills and the flexibility of the Liuha Yushin ruler allow Xiao Yi to handle the situation with ease. It just so happened that Xiao Yi was worried about not being able to find an opponent. And now Yang Wudi's fighting level was at a high-level Soul DOLOU level, which was exactly the opponent Xiao Yi was expecting. Dugu Bo did not stop him. After all, he knew Xiao Yi's fighting level. If he couldn't beat him, he would always be there to back him up. However, when Yang Wudi first saw Xiao Yi, he was wondering how capable a young boy could be. He, Yang Wudi, was about to become a Soul DOLOU, so how could he not be able to defeat him? But soon he was dumbfounded. He saw Xiao Yi was as agile as a loach, and his dodging movements were very smooth. After fighting for a while, Xiao Yi also stopped. He had already determined his own combat power. Now, fighting a Soul DOLOU was as easy as drinking water. Fighting against opponents below level 95 required some maneuvering. However, if fighting Tang Dachui, he had to be careful of the ring exploding. Although Tang Dachui's internal injuries seriously affected his combat power, it would be difficult to deal with if he had to fight for his life. But once he reaches the level of Contra, Tang Dachui will be a toy and can be easily solved by dodging his explosive ring. After the two stopped fighting, Xiao Yi apologized to Yang Wudi. I'm sorry, Chief Yang, I heard that the soul-breaking spear is very powerful, so I wanted to give it a try. We came here this time to discuss something important with you, Xiao Yi said. It's okay. Since everyone here is a guest, I thought at first that it was some other scoundrels who came to harass us. Although the Spirit Hall gave up suppressing us 5 or 6 years ago. There are still people who come to harass us from time to time. Since you have no ill intentions, you are our friends. Yang Wudi explained. By the way, who is this? Yang Wudi asked Dugubo. My name is Dugubo, let's go to the meeting room, Dugubo said. Yang Wudi didn't know why Dugubo came, but he could only invite the 5 people into the meeting room. Everyone sat in the meeting room of the Pei clan. Yang Wudi asked someone to serve tea. The 5 people took a few sips and glanced at the people of the Pei clan. They had a strong scent of medicine on them. As an expert in poison, Dugubo also has experience in medicine. The more he reads about the inheritance of the Pei clan, the more interested he becomes. Patriarch Yang, what I want to say is very important, please dismiss everyone, I will only discuss this with you. Dugubo said calmly that Yang Wudi had no choice as this was a big Buddha. What could he do? He could only wave his hand and let the tribesmen go down. Your Majesty, everyone has left, do you have any instructions? This old man wants the prescription of your Pei clan. Dugubo directly stated his purpose, staring at Yang Wudi with his green eyes. Impossible, this is the secret of our clan, even if you are a title DOLOU, even if you destroy our clan, we will not surrender, the Pei clan is a coward who only dies standing up and never lives on his knees. Yang Wudi stood up and shouted loudly. He felt that Dugubo came here just to have fun with him. How could he just hand over the sect's secrets to others? I haven't finished yet, this time I am making a deal with Chief Yang. Even if I use my strength to oppress your clan, what if the prescription you gave me is tampered with? Also, Patriarch Yang, don't speak so early. Look at what I have in my hand. A large light pink flower appeared on Dugubo's left hand. It had no leaves, a stem 3 feet long, and an extremely large flower. With a diameter of more than a foot. Each petal looked as crystal clear as crystal, and the stamens were light purple, like purple diamonds inlaid there. A fairy product of Yoxiang Chiluo. It really is a fairy product of Yoxiang Chiluo. Ha 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 ha, I have been looking for you all my life. Ha ha. Yang Wudi went into a seizure and went crazy, dancing all over the place, making everyone smile. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I'm so happy, I've been looking for this fragrant fairy product for my whole life, it has been a great help to our clan. Yang Wudi recovered a bit, but his excitement didn't diminish at all, he was even eager to try. Chapter 102. What do you mean, do you want to exchange or not? Dugubo still spoke calmly, without a trace of emotion. Exchange, definitely exchange. Not only the prescription, but also the forbidden poisons of my Pei clan and the record of immortal herbs can be handed over to your Majesty. Anything we have can be exchanged with you. If you still feel it is not enough, I will kowtow to you once, and if one is not enough, I will kowtow to you several more. Yang Wudi looked like he would kneel down and kowtow if it was not enough. Oh, I'm not interested in your head, go and fix it, I'll take it away when you're done, this flower is for you. Dugubo didn't want to say anything more to Yang Wudi. He felt that this man was sick and would be infected if he stayed with him for too long. So he threw the Yoxiang Chiluo fairy product to Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi carefully took the fragrant and beautiful fairy product, sniffed the fragrance of the flowers, his whole body was shaking, and tears came out of his eyes. Dugubo was speechless and shouted, hurry up and prepare something for me, you will have plenty of time to look at it when I get it. Ah. Oh, okay, I'll go get ready now, your Majesty, please wait a moment, I'll go find it right away. Yang Wudi ran out in a hurry and went straight to the prescription book, where he sorted the family's secret poisons, immortal herb records, and prescription rubbings into a storage soul guide ring. About an hour later, Yang Wudi handed the things he had sorted to Dugubo. Dugubo believed that this stupid guy would not lie, but he still took a look at it. Chief Yang, I heard that the leader of the Min clan, Baiha, seems to have a crystal blood dragon ginseng, do you think it would be possible to let Chief Bai give it up with reluctance? Xiao Yi said. This is one of the reasons why everyone came to the Posey clan. The crystal blood dragon ginseng is especially suitable for Duguyan, and it can definitely allow Duguyan's martial spirit to take a step further. Yang Wudi was originally going crazy holding the Yoxiang Chiluo fairy item, but he returned to normal after hearing Xiao Yi's words. The crystal blood dragon ginseng. Ever since Old White Bird got it, he has been treating it like a treasure. He wouldn't sell it even when the Min clan was starving. I asked him for it but he wouldn't give it to me. I'm not sure if he would exchange it with you guys. Yang Wudi said awkwardly. It's okay, Chief Yang can just call Chief Baihe over, we will give him a satisfactory price, Xiao Yi said. How about this, I will take you to the Min clan to obtain the spirit ring, Yang Wudi said. Then I'll have to trouble Chief Yang, Xiao Yi said. I was wondering why Patriarch Yang seemed to have broken through to the soul DOLOU level but hasn't obtained a soul ring yet. It turns out he has just broken through. Let's put it this way, after you go to the Min clan, you can go to a place with us, after you're done, I will help you get a soul ring. Dugu Bo said. Hey, Your Majesty Dugu, why are you saying this? It's my honor to be of use to me, Yang Wudi, it's being polite to say this. Yang Wudi was also a smart guy. He was just worried about finding someone to get the spirit ring, and then a titled DOLOU came to help him, and it was just a favor, so he agreed directly. During the conversation, Xiao Yi felt a familiar breath. The last time he saw that breath was 10 years ago. Grandpa, I'm going out for a while. After Xiao Yi sensed the familiar breath, he said something to Dugu Bo and left the conference room. After leaving the conference room, Xiao Yi headed directly in a familiar direction. After arriving at the place, Xiao Yi saw the person who was familiar with the fluctuations. Uncle Zhang. Xiao Yi called out to the man after seeing him. Who are you? The man heard Xiao Yi's voice, turned around and looked at Xiao Yi and asked puzzledly. I'm Xiao Yi, Uncle Zhang, long time no see, Xiao Yi said. That person was none other than Zhang Ping, who returned to the Pei clan after helping Xiao Yi obtain his second soul ring 10 years ago. Ah, it's Xiao Yi, you've grown so big after 10 years, Zhang Ping said with emotion. By the way, why are you here? Zhang Ping asked. Oh, it's my girlfriend's grandfather who came here to see Patriarch Yang about something, Xiao Yi explained. But Uncle Zhang, you really are from the Pei clan, you didn't tell me when I asked you before. What's the point of telling you? At that time, the Pei clan was in chaos because of the HIATUS sect. What use would a child like you be? I may not be able to protect you even if I bring you along. Uncle Zhang, what is your affiliation with the Pei clan? Well, Yang Wudi is my cousin, and my mother is her aunt. I have the same surname as my father, Zhang Ping said after thinking for a while. After not seeing you for 10 years, you should be able to become a soul king. I remember that you practice very quickly, Zhang Ping said to Xiao Yi. Well, I was lucky enough to encounter some opportunities along the way, and now I'm a soul sage, Xiao Yi said, touching his nose. When Zhang Ping heard this, he was surprised and said, Good boy, you caught up with me so quickly. You have a great chance, your soul power is higher than mine, Zhang Ping was embarrassed. Since he was only level 63 when he left 10 years ago, he is only level 78 now. He is only 45 now, so there is hope that he can be promoted before he turns 60. However, Zhang Ping didn't have any opinion on the fact that Xiao Yi had obtained the opportunity. When luck came, the opportunity would naturally come to him, and Zhang Ping didn't want to ask about it. Boy Yi, let's go to the Min clan. Just then Dugu Bo, the three women and Yang Wudi came out. Huh? Who is this? Oh, Grandpa, let me introduce him to you, I call him Uncle Zhang, he helped me obtain the first 2 spirit rings when I awakened my martial spirit, Xiao Yi explained. Huh, you actually know my cousin, he is good in every way except that he doesn't like to make medicine, Yang Wudi said. Hee, cousin, you are here now, I will just focus on the cultivation, Zhang Ping shuddered when he heard about refining medicine. It was nothing else but because when he was a child, his mother forced him to practice medicine and he got poisoned due to improper operation. It took a lot of effort to solve the problem afterwards. Since then, Zhang Ping has been traumatized. Well, since we know each other, why don't we go to the Min clan together? The 4 major families will have a gathering in a few days, what do you think, Your Majesty? It's okay, let's go together, Dugu Bo didn't care about it at all. After saying that, several people rushed towards the Min clan. 3 days later. The Min clan was not far from the Pe clan, about 3 days' journey away, and Xiao Yi and the others had already arrived at the gate of the Min clan. The Min clan was originally a subsidiary sect of the HIATUS sect and is one of the 4 major clans with a single attribute. Its clan leader is Baihe. And the clan members have a martial spirit with a single speed attribute, the sharp-tailed swift, and are good at reconnaissance work. After the HIATUS sect closed its doors, the Min clan left the HIATUS sect. Due to the lack of sufficient attack power, the lives of the clan members became difficult and they often needed assistance from the other 3 clans. However, they still had an advantage in reconnaissance with their superhuman speed. The Min clan has about 200 direct descendants, and about 500 family members. The Min clan is arrogant and good at speed, but lacks strong enough attack power, especially the clan leader Bai He. Old White Bird, guests are coming, Yang Wudi shouted at the door of the Min clan. After a while, a figure came out from the Min clan. Old Goat, what brings you here? Who are these people? The person who came was Bai He, the patriarch of the Min clan. Bai He was tall and thin, but he looked very well proportioned. His long hair was scattered behind him, but it was already snow white. If it weren't for his rosy face like a baby, one would have thought he was just an ordinary old man. Bai He is a proud person, and he has always believed that his martial spirit, the spine-tailed swift, is extremely noble, so after leaving the Haotian sect, he has never been willing to join any sect. This is His Majesty Poison Douluo, the other children are Poison Douluo's descendants, they came here this time to discuss something with you, Yang Wudi introduced. When Bai He heard Yang Wudi introduce a title Douluo, his heart skipped a beat. Bai He didn't have any special abilities, he was just a little faster. How could he help a title Douluo? Your Majesty Dugu, what is it that you need my help with? Bai He asked puzzledly. It's not convenient to talk here, let's go inside and talk, Dugu Bo said. Inconvenient? Could it be that I, Bai He, have something particularly valuable? Could it be the crystal blood dragon ginseng? No one knows about this except the old goat, could it be that the old goat told me? However, Bai He did not say it and still invited Dugu Bo into the reception room. May I ask what your Majesty wants to talk to me about? After entering the reception room, Bai He expressed his inner doubts. I heard that Chief Baiha has a medicinal herb called crystal blood dragon ginseng, I wonder how Chief Baiha can bear to give it up, Dugu Bo said straight to the point. Sure enough, he came here for the crystal blood dragon ginseng, Bai He thought to himself. Your Majesty, don't know that the crystal blood dragon ginseng is the treasure of our Min clan, it cannot be measured by money, Bai He said with a stiff face. Chief Bai, you can't say that. I came here to negotiate with you, and I will naturally give you a satisfactory price. Think about it, if I act directly, not only can I get the crystal blood dragon ginseng without offering any chips. But no one will dare to say anything to me, right? Dugu Bo said lightly. Bai He is arrogant, but he is not a fool. As a titled Douluo, Dugu Bo naturally has this ability. Their Min clan has no attack power. If Dugu Bo really wants to take action, the entire family will be destroyed in an instant. Moreover, Dugu Bo did not take action but spoke to him in a friendly manner, which must have been a sincere move on his part. He naturally did not want to lose face. What's more, the economic situation of the Min clan doesn't seem to be very good, Chief Bai, you don't want your clan members to have no money to eat, right? Dugu Bo said. Bai He thought about it, yes. Because of his order not allowing the clan members to go to the spirit hall to collect subsidies, the entire family was in financial difficulty and could only rely on the other 3 families for support, and now they can't even make ends meet. Moreover, that crystal blood dragon ginseng was obtained by him in his early years. It has been regarded as the treasure of the clan for so long that he never thought of selling it no matter how difficult it was. However, looking at the situation of his clan members and then thinking about the crystal blood dragon ginseng. One is the treasure of the clan, and the other is his own clan member. When faced with a choice between the two, he finally chose his clan member. In his opinion, although the crystal blood dragon ginseng is more precious, he still feels that his people are more important than their living problems. So Bai He thought about it and said, then your Majesty, how much do you think is appropriate? Chief Bai, the price is for you to set, not for me, if I set the price at 10,000 gold soul coins, will you sell it to me? Dugu Bo said. This, of course not, Bai He said. Are you kidding? How could the clan treasure be sold for only 10,000 gold soul coins? Dugu Bo was giving him a chance to think about it himself. After all, the thing was his, but he couldn't ask for an exorbitant price. Then your Majesty, how about 8 million gold soul coins? Bai He said after thinking for a while. After comprehensive consideration, Bai He offered a price of 8 million. Although he didn't know how to use the crystal blood dragon ginseng, the old goat said it was a magical herb that could change a soul master's talent. In Bai He's opinion, this thing was stronger than soul bones. As for why he didn't bid a higher price, it was of course because the favor of a titled Douluo was more useful than gold soul coins. 8 million gold soul coins are a bit too little, how about this, I will give you 10 million gold soul coins, and I promise to help you do something in the future. Dugu Bo took out a gold card from the soul guide. Dugu Bo knew that the value of the crystal blood dragon ginseng was more than that, and he also saw that Bai He needed money. However, Bai He only offered a price of 8 million, which was a great bargain for Dugu Bo, and this also made Dugu Bo take advantage of the situation. That's enough, your Majesty, this is the crystal blood dragon ginseng. Bai He took out a jade box from the soul guide with Jean Ka. Douluo took the jade box and opened it to take a look. Inside, a blood-red ginseng was lying in sight. It was the kind of crystal-clear blood-red, with a layer of obvious bulges on the surface, connected together to form a special pattern. This pattern was like a five-clawed dragon flying above the 9 heavens. After taking a look, Douluo handed the crystal blood dragon ginseng to Douluo. Chief Baihe, is there a quiet place? My granddaughter wants to refine this herb. When Baihe saw that Douluo just took a look and threw it to his granddaughter without hesitation, he understood that the herb was bought for his granddaughter, otherwise Douluo would not be so polite. Yes, come here. Baihe quickly took Douluo and Douluo to a quieter room. Your Majesty, this is where my granddaughter usually practices. If you don't mind, you can let your granddaughter refine here, Baihe said. It's okay, I don't mind these. Douluo spoke first before Douluo could speak. She didn't have any requirements for the training environment, just quietness was enough. Besides, it was just refining herbs, so it would be quick. Then I won't bother you anymore. After hearing Douluo's decision without hesitation, Baihe proposed to leave. Yen, absorb it, Grandpa will help you protect it. After refining it, let's go help the girl from the Zhu family resolve her engagement, and then go get the spirit ring, Douluo said. Got it, Douluo said and then sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the crystal blood dragon ginseng. After taking it, Douluo's martial spirit directly possessed his body, and then the four-clawed dragon began to slowly change under the effect of the crystal blood dragon ginseng. Chapter 103. As time passed, Douluo's martial spirit became a deer-like horn, a camel-like head, rabbit-like eyes, a snake-like neck, a clam-like belly, fish-like scales, an eagle-like claws, a tiger-like paws, and a cow-like ear. The number of claws of Douluo's martial spirit increased from 4 to 5. While Douluo was refining the herbs, Xiao Yi, Yang Wudi and others were talking. If I remember correctly, this little girl in black should be a girl from the Zhu family, Yang Wudi said to Zhu Zhuqing. When Yang Wudi saw Zhu Zhuqing after he broke through the clan, he felt that she was familiar, as if he had seen her before somewhere. Because the Posey clan was established in Xingluo, they often dealt with the Xingluo royal family. Yes, she is the third child of the Zhu family, and her name is Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Yi replied. Oh, it turns out to be the third lady of the Duke's mansion. I remember her name was Zhuqing. How come she is with you? Yang Wudi asked puzzledly. It's a long story, we met her in the Xingdo Great Forest a month ago. Patriarch Yang is also clear about what the Xingluo royal family is like. At that time, she came to find her fiancé and was chased by her sister. I rescued her. After that, she went to see her fiancé and left with us. Xiao Yi said. Her fiancé seems to be the third Prince Dai Mubai. I heard a few years ago that the guy abandoned his fiancée and ran away. The entire Xingluo royal family regarded him as a coward, Yang Wudi said. It's like this, Zhu Qing was hunted by her sister because she went to look for her fiancé. Maybe her sister also looked down on Dai Mubai. This time I took her to Xingluo city to cancel the engagement, Xiao Yi explained. Zhu Zhuqing did not interrupt, but listened quietly. In her heart, she had no feelings towards Dai Mubai, but was extremely disgusted with him, not to mention that she had no feelings for someone she had only met a few times. He had no backbone, no responsibility, and liked to flirt with women. Unlike Xiao Yi, who had talent, responsibility, and the courage to admit what he had done, in her opinion, she already belonged completely to Xiao Yi. Ouch! While everyone was chatting, a roar came from not far away. It seems that the wild goose has been refined, Xiao Yi thought to himself. After a while, Douluo came out with Douluo. How is Yanzi? Xiao Yi asked. Well, after absorbing the crystal blood dragon ginseng, it has reached level 70, the exact level will only be known after absorbing the spirit ring, Douluo said after hearing Xiao Yi's question. Also, my original dragon has evolved into a 5-clawed one. Although Xiao Yi really wanted to see what a 5-clawed golden dragon looked like, it was not very convenient here. Now that things have been done here, let's go to Xingluo city to settle Zhuqing's engagement, Xiao Yi said. Let's resolve it as soon as possible. After we resolve the marriage contract, there are still several people here waiting to hunt for their soul rings, Douluo said. Currently, Yang Wudi, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo all need soul rings. The sooner this happens, the better. Besides, although reaching a bottleneck does not affect cultivation, the soul power required for each level is different, and accumulating it for a long time will damage the meridians. Old White Bird, I'm leaving first. Don't forget the gathering of the 4 major families in a while. Yang Wudi said goodbye to Baihe. Got it, old goat, Baihe replied after hearing Yang Wudi's farewell. After saying goodbye, everyone set off again for Xingluo city. Star Luo City. This is the capital of the Xingluo Empire. Its status is the same as that of Tiando City in the Tiando Empire. Both are the centers of power in a country. The Xinglua Empire is different from the Tiando Empire. It advocates the use of force. The strength of the spirit masters far exceeds that of the Tiando Empire. Even the civilians know a little bit of fighting. The Xinglua Empire and the Tiando Empire have been fighting for many years. The national strength and military strength of the Xinglua Empire far exceed that of the Tiando Empire. If it weren't for the existence of the Wuhuan Hall, the Tiando Empire would have been wiped out by the Xinglua Empire long ago. Moreover, in the Xinglua royal family, inheritance to the throne requires a special way. All princes must fight each other with their own abilities before the age of 25, and only the final winner can inherit the throne. Although this way of competition is bloody, all emperors who grow up in this way are outstanding. Grandpa, should we go directly to the palace? Xiao Yi asked while looking at Xinglua City in front of him. Let's go directly to the palace to avoid all the trouble, Douluo said. Because it was morning, after entering Xinglua City, the streets were crowded with people, some walking alone and some walking in groups. However, because Zhu Zhuqing was among the group, the entire team looked very eye-catching. Hey, look, isn't that Miss Zhuqing? Yes, didn't I hear that Miss Zhuqing had left? How come she is back again, and with so many people? Who knows? That's their business, we ordinary people shouldn't care too much about it, we should be careful not to get into trouble. People on the street were very curious about the number of people around Zhu Zhuqing. They had heard that the third young lady of the Duke of Netherworld had escaped before, but it had not been long since she came back with so many people. Everyone didn't care. After all, they came here to cancel the engagement and it had nothing to do with these people. Soon everyone arrived at the Xinglua Palace. The construction of the Xinglua Palace is similar to that of the Tiando Palace and is equally luxurious. The only difference is that it gives people a feeling of cold and murderous aura. Moreover, the guards of Xinglua Palace are stronger than those of Tiando Palace, and both have soul power fluctuations. Who are you? Just as Xiao Yi and others arrived at the gate of the palace, the guard at the gate began to ask. I am Yang Wudi from the Pozi clan, I came to the palace this time to discuss something with Emperor Xinglua, Yang Wudi said in a muffled voice. As the patriarch of the Puyi clan and a person with superb alchemy skills, Yang Wudi often deals with the Xinglua emperor. But he despises the rules and regulations of the Xinglua Empire from the bottom of his heart. It is obvious that most of the princes who competed in the duel had similar innate soul power, around level 7 or 8, but they were ruined by those perverted rules. But even though he looked down on it, that was their tradition that had been passed down for thousands of years and he had no right to interfere. He didn't care who the Xinglua emperor was, as long as his medicine could be sold. It's Patriarch Yang, please wait a moment, I will go and inform His Majesty, one of the guards said. The guard then entered the palace to inform Emperor Xinglua. Strange, didn't they say that the third young lady of the Zhu family left Xinglua? Why is she back again, and with the patriarch of the Pozi clan? Inside the Xinglua palace, Dai Tianfeng, the current emperor of the Xinglua Empire, the father of the green-haired tiger, and a contra-level warrior. At this time, Dai Tianfeng was lecturing Davis. Weiss, ever since Mu Bai left Xing Luo, I have been training you to be the next Xing Luo emperor, please don't let your father down. Don't worry, father, I will definitely not let you down. Just as Emperor Xinglua was about to say something, he was stopped by a voice coming from outside. Your Majesty, Yang Wudi from the Pozi clan is here to visit. Chapter 104. Dai Tianfeng was confused. A few years ago, when the Haotian sect abandoned the 4 single attribute sects, he tried to win over the Puyi clan, but Yang Wudi refused to agree. Moreover, the Puyi clan's strong combat effectiveness forced him to give up and cooperate with the Puyi clan. After a while, Dai Tianfeng sorted out his thoughts and said to the outside, let him in. Yes, Your Majesty, the guard outside the door stood up and returned to the door after hearing the answer from Emperor Xinglua. Everyone, His Majesty lets you in, the guard said to everyone after returning to the door. Let's go, we can talk inside if we have anything to say, Douluo said. Then everyone bypassed the guards and entered the palace, and at this time the guard who had gone to inform the emperor also saw Zhu Zhuqing. The third young lady of the Zhu family. This time there will be something exciting to watch. It can be said that everyone knows that Zhu Zhuqing left the Xinglua Empire, but she came back not long after she left. And this time she came back with so many people. Although no one knows what she came back for specifically, it is definitely not a good thing. Moreover, in the view of the guards, although Douluo looked young and had no soul power leakage, they could use their brains to understand that Yang Wudi's willingness to follow behind Douluo proved that Douluo was stronger than Yang Wudi. As for why I wanted to watch it for fun, it was just a joke. I only make a few pennies a month, why would I risk my life? Naturally, no one knew what the guard was thinking, as everyone had already entered the palace. After entering the palace and walking for a while, we arrived at the office of Emperor Xingluo. Hehe, how come Chief Yang has time to visit my palace without even informing me in advance? Dai Tianfeng said. This senior came here to discuss something with you, and I am just here to help. Yang Wudi introduced Dugu to Xingluo Emperor. Who is this senior? Xingluo Emperor asked puzzledly. My name is Dugu, perhaps you don't know me, but I have another name, Poison Douluo, Dugu said. It turns out to be His Majesty Poison Douluo, please take a seat, Xingluo Emperor said. Someone come. Pour tea for the guests. Afterwards, Dai Tianfeng looked at the visitors and found that most of them were juniors. At the end, he discovered that Zhu Zhuqing was among them. Dai Tianfeng's mind moved slightly. Could it be that Dugu coming here was related to Zhu Zhuqing? I saw that among the youngsters brought by His Majesty Dugu, there is the third lady of the Duke of Netherworld, may I ask if His Majesty is related to her? Dai Tianfeng asked. It seems that this emperor has some brains, I thought his brain was all muscles. Yes, the reason I came here this time is related to Zhuqing, Your Majesty, please guess what it is about, Dugu said. Your Majesty, I am stupid and don't know what Zhuqing wants you to solve personally, Dai Tianfeng said. Dai Tianfeng already had some ideas in his mind at this time. They had only a marriage relationship with the Zhu family. But a mere marriage didn't require the dispatch of a titled Douluo. This girl had only been gone for a short time and already had a titled Douluo backing her up, and he was the weakest titled Douluo at that. But a titled Douluo is a titled Douluo after all, and he still has to maintain his reputation even if he is only level 91. But he couldn't imagine that Dugu was now level 97, and he thought Dugu was a titled Douluo at level 91. Of course it's about the little girl's engagement, I like this girl, and I've also seen her fiancé, what future can she achieve if she doesn't practice well at such a young age and spends her days flirting with women? Dugu said. What's more, as far as I know, her fiancé seems to be your third son, a fiancé abandons his fiancée to go somewhere else to pursue other women, and he's the third prince, wouldn't it be a joke if it were made public? Dugu said indifferently. You old boy, Dai Mubai is my son after all, how can I let you discipline him for me? Dai Tianfeng thought to himself. Dai Tianfeng is very confident. In his opinion, Dugu is still a titled Douluo at level 91. He and his queen have a soul fusion skill. He is not afraid of Dugu, but he still has to give Dugu some face. Isn't Yang Wudi next to him? Your Majesty, it's not that I don't want to resolve the engagement. But this is a rule that has been passed down in Xingluo for thousands of years. Even if I agree, the worship hall and the elders hall of our Xingluo Empire will not agree. Dai Tianfeng said after thinking for a while. When Dugu heard what Dai Tianfeng said, he knew that Dai Tianfeng was practicing Tai Chi. Although Dai Tianfeng was the emperor, he still had the council of elders and the hall of worship above him. What he meant was that my words did not count and he had to ask those above him. Humph. Suddenly, a muffled groan was heard. Dai Tianfeng and Dugu looked back and saw that it was Davis who made the muffled groan, and when they turned back, they saw a trace of blood at the corner of Davis's mouth. Senior, what do you mean by this junior? Dai Tianfeng asked. Then I have to ask you, my good son, why did you have to covet my woman instead of doing something else? This is to teach him a lesson, Xiao Yi spoke first. It turned out that when everyone came in, Davis saw Dugu Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing. At first, Xiao Yi thought that Davis was just wondering why Zhu Zhuqing followed them. But after sitting down, Davis's eyes began to scan the key parts of Dugu and Yi Lingling with obscene eyes, which made Xiao Yi a little angry. Damn, you dare to look at my woman like that, are you tired of living? So Xiao Yi used his mental power and sword intent to teach Davis a lesson. My friend, it was wrong for Weiss to covet your woman, but isn't it a bit too much to use such a heavy hand? Dai Tianfeng said with his eyes slightly narrowed. When Xiao Yi heard this, he burst out laughing. It seemed that since he was your son, you, the eldest prince of the Xingluo Empire, could look at other women at will. What a great Xingluo Empire. This incident taught him a lesson, there are always people better than you, and not everyone is someone he can afford to offend, Xiao Yi said calmly. Xiao Yi had two plans for coming here this time, one was to cancel the engagement in peace, the other was to cancel the engagement directly by fighting. Anyway, he was now taking the Shura God test. So he would just not eat beef. What's more, Xiao Yi was invincible unless a super Douluo appeared on the continent, and after he became a soul Douluo, he would be the #1 person below level 99. Hey, Emperor Xingluo, calm down, after all, your son is eyeing my granddaughter, I haven't said anything yet, let's talk about whether the engagement with Zhu Qin can be cancelled, Douluo said lightly. Chapter 105. Dai Tianfeng almost said it clearly. No matter whether my son abandons her or not, as the daughter of the Zhu family, she must marry him. If she casually dismissed him as the emperor of Xinglua, she would be laughed at by outsiders. Douluo naturally understood the hidden meaning of Dai Tianfeng's words and knew that there was no other way out except fighting. Are you sure you can't solve it? Douluo asked with a hint of pressure. Damn, isn't he just a titled Douluo? And the weakest one at that, what's so great about him? Your Majesty, as the saying goes, you should leave a way out when doing things so that you can meet again in the future, please don't make things so awkward, Dai Tianfeng said. Although Dai Tianfeng said nice things, he had secretly sent someone to call the queen. Since your explanation doesn't make sense, I won't show any mercy, you have to break off this engagement today whether you want to or not, Douluo noticed Dai Tianfeng's little action and spoke up. Your Majesty, aren't you being too aggressive? Dai Tianfeng sensed that Douluo was about to take action and said with a little anger. But he cannot fight now, at least not before the queen comes. After all, with his strength and without the martial soul fusion technique, he cannot beat Douluo. I do whatever I want, do I need you to lecture me? Douluo said. Then let's see who's the real deal, Dai Tianfeng felt the throbbing of his martial soul and knew that the queen was approaching quickly, so he spoke. Did you call anyone? Douluo thought to himself as he felt the fluctuation of soul power. This soul power is similar to that of Zhu Qin, both are dark attributes, she should be the current queen. Soon, a large group of people came into the palace, led by a woman who also had a hot body, but with a mature charm that made her look still graceful. Behind the queen were several old men who looked older than Douluo before he was detoxified, and their soul power fluctuations were around level 92 or 93. TSK, is Emperor Xinglua going to fight me? Douluo said as he looked at the person who came. Alas, I had no intention of taking action, but your Majesty insisted on forcing me to this point, since reason doesn't make sense, I also know a little bit of martial arts, so please give me some advice, your Majesty, Dai Tianfeng said. Grandpa, I will deal with the Emperor and the Queen, and you and Patriarch Yang will take care of those old things, Xiao Yi said in a voice transmission. They have the skill of soul fusion, are you sure you are okay? Douluo said in a voice transmission. Don't worry, I can beat him even if the Super Douluo doesn't appear, Xiao Yi said in a voice transmission. Okay, then I'll leave the Emperor to you, Douluo said after hearing Xiao Yi's reply. Yanzi, when the fight starts, you fight that lecher, you can beat him even if he has fusion skills with Zhu Qing's sister, but be gentle with Zhu Qing's sister, Xiao Yi sent a message to Douluo. Tisk, Grandpa doesn't even need to do anything to fight you, I can do it, Xiao Yi said after he arranged for Douluo. You are such an ignorant young man, do you really think that I won't dare to kill you just because Douluo is backing you up? Dai Tianfeng blushed. Dai Tianfeng felt that he was looked down upon. Who was he? He was the emperor of the Xinglua Empire, a master of Contra, yet he was looked down upon by a young boy. Moreover, this young boy did not have any aura all over his body, giving people the feeling that he was just an ordinary person. But as a descendant of a titled Douluo, how could he not have cultivation? In Dai Tianfeng's opinion, Xiao Yi must have some treasure on him. Thinking of this, a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. Even if I don't have my grandfather's support, what can you do to me? Xiao Yi said. Xiao Yi also saw the greed in the eyes of the Xinglua emperor. He guessed that the Xinglua emperor saw that there was no aura leaking from him and thought that he had a treasure. Oh, today I will return your words to you and let you know what it means that there are always people who are better than you, Dai Tianfeng said. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so, Xiao Yi said. Boy, you will pay the price for your arrogance today. White Tiger, possessed. Dai Tianfeng directly activated his martial spirit possession, and 8 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 4 black, rose up around him. I thought he was so powerful, but he's just a contra, Xiao Yi said with a curled lip. Xiao Yi then released his martial soul, and 7 real soul rings, 3 purple, 3 black and 1 red, appeared on his body. Fake. Fake. You must have used something to disguise it. In Dai Tianfeng's opinion, it is impossible to have such a spirit ring configuration, it must be a disguise. You come and try to see if it's true or not, after saying that, Xiao Yi attacked directly. 5th soul skill, Flame Dividing Wave Devouring Ruler. Xiao Yi started with a Flame Dividing Wave Devouring Ruler, and a crescent-shaped flame shot towards Xingluo Emperor. As for our Emperor, when he sensed the danger, he directly used White Tiger Vajra Transformation, White Tiger Protective Shield, and White Tiger Demon Transformation to resist. However, he did block it, but Xiao Yi got close to Xing Luo Emperor when he was blocking it, and took advantage of the fact that Xing Luo Emperor didn't react to attack him directly at close range. Bang! Bang! It happened so fast that the queen didn't react at first, and only reacted now. Seeing that the Xingluo Emperor had no power to fight back, the queen directly activated her martial soul and turned into a netherworld cat, instantly rushing to the side of the Xingluo Emperor. When they arrived beside the Star Luo Emperor, the white tiger spirit of the Star Luo Emperor emitted a dazzling light, while the queen's nether spirit cat spirit turned into wisps of black smoke. The two intertwined and entangled in the air, forming a strange and mysterious scene. As the degree of fusion continued to increase, these lights and smoke would gradually condense into a huge white tiger. This white tiger exudes a powerful aura that makes people's hearts flutter. Its body is huge, agile, and powerful. Like a mythical beast that walked out of the depths of the underworld, covered with gleaming black and white hair, mysterious and majestic. The white tiger's head had a pair of blood-red eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, flashing with a cold and resolute light that made people dare not look directly at it. The dark aura emanating from its body made the surrounding air freeze, as if even time had stopped at this moment. What's even more terrifying is that the nether white tiger not only inherited the bravery and strength of the white tiger, but also integrated the agility and cunningness of the nether civet cat. This makes it as unstoppable as a tiger descending from the mountain, and as accurate and deadly as a civet cat catching mice. The enemy is often torn into pieces by the sharp claws of the nether white tiger before they can react. Is this the netherworld white tiger of the Xing Luo Empire? It looks majestic, but I don't know how strong it is. At this point, Xiao Yi directly activated his martial soul's true form, increasing all attributes by 300. Then he used a 6-combination fire to directly disintegrate the netherworld white tiger. Tisk, that's it, I thought the nether white tiger was so cruel, it turns out to be a useless guy who only looks good, Xiao Yi sneered as he looked at the emperor and queen lying on the ground. As for what those old guys were doing, of course they were killed instantly by Douluo. As for Davis, he was knocked unconscious by Zhu Zhuqing who flashed behind him, while Zhu Zhuyun was captured by Douluo. After the battle, the entire palace was in ruins, and even a large piece of the roof fell off. Now we can talk about solving the issue of the engagement, Xiao Yi said. Chapter 106. I am not as skilled as you, so give me the engagement, Xing Luo Emperor said. Then Xiao Yi looked at Zhu Zhuqing and signaled her to take out the engagement contract. When Zhu Zhuqing saw Xiao Yi's eyes, she took out the marriage contract from her soul guide and handed it to Xingluo Emperor. Emperor Xingluo took the marriage contract, wrote a few words on it, and then returned it to Zhu Zhuqing. The engagement has been cancelled, now you have nothing to do with Mu Bai, said Emperor Xingluo. Zhu Zhuqing didn't say anything, just pursed her lips and looked at Xiao Yi. Hehe, the engagement has been cancelled, wouldn't it have been better to do it earlier? Why did you have to take action, right, Your Majesty? When Emperor Xingluo heard what Xiao Yi said, he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Why was he so stubborn? Not only was his engagement broken off, he was also beaten, and even his priests were killed in seconds by Douluo. This is my sister's ideal husband, it was indeed the right decision to hand Zhu Qing over to him, Zhu Zhuyun thought with envy. Zhu Zhuyun is different from Zhu Zhuqing. She desires power, and the purpose of Zhu Zhuyun's desire for power is to prevent her people and descendants from killing each other. She had been suppressing Zhu Zhuqing because of the rules. She felt very painful when she suppressed Zhu Zhuqing, but she had to do it. Zhu Zhuqing wanted freedom. To her, the Xingluo Empire was more like a bondage without any emotion. After settling the engagement, everyone left the palace. Because the noise just now was too loud, the army surrounded the gate of the palace. However, after Douluo showed his soul ring, the people around him made way. Now that we've finished our work here, let's go to the Star Do Great Forest. Patriarch Yang, Zhuqing, and Yanzi still need to obtain spirit rings, Xiao Yi said after walking out of the crowd. Well, Zhuqing girl has been at a bottleneck for a long time, it's time to get a spirit ring, Douluo said. After leaving Xingluo City, everyone rushed towards the Xingdo Forest. 10 days later, Xiao Yi and his group came to the Star Do Great Forest. Xiao Yi found that he seemed to be coming to the Star Do Great Forest too frequently recently. He had been to the Star Do Great Forest 3 or 4 times in the past 2 months. Because Zhu Zhuqing has the lowest level of spiritual power among the group, Xiao Yi plans to act separately. Uncle Zhang, you take Zhuqing and Lingling to find a dark attribute soul beast of about 2,000 years old in the mixed circle. Yanzi, Patriarch Yang, and Grandpa and I will go to the inner circle to see if there is any suitable for them. Xiao Yi said. Okay, I get it, I will protect your girlfriend, Zhang Ping promised after hearing Xiao Yi's words. When Zhu Zhuqing heard Zhang Ping's words, her pretty face turned red and she started to yell. After getting Zhang Ping's affirmation, Xiao Yi and others directly entered the inner circle. 3 days later. At this time, Dugu Yan was absorbing the soul ring, and in front of her was a 78,000-year-old thunder dragon. This soul beast took the initiative to attack them when they entered the inner circle. At first, everyone planned to wait for 2 days before trying to find it. But unexpectedly, one came to the door on its own initiative. Dugu Bo directly attacked and killed it in a second. At this time, Duguyan had already absorbed the spirit ring for 2 days. Because the blood of this thunder dragon was of high level and old, it was difficult to absorb in addition. This spirit beast also exploded a piece of left leg bone, which was very suitable for Duguyan. So when it exploded, Duguyan absorbed it. At this time, Xiao Yi was looking at Duguyan's martial spirit in amazement. Is this the 5-clawed golden dragon? I could only hear about it in myths and legends in my previous life, but I didn't expect to see the real thing now. What are you mumbling about? Dugu Bo looked at Xiao Yi mumbling something on the side and asked in confusion. Ah, Grandpa is fine, it's just that Yan Zi's martial spirit is much stronger than the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, Xiao Yi said. After listening to Xiao Yi's words, Dugu Bo carefully observed Dugu Yan's martial soul. Horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a snake, belly like a clam, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, paws like a tiger, ears like a cow. I always feel that Yan Yan is the real dragon, compared with the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex or those soul beasts, she is just like a giant lizard with wings, Dugu Bo said. Well, actually, Grandpa, your Shangliu and Yanzi's 5-clawed golden dragon are almost on the same level. Equivalent to the god-level martial spirit like the 6-winged angel. Although the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is a real dragon, it is still not as orthodox as you two. Xiao Yi said. Is Yan Yan almost done absorbing? After a while, Dugu Yan woke up from absorbing the soul ring. Yan Yan, how is it? Did you gain anything? Well, my soul power has reached level 75. The effect of the martial soul's true body is to enhance all attributes by 300. Reduce the consumption of the first 6 soul skills by 60, and the soul bone skill can control the speed or attack of thunder, and can also change the shape of lightning. Now I can transform my limbs into a dragon. Dugu Yan said after feeling his own gains. Hiss, it's almost catching up with me, no, I have to go back and condense my soul core as soon as possible, Xiao Yi thought to himself. The medicinal effect of the crystal blood dragon ginseng is more about complementing Dugu Yan's martial soul level and strengthening her body, while the remaining effect is about improving her soul power. Speaking of Xiao Yi's soul core, he had previously planned to condense it at level 89. But after this time, he found that his soul power had reached the level of a high-level soul Douluo, and his mental power had long reached that of a titled Douluo. He planned to go into seclusion after returning this time, and then come out to play when he reached level 80. Okay, now that Yan Yan has obtained the soul ring, it's time to help Patriarch Yang. Does Patriarch Yang need any soul beast? Dugu Bo said calmly. Well, I need a soul beast with strong attack and penetration power, let's look for it, Yang Wudi said after thinking for a while. The scene turns to Zhu Zhuqing, who is now choosing a soul beast with Zhang Ping. Soul beasts suitable for Zhu Zhuqing include ghost leopards, ghost tigers, netherworld spirit cats, shadow elves, and other dark attribute soul beasts. Zhang Ping also found many suitable ones for her over the years, but Zhu Zhuqing did not absorb any of them. As for why she didn't absorb it, it was of course because she saw that Xiao Yi and Dugu Yan's spirit rings were absorbed beyond their levels. And Zhu Zhuqing also wanted to catch up with them. Even if she didn't surpass them by much, it was still an improvement. After searching for several days without finding anything, when the three were about to go deeper, a 3,000-year-old ghost tiger appeared. Ow! Senior, help me defeat this soul beast, I want to absorb its soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing decided to absorb the soul ring the moment he saw the ghost tiger. Because Zhu Zhuqing had eaten the netherworld Bianhua, her ability to withstand stress was greatly enhanced. In addition, her martial soul level was now stronger than the ghost tiger's bloodline, so she could suppress the power in the ghost tiger's soul ring. Chapter 107. After hearing what Zhu Zhuqing said, Zhang Ping did not hesitate. He could also see that Zhu Zhuqing's physical fitness was comparable to that of the soul sect. So Zhang Ping directly activated his martial spirit and severely injured the ghost tiger. He then threw the ghost tiger in front of Zhu Zhuqing and let Zhu Zhuqing deal with it herself. Boom! Zhu Zhuqing looked at the seriously injured ghost tiger without any emotion and sent the ghost tiger to death. After the ghost tiger died, a lavender soul ring slowly rose from its body. Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged on the ground and began to refine the soul ring. The soul ring entered the body, and the huge soul power impacted Zhu Zhuqing's meridians. Due to taking the netherworld Bianhua, Zhu Zhuqing's physical fitness and meridian strength were greatly improved, so Zhu Zhuqing did not feel particularly much pain. Zhu Zhuqing even felt that the age of this soul ring was a little low. However, since I have already absorbed it, I don't care whether it is low or not. Anyway, the lifespan of the third soul ring is generally around 1,700 years, so it's fine if this soul ring exceeds the limit for more than 1,000 years. As time passed, it was the next day in a blink of an eye. The next morning, Zhu Zhuqing woke up from refining her soul ring. First of all, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power directly reached level 36. The medicinal effect of the netherworld blossom plus the soul power accumulated during this period and the absorption of soul rings increased it. Since part of the medicinal effect of the netherworld blossom was used to enhance the foundation, the remaining medicinal effect was converted into soul power. The original soul power was level 27. The converted soul power increased by 6 levels, the cross-level absorption increased by 2 levels, and the accumulated soul power increased by 1 level, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to increase by a full 9 levels. Zhu Zhuqing's third soul skill is Dark Night Assault, where Zhu Zhuqing sneaks in the dark and launches a quick and deadly assault on a single target, with the stealth effect enhanced during the attack. It causes high single target damage and has a certain chance of triggering a critical hit. Zhang Ping saw that Zhu Zhuqing's soul power increased so much after absorbing the soul ring, and he understood that Xiao Yi was giving Zhu Zhuqing special treatment, but he didn't ask more questions. Now that you have absorbed the soul rings, let's go to the soul hunting town and wait, it will probably take a few days for them to come out. The inner circle is not the place you should go. Since Xiao Yi has handed you over to me, I will definitely ensure your safety. It's too dangerous for you two girls with such low levels of cultivation to stay here, Zhang Ping said. The two girls were self-aware and knew that Xiao Yi arranged them to Zhang Ping for their own safety. Besides, they had no interest in staying in the Xingdou Great Forest. The scene returns to Xiao Yi. Ever since Dugu Yan absorbed the soul ring yesterday, the four of them have been looking for a soul ring suitable for Yang Wudi. Soul Douluo's soul rings are generally 70,000 to 80,000 years old. Although the Star Do Great Forest has a wide variety of souls, it is a bit difficult to find a suitable soul ring for Yang Wudi in a short time. However, they found a canyon ahead and they planned to try their luck inside the canyon. After a while, everyone entered the canyon. There is no forest within a radius of 10 miles inside the canyon, only steep slopes composed of rows of rocks. Grandpa, did we take the wrong path? It feels very quiet here. It's not that Xiao Yi was afraid, but it was too quiet here. It didn't look like there were any soul beasts living here. However, just as Xiao Yi finished his words, a golden tiger appeared from nowhere. It was 10 meters long, 6 meters tall at the shoulder, with hair standing up like steel needles and thick limbs with distinct muscles. Ow! In a flash, the tiger appeared in front of everyone. An 80,000-year-old King Kong tiger, or perhaps a mutant of the King Kong tiger, what do you think, Yang Wudi? Your Majesty, this soul beast is quite suitable for me, so let's take this one. Yang Wudi took a look at the King Kong tiger and said. Strange, why didn't I see it when I came in just now? Did it go out to find food? Why bother with so many things? Just kill it and let Yang Wudi absorb it. I need to go back early to practice the poison in the book that Yang Wudi gave me. Thinking of this, Dugubo directly activated his martial soul body and released his 8th soul skill to freeze the soul beast in place for Yang Wudi to kill it. Yang Wudi, hurry up, I have him immobilized, just kill him. After immobilizing him, Dugubo shouted at Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi felt nothing in his heart, because Dugubo had displayed his soul ring during the trip to the palace. And his soul power was strong, not at all like the legend that it was only level 91. It might be that Dugubo had gained something by chance, but it had nothing to do with him. Then Yang Wudi stepped forward and released his martial spirit, which pierced directly into the King Kong tiger's eyes and brain. Then a dark soul ring slowly rose on the King Kong tiger's body. Yang Wudi sat cross-legged on the ground and began to refine the soul ring. The soul ring entered the body, and a ferocious golden tiger appeared in Yang Wudi's spiritual world. Roar! This is the resentment of King Kong tiger. He was immobilized by Dugubo's 8th soul skill and was then killed by Yang Wudi, causing his spiritual body to become extremely solid. But who is Yang Wudi? He is the patriarch of the Posey clan. No matter who the enemy is, he cannot affect his will. As a result, he bursts out with unparalleled momentum and uses the irresistible Pa. The resentment of a dead beast could not do anything to him. Then the man and the beast began to fight in the sea of spirit. The King Kong tiger pounced and bit, but Yang Wudi dodged them one by one. Every attack of Yang Wudi's soul-breaking spear technique hit King Kong Tiger's spirit body, causing King Kong Tiger's spirit body to dim a little every time it was damaged. Soon King Kong Tiger's spirit body was completely annihilated, while Yang Wudi's spirit body became more stable. Outside world. While Yang Wudi was absorbing the soul ring, Xiao Yi began to search the corpse. He believed that the 80,000-year-old King Kong Tiger would definitely produce a soul bone. And sure enough, a left leg bone exploded from the left hind leg of the King Kong Tiger. TSK, it's true that soul bones are more likely to drop when the bloodline is high level and long. I don't know who spread the news that killing soul beasts can increase the drop rate of soul bones, Xiao Yi sighed. Who else could it be? Of course it was those shameless people in the Haotian sect who released the news. I wonder how many people heard the news and came to hunt soul beasts in large numbers to get their soul bones. Let me do the math: bullying the weak, being shameless, and being arrogant. Wow, these are all negative reputations. If it weren't for Tang Qin, this sect would have been destroyed long ago, Xiao Yi said. What else could it be? Before Tang Qin disappeared, the disciples of Haotian sect bullied men and women and acted recklessly. After Tang Qin disappeared, they hid in the gutter like cowards. When people came to their door, they simply threw away their subordinates and closed the sect. How could they do things this way? Dugubo said. What should we do with this soul bone? Xiao Yi said, holding the soul bone in his hand. Just take it, he has already absorbed the spirit ring, and we didn't say we would give him the spirit bone, Dugubo said indifferently. Time passed quickly. It was night when Yang Wudi absorbed the soul ring, while Xiao Yi, Dugubo and Dugu Yen were chatting, and it was early morning in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the dark soul ring on Yang Wudi's body was completely covered on the soul-breaking spear. The soul power around him began to increase slowly, and his momentum also rose at this moment. Oh. Has the absorption been completed? It looks like the aura has reached level 82. When Yang Wudi first appeared in the original novel, he was only level 82. Now, it is 8 years earlier than the original timeline. It is estimated that he has drug poison in his body due to frequent medicine practice. However, now that Yang Wudi has the fairy product Yoxiang Chilua, he can get rid of the drug poison in the future. It is estimated that he will reach the title DOLOU in a few years. Chapter 108. Thank you for your help, Your Majesty. The first thing Yang Wudi said after opening his eyes was to thank Dugubo. If it weren't for Dugubo, it would have taken him a lot of effort to hunt for spirit rings on his own. It's okay, maybe I can use you in the future, Dugubo said lightly. Dugubo did not take this matter to heart. In his opinion, the Puyi clan was not only good at refining medicine but also had extremely strong fighting power. He helped Yang Wudi just to establish a good relationship with the Puyi clan in case of emergency. In that case, Your Majesty, please feel free to call me whenever you need me. Although my cultivation level is not as high as Your Majesty's, I still have some abilities, Yang Wudi said. Well, we've done what we need to do, we should get out now. Then everyone left the Star Forest. Strange, where did those two girls go? Dugubo wondered when he couldn't sense the location of Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling when they arrived at the place where they separated at the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest. Zhu Qing's soul ring should not be difficult to find, maybe he has already absorbed it and is waiting for us in the soul hunting town, Xiao Yi said. That's true, it's only the third soul ring, there's no need to go deeper, let's go to the soul hunting town and take a look, Dugubo said. So the four of them returned to the soul hunting town. Found it. After arriving at the soul hunting town, the four of them wandered around the town for a while and found Zhang Ping in a hotel. Zhang Ping looked like he had just finished breakfast and was about to go upstairs to practice. However, before Zhang Ping went upstairs, Xiao Yi had already arrived in front of Zhang Ping. Uncle Zhang, it's time to go, Xiao Yi said. After hearing the voice, Zhang Ping looked back and found that Xiao Yi and the other three were there. Are you done so soon? Zhang Ping asked. Originally, Zhang Ping thought that Xiao Yi would not be able to come out for another week, but he did not expect that Xiao Yi and others would come out the day after he came out. Well, how should I put it? I was lucky and the soul beast came to my door on its own initiative. By the way, where are they? Xiao Yi asked. Those two girls. They are practicing, should we go and call them? Well, let Yanzi go, Uncle Zhang, just tell her the room number, Xiao Yi said. Then Zhang Ping told Dugu Yen the room where Zhu Zhuqing and the other girl were. After Dugu Yen knew the room number, she went upstairs to find the two women, while Dugu Bo and others waited for Dugu Yen to bring the two women down. At this time, they were in Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing's room. After they came out of the Star Do Great Forest yesterday, they lived in the same room. At this moment, the two girls were practicing. It should be this room. Dugu Yan found the room where Zhu Zhuqing and the other girl were according to the room number Zhang Ping told her. Then Dugu Yan pushed the door open and walked in. Squeak, the sound of the door opening woke Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling from their practice. Yanzi. You guys came out so soon. Well, I'm lucky, both soul beasts came to my door, Dugu Yan said. Is Zhuqing at level 36? Well, after absorbing a 3,000-year-old spirit ring, I will reach level 36, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Well, normal, we should go, they are waiting for us downstairs, Dugu Yan, who felt the soul power, naturally didn't care. It was a magical herb, so it was normal to improve it so much. I thought it would take some time for you to come out, so I planned to wait for you in the hotel for a few days, Yi Lingling said. It's not that exaggerated, there are a lot of high-age soul beasts in the inner circle, you can find one in a few days, I won't say more, let's go down and check out, Dugu Yan said. Afterwards, Yi Lingling and the other person packed up their things and went downstairs to check out. After checking out of the hotel, the 7 of them left the soul-hunting town and prepared to separate. Uncle Zhang, we'll leave first, come to Tiando City when you have time, Xiao Yi said to Zhang Ping before they parted. Well, I'll go when I'm free, Zhang Ping said. After saying that, Xiao Yi and the other 4 headed towards Tiando City, while Zhang Ping stared at Xiao Yi's back in a daze. Remember that you were just a great soul master when I left, but in just 10 years you became a soul saint, you are really a monster, old Xiao, you gave birth to a good son. Looking at Xiao Yi's back as he left, Zhang Ping couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What's wrong? Yang Wudi couldn't help but feel curious after seeing Zhang Ping staring at Xiao Yi in a daze. When I left 10 years ago, this kid was just a great soul master, however, in just 10 years, he became a soul saint, he is only 18 now, Zhang Ping said to Yang Wudi. What the hell? This kid is only 18. Hiss. It seems that the world of soul masters is going to change. Yang Wudi was also dumbfounded after listening to Zhang Ping's words. What kind of talent is this? It's a coincidence. He can absorb soul rings above his level. Everything is so simple. Maybe he has something to hide his soul rings so he can survive until now. But after all, everyone has their own secrets. And Yang Wudi did not intend to ask. What's more, Xiao Yi's combat power was already among the best, and he himself could not compare to him. It could be said that Xiao Yi could be a titled DOLOU now except for his insufficient soul power level. Stop looking, let's go, I have to go home quickly to get rid of the drug poison in my body, the world of soul masters is going to be a different place in the future, Yang Wudi said. Then the 2 of them walked towards the Xinglua Empire. As for Xiao Yi, after they left the soul hunting town, they quickly rushed towards Tiando City. He now had some realizations in his mind. And wanted to go into seclusion as soon as he returned. Now Dugu Yan was level 75, Qianren Xue was level 78, and had also received a divine test, which gave him a sense of urgency. It won't be long before Shrek comes to Tiando, so I'll have to have some fun then, and try to condense my soul core and come out before Shrek arrives. 3 days later. Xiao Yi and his 3 companions returned to the gate of Tiando City. Dugu Bo went straight back to the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire to see through the clan's prescription. So only Dugu Yan and her 3 daughters and Xiao Yi were at the city gate. Well, you guys should practice on yourselves for now, I have made some gains during this trip and need to retreat for a while, Xiao Yi expressed his plan at the city gate. Xiao Yi now feels that if he can condense his soul core, he will be able to break through to the soul Douluo level in less than a year. If he does not condense it, it will take a year and a half to break through. Although it is a difference of half a year, Xiao Yi does not want to delay it that long. After a while, Xiao Bizan will come to Tiando City. According to Yu Xiaogan's character, after he accepts Xiao Bizan as his apprentice, he will definitely participate in the Soul Master competition. However, Shrek Academy is not qualified, so it can only come to Tiando City. By then, he will inevitably meet them. It just so happens that Yu Xiaogan has a grudge against him. With Yu Xiaogan's broad-mindedness, if he accepts Xiao Bizan as his apprentice, he will definitely tell Xiao Bizan about his faults and use him as a negative example. Chapter 109. After thinking about these things, Xiao Yi returned to the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire and prepared to go into seclusion. At this time, Dugu Bo in the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire was trying to refine the prescription given to him by Yang Wudi. Because Dugu Bo had a solid foundation, he quickly got the hang of it. Put this in first, then this, Dugu Bo put the herbs in according to the dosage on the prescription. After putting in the medicinal materials, Dugu Bo began to observe the reaction between the medicinal materials. Soon, various medicinal herbs were tempered and fused together, exuding a unique aroma. Well, it's done now, according to the prescription. It's used to strengthen the body and replenish the vital energy. The Puyi clan really has something, Douluo Bo said while looking at the medicine in the medicine furnace. At this time, Xiao Yi also arrived at the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Grandpa, you have made a medicine so quickly. Then you don't even look at who I am. The prescription of this broken clan is indeed something special, Douluo Bo said without raising his head when he heard Xiao Yi's voice. By the way, why are you here? Douluo Bo asked as he looked up after making the medicine in the medicine furnace into pills. I gained something this time. I plan to condense my soul core, otherwise Yan Zi will surpass me, Xiao Yi said. Hahaha, you are all so anxious, then you can condense it in the medicine garden. The vitality of heaven and earth is abundant here. I will protect you while I am practicing medicine here. Douluo Bo said when he heard that Xiao Yi was going to condense his soul core. Then I'll go over there, Grandpa, you can practice here. Xiao Yi didn't want to affect Douluo Bo's medicine practice, so he went directly to the center of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. This kid is so polite to me, Douluo Bo shook his head as he watched Xiao Yi go to the center of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Walking to the center of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, Xiao Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and began to think about which soul core to condense first. Which one should I condense first? Spirit or space? Let's concentrate our spirit first. This will increase the speed of soul power recovery and cultivation, but before concentrating, we need to absorb the soul bone of King Kong Tiger first. After Xiao Yi decided to condense his spiritual soul core, he took out King Kong Tiger's leg bone and put it on his left leg. As for why he is using this soul bone now, it's just a joke. Xiao Yi now has the right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor. And he can directly replace it with a good soul bone in the future. As for now, the main purpose is to quickly improve his soul power. While Xiao Yi was in seclusion, Tiando Royal Academy. Our teacher Qin Ming can only teach Tiando level students since Xiao Yi came. Although the salary is the same as before, the Tiando level students are difficult to manage. They form cliques. Do not study hard, and rely on their noble families to act lawless, making Qin Ming miserable. This made Qin Ming feel very uncomfortable. If he cared, those students' backers were bigger than each other, and they were still worrying. If he didn't care, as a teacher, he also needed to get good grades. The better the students were, the more salary he would get. Obviously, he had an easy job in the Pope fighting team, but he was replaced by the Crown Prince. Qin Ming could only accept it with a pinch of his nose. It has been 4 years since he was replaced, and it is only through teaching these nobles that they realize how hard it is to get money from the Royal Academy. Alas, the water in the royal family is really deep. It seems that I am not suitable to stay here any longer. Qin Ming muttered in the office. Qin Ming, who had taught nobles for 4 years, knew the intrigues in the royal family. But what was the use of knowing it? He was just a teacher. Although he was a sole emperor, there were many people in the Tiando Empire who were much stronger than him. If he was stubborn and insisted on interfering in other people's affairs, there were hundreds of ways to make him disappear. In addition, he had not been back many times since graduating from Shrek Academy, and he felt frustrated here, so Qin Ming decided to resign and return to Shrek. So Qin Ming went directly to the Education Committee, where he planned to submit his resignation to Meng Shinji. Meng Education Committee, I want to resign. After arriving at the Education Committee, Qin Ming directly submitted his resignation to Meng Shinji. Xiao Ming, we are very optimistic about you. Why do you suddenly want to resign? Has something happened? Nothing happened, I just felt that this place is not suitable for me anymore. Besides, I haven't been back since graduation, so I want to relax, Qin Ming said. Well, since you don't want to stay here any longer, just hand over your work and leave. I won't force you, Meng Shinji said after hearing Qin Ming's words and completing the formalities for him. Meng Shinji was very sad. Ever since Qin Ming came, Tiando Royal Academy had carefully trained him and even helped Qin Ming obtain his spirit rings directly, so that Qin Ming could take over his position in the future. Now Qin Ming left without saying anything. There might be a reason why Qin Ming was removed. But after all, it was the order of the Crown Prince, and he had no choice. Here are your documents. After you hand over your work, go to the finance department to settle your salary. Meng Shinji handed the documents to Qin Ming and said. Education Committee member Meng, I am deeply grateful to Tiando Academy. If the academy needs Qin Ming in the future, I will definitely help it. After Qin Ming took over the formalities, he said this and left. Alas, what a good boy, it's a pity that he left like this, Meng Shinji said, looking at Qin Ming's back. As an Education Committee member, Meng Shinji knew Qin Ming's situation very well, but what could he do? To put it nicely, he was an Education Committee member. To put it bluntly, he was a dog of Emperor Xiao Yi. What was the use of being a contra? Until he was given a title, he would be an ant. After Qin Ming walked out of the education committee, he spent some time handing over his work, received his salary, packed up his things and rushed to Soto City. Before leaving, he looked back at the college and then left. Qin Ming was actually reluctant to give up this job. The Tiando royal family had a lot of money and offered him a high salary, but the corrupt atmosphere in the academy made him so sick that he had to leave. He understood that after leaving, he might not return to the academy. His idea now was to visit his former teachers to see if there were any new juniors. If so, he would train them well. Xiao Yi didn't know that Qin Ming had left Tiando City. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He was still absorbing soul bones. After absorbing the soul bones, he had to condense the soul core. 3 days later, Qin Ming traveled at high speed from Tiando City to Soto City in 3 days, and now he was at the gate of Shrek Academy. When Qin Ming arrived at Shrek Academy, he looked at the gate of Shrek and did not dare to go forward. Perhaps he was homesick. Qin Ming has been an orphan since childhood. When he awakened his martial soul, he was spotted by Flanders and brought to Shrek Academy. After being brought to Shrek Academy, he met Zhao Wuji and others. Although the academy was very poor and had no resources, he could only make up for the lack of resources through talent. But he had a very happy time at Shrek Academy. After graduation, he traveled around the continent and finally taught at Tiando Royal Academy. During that time, he also exchanged letters with Flanders. Now standing at the door of the academy again, he doesn't know what attitude he should use to face his former teacher. Chapter 110. Hey, who are you and why are you standing at the door of Shrek? Qin Ming came to his senses after hearing the voice and found that the person who was speaking was a fat man who was about 12 years old. He had red hair arranged in a mohawk style, a small mustache, and his eyes occasionally flashed a gleam that made him look wretched. Behind him were children of about his age. Qin Ming sensed that their soul powers were all around Soul Master level. This group of people were none other than the Shrek 7 Devils who had returned from the Fighting Spirit Arena. No, it should be the Shrek 6 Devils, because Zhu Zhuqin was taken away by Xiao Yi. Are you Xiao Ming? Before Qin Ming could reply, another man came up from behind. The man looked to be about 50 years old. Although he was not young, he was very strong. His face was very distinctive, with a slightly protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat face, and a slightly hooked nose, which could be described as looking like a shoe sole. Even with his eyes closed, one could still see a bit of cunning in his face. He wore a pair of black-framed crystal glasses on his face. The frames were the kind of rigid square shape that gave people a weird feeling. This person is naturally the founder and first dean of Shrek Academy, the flying corner of the Golden Triangle, Flanders, who possesses the martial soul of Cat Owl, a level 78 agility attack-type combat soul saint, and is nicknamed the Four-Eyed Cat Owl. I am the dean, your unfilial disciple Qin Ming is back to see you. After seeing Flanders, Qin Ming suddenly burst into tears due to the grievances in his heart. Qin Ming experienced life and death many times after graduation, but he had no one around him and could only comfort himself. Even when he reached a bottleneck, he could only hunt for 1,000-year soul ring because he was embarrassed to trouble his teacher. Otherwise, he would not be only level 64 now. Hey, why are you crying? Did you get wronged outside? Although Flanders was greedy and calculating, he was very caring towards his disciples and was very protective of their shortcomings. When he saw Qin Ming crying, he thought that Qin Ming was being bullied outside. Dean, I just miss you so much. I'm not wronged. Qin Ming's emotions soon stabilized and he spoke. I'm glad you didn't get wronged. Why did you come back suddenly? Flanders asked. Qin Ming, as the most outstanding graduate of Shrek, made Flanders very proud. After graduation, they had never met except for exchanging letters. Qin Ming's sudden return this time caught Flanders off guard. It's just that I haven't seen you for a long time, and I suddenly wanted to come back and see how all the teachers are doing, Qin Ming said. What else can we do? It's just us old guys who support the academy. Come on, let's go in and talk about what's going on. Standing outside, Flanders invited Qin Ming into the academy. After entering the college, Qin Ming's memories were brought back. Everything was the same as it was before, without any change. You guys go back first, I have something to discuss with your senior Qin Ming, Flanders said to the Shrek 6 Devils. After hearing this, the Shrek 6 Devils dispersed and returned to their dormitories. And Flanders led Qin Ming back to the office. Are those my junior schoolmates? They seem to be very talented, and some of them have even reached Soul Master status. Old Ghost Flanders, I heard that Xiao Ming is back, but you didn't even call me. Before Flanders could reply, a rough voice came from outside. Before the voice fell, the office door was opened. The person who came in looked like a middle-aged man in his 50s, with an ordinary appearance and a very strong body. Although he was not tall, he gave people a majestic feeling. His broad shoulders were like a city wall, and his coat could not hide his strong muscles that seemed to be cast in steel. Although his expression was kind, his strong body gave people a strong sense of oppression. The person who came was none other than the teacher and vice president of Shrek Academy, Xiao Wuji, who possessed the martial soul of the mighty King Kong Bear, a level 76 strong attack-type combat soul saint, and was nicknamed Akalanatha. Vice President Xiao Wuji, long time no see, Qin Ming greeted Xiao Wuji after he saw him enter the room. It's been a long time indeed, you don't say you come back often to visit. Xiao Wuji came up and hugged Qin Ming in a bear hug. Vice President, be gentle, I can't breathe. Qin Ming was caught off guard by the bear hug and was held so tightly by Xiao Wuji that he couldn't breathe. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I wasn't seeing you for a long time and I was a little excited, I forgot that your physique is not as good as mine. After Xiao Wuji reacted, he let go of his hand. Ahem, it's okay, I missed you guys too. Qin Ming coughed twice and spoke after being released. By the way, what were you talking about just now? Xiao Wuji said casually. Xiao Ming asked me about those little guys, Flanders said. Ah, you mean them, those little guys are your juniors. I see that they are all at the level of great soul masters, and there are even a few soul masters. When did our Shrek Academy have so many students? Qin Ming asked in confusion. What's wrong? Qin Ming. Have you forgotten the tradition of our academy? We only accept students who are 12 years old. Ma Hongjun came to the academy when he was 11 years old, and Tang San, Xiao Wu and Ning Romrong all entered this year. This year is the only year in which we have received more students than in the past few years. As for Dai Mubai, he came here 2 years ago, he's the one with blonde hair. Oscar was picked up by me, he's the one with white hair, Flanders said in his hoarse voice. I picked up Ma Hongjun when he was 6 years old, his martial spirit is a phoenix, I accepted him as my personal disciple right after I picked him up, Flanders boasted. In other words, their talents are similar to mine. Or even better than mine. Well, don't be discouraged, after all, you are their senior and the best graduate of Shrek, Flanders said. Teacher Flanders, it seems that our Shrek Academy has developed better than it currently is. Xiao Wuji on the side said helplessly, it's okay, these kids will be the last batch of students in the academy. Qin Ming was shocked and subconsciously asked, has the financial problem of the college not been solved yet? As soon as he said this, he realized that he had said it wrong and looked at Flanders with an embarrassed expression. Flanders sighed, it's the truth, there's nothing to hide, besides, we're tired, as we get older, we no longer have the energy we had when we were young. After these kids graduate, I think we can live our own lives. By the way, how much soul power do you have? Xiao Wuji asked. I'm lucky, I'm level 64 now, Qin Ming replied subconsciously. Huh, it seems like it won't be long before you surpass us old guys, Flanders said with a smile after hearing Qin Ming's reply. Even if Qin Ming surpasses you, Qin Ming is still your disciple, Qin Ming said. Let's not talk about this anymore, where have you been all these years? You didn't tell us in my previous letter. I have been a teacher at Tiando Royal Academy for many years, but I resigned some time ago. The royal family is too complicated, and I am afraid that I will be caught in the whirlpool if I am not careful. Chapter 111. Dean, I see that my juniors are so talented, have you ever considered letting them participate in future Soul Master competitions? Qin Ming said. Xiao Ming, you also know our situation, we don't even have the qualifications to attend a Soul Master Academy, so we can't participate in the Soul Master competition in more than a year, Flanders said with a wry smile. When Qin Ming heard what Flanders said, he was reminded of the predicament of Shrek Academy. When the school was first established, the Barak royal family came to recruit Shrek Academy. But because Flanders was unwilling to be inferior to others and particularly hated the nobles, they refused. Until now, it has not become an imperially certified academy, resulting in Shrek Academy having to open schools in a small village. This also means that although Shrek Academy has a great reputation in the outside world, it is not qualified to participate in the Soul Master competition. When Qin Ming was in school, he really wanted to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, but he had to give up because he was not qualified. Since then, the Soul Master competition has become a thorn in Qin Ming's heart. Actually, I can help you solve the problem of the Soul Master competition. Although I have resigned, I still have some faith in Tiando Royal Academy. But I don't know if you're willing, Dean. Of course we are willing. Before Flanders and Xiao Wuji could respond, a middle-aged man's voice came from outside. Then the door was pushed open, and a man in his 50s came in. He had a very ordinary appearance, short hair, some stubble on his face. And his hands were behind his back. He had a special temperament, and his eyes were a bit lazy and decadent. His mouth was a bit big, his lips were very thick, and his facial muscles seemed a bit stiff. This person is the author of our book, The 10 Core Competitiveness of Wuhuan Luo Sanpao, also known as Yu Xiaogang, who has the title of Big Wet on the Mainland. Yu Xiaogang came a month ago. At that time, Xiao Bizan and Oscar were obtaining spirit rings. Oscar still had the spirit ring of a phoenix-tailed cockroach snake like in the original novel. Xiao Bizan was a human-faced demon spider that was more than 1,800 years old. It might be that Xiao Yi missed it when he went to explode the 8 spider lance before, so Xiao Bizan absorbed it. However, Xiao Bizan was not so lucky to get the 8 spider lance this time. Who is this, the dean? Qin Ming asked puzzledly as he looked at Yu Xiaogang who came in. This is my brother whom I have known for more than 20 years, Yu Xiaogang, the wise corner of the Golden Triangle. He has the title of Big Shot on the continent. You should have heard of him, Flanders introduced Qin Ming. So it's you, Mr. Master, I'm so sorry, Qin Ming said awkwardly. Qin Ming had naturally heard of Yu Xiaojiang's name, but most of them were insults. However, he was the dean's old brother, so he had to give the dean some face. Yu Xiaojiang didn't react much to Qin Ming's compliment, just said, lightly. What the hell? A mere level 29 piece of trash is putting on such a big show. But with the dean in his sight, he could only keep it to himself. Xiaojiang, what do you mean? Xiaoming is not an outsider, just say whatever you want to say. Flanders was unhappy when he saw Yu Xiaojiang's attitude towards Qin Ming. Although Yu Xiaojiang is his brother, Qin Ming is his most outstanding student in Shrek Academy. It is natural that he feels bad to see his most outstanding student being treated like this by his old brother. The master glanced at Flanders and said, I'm just speaking frankly. Qin Ming, if I remember correctly, as an academy established by the royal family of the Tiando Empire. The Tiando Royal Academy should have 2 places for the event a year later. You just said that you could help Shrek Academy qualify to participate. You mean you can use your previous reputation to let Shrek Academy enter the Tiando Royal Academy? Master, do you mean you agree? But where are you going? Tiando Academy will definitely tell others that you are students of Tiando Academy, then Shrek Academy will no longer exist. The master smiled calmly and said, there is nothing wrong with having another college graduate. No, I don't agree. Flanders suddenly stood up and stared at Master. The children belong to Shrek, Master, don't forget, Shrek has been all my hard work in the past 20 years. The Master's mood did not change because of Flanders' anger. Flanders, let me ask you a few questions. If you can solve them, then it doesn't matter whether the children go to Heaven Do or not. First of all, can you provide the children with can they imitate the training environment? Secondly, can you provide them with the qualifications to participate in the elite competition of the continent's Soul Master Academy in 1 year? Thirdly, why do you think that after entering Tiando Royal Academy, these children will not belong to the history of history? Where is Shrek? Maybe you can't understand why I want to do this, but I have to ask you one last question. What is the significance of establishing Shrek Academy? Flanders was left speechless by several questions that the master asked one after another. He stared at the master, but the anger just now had gradually disappeared and gradually turned into depression. The master said calmly, the simulated training environment can increase the speed of their soul training. Only regular academies can participate in the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Competition after passing the preliminary round. And Shrek Academy has not been registered in any kingdom or empire. Because we do not have the corresponding hardware conditions. Although Shrek Academy is famous in the Soul Master world, but that does not bring eligibility to participate. And you should know what the rewards of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Competition are, and how important it is to the children. Your ideal of establishing Shrek Academy was to cultivate geniuses in the Soul Master world and let the entire Soul Master world be shocked by them. And the path I chose for them is to make their journey as smooth as possible, and I haven't finished what I said just now. At this point, the master turned to Qin Ming and said, I have one condition for letting these children join Tiando Royal Academy. The academy must accept all the current teachers of Shrek Academy and let us educate these children ourselves. Tiando Royal Academy must not interfere in any way. In other words, they can win honor for Tiando College, but we still have to educate ourselves. When we want to leave, Tiando Royal College has no right to stop us. Hearing this, the last bit of hope in Flanders' heart disappeared. Qin Ming also lowered his head in deep thought. On one side was his junior's future, and on the other side was Flanders' hard work. At this moment, he regretted why he had spoken so hastily just now. Chapter 112. On one side is his own ideal, and on the other side is the future of his older brothers and children. He, Flanders, should not drag down his children and older brothers and children for the sake of his own ideal. Thinking of this, Flanders made a decision. Okay, do as Xiaogang said. Flanders stood up again, his face completely calm. Xiaogang is right, I shouldn't just consider my own pride. Everything should be for the good of the children. Tiando Royal Academy belongs to the royal family of the Tiando Empire. And it is a rare pure land for spirit masters that is not interfered with by the spirit hall. The children will not suffer there, and the current teachers of Shrek will also have a place to retire. All along, I have only considered my own ideas, but everyone has always followed me. Now we are all old, and it is time to find a home for everyone. Tiando Royal Academy, this name seems to be good, what's more, the children can get better development there. This matter is settled, you can discuss it. Xiaogang and Wuji will represent me with full authority, and I want to go alone and calm down. After saying that, Flanders turned and walked outside. After Flanders left, Qin Ming looked at Zhao Wuji and Yu Xiaogang and didn't know what to say. The master sighed, although Flanders is a little stubborn, he is not unreasonable, I believe he can figure it out. Zhao Wuji smiled bitterly and said, after all, the academy has been our support for so many years. Flanders understands the benefits of your suggestion. Even though he has decided to close the academy after these children graduate. It is still difficult for him to accept it at this time, for us, this is really a bit sudden. We have lived here for 20 years. The master nodded, he can only rely on himself in this matter. Zhao Wuji said, perhaps this is the best destination for us, master, thank you. I know that you proposed this not only for the children, but also for Flanders and us. Tiando Royal Academy is one of the few places that is not affected by the Spirit Hall, and it also has a good reputation. You are trying to take care of Flanders' face as much as possible, it seems good to retire there. A smile appeared on his face, and Zhao Wuji's expression was much more relaxed. He was not Flanders. And he did not have Flanders' face-saving and inner persistence. The 20 years in Shrek Academy would certainly make him nostalgic, but also a little tired. Changing the environment might not be a bad thing. Outside, Flanders went out and stared at the moon above his head in a daze. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Are you in a bad mood? After hearing the voice, Flanders looked back and found it was Ma Hongjun. It turned out that Ma Hongjun couldn't sleep after returning to the dormitory, so he secretly came to the outside of Flanders' office and eavesdropped on what they were saying. As a result, when Ma Hongjun heard the master say that Shrek Academy should go to Tiando City to obtain the qualification for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. Flanders disagreed at first, but after the master's persuasion, Flanders finally agreed. Ma Hongjun was about to continue listening when he found Flanders came out, so he quietly hid aside. However, Flanders did not pay attention to his surroundings. After coming out, he just stared blankly at the moon. You should have heard our conversation just now, right? Flanders said. I heard. When Ma Hongjun heard Flanders' question, he naturally knew that he had been discovered, and he could only say awkwardly that he heard it. How much did you hear? I heard the master say that we should go to Tiando Royal Academy as exchange students and participate in the Continental Advanced Elite Soul Master competition, Ma Hongjun said. So what do you think about this matter? Teacher, in my opinion. Senior Qin Ming definitely wants us to participate in the Soul Master competition to make our Shrek Academy famous, but since we are not recognized by the Empire, we can only obtain this qualification through Tiando Royal Academy. Besides, Master said that you will still be the ones to teach us when we go to Tiando Royal Academy. If we perform well, we will have the title of Tiando Royal Academy, but it will only be in name only. We will still be students of Shrek Academy. In this way, the teacher has fulfilled his dream, and it will be better for the future of us and all the teachers. Ma Hongjun told Flanders the pros and cons of this matter bit by bit. What's more, if we can't stay in Tiando Royal Academy, there are other places to go. I don't believe that there is no place for us in such a big Tiando city. With our talents, we will be popular wherever we go, Ma Hongjun said confidently. It's a pity that Ma Hongjun doesn't know his own weight, and who knows how much trouble Yu Xiaogang, this troublemaker, will bring to them. After all, there is a fun person waiting for them in Tiando City. Flanders stared at Ma Hongjun blankly. Although the fat man was usually unreliable, this time he told Flanders about the good and bad things, which made Flanders' mind suddenly clear. It seems that I am really too persistent. Even if they go to Tiando Royal Academy. So what? The students are still taught by them. Even if they get the title, they are still students of Shrek Academy. Why didn't I think of it? Xiaogang, did you think of it a long time ago? I am obsessed. Afterwards, Flanders' mood returned to normal and he asked Ma Hongjun to go and rest first, as he had something to discuss with the master. After seeing Flanders' emotions return to normal, Ma Hongjun listened to Flanders' words and went to rest. After Ma Hongjun left, Flanders went straight back to the office. After entering the office, he said, I agree with Shrek going to Tiendo City, but not to Tiendo Royal Academy, I have another place to go. After Ma Hongjun's persuasion, Flanders did not plan to go to Tiendo Royal College, but to the Blue Overlord College opened by Lu Erlong, the killing corner of the Golden Iron Triangle. Although they had not met for many years, they communicated through letters. He did not have the face to go to them before, but this time, for the sake of his students' future, Flanders decided to put aside his old face and go to them. In addition, Yu Xiaogang had a better chance here. As for why he didn't go to Tiendo Royal Academy, it was because Shrek and his gang hated the nobles, including himself, otherwise he wouldn't have ended up like this. Flanders, do you have a better place to go? Yu Xiaogang looked at Flanders and said. Yes, I have a better place to go, Flanders replied. Old Ghost Fu, I have known you for more than 20 years and you have never told me that there is any good place to go, could it be that the place was opened by your old lover? Zhao Wuji said. You'll know when you get there, why are there so many questions? Flanders was in no mood to answer Zhao Wuji's words because the past was too painful to recall. Xiaogang, it's time to meet her after so many years, Flanders thought to himself as he looked at Yu Xiaogang. Our boss suddenly shuddered and felt that something bad was going to happen. Chapter 113. The next day. In the early morning, Flanders summoned the Shrek 6 monsters to gather at the training ground. Due to some reasons, the teachers and I have decided to take you to Tiendo City to participate in the Continental High-Level Elite Soul Master Competition in a year, that means your training is now over. I will give you a week to pack your things and then go to Tiendo City in a week. Flanders said to the Shrek 6 devils. If there are no questions, you can disband now, Flanders said and left. The Shrek 6 monsters below had different expressions when they heard that they were going to Tiendo City. Soul Master Competition. With Xiao San and the others helping me, I will definitely defeat Davis. As an abandoned prince, he had no idea that his engagement had been cancelled, and he was still fantasizing about his fiancée's appearance. Tisk, so boring, I have to go back to Tiendo City not long after coming out, but after meeting so many geniuses, my dad will definitely look at me with new eyes, T0 Fairy Ning Romrong thought to herself. I heard from my teacher that the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition is the dream of every young Soul Master. If I win the championship, my father will definitely be happy for me, I haven't seen my father for 8 years. Where are you, Dad? I miss you so much. The little punk thought to himself. But the style of the old rabbit was different. When the old rabbit heard that he was going to Tiendo City, his face turned pale instantly. What? Going to Tiendo City? Aren't there a lot of Tidal Douluo and Soul Douluo there? Should I go back to the Xingdo Great Forest? But I can't bear to leave. What's wrong with Xiao Wu? Are you feeling unwell? Ah. No, maybe I didn't get enough rest Sangu, you don't have to worry about me. Okay, you go back and have a good rest first. I promised Rongrong that I would forge a hidden weapon for her, now I'm going to forge the hidden weapon. When the little punk heard that the old rabbit just didn't get enough rest, he didn't say anything. He just asked the old rabbit to have a good rest, and then he went to forge the hidden weapon. Tang Dachui, who was observing in secret, also had an idea in his mind when he heard the news that Shrek was going to Tiendo City. Tiendo City? There are still Soul Douluo and Tidal Douluo there. The safety of that little rabbit is a problem, I can't show up for the time being. I remember that Een left me a breath-resisting grass. I will feed it to the little rabbit at night. Tang Dachui muttered to himself. Damned spirit hull. Een, I will definitely rescue you. After Een disappeared, Tang Dachui smashed several Wuhuan branch halls to vent his anger, and then came back to secretly protect the little beggar. As for why he didn't go to Wuhuan City. That's a joke. He, Tang Dachui, is reckless but not a fool. If he went to Wuhuan City, he would never come back. At night, in Shrek Girl's dormitory. At this time, everyone in the dormitory was sleeping soundly when suddenly a figure appeared in the room. He was a middle-aged man, who looked to be about 50 years old, but he was very tall and strong. However, his dress was not flattering. He wore a torn robe without even a patch on it, revealing his bronze skin underneath. His originally regular facial features were now covered with a layer of waxy yellow. He looked sleepy, his hair was messy like a bird's nest, and his beard had not been trimmed for who knows how many days. His eyes were dull and dim, and he smelled of alcohol. This is our Tang Dachui. He is here to deliver the lianxi grass. The old rabbit who was sleeping felt as if someone had entered the dormitory and instinctively wanted to wake up, but was knocked unconscious by Tang Dachui. After knocking the rabbit unconscious, Tang Dachui took out the breath-resisting grass from the storage soul guide. Then pinched the rabbit's mouth open and forcefully stuffed the breath-resisting grass into its mouth. After doing this, Tang Dachui sensed that the rabbit's soul beast aura had disappeared, and then his figure instantly disappeared. The next day. Ahem, what's going on? My throat hurts. Is it because I have a fever? Why did my soul beast aura disappear? Never mind, since the soul beast aura has disappeared, I don't have to leave Sangu. I wanted to say goodbye to Sangu and return to the Xingdou Great Forest. The old rabbit woke up from being knocked unconscious. She felt a sore throat. As if something was forcefully stuffed into her mouth. Then she found that the faint aura of the soul beast had disappeared. She no longer cared about the sore throat, but was happy that the aura of the soul beast had disappeared and she could continue to accompany the little punk. However, Tang Dachui felt helpless as he watched the old rabbit's reaction from outside. I don't know if what I'm doing is right. This rabbit and Xiao San are just like us back then, but they have been together since childhood. If they go to Tiendo without the sisi grass this time, the little rabbit will definitely not be safe in Tiendo. I hope you don't blame me. Tang Dachui thought to himself. A week later. Early in the morning, the teachers of Shrek Academy and the 6 Shrek monsters packed up and prepared to go to Tiendo City. Before leaving, everyone looked at the simple gate of Shrek Academy as a farewell to this place. Let's go. Flanders quickly calmed down and said to everyone. Then everyone rushed towards Tiendo City. On the way, the little punk also handed over his hidden weapon to everyone. Each of the Shrek's 6 monsters has a share of hidden weapons such as the Zhuge Divine Crossbow and the Flying Divine Claw. Ning Rongrong had more, including a complete set of hidden weapons such as a tight-back crossbow and silent sleeve arrows. Because he heard that Ning Rongrong's family was very rich, he planned to sell her for a good price. The hidden weapon was made the day before departure. When the little punk came back, he looked like he had kidney deficiency and had dark circles under his eyes. Half a month later. Shrek and his group finally arrived at Tiendo City. Since they did not engage in spirit fighting on the way, Shrek and his group saved a lot of time. When they set out, Qin Ming hired a few carriages because he took into consideration his junior's low soul power level, otherwise it would take at least a month to walk. After arriving at Tiendo City, Shrek's people found a hotel to rest and then prepared to go to Lu Erlong's Blue Bully Academy. We are recruiting. Due to its own expansion, Lanba Advanced Soul Master Academy is now recruiting the following personnel, 10 soul sects above level 40. Priority will be given to those with higher soul power. Once hired, they will receive preferential treatment. Flanders looked at the job posting and couldn't help but sigh. It's like a pillow appears when I'm sleepy. I don't even know what excuse to make, but here comes a job posting. God is really helping me. At the same time, a huge aura of soul power rose from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, which also meant that Xiao Yi was about to come out of seclusion. Chapter 114. So Flanders thought of a good idea in his mind, and then said, Xiao Ming, you have been in Tiendo City for a long time, how about this Blue Tyrant Academy? Qin Ming was most familiar with the situation in the capital of the Tiendo Empire, and hurriedly said, the high-level spirit academies that can be opened in Tiendo City must have a certain background. Although I don't know what the background of this Blue Tyrant Academy is. In the last Tiendo Capital Circle qualifying tournament of the All-Continental High-Level Spirit Academies competition, it was this academy that eliminated one of the 2 participating teams of the Tiendo Royal Academy. However, this year's batch of students from the Blue Tyrant Academy should have graduated. And the strength of the Tiendo Academy's royal team this year is much stronger than that of the last high-level Spirit Academies competition. It is estimated that they have no chance of getting a good ranking this time. Flanders asked, how big is this Lanba Academy? Qin Ming said, it is about 1/3 the size of Tiendo Royal Academy. Although it is smaller in scale, they are located in Tiendo City. And their expenses are not less than those of Tiendo Royal Academy, except that they do not have a royal background. I heard that the teaching of this academy is very rigorous, and it has a characteristic that it only accepts civilian students and rejects all nobles. If it does not have a background, it will never be able to gain a foothold in Tiendo City. Who said that Blue Bully Academy has no chance to get a good ranking? Don't we still have it? Qin Ming was stunned. Dean, you mean? Do you remember what I said before at Shrek Academy? I said there is a better place to go, that is a school opened by my friend, also called Blue Tyrant Academy. At first I thought that this school she opened was just a small one, so I planned to bring you here to help her. Now that I see this recruitment notice and your explanation, I know that this school has such a great reputation. Besides, our original Shrek Academy does not have the qualifications of a true high-level Soul Master Academy. We came to Tiendo City to join my friend. I am already old, and I can't let so many old brothers suffer for my illusory ideals. Since the Blue Tyrant Academy is developing well, let's go and take a look. What do you think? Flanders asked. Zhao Wuji chuckled and said, you are the boss, you just make the decision, do you still need to ask us? The 6 Shrek monsters said in unison, it's all up to the dean. Flanders smiled slightly and said, let's go and take a look at the scale of this academy first. No one noticed that at this moment, there was a cunning light in the depths of Flanders' eyes. According to the address on the bulletin board, everyone walked into Tiando City without asking. With Qin Ming as their guide, they walked through the streets and alleys and quickly found their destination. The gatehouse of Lan Ba Academy looked similar to the gatehouse of Tiando City. Although it was much thinner. The entrance of the gatehouse was indeed 10 meters high. Although the gatehouse carved from white marble was not gorgeous, it was very imposing. There were 8 large gold-plated characters on the gatehouse, Lan Ba Advanced Soul Master Academy. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of Lanba College, Qin Ming immediately found the reception desk next to the gate, which said Recruitment Registration Room. Are you all here to sign up to be teachers at the academy? The receptionist was a middle-aged spirit master who looked to be in his 40s. His questions were mainly directed at the Shrek 6 monsters. After all, these kids were only in their teens. Flanders said, no, we are the ones who signed up, and these children are our disciples. If we can successfully apply here, our disciples also hope to study in the academy. The reception teacher said, students need to undergo an assessment before they can enroll. How about this, all the soul masters, please accept our test first if you can become a teacher at the academy. I think your disciples can also enter the academy to attend classes. After all, the registration period for new students has passed, and your disciples are a little younger. Generally speaking, even outstanding soul masters cannot enter the Advanced Soul Master Academy until they are at least 16 to 18 years old. The common situation is 20 years old. Tang San and the others didn't look like they were 18 years old. Test is fine, where is it? The reception teacher had been waiting here for several days. There were very few soul masters who came to register. After all, the treatment of being a teacher at the Soul Master Academy could not be compared with being attached to a large family. That was the best way out for high-level soul masters. And there were at least 7 teachers who came to register. How could he not take them seriously? He hurriedly said, I'll take you to take the test. Walking into Lanba Academy, everything gives people a very grand feeling. A wide path leads directly to the interior, with patches of woods on both sides of the road. At the end, you can see a large playground with a diameter of more than 200 meters, surrounded by a circle of 3-story buildings. The reception teacher introduced to everyone that among these 3-story buildings, there are places for simulated environment training, student dormitories, and teaching buildings. This Blue Tyrant Academy was built in the middle of the forest because around the teaching building, the remaining area is all forest. It is said that this is the largest flora in the entire Tiando City. There is such a forest in the capital, just as Qin Ming said. Who dares to say that this Blue Tyrant Academy has no background? I didn't expect Erlongmai to be so capable and manage the academy so well. The reception teacher led everyone to a pointed roof building. This building looked the most solid among all the buildings in the academy. Walking into it, there was an empty hall. There were no separate rooms inside. Transparent light shone into the room from the surrounding windows, making it extremely bright. After that, everyone successfully joined Blue Bully Academy after passing the assessment. At the same time, the Eyes of Ice and Fire were inside. A huge wave of soul power swept through the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Dugu Bo couldn't help but feel worried when he saw Xiao Yi lying motionless while condensing his soul core. Why isn't it finished yet? It didn't take me this long to condense the soul core, it's been more than half a month. A month ago, after Xiao Yi came back from the Xingdou Great Forest, he went to the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire for seclusion. He first absorbed soul bones to reach level 80. After reaching level 80, he decided to strike while the iron was hot to condense his spiritual soul core and let Dugubo protect him. Dugubo readily agreed, and took time to practice medicine while Xiao Yi was condensing his soul core. 2 hours ago, the soul core in Xiao Yi was about to take shape, but it still needed time to stabilize, so Dugubo put aside his plan to make medicine and concentrate on protecting Xiao Yi. At this time, Xiao Yi's face was pale and he looked in very bad condition, but he sensed that his soul core was almost condensed. He didn't want to give up, so he gritted his teeth and held on. Finally, Xiao Yi's soul core took shape. And the vitality of heaven and earth within a radius of 10 miles rushed toward Xiao Yi. The moment Xiao Yi felt that the soul core had been successfully condensed, he put the soul core into his sea of spirituality. Huh, I almost failed, Xiao Yi thought to himself after taking back his soul core. It took Xiao Yi more than 20 days to condense the soul core this time. When he was about to succeed, his soul power and mental strength were almost exhausted. Fortunately, he succeeded at the last moment. If he hadn't held on, the soul core would have exploded and he would have become a cripple. Then Xiao Yi took out the dragon fungus leaves, swallowed them and began to adjust his condition. Douluo Bo saw Xiao Yi replying to his status and did not disturb him, but waited for him on the side. After a while, Xiao Yi adjusted his state and stood up and said, "Thank you, Grandpa, for protecting me." "It's okay, but your soul core is different from mine?" Douluo Bo asked doubtfully. "Mine is a spiritual soul core, and yours is an attribute soul core, there is a difference," Xiao Yi solved Douluo Bo's doubts. Chapter 115. The spiritual soul core can effectively improve the speed of soul power cultivation and recovery, the attribute soul core can enhance its own attributes. For example, your poison soul core can effectively enhance your poison attribute and prevent being corroded by toxins. And the space soul core is the comprehension of space. Xiao Yi said a lot. But they all have the same function, which is to raise a person's upper limit. For example, a person with a 92nd level aptitude can condense a soul core to 94th or 95th level. And a person with an upper limit of 95th level can condense a soul core to 96th or 97th level. And condensing the second soul core can allow you to break through from level 98 to level 99. In addition, soul cores are divided into frequency resonance, yin-yang complementarity, and isotopic resonance. If you want the second soul core to not be disturbed by the first soul core when it is established, you must first obey the existence of the first soul core. When the second soul core is established, you must first find the law and frequency of the operation of the first soul core. At the beginning of trying to establish the second soul core, you must first complete isotopic resonance, so that you can be disturbed by the first soul core as little as possible. When the operation and compression of the second soul core can reach a level close to that of the first soul core, then suddenly accelerate and turn one center into two centers. The soul power is still compressed and rotated. But the center of the circle has become a circle with a straight line formed by 2 points as the diameter. The center of the circle is much larger than before. So the soul power that can be condensed and compressed is naturally much larger. The second is the yin-yang complementary dual soul core. After the yin-yang balanced dual soul core is formed, the power of the two soul cores will blend with each other, or in other words, after colliding with each other, they will recombine, baptize, and condense their own power, so that their own soul power has both mental power and extreme characteristics. At the same time, the new soul power generated also becomes a vortex. This vortex-shaped soul power must be a combination of mental power and soul power, it has extremely strong destructive power. At the same time, it also compresses the soul power to the extreme. I didn't expect that this soul core has so many secrets, I'm afraid what you told me before didn't tell me everything, Douluo Bo asked after he sighed. It was just an idea at that time, but I didn't expect that you could condense a poison pill in one go, Xiao Yi said embarrassedly. Okay, go out, I haven't seen Yan Yan for a month, Douluo Bo said to Xiao Yi. After saying that, Douluo Bo displayed the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and Xiao Yi watched Douluo Bo display the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire and followed him directly. At the same time, Lanba Academy. Since we have passed the assessment, can we meet your dean? Flanders said with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Well, of course you can, please follow me, the teacher in charge of reception said after hearing that Flanders wanted to see the dean. Afterwards, the reception teacher took Shrek and the others to where the dean lived. The reception teacher is named Yin Shu, a 54th level War Soul King. Yin Shu is in charge of all the affairs of the academy. Yin Shu walked in front, exited the pointed building, and walked directly along a small path to the back of the college. Soon, they entered the forest outside the main campus. Dashi asked in confusion, doesn't your dean live on campus? The letter said, the dean is usually not in the academy, she prefers quietness, she lives alone in the forest. The daily affairs of the academy are handled by the teachers, only major matters require the dean's approval. When he mentioned the dean, the music teacher's eyes showed sincere respect, which was completely from the heart. So that's how it is, Dashi didn't ask any more questions, but for some reason, he always had a feeling of uneasiness in his heart. After walking for about 10 minutes, everyone was walking in the forest with fresh air. Suddenly, a faint singing voice came from the front. The song is euphemistic and beautiful, full of lingering resentment, like crying and complaining, which makes people feel sad to hear it. The melody goes round and round, and is actually extremely soft and beautiful. I have trouble falling asleep at night, what anesthesia can I use? There are too many emotions to face. It's not that I don't want you to accompany me, there are some things you can't understand. Take off your guard and follow alone. I want a space of my own. Soon, a song was over. Flanders and Yu Xiaogang, who were walking in front, stopped when the song just started. Flanders looked a little weird, but the master was already in tears. You wrote this song for me, Xiaogang, do you know? My heart is so confused, where are you? Seeing the strange looks of Flanders and Dashi, everyone stopped in surprise. Suddenly, the master turned around and was about to run back the way he came, but Flanders grabbed his shoulder. Xiaogang, how long do you want to escape? Now that she's here, can you really bear not to see her? Fland, did you already know she was here? Lon Ba Academy, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, I should have thought of it earlier. Flanders waved his hands and said, now that you are here, how can I let you run away? At this moment, Dashi was in a dilemma. If he left, he couldn't break free. If he didn't leave, he didn't know how to face the situation. They hadn't seen each other for more than 20 years, and the person he liked at the time has been waiting for him, not to mention that that person is his cousin. Flanders' hand on the master's shoulder was firm and strong, but he felt a little sad in his heart. Sister Long, I brought him to you. This time, you have to catch him no matter what, and you can't let him go again. P.S. I am an old lickspittle. Just as Dashi guessed, Flanders did know that she was in this Blue Tyrant Academy. And he chose to come to Tiendo City just for her. Flanders never forgot everything that the three of them had endured. He had already figured it out, and even if he was deceiving Dashi this time, he had to bring the two together again. Is the worldly perspective so important? Among the others, except Xiao Wuji, who was most familiar with Flanders. And Xiao Bizan, who was closest to Dashi, who guessed something, most of them didn't understand what was going on. They could only follow behind in a daze and move towards there. Continuing a few hundred meters further, the woods gradually became sparse, and a sign hung on a particularly thick tree with a line of words engraved on it. This is an important place of the academy, please do not enter unless you have no permission. After crossing this big tree, the scenery in front of us suddenly changed. It was a small lake, with a diameter of only 50 meters. A stream about 3 meters wide quietly poured water into it from the other side of the woods. And then flowed back. This place, which should be regarded as a pool, always maintains living water. Next to the waterhole, there is a simple thatched hut made of wooden boards and thatch, which is completely integrated with the surrounding environment. There is a fence around the hut. And various flowers are planted in the fence, vying to bloom, colorful and beautiful. Right between the flowers, a woman was standing there, holding a kettle. Watering the flowers. Perhaps because she heard the footsteps, her eyes unconsciously looked in the direction where the Shrek Academy group was coming from. She frowned slightly, as if because the tranquility here was disturbed. However, when her eyes passed through the Blue Tyrant Academy's Soul Master who led the way and fell on Flanders and the Master behind, her whole body instantly became stiff, her hand loosened, and the kettle fell to the ground with a bang. She let the water flow, but she had completely forgotten about it. She was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. Wearing a simple green cloth skirt, but it could not hide her grace at all. The cloth handkerchief held up the green hair on her head. On her pale face, her facial features were so delicate and moving, her eyebrows and eyes were like paintings, and her pair of big black eyes were dull at this time, but still very bright. Inshu guessed from the previous conversation between Flanders and the master that these two people should know the dean. But at this time he still had to follow the etiquette and quickly stepped forward a few steps to the outside of the fence. Inshu respectfully said to the beautiful woman behind the fence. Dean, there are several new soul masters who have applied for the job among them, the strength of 6 people has exceeded the 60th level of soul power, I let them pass directly, they said they wanted to see you, so I brought them here. With a flash of her figure, the beautiful woman was already outside the fence. Xiaogang, is it really you? Am I dreaming? The master's eyes were red as he looked at the woman in front of him who he longed for but dared not meet. His lips trembled, but he couldn't say a word for a long time. It was Flanders who sighed softly. Our so-called golden triangle finally met again today, Sister Erlong, we haven't seen each other for many years, how are you? His heart was also sighing, and the eyes of her in front of him were still the same. Only Xiaogang. P.S. Flanders, the old bootlicker, is so strong that he even gives up the woman he likes for the sake of his brother. This is outrageous. Only then did the beautiful woman's dilated pupils focus. And her eyes turned to Flanders, with unspeakable emotions in her eyes. Boss Fu, I haven't seen you for many years, but you still look the same. Flanders smiled bitterly, I am old, but you should still be as charming as ever, come, let me introduce you, these are the teachers and students of Shrek Academy, they come here to make a living. After passing the master, Flanders introduced several teachers of Shrek Academy to the beautiful woman, and finally said to everyone in Shrek Academy. This is Lu Erlong, perhaps you have heard of her before, she was the last member of our Golden Iron Triangle who worked with me and the master in the Soul Master world. The woman was none other than Lu Erlong, the killing horn of the Golden Triangle. Her martial soul was a fire dragon that mutated from the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and she was a level 76 strong attack-type combat soul saint. After hearing Flanders' introduction, everyone in Shrek bowed. Sister Erlong, won't you invite us in? Flanders said with a smile. Seeing Lu Erlong again, it was not just the master who was shaken, but he was also. However, he could only bury this swaying deep in his heart. Boss Fu, do you think my hut can accommodate so many people? What's wrong with you? When did you fall to this point? Flanders briefly told the person he had been thinking about day and night about the trip. We at Shrek have not been certified by any empire or kingdom. And are not qualified to participate in the Soul Master competition. These children are very talented. And I don't want them to regret not participating in the Soul Master competition, so I came to you. When Lu Erlong heard that Flanders brought people from Shrek Academy to join her, she was immediately delighted. She was originally worried about what to do in the next Soul Master competition, but she didn't expect that he would bring such a group of people. You have to know that Lan Ba Academy has been open for 10 years and has only recruited civilian students. However, there are too few talented people among the civilians, which has caused the entire academy to be unable to make ends meet and is in a period of transition. Okay, Boss Fu, I was just worrying about how to prepare for the Soul Master competition a year later. I didn't expect you to bring me such a group of people. How about this? I have the final say in this Blue Tyrant Academy, my place is your place. Flanders glanced at the zombie-like master next to him and said jokingly, our treatment requirements are quite high, can you bear it? Lu Erlong smiled and said, Boss Fu, you are wrong. These are not my problems, these are your problems. You are the boss of our Golden Triangle, from now on, this academy is yours. Tomorrow I will hold a meeting of all teachers and students to announce this decision. At the same time, the name of the academy will be changed to Shrek. Let me also get some of the glory of your Shrek Academy. Ah. Although Flanders always knew that Lu Erlong was a cheerful woman who was as good as any man. This time Flanders' original intention was just to join the Blue Tyrant Academy to obtain the qualifications. He did not expect that Lu Erlong would give the academy to him without saying a word. Teacher Yin Shu, please go and announce that a meeting of all teachers and students of the college will be held tomorrow. These are my friends. We haven't seen each other for many years, today we want to catch up. Please ask the cafeteria to prepare a sumptuous banquet in the private room on the second floor. I want to entertain them. Yes, Dean, although he still didn't understand the true relationship between Dean Lu Erlong and the people in front of him, this was obviously not what Yin Shu should ask, so he hurried back along the same path. Xiaogang, are you planning to never talk to me like this? Lu Erlong turned her gaze to the master again. The excitement in her eyes had not disappeared, but her voice was no longer trembling, but had a hint of loneliness. Lu Erlong looked at Dashi deeply, Xiaogang, I will never let you escape from me again this time. Flanders smiled and said, Sister Erlong, although this is just a coincidence, I leave him to you. If you let him run away again, I'm afraid you will never see him again. Time flies so fast, 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye, a full 20 years. Taking a deep breath, Lu Erlong reluctantly turned his eyes away from the master and said to the people of Shrek, since you are new here, let me introduce you to Blue Tyrant Academy. Oh, no, it should be called Shrek Academy. This forest is the largest in Tiendo City, and all of it belongs to the academy. Although our facilities are not like those of other academies, they are not much different. It has been 10 years since the academy was founded. Because we only accept civilian Soul Masters, the quality of the Soul Masters' martial arts is inferior to that of ordinary high-level Soul Master academies. But it is also because our students are born from civilians that they have to practice much harder than those from large families or nobles. In the last Soul Master competition, we defeated many powerful enemies and finally made it to the top 8. The result was only slightly worse than the first team of Tiendo Royal Academy, their second team was still eliminated by us. After a pause, Lu Erlong continued, as for how to teach in the future, that is Boss Fu's problem. I am an incompetent dean, but now I can finally be free. Are you kidding? Now that Yu Xiaogang is here, how could Lu Erlong possibly devote his time to managing the academy? After not seeing her for 20 years, of course he would try to improve his relationship with Xiaogang. After Lu Erlong finished speaking, he took everyone to the cafeteria. Everyone was eating happily except Dashi Yu Xiaogang, who was unhappy. Lu Erlong's eyes were all on Yu Xiaogang. Soon everyone dispersed after finishing their meal. After the show, Yu Xiaogang couldn't stand Lu Erlong's gaze and directly told the little beggar to get out. Xiao San, come on, go out with me to relax. Oh. The little punk followed Yu Xiaogang directly after hearing what Yu Xiaogang said. As if he didn't see the master leaving, Lu Erlong picked up a napkin from the table and wiped his mouth gracefully. Flanders showed a hint of a smile on his face. Aren't you afraid that he will run away again? Boss Flanders, do you think he will be able to run away if I see him again? This time, even if I have to tie him up, I will tie him to my side. After going out, Yu Xiaogang and Xiao Bizan went to a bamboo forest just like in the original book. After arriving at the bamboo forest, Yu Xiaogang told Xiao Bizan about his past and the story between Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong. After listening to this, Xiao Bizan comforted Yu Xiaogang and gave him a suggestion for spiritual love. Yu Xiaogang was comforted by Xiao Bizan and the solution he proposed helped her let go of her worries and prepared to have a spiritual love affair with Lu Erlong. The next day, Lu Erlong held a teachers and students meeting, announcing that Flanders would become the new president of Blue Tyrant Academy and renamed it Shrek Academy. Chapter 116. That day, Xiao Yi was shopping with Dugu Yan and the other two girls. The four of them were talking and laughing. Huh? People from Shrek Academy? Could it be that they came while I was in seclusion? He had long stopped caring about Shrek and his gang. They posed no threat to him, but who wouldn't want to have some more fun? Xiao Yi's gaze did not linger on the Shrek people for too long, but turned around and continued chatting and laughing with Dugu Yan and the other two girls. Xiao Wu, so boring. Why do you like shopping so much? Why don't we have some fun? I'm going to explode if we keep being so bored. In the crowd of Shrek. Ning Rongrong affectionately held the old rabbit's wrist. A typical little devil character, after joining Shrek Academy, she experienced being raped and killed by the green-haired tiger, Flanders' show of strength, and Yu Xiaogang's training, which smoothed out her edges. However, these smoothed edges were only limited to some people in Shrek Academy. Towards other people, she still maintained her instinctive attitude as a little witch. The old rabbit knew Ning Rongrong's personality too well. She also felt a little bored, so she said, "Then Rongrong, what do you want to do?" When Ning Rongrong heard what the old rabbit said, her eyes started rolling. Suddenly, her eyes fell on Xiao Yi who was facing her. Hey, there is a solution. It's boring now, I can do something less boring. That guy seems to be looking at us, can I do something about it? Ning Rongrong became playful. Unable to bear the loneliness, she is now eager to make trouble. He doesn't care at all about the consequences of doing things, nor does he care about what impact the so-called consequences may have on himself. It's not a place like Soto City now. The land under your feet now is Tiando City, the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire. Her father, Ning Fengji, is the teacher of the Crown Prince of Tiando Empire and a person of very high status and position in the Tiando Empire. The 7 treasures glazed tile sect behind them is even richer than a country and is ranked among the top 3 sects in the Soul Master world. If there were any consequences, they would be nothing more than a drizzle in her eyes. Compared with the consequences, she just thought that Xiao Yi's being able to catch her eye was more like marrying above her station. Not everyone is qualified to do things that can please oneself. She admitted that Xiao Yi was handsome, but what was the use? As the little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tiles sect, Ning Rongrong had seen all kinds of people. To her, Xiao Yi was just a toy for her to have fun when she was bored. What's more, there is a woman beside Xiao Yi, isn't this even more interesting? After outlining the next plan, Ning Rongrong deliberately let go of the old rabbit's wrist, and followed the coming and going of people, after brushing past Xiao Yi. Suddenly, he stopped where he was and turned abruptly to look at Xiao Yi. Stop, you pervert. How dare you touch my butt in broad daylight, in public? Stop right there. Ning Rongrong suddenly turned around and looked very angry. He immediately started yelling at the backs of Xiao Yi and the other 3. Tang San and the others stopped and turned to look at Xiao Yi and the other 4. The crowd around them also stopped unconsciously, and all eyes turned to look at the 4 people. Xiao Yi stopped. Dugu Yan and Yi Lingling stopped, and Zhu Zhuqing also stopped at this moment. The 4 turned around to meet the gaze of the Shrek 7 devils, and finally their gazes were fixed on the moment they collided with Ning Rongrong. Xiao Yi was very surprised. He looked into Ning Rongrong's eyes and caught a glimpse of cunning in the depths of Ning Rongrong's eyes. There is no need to think too much, I already know what this little witch Ning Rongrong is up to. I was wondering what was going on, it turns out that this little girl has nothing to do, is she going to make fun of me? She's just a great soul master, I didn't want to pay attention to her, but I didn't expect her to find me, Ning Rongrong, you are very brave. Xiao Yi muttered to himself. I finally got the chance to go out with my wives, but encountered such a bad thing. Yen frowned deeply, and looked at Ning Rongrong with a bit more hostility, having recognized Ning Rongrong's identity. She and Xiao Yi had only been together a few times in such a long time. This time, she came out with Ling Ling and Zhu Qing. She was just going to go shopping, but she didn't expect this little witch to slander her man. Is it possible? Just ask if it is possible. Not to mention herself. Yi Lingling beside her and Zhu Qing behind her are both better than her. No matter how bad Yi's vision is, he would not look down on this person who has nothing. Not to mention Qianren Xue who is in Wuhuan City. They are simply not on the same level. How could he fall in love with such a woman? What's more, how could a 28th level spirit master have the confidence to slander others? Yen was very indignant. Angry at Ning Rongrong for looking for trouble. Deep down, he was worried about Xiao Yi's situation. As far as she knew, Xiao Yi had a very good temper towards his people, but would fight back against them if they disagreed with him. No matter who you were. Even if you were a member of the royal family, he was not afraid. Even if you got into trouble, his grandfather would cover for you. Then she looked at Xiao Yi and found that the corners of Xiao Yi's mouth were raised, as if he had found something interesting. Is he going to cause trouble? Yen thought to herself as she looked at Xiao Yi's expression. As the first woman to be with Xiao Yi was usually a bit sinister. Whenever he had this expression, it meant that this person was about to suffer something bad. Yi Lingling wanted to speak but was stopped by Yen. Yen then asked Yi Lingling to look at Xiao Yi's expression. Yi Lingling saw the subtle sarcasm on Xiao Yi's lips and immediately put her mind at ease. After all, Yi Lingling had never seen Xiao Yi suffer a loss. What are you looking at? What do your eyes mean? You're a pervert who attacked me in public and you still think you're right, right? Ning Rongrong took the initiative to step forward. While scolding, he acted as if he had suffered a great loss. In order to make the acting more realistic, he made himself look extremely aggrieved. Keeping a look of aggrieved. Ning Rongrong looked at Xiao Yi and the others in a subtle way. Catching the anger in Yan's eyes, Xiao Yi stared at her expressionlessly. Right? That's right, so what if you guys are good looking? Isn't this man staring at me all the time? All the boredom from before disappeared at this moment, replaced by a very comfortable feeling of excitement. That's how things are done to make it exciting. Just shopping is so boring. What are you going to buy? You just need to say a word and the servants can take care of everything. I was muttering to myself, and I felt much better. Don't blame me, I'm just bored now. You four only look good looking. In our 7 treasures glazed tiles sect, only the sect elites are qualified to be tricked by me. If you change my position, you can be tricked by me, which is also a favor from me. It is a blessing that you will never get in your 8 lifetimes. Chapter 117. I never had any sense of guilt for slandering anyone. She didn't even worry that the matter would eventually be exposed. As a girl, and a member of the 7 treasures glazed tiles sect, was there anyone in Tiando City that she couldn't afford to offend? Would she, a beautiful girl with a pretty face, use her innocence to slander a man? Rongrong, what did you just say? Oscar was the first to come forward, feeling upset as if he had been taken advantage of. The little punk, the green-haired tiger, the brothel turkey, and the old rabbit also walked forward, and their eyes fell on Ning Rongrong. The old rabbit was even more worried. Xiao Wu, someone took advantage of me. It was that white-haired guy. Just now, when there were so many people around, he actually secretly touched my butt. My innocence is gone, woo-woo. Ning Rongrong felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke. Tears welled up in my eyes. He's putting on a whole show. It's not the first time he's played a prank on others, nor is it the first time he's put himself in a vulnerable position. She was very familiar with this process. Based on past experience. Just make sure you maintain a sufficiently vulnerable posture. In the end, black can become white, and white can become black. The prank plan has already begun, and she doesn't intend to stop so easily. She has to at least have fun. Men, dance to your heart's content. Unfortunately, she was wrong. At this moment, no matter whether it was Xiao Yi or the 3 girls of Yen, they all wanted to laugh in their hearts. Why did they have to offend Xiao Yi when there were so many people to offend? Please this girl and make her happy. How can it be? The old rabbit exclaimed, Rongrong you were actually. The old rabbit covered his mouth and pretended to be surprised. He quickly wiped Ning Rongrong's tears, and then stared at Xiao Yi in the image of a female tyrannosaurus. What's going on? Where is the soul beast aura of this old rabbit? Could it be that Tang Dachui gave her a herb that blocks the aura? As for Tang Dachui, he should have known about medicines like the breath-lying grass since he had been with Ah-in for such a long time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to wait until Ah-in said it herself before knowing that Ah-in was a 100,000-year-old soul beast. However, old rabbits have simple brains and underdeveloped limbs. The main job is love brain, and the side job is giving soul bones and soul rings. Although Ning Rongrong told her that she was just having fun, she didn't expect Ning Rongrong to be slandering her and thought that Xiao Yi really touched Ning Rongrong's but secretly. Just as Ning Rongrong was thinking, there was no need for her to use her innocence to slander others at this time. Ning Rongrong saw that Xiao Wu already believed it. Tang San and the others also believed it, and Oscar's face turned pale. My heart was filled with joy. Hey, it's done. Sure enough, I am very familiar with this process. It's been a while since I played a prank on someone like this, it seems like my tricks haven't gotten any better. Not bad, if I continue like this, maybe even more people will look at me with sympathy. As long as people can sympathize with me, today's matter will be settled. Ning Rongrong was happily thinking about it in her mind. After such a short while, she had already figured out how to punish Xiao Yi once he was forced to admit that he was a pervert. Shrek Academy has a school motto. A little monster that dares not cause trouble is not a good monster. He has become one of the 6 monsters of Shrek Academy, a true little monster. There's nothing wrong with remembering your college motto. Right? If something really happened, the teachers of the academy would be there to back it up. There were strong people at the level of Soul Emperor and Soul Saint. It would be easy to solve the problem. If all else fails, you can use the power of your own sect. One of the top 3 sects, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, which is well known in the Soul Master world. With such a backer available at any time and anywhere, Ning Rongrong feels that she is now extremely confident. Are you done? This scene is so good, I can't help but laugh. Huh? What's going on? How dare this guy laugh? Doesn't he know that a disaster is about to happen? You said I molested you, so why don't you tell me when I touched you? Xiao Yi stopped laughing and said. That's not right, logically, shouldn't he be terrified and thinking about how to beg for mercy? Why is he still thinking about this? Just now, you took advantage of the moment when you passed by me and grabbed my butt with your left hand, Ning Rongrong said, wiping away tears in the middle. I've made it so clear, you can't just deny it, just bear my slander. Okay, this is really well reasoned, he even mentioned the hands in detail, it seems that he is uneducated, Xiao Yi thought to himself. Afterwards, Xiao Yi's voice reached the ears of the 3 women. Yanzi, Lingling, Zhu Qing, look at how I solved this matter today. After delivering the message, he was met with Ning Rongrong's wronged and angry gaze. Xiao Yi moved, and his 6th soul skill flashed in front of the Shrek's 6 monsters. His eyes swept over Xiao Bizan and others, and then fixed on Ning Rongrong. You said I took advantage of you by taking advantage of the crowd, you are so impressive, little witch from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect. You don't have much meat on your butt, you look the same no matter how you look at it, the women around me are all better than you, how can you be so confident that I would be interested in someone like you? Are you worthy? As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. On the wide street, all the people gathered here were stunned. Many people reflexively cast their eyes on Ning Rongrong, and then nodded involuntarily. They suddenly agreed with Xiao Yi's words. It looks the same no matter how you look at it. A typical example of fabric saving. Afterwards, some senior people quietly cast their eyes on Dugu Yan and her 2 daughters. Other women have such great figures, how could they be attracted to a little girl like you? When you attack Ning Rongrong with such a small tablet, aren't you afraid that you might accidentally break a bone? Just 3 words, it's so annoying. Ning Rongrong's expression changed wildly. His face turned blue and purple. Ning Rongrong knew she had gone too far, but she had never admitted her mistakes, so she could only continue to speak with a brave face. Who knows if you are tired of your woman and want to try something new? Do you have any other skills besides being handsome? You just said that I am from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect, do I have to lower my status to slander you? I don't know about that, I just know that a proper woman values her chastity very much and won't use her innocence as a bargaining chip. But there is one type of woman who is not like that, the women in the brothels will use their bodies and innocence as bargaining chips. If you want to compare yourself to a prostitute, that's your freedom, I don't care about these trivial matters. But you put yourself in this position, and you don't even want chastity and innocence, so don't act like a prostitute in front of me. Xiao Yi's light words reached the ears of everyone on the street. Murder and kill. This sentence completely proved that Ning Rongrong was slandering Xiao Yi, and made the pedestrians on the street realize that something was wrong. Yeah, that's what people in brothels would say. Could it be that they are really slandering me? Yes, there seems to be a little witch in the Seven Treasures glazed sect who likes to play tricks and slander. Could it be her? Be careful with your words, be careful with your words. Do you want to be slandered by her? I don't want to be accused of being a pervert. I feel uncomfortable with that. Ning Rongrong couldn't pretend anymore after hearing what the passers-by said on the street, and she said directly, putting aside the facts, aren't you wrong? Chapter 118. What a good thing, putting aside the facts, are you not at fault? This made Xiao Yi laugh. What kind of T0 fairy statement is this? You have already ignored the facts and are still talking about nonsense. If Xiao Yi remembered correctly, according to the original novel, the little witch Ning Rongrong was an ungrateful person, just like Bibi Dong when she went crazy. First of all, she had a crush on the little punk, but the little punk had the old rabbit at that time. And Oscar was always willing to meet her requests, even going to the frozen forest to train for her. It can be said that the little witch had Oscar so much that she was teased, and only when Oscar came back did she let go of her thoughts on the little punk. Then the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect was wiped out by Bibi Dong. In fact, it was also the fault of the old fox Ning Fengji. Why are you, a businessman, jumping around so much? What's more, you don't have the ability to protect yourself. The sect still has money, so who else can they attack if not you? Afterwards, Chen Xian lost an arm to save 1 or 2% of his disciples. Ning Rongrong took over the support of the Tang sect. In the final battle, Chen Xian and Gu Rong's sword was broken in order to save the little beggar, and then he turned around and fell in love with Oscar. It's hard, the fist is hard. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi really wanted to perform a craniotomy on Ning Rongrong. He wanted to know what was in Ning Rongrong's head. Was it paste? Logically speaking, Chen Xian and Gu Rong treated Ning Rongrong as their own granddaughter and almost picked the stars for her. What else is there to talk about if you put aside the facts? Xiao Yi said calmly. What to talk about? Of course, I'm talking about you calling me your cousin. You took advantage of me in public and humiliated me. You are such a lowly person. Ning Rongrong was furious. The original intention was to find some excitement and fun. At this moment, hearing Xiao Yi say this, her emotions were burning out of control. Trying to find a happy mood will also become more unhappy at this time. Stop right there today, you bastard. If you don't explain this matter clearly, I will go back and tell my grandpa Jian that he killed you. Ning Rongrong yelled. He rushed towards Xiao Yi without caring about anything. With so many people present, most of them still agreed with what I said before. She just didn't believe that others would not come to help her after seeing her take action. At the very least, Xiao Yi had to pay a certain price. Xiao Yi frowned. Originally, he didn't want to take action against Ning Rongrong. After all, she had the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect behind her and even 2 super DOLOU. But Ning Rongrong was already like this, and it would be a bit too much to endure it any longer. So without waiting for Ning Rongrong to rush over, Xiao Yi rewarded her with a big green dumpling, Ning Rongrong's favorite. Snapped. The sound of the slap was extremely crisp. Ning Rongrong was so angry that she felt dizzy. She rushed forward as fast as she did when she was slapped. There was a loud, bang, sound. He was swung several meters away before falling heavily to the ground. Under the attention of everyone, the fair face became visibly red and swollen. Noisy. The Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, right? Grandpa Jian, right? Are you that great? Are you so used to playing tricks on people in your Seven Treasures glazed tile sect that you think the whole world has to revolve around you? Without the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, who are you? Didn't your father teach you that there would be consequences for slandering others in public? Xiao Yi felt much better after slapping her. As expected, this kind of little fairy cannot be spoiled. However, Ning Rongrong did not care about what Xiao Yi said, but covered her swollen cheeks and started crying. You dare to hit me? My dad never hit me like this. Ning Rongrong complained aggrievedly, and the more she cried, the more sad she became. I must tell my grandpa Jian that he killed you. Rongrong, are you okay? Your face is swollen, does it hurt? What do you think? Woohoo. Seeing Ning Rongrong crying so sadly, Oscar could only keep comforting her. Xiao Yi didn't care about what Ning Rongrong said. The Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, even if they were added together, they are not enough for DALU Bo to defeat alone. If DALU Bo is not enough, then call DALU. If I remember correctly, when Chen Xian's father was level 98, he suddenly looked for DALU for PK, but he didn't win and just gave up. This made Chen Xian hate DALU, but It seemed that Chen Xian had stayed in the Seven Treasures glazed tiles sect for too long, and his soul power had stagnated for a long time. He could not beat DALU, and he would die if he went there. He could only hide in Tiando City and the Seven Treasures glazed tiles sect and pretend to be cool. He was far inferior to his father and grandfather. Chen Sun, level 98, challenges Tang Chen. Chen Jianjun challenges DALU at level 97. Chen Xian, level 96, from the Seven Treasures glazed sect, sparred with Gu Rong. There is no need to explain what the ingredients are. Xiao Yi thought that level 96 was quite powerful before, but now it is just that. Xiao Yi feels that after absorbing the spirit ring, he can hang Chen Xian up and beat him. Open your eyes if you want to slander someone in the future. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a title DOLOU behind you. If you want to cause trouble, you should see if you have the ability to bear the consequences. After saying this, Xiao Yi turned and left without even looking back. And Dugu Yan and the other two girls also followed Xiao Yi's steps. Just left like that? Dugu Yan asked curiously. It's not over yet, just wait. If we don't wait long, the girl with bunny ears will definitely cause trouble, Xiao Yi responded. Then why don't you just do it? You are stupid. If we attack directly, we will not be in the right place. Although we are not afraid of them, they will bite back and keep pestering you. If we let them attack first, wouldn't that give us a reason? Dugu Yan's eyes lit up when she heard Xiao Yi's words. Is so bad, I like him so much. Obviously, Xiao Yi's words became a fact. Not long after the few people left, the old rabbit came up. Everyone, are you planning to leave before the issue of Rongrong being your cousin is resolved? As one of the Shrek 6 devils, Ning Rongrong is now being bullied. Seeing Xiao Yi and others wanting to leave, he jumped out immediately. Xiao Yi stopped and thought, here it comes. He was originally thinking about how to catch this old rabbit, but it ended up being delivered to his doorstep. Not bad, not bad. He glanced indifferently at the old rabbit. What do you want? What can you do? What? Apologize to Rongrong. What if I don't apologize? Then I'll let you have a taste of Sister Xiao Wu's explosive 8-section throw. Xiao Yi laughed after listening to the old rabbit's words. He was indeed a brainless old rabbit. The only useful parts of his body were his spirit rings and spirit bones, and the rest were just accessories for the little scoundrel. You can come and try, Xiao Yi said lightly. The old rabbit's face turned red when he heard Xiao Yi's words. He didn't even think about the gap and rushed forward. What Xiao Wu was thinking at this moment was that after getting close to Xiao Yi, she would directly perform an 8-stage throw to give Xiao Yi an unforgettable memory. However, imagination is beautiful and reality is cruel. Just as the old rabbit had imagined what Xiao Yi would look like after being thrown down 8 times, Xiao Yi also treated the old rabbit to one of his favorite foods, dabidu. Chapter 119. Similarly, with a pop, the old rabbit experienced the same big green bag as Ning Rongrong. After the old rabbit received the big blue bag, it formed a perfect parabola. After the old rabbit landed on the ground, his face was full of doubts about life, and he even forgot about being hit on the face. How could this happen? I should have been the one to give him an 8-section throw, but how come I was the one being beaten back? The old rabbit's brain was not enough. She couldn't understand why her third soul skill, teleportation, could allow her to flash in front of others without any warning, but it was completely useless in front of Xiao Yi. She would never have thought that Xiao Yi was a soul DOLOU, and his mental strength had reached the level of super DOLOU. How could Cricket's soul master not be able to react to his third soul skill? Little dance. The little punk couldn't help but come over to check on the old rabbit's injuries when he saw the old rabbit experiencing the same experience. When the little punk saw that the profile of the old rabbit was as swollen as Ning Rongrong, he couldn't help it and said directly, "Senior, are you going too far? Too much. How did I do that? Rongrong was only slandering you, but you were not affected at all, yet you said she was a cousin and Xiao Wu was just venting her anger, so why did you have to use such a heavy hand?" Double Standard 3 started to exert its strength. Which eye of yours saw me hitting them hard? It was just a slap on each of them, so what? Can they slander and vent their anger, but I can't teach them? They are just girls. Do you know what kind of damage a slap can cause to them? Oh, I understand, they slandered me, and I have to take it on if I want to stand up, but I can't hit them. Is that what you mean? Xiao Yi said indifferently. Or, in other words, if I, Xiao, don't have much strength today, or if I'm just an ordinary person, can you guys just humiliate me at will? This. The little punk was speechless when he heard Xiao Yi's words. After all, it was their Shrek people who started the trouble today. However, as the 6 Shrek monsters, they were of one mind and one body, so they had to step forward when their own people were injured. Senior, Rongrong is just bored and wants to have some fun, it has no impact on you, just ask her to apologize, there is no need to hit her, after all, you know her background. Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes slightly when listening to what the little punk said. He had never thought that the little punk could be so shameless. Could it be that he learned it from Yu Xiaogang? After all, that thing had been bothering him a lot in the past. You still want to use the 7 treasures glazed tile sect to pressure me? It seems that you can bully others, but if I fight back, I'm wrong, how can there be such a thing in the world? While Xiao Yi was speaking, the pressure of his soul power was pressing on the little punk. This. The little punk felt the pressure and his pupils contracted. He couldn't help but take a step back, looking at Xiao Yi in disbelief. So strong, at least stronger than the dean, the little punk thought to himself. Flanders' realm is Soul Saint, Xiao Yi's soul power level is at least the same as Flanders, or even higher. Looking at the Soul Master world. Soul Saints and Soul DOLOU are already among the strongest. I thought Xiao Yi and the others were just ordinary people, because their clothes were very ordinary, and they didn't look like nobles or strong people. In the end, starting from Soul Saint or Soul DOLOU. This time I hit a wall. In fact, Xiao Yi and the others were all wearing custom-made clothes. Although they didn't look very good, they were actually very expensive. Since they had money, why should they treat themselves badly? But the little punk was already over 40 years old, so he quickly calmed down and said. Senior, you can't say that, after all, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is one of the top 3 sects, and Rongrong is the princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. She has been spoiled by her family since she was a child. If they knew that Rongrong was beaten, it would be difficult for you to deal with it. Besides, you should know how powerful the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is in Tiando City. You don't want your woman to be abducted to that place, do you? That's right, I must sell your women to brothels. Let them entertain customers every day. Then I will let Grandpa Jian break your limbs and turn you into a beggar. That's right, if they were sold to a brothel, I would definitely patronize them every day, their figures are so sexy. Ma Hongjun commented on the figures of Douluo Yen and the other 2 girls with obscene eyes. Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows. Selling her woman to a brothel. You are no longer in a favorable position and are now using the sex pressure. And you want to patronize her every day. How dare you? You are really brave. He originally thought that the character of Ning Rongrong in the original novel was too extreme. But he didn't expect it to be too conservative. A 12-year-old girl actually knew how to sell girls to brothels, and even let Chen Xian break his limbs to become a beggar. What kind of vicious mind must one have to say such words? As for Ma Hongjun and Green-Haired Tiger, he thought he had taught them a lesson last time in the Star Do Great Forest, but they refused to change and are still thinking about his woman. How about he help them get rid of their troubles? Huh? Threaten me? Break my limbs? Sell my woman to a brothel? Where do you get the guts to do that? Douluo Yen felt a little disgusted when she heard what Shrek and the others said. They were so vicious at such a young age, and they wanted to sell them to brothels. Especially that fat boy. Who was so young and was always in brothels, and he patronized them every day. It was really disgusting. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the green-haired tiger with undisguised disgust. She felt sick at the thought of having been engaged to such a man before. Fortunately, she met Xiao Yi, who helped her to cancel the engagement, otherwise she would have felt so disgusted when she fulfilled the engagement. Yi Lingling was the same. After spending a long time with Douluo Yen often told Yi Lingling about Shrek. She couldn't imagine what kind of wisdom academy could teach such a person. He was simply misleading the students. He didn't pay attention to the student's character and only knew how to make trouble. By the way, Qin Ming seemed to have graduated from this academy. She originally thought it was a good academy, but it turned out to be like this. Thinking of this, Yi Lingling's impression of Qin Ming dropped to the freezing point. It's over, he's angry. The little punk knew that Xiao Yi was angry when he heard Xiao Yi's words without any emotion, so his brain started working quickly. Soon, the little punk came up with a solution using the amazing wisdom he had learned in his past and present lives. Senior, I'm just saying there's a possibility, it doesn't necessarily mean it will happen. Besides, you just need to apologize, you are a man and they are women, don't take it seriously. It would have been fine if Tang San didn't say anything, but as soon as he said it, Xiao Yi got even angrier. What do you mean by, maybe? It's obvious that he wanted to do this. And what do you mean by? I am a man and they are women. This is directly targeting the vulnerable group and moral kidnapping. Sorry, as long as I have no morals I won't be kidnapped. You are so vicious at such a young age, it seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you will really have no idea of your own limitations, Xiao Yi said as he flashed in front of them again. Senior, calm down, we need to be reasonable. The little punk looked at Xiao Yi's actions and was ready to speak up to dissuade him. Oh, I'm too lazy to reason with you, you don't deserve to listen. Chapter 120. As Xiao Yi spoke, he gave the little punk a big green bag. Soon, with a slap, the little punk got slapped. After getting slapped, he began to doubt his life. Do you know what kind of harm a big blue bag can cause to me? He doesn't know right from wrong, uses his power to bully others, and hurts Xiao Wu. This person deserves death, the little punk thought angrily. But now we need to think long term, I will remember this grudge. This is the kind of person that a little punk is. He will take revenge for any slight, and can make you into a life and death feud over a small matter. Is this a way to kill me? Is this what you want, you little jerk? Of course Xiao Yi saw the resentment in the little punk's eyes, and he also understood what he was thinking. What? Are you not convinced? If you are not convinced, call your backer over and see if he can help you. Don't go too far, said the little punk angrily. Is this too much? What did you say about us just now? Now you can't accept a mere slap in the face. How dare you cause trouble with your mental quality? Oh, I remember now, that golden-haired guy must be Dai Mubai. I remember you seem to be from Shrek. I think I taught you a lesson a year and a half ago. It seems you don't learn your lesson. What's your school motto? Those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre, right? You said I let you go last time, but you come to trouble me again this time. How should I deal with you? What? It's you. When he tried to flirt with Dugu Yan, he was knocked unconscious by Xiao Yi. After that, Zhao Wuji wanted to take action but was stopped by the titled Douluo beside him. In the end, he was unconscious for 2.5 days before he woke up. Oh. You remembered? You really only care about food and not punishment. Let me think about cutting off the root of your troubles, including that little fat guy, so that you won't harm women again. No, I know I was wrong, please spare my life, senior. The green-haired tiger begged for mercy with his scalp tingling. As a member of the royal family, Green-haired tiger certainly knew what the root of worry was. It was a symbol of a man and a treasure for carrying on the family line. He was still so young and hadn't had enough fun. He didn't want to lose his treasure just like that. Yes, we know we were wrong, and we ask you to forgive us. Gulan Fenghuang also begged for mercy. Wrong? You just know that your things are going to be lost. Take a deep breath, it's normal the first time, it will heal quickly. Xiao Yi put his fingers together and released 2 sword energies that hit green-haired tiger and Gulan Phoenix. After Xiao Yi's sword energies touched the two, a stream of blood spurted out between their legs. Ah! I will never let you go. I will tell my father about this. Your father? Emperor Xingluo? Do you think your father will care about you? A useless prince who has been abandoned and whose engagement has been cancelled. What's more, he and your mother together can't beat me, let alone your father. Xiao Yi said disdainfully. What? This is impossible. You were barely a Soul King more than a year ago, how could you improve so quickly? More than a year ago, Xiao Yi came out of the Slaughter City. At that time, he was stuck at level 60 to obtain the Soul Ring, so he only revealed himself as a Soul King. Why do you care why I'm so fast? I didn't use your resources. By the way, speaking of engagement, you are such a coward, you left your fiancé in Xingluo and ran away to be a playboy, your emperor father didn't even tell you that your engagement was cancelled. Puff. The green-haired tiger couldn't bear the blow and spit out blood and fainted. That's it. His mental state is too poor, he fainted already, it's really boring. When Xiao Yi saw the green-haired tiger faint, he didn't want to continue and prepared to leave. As for the old rabbit, of course we will find time to catch it at night. After all, it will have some impact if we catch it in public. Then Xiao Yi took the 3 girls away. After all, this wave was refreshing. They beat the little punk and crippled the green-haired tiger. Dirty. Zhu Zhuqing said disdainfully before leaving. However, the green-haired tiger did not hear it. At this time, the green-haired tiger could not bear the blow and fainted. However, Gulan Fenghuang fainted at the very beginning. Before leaving, Xiao Yi separated 3 strands of soul power and injected them into the meridians of Xiao Bizan and the other 2. This would allow them to practice faster. But it would consume their foundation, and they might die suddenly if they practiced to the level of Soul King or Soul Emperor. It is worth mentioning that the root of green-haired tiger's troubles cannot be connected, which means that they will both be eunuchs in the future. Soon, the figures of Xiao Yi and the other 3 disappeared. After Xiao Yi and the others disappeared, Xiao Bizan looked at the green-haired tiger and the phoenix lying on the ground and said to Oscar, Xiao Ao, take them back first when you go back, ask the dean what to do. Shrek Academy. The former Blue Bully Academy of Lu Erlong was renamed only a few days ago. In the huge dean's office, Flanders sat alone behind the desk. Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaogang, Zhao Wuji and other backbone members of Shrek Academy gathered here. The little punk and Oscar were waiting there for questioning with the fainted green-haired tiger and the brothel phoenix. Okay, everyone is here, let's talk about Xiao San and the others. Flanders made the decision. The thing is, Rongrong, the little punk told Flanders and the others what happened from beginning to end, exaggerating the whole thing. Flanders and his companions were a little out of control and didn't react for a while. After a moment, Lu Erlong was the first to react. His aura suddenly rose steadily, and a cold and violent aura erupted from his body. Who is it? How dare they bully our Shrek Academy so brazenly? Xiao San, tell me the information of that person, I will kill them. Lu Erlong was furious. Like a brainless person. As soon as he realized what was happening, he immediately started shouting that he wanted to take revenge. As the killing corner of the former Golden Iron Triangle, her personality has always been like this. That means Mu Bai and Hong Jun are no longer men now. Flanders also realized what Lu Erlong said. Well, I've observed it, and this is the case, the little punk said. I'm sorry, Boss Dai, this is all we can say if you want us to be right, the little punk apologized to the green-haired tiger in his heart. Besides, according to my judgment, that person is at least as strong as the dean, and Boss Dai said that he had seen him and the woman around him more than a year ago. More than a year ago? Could it be His Majesty the Poison Douluo? Xiao San, is the person you are talking about the one with white hair and a cold face, who looks to be around 20 years old? Zhao Wuji asked. Teacher Zhao, how do you know? The little punk asked puzzledly. Xiao San, you've hit a wall, there's a poison Douluo behind him, and he's not a good person. If you want revenge, you can only let Rongrong ask the sect for help, Zhao Wuji said with a wry smile. Chapter 121. The sound of people gasping for air when they heard Zhao Wuji's words filled the dean's office. Flanders couldn't help but stand up from behind the desk, put his hands on the table, and his eyes were bigger than copper bells. Lu Erlong was so furious that his anger seemed to burn through the roof, but now it was as if a basin of cold water was poured on him. My heart is cold and my heart is flying. Rough words are not rough. Shrek Academy, one of the advanced Soul Master Academies. The teachers who can work at Shrek Academy are indeed quite capable. Just now, she had an idea. It was not a problem if they were very strong. She, Flanders and Yu Xiaogang were there. The name of the Golden Iron Triangle was well known in the world of Soul Masters back then. If we work together, it should be no problem to solve some problems. If the problem still cannot be solved, at least there are still many teachers in Shrek Academy. It's not uncommon for a master to be beaten to death by a random punch. But now, when Zhao Wuji said that there was a titled Douluo behind the person he provoked, he instantly woke up. Old Zhao, are you sure the person behind him is Poison Douluo? Flanders said with narrowed eyes. I'm sure it was Poison Douluo. After all, a year and a half ago, Mu Bai teased Poison Douluo's granddaughter and was punished. When I wanted to take action, I was suppressed by Poison Douluo, Zhao Wuji said. It's over, we really have to rely on Ning Rongrong to get revenge this time, everyone thought to themselves at this moment. Dugu Bo is not a good person. I heard that Dugu Bo would kill an entire family when he was unhappy. The people from Shrek have hit a wall. But soon everyone's attention fell on the shirt Yu Xiaogang. The current situation is like this. Lu Erlong handed the academy over to Flanders. And Flanders listened to Yu Xiaogang. Lu Erlong focused all his attention on Yu Xiaogang, and the routine training was also arranged by Yu Xiaogang. It can be said that Shrek Academy is a one-man show under Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang groaned for a moment. Even if he is a soul Douluo, we should not provoke him if we can, not to mention that there is a powerful person of the titled Douluo level behind him. Let's leave this matter to Rongrong and ask her to seek help from the sect. What a pity that His Majesty Haotian is not here, otherwise I wouldn't have to feel so depressed, Yu Xiaogang thought to herself. With Yu Xiaogang's endorsement, everything was decided and arranged. No one in the office dared to object and all obeyed Yu Xiaogang's arrangements. Afterwards, Xiao San and his group left the office, leaving only Flanders and a few others, and no one knew what they were discussing. Dugu Bo. Just a reptile, since your descendants are causing trouble for my son, don't blame me for being unsportsmanlike. Tang Dachui heard the whole thing clearly. He didn't care whether the little punk exaggerated it or not. He just knew that his son was bullied. He was the only one who could take care of his son, and no one else could do anything to him. Then Tang Dachui took a sip of wine and disappeared in an instant. After leaving the office, The little punk took the lead in comforting Ning Rongrong and then returned to her room to practice. Oscar wanted to stay with Ning Rongrong for a while longer, but when he met Ning Rongrong's cold gaze, he shrank his neck and left obediently. Soon, Little Bum and Oscar took Eunuch Dai and Eunuch Ma away from here, leaving only Old Rabbit and the other two walking aimlessly in the college. Ning Rongrong said nothing and seemed very silent. Xiao Waoqi's story made her feel very bad. After a while, Ning Rongrong said, "Xiao Wu, don't worry about this matter, I will go back to the sect to find my grandpa Jian tomorrow. Master and teacher Zhao said that there is a title DOLOU behind him, and you can't get involved." She was really afraid that the old rabbit would get angry and get beaten. You know, a title DOLOU is an absolutely powerful person who can even influence a war. To provoke someone of this level is definitely like hanging oneself. But she didn't know that the old rabbit was a soul beast, and Xiao Yi was planning to capture her. Okay, although the old rabbit wanted to help, the man behind him was a title DOLOU after all, and she was just a small soul master. What's more, she had no ability to resist in front of Xiao Yi, so she could only agree. It is night and the stars are shining. The sound of insects chirping was very crisp, and many lights in Shrek Academy had been turned off. In the darkness of night, a figure appeared in Shrek Academy. "We've arrived at Shrek Academy, the next step is to find the old rabbit's location," the figure whispered. "Yes, got it. Here." The figure released his mental power, found the old rabbit's location, and then disappeared on the spot. Then the figure came to the room where the old rabbit was. TSK, it's quite interesting to talk about, but I'm not interested, after all, you are a 100,000-year-old soul beast, the figure whispered while looking at the sleeping old rabbit. This figure is our Xiao Yi. During the day, he asked about the location of Shrek Academy and found it as soon as he asked. So he did something stupid in the dead of night. I just don't know where Tang Dachui is. Normally, Tang Dachui should be there. Never mind him, let's take him away without delay. Xiao Yi took out a dose of sleeping pills and a sack from his soul guide. After the drug was released, the old rabbit fell into a deep coma. Xiao Yi then put a sack over the old rabbit's head. Mission accomplished, let's run away. After Xiao Yi succeeded, he left immediately, not caring about the consequences of the old rabbit's disappearance at all. The old rabbit's disappearance had nothing to do with him. It was your academy that did not take good care of her disappearance. Are you kidding? Humans and soul beasts are naturally in opposition. I don't know what's wrong with this old rabbit and Ah-in that they fall in love with humans. I really don't understand. Soon Xiao Yi's figure disappeared in Shrek, and there was no sign that anyone had been there. I have to say that Xiao Yi's sixth soul skill is an essential skill for traveling, killing and escaping at home. It's really great. On the other side, Dugu Mansion. At this time, Dugu Bo was making medicine in the secret room. Just when he was about to finish it, a voice came out. "Dugu Bo, come to Sunset Forest." The voice was very faint, but with a hint of domineering. "Damn it, that bastard, where's my medicine?" Dugu Bo cursed in his mind as he looked at the medicine that had not taken shape after being affected. Then Dugu Bo went straight to the Sunset Forest. When they reached the place, the voice said, "Dugu Bo said, who disturbed my rest?" As soon as Dugu Bo's voice fell, a black figure slowly walked out from behind a big tree. This person was covered in black clothes, and even had a black hood on his head. From the outside, he could only be seen as a tall man. "You are the one who disturbed my rest. Who are you?" Dugu Bo said. The man in black did not answer him directly, but said calmly, "Your descendants bullied my son, so I came to teach you a lesson." "Your son? Oh, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the stray dog Tang Hao. Why don't you want to be a coward?" At the beginning, Dugu Bo was actually quite confused. How could it be possible that his junior bullied the son of the man in black? Then he remembered what Xiao Yi had said to him during the day. "Grandpa, today I beat up Tang Dachui's son and Ning Rongrong. They wanted to slander me at first, but I taught them a lesson. Tang Dachui might cause trouble for you in the evening." Looking for death. Tang Dachui was angered by Dugu Bo. As Haotian DOLOU of the Mouse sect, he certainly couldn't keep a straight face when being mocked by Dugu Bo. It can be said that Tang Dachui has a kind of beauty as if he has a missing brain stem. He still thinks that Dugu Bo is just the weakest title DOLOU, and he rushed forward without even sensing Dugu Bo's soul power. Tang Dachui had a hammer in his right hand, and 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red, were hovering around him. Chapter 122. Time passed quickly and it was the next morning in the blink of an eye. Early morning, inside Shrek Academy. In the room belonging to Eunuch Dai woke up from a coma. "Hiss, bastard, my baby." After Eunuch Dai woke up from his coma, he felt that his Xiao Xiaobai was gone. We must tell father to hunt him down. Then find 10 beggars to take his women in turn, and then sell them to brothels. With his symbol of manliness gone, Eunuch Dai vented his anger in the room in frustration. After a while, Eunuch Dai seemed to remember something and stopped his impotent rage. No, I heard him say yesterday that my engagement was cancelled, and that my father and mother were defeated by him. This means that my father can't do anything to him. Plus, he has a title DOLOU behind him, so the empire can't do anything either. Eunuch Dai thought to himself. Then what should we do? Oh, his cultivation level. His father is a sole DOLOU, and he was only a sole king a year and a half ago. How could he improve so fast? He must be a fallen soul master. I want to report him. At this time, Eunuch Dai's IQ took the lead. He believed that Xiao Yi was a fallen soul master. If he was not a fallen soul master, how could he have defeated his father and mother, not to mention that they also had the martial soul fusion technique? Although it is a report, Eunuch Dai is currently unable to get out of bed. It will take at least a few days for his injuries to heal. But he didn't know that Xiao Yi was having an affair with the young master of the Spirit Hall. What's more, the Pope's palace had all the information about Xiao Yi. Plus, before Qian Renxue left, she had told the Spirit Hall of Tiando City not to make things difficult for Xiao Yi. Even if he reported it, they wouldn't do anything because they had connections above them. No one knows whether Eunuch Dai has a future. But the style is different in another room. At this time, in Eunuch Ma's room. Teacher, what should I do? My treasure is gone, how can I get rid of my evil fire? Because Eunuch Ma's martial soul is an incompletely mutated chicken, he has a side effect of strong evil fire. If he wants to continue practicing, he has to release the evil fire, which means doing that kind of thing with women. Now that his Xiao Xiaojun is gone, his mentality collapses. Without Xiao Xiaojun, he cannot release the evil fire. If he cannot release the evil fire, continuing to practice will lead to his body exploding and death. But Xiao Yi knew about this side effect, so he doubled it, killing his Xiao Xiaojun while allowing him to continue practicing and not feel the evil fire, but it would damage his foundation, so that Eunuch Ma would not feel anything unusual. However, Flanders kept sighing as he watched Eunuch Ma wailing. He had come to see Eunuch Ma since this morning, fearing that he would be upset. Now it has turned out to be just as he expected. Looking at Eunuch Ma, he didn't know what to say. He discovered Eunuch Ma when he was trying to find a talented disciple to help the Spirit Hall awaken their martial souls. At that time, Eunuch Ma awakened an avian martial soul, and when his innate soul power reached level 9, he was directly accepted as his personal disciple. It's not quite right to call him a disciple. After so many years of training, he had already treated Ma Hongjun like his son. When he was young, Eunuch Ma was very easy to take care of. He would do whatever he was told to do. At first, he didn't have any evil fire. But everything changed after he absorbed the spirit ring. The first time the evil fire occurred was after he absorbed the first spirit ring. Soon after Eunuch Ma absorbed the first spirit ring, he began to feel hot all over, which made Flanders very anxious. He tried many methods but nothing worked, until he took Eunuch Ma to a brothel. There is a saying that goes, once you enter a brothel, it's as deep as the sea, and you will never be friends again. After Eunuch Ma was taken to a brothel by Flanders, he became obsessed with it. Whenever he felt lustful, he would go there. Even if he didn't have any lust, he would go there to vent it. Flanders had scolded him many times but it was useless. However, thinking that he still had to practice, he had no choice but to let Eunuch Ma go. Due to Flanders' neglect and his own school motto, Eunuch Ma's character became more and more distorted, and he even fought with someone because of a brothel girl. But at that time, Flanders could no longer be controlled. Eunuch Ma's values had already been fixed, and it was impossible to control him even if he wanted to. Now that his son has offended someone he shouldn't have, Flanders can only blame himself for not educating him well. If he had educated him well since childhood, this would not have happened. Unfortunately, it's too late. Eunuch Ma has brought this upon himself. Oh, Hongjun, if it really doesn't work, forget it, I will support you in the future, Flanders said with a sigh. It is very easy for a soul sage to support a great soul master. It just depends on whether he is willing. If he is willing, he can make a lot of money by killing any soul beast. I don't know why Shrek Academy was so shabby in the past. I won't. Eunuch Ma refused directly. As a soul master, Eunuch Ma was very proud inside and thought he was superior to others. This was made even more so by his innate high soul power. He could not accept being supported by someone else. Hongjun, you see, you don't have that now. What should you do if you want to continue practicing the evil fire? Do you want me to watch you explode and die? You have followed me since you were 6 years old. I really can't bear to see you like this. Flanders said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Ma began to think about whether he should continue practicing. Now that he no longer has Xiao Xiaojun, he cannot vent his evil fire if he continues to practice. He can only be supported by him, as Flanders said. Although Eunuch Ma wanted to practice, he wanted to live more. Being raised by Flanders might be the best way. There is no way. It is already necrotic and cannot be restored. I can only let Flanders take care of it. It doesn't matter if I can't practice. It is better than dying. So Eunuch Ma agreed to Flanders' request and let Flanders support him from then on. After receiving the reply from Eunuch Ma, Flanders left directly. He still had a lot of things to do. Now he is the dean of the college and there are many things waiting for him to deal with. After Flanders left, Eunuch Ma felt relieved. For some reason, he always felt that he could continue to practice without Xiao Xiaojun, perhaps without the evil fire. So he began to try to practice, and as expected, the evil fire disappeared, which made Eunuch Ma very happy. Ha ha ha, I can continue to practice again, and the evil fire is gone, I finally don't have to release the evil fire anymore, Eunuch Ma said excitedly. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that continuing to practice has a price. Although he can no longer feel the evil fire, his meridians will be broken bit by bit as his practice level increases, until he becomes a disabled person. In more serious cases, he may die suddenly. It is extremely cruel. Chapter 123. However, before Flanders could reach Ning Rongrong's room, he was stopped by the little punk. Dean, Xiao Wu has left, the little punk stopped Flanders and spoke. Huh? Why did Xiao Wu leave? Is there anything unusual in her room? Flanders was very puzzled as to why Old Rabbit left without saying goodbye. The academy had obviously treated her well, so why did she just leave? What's more, Little Bitch and Old Rabbit had a good relationship, so it shouldn't be like this. No, but there is a letter in the room. When the little punk heard Flanders' question, he took out the letter written by Tang Hao in the handwriting of Old Rabbit. It turned out that after practicing the purple demon eye in the morning, the little punk wanted to see how the Old Rabbit was doing, but when he entered the Old Rabbit's room, he found no one there, only a letter. Flanders took the letter from the little punk and took a look at it. It said that the boy had left for family matters and would not be back for a while, so they should not worry. Didn't she say she was going home? What are you worried about? But she didn't say how long it would take. I'm afraid she won't come back and won't be able to participate in the Soul Master competition, the little punk said. The little punk and the Old Rabbit have known each other for so many years that they have developed feelings for each other. He wants to win the championship with his lover. Little did he know that his prediction was correct. The Old Rabbit would never come back. The Old Rabbit had been knocked unconscious and used as a spirit ring and spirit bone in the future. Well, who knows? Since she left a letter, she will definitely come back. Well, I have to find Rongrong and send her back to the sect, so I can't accompany you. When the little punk heard that Flanders was going to find Ning Rongrong, he knew why. He just wanted an explanation. However, this was only their one-sided statement. If what the other party said was different from what they said, wouldn't it be exposed? They could only hope that Ning Rongrong would say something more serious. After Flanders finished speaking, he turned around and went to where Ning Rongrong was. At this time, Ning Rongrong was ready to return to the sect, so Flanders called Yu Xiaogang to take Ning Rongrong back to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Not long after Flanders and others left, Titan arrived at Shrek Academy. Titan was quite familiar with Shrek. After all, his grandson Tyrone went to school here. This time he came to find Xiaobi-san as instructed by Tang Hao, so he went to the office as soon as he arrived. Since Flanders and Anzi went to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Xiao Wuji was the only one in the office. Titan knocked on the office door when he arrived. Of course, one has to be polite when visiting someone. Bang bang bang. Come in. Xiao Wuji, who was in the office dealing with college issues, said without raising his head when he heard the knock on the door. Why does it sound familiar? Titan outside the door asked in confusion when he heard Xiao Wuji's voice. But he didn't care and just pushed the door open. Click, the door was pushed open by Titan. Xiao Wuji also heard the sound of the door being pushed open. Then Xiao Wuji looked up and found it was Titan. Hiss, why is this old guy here? Xiao Wuji thought to himself. Back then, Xiao Wuji had a duel with Titan's cousin and accidentally severely injured him. Titan brought a dozen people to chase Xiao Wuji, but Xiao Wuji escaped. But guests are welcome. Although I don't know what Titan is here for, at least I can't let him lose face. Brother Titan, long time no see, how have you been? Xiao Wuji said with a wry smile. Seeing Zhao Wuji, Tai Tan was also stunned for a moment, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. So it's you, kid, I couldn't find you for so many years, and you actually hid here. We'll settle our accounts later. I came here today to look for a man named Tang San. Is he in the academy now? Zhao Wuji was confused by Tai Tan's question. Why did he look for Tang San? Could it be that he had offended this old guy? Zhao Wuji's eyes turned slightly and he said, I wonder what business you have with Tang San, brother. Don't worry about what you're looking for him for, just tell me whether he's here or not. Titan was not polite at all and treated this place as his own home. Damn it, what's so arrogant about that? Zhao Wuji felt very unhappy. However, no matter how unhappy Zhao Wuji was, he didn't dare to offend others. He was only level 76 and Titan was a Contra, so he couldn't beat him. Yes, I'll take you to find him, Zhao Wuji said. Then Zhao Wuji took Titan to look for the little punk. Soon, under the leadership of Zhao Wuji, they arrived at the place where the little punk was. Xiao San, someone is looking for you, Zhao Wuji said while standing at Xiao Bi San's residence. At this time, the little punk was practicing Shintian Gong. When he heard Zhao Wuji's voice, he immediately stopped practicing. What's wrong, teacher Zhao? The little punk pushed open the door and said to Titan and Zhao Wuji outside. This is Titan, the patriarch of the Power Clan, he seems to want to talk to you about something. Zhao Wuji introduced him to the little punk. He is a powerful soul DOLOU level warrior, a pure power type soul master, don't speak casually. After Zhao Wuji introduced him, he transmitted a message to the little punk. Titan. Why did he come to see me? It seems like he and I don't have much in common. Excuse me, what is the matter with you visiting me, senior? The little punk asked calmly. Tai Tan looked at him seriously. Your name is Tang San, is your father's name Tang Hao? Tang San looked at the powerful pure power type spirit master in front of him in surprise. How do you know? When he said this, he undoubtedly acknowledged what Titan said. Because of the excitement, Tai Tan's old face had a layer of blush. Under Tang San's incredible gaze, his majestic mountain body suddenly thumped and fell to one knee on the ground. He was so excited that he couldn't speak. Senior, what are you doing? The little punk was frightened by Titan's action and quickly stepped aside, not daring to accept Titan's greeting. Tai Tan suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, Old slave Tai Tan, please see the young master. Young master. The word. Young master confused the little punk. What young master? How come he didn't know when he had this status? Young master. Could it be His Majesty Haotian? Senior, can you speak clearly first? Tang San stepped forward to help Tai Tan, but the stubborn old man insisted on kneeling. Young master, the master went to the Power Clan to find me last night and asked me to protect your safety. From now on, we, the Power Clan, will be at your command. Master. From the meaning of Tai Tan's words, Tang San could of course understand that the master he was referring to should be his father. His father's face flashed through his mind. Tang San could not believe that his father, a man who indulged in low-quality alcohol every day, would be called master by a soul DOLOU level strongman. The strong shock and the sudden information made Tang San's heart confused for a while. He couldn't even lift up Tai Tan's body, and he froze there for a while. Could it be that Dad is a title DOLOU? He has been protecting me secretly all these years. But why doesn't Dad want to see me? Is it to train me? In an instant, many things flashed through the little punk's mind, but the most important thing now was to find out the true identity of his father. Chapter 124. On the other side, Tang Dachui returned to Shrek Academy after his ring exploded. Puff, how come this old poisonous creature is so strong? Tang Dachui said as he spat out a mouthful of blood. This battle with Dugu Bo made Tang Dachui's injuries even more serious. Huh? Where's the rabbit? Did it run away? Well, just run away, maybe she knows other 100,000-year soul beasts, she may have returned to the Star Do Great Forest by then. Xiao San will need a powerful soul ring for her second soul ring, Tang Dachui murmured. When Tang Dachui saw the old rabbit in Nodding City, he was ready to use the old rabbit as the soul ring of the little beggar, but later he found that the feelings between the little beggar and the old rabbit were gradually growing. Which reminded him of Ain, so he was ready to let the old rabbit go. This time the old rabbit disappeared, making Tang Dachui think that the old rabbit had run away, so he was ready to use the old rabbit as a soul ring when the time comes. It would be even better if the old rabbit knew other 100,000-year soul beasts, so that the little bastard could get a more powerful second soul ring. Unfortunately, this was just a pipe dream. The old rabbit had already been captured by Xiao Yi, and the little punk had no chance to cultivate his second martial soul. Of course this is a story for later. Puff, cough cough, when Tang Dachui was fantasizing about the little beggar's 100,000-year soul ring, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Gurgle, Tang Dachui took a sip of wine to calm down the feeling of wanting to vomit blood. Oh, what should I do if the rabbit runs away and the mistress? Tang Dachui hesitated. Or maybe I can imitate rabbit's handwriting and write a letter, this way I can do justice to the mistress. After a while, Tang Dachui came up with an idea. Tang Dachui had seen old rabbit's handwriting when he was secretly protecting little Bison. How should I put it, it wasn't very good looking. Of course, as a title DOLOU, it was very easy to imitate someone's handwriting. I saw Tang Dachui took out a pen and paper and wrote a letter, probably about going home or something like that. After writing, Tang Dachui placed the letter in a conspicuous place in old rabbit's room, and then thought about it there. Now that I'm injured so badly, I can't protect Xiao San, I have to go out and find some herbs to recover from my injuries, Tang Dachui muttered to himself. Tang Dachui is in poor health now, with wounds all over his body. In addition, Dugu Bo's poison exploded again, making his injuries even more serious. If it weren't for the 6 soul bones and the blue silver emperor soul ring, he would have died suddenly. What about Xiao San's safety? Tian Do, the old titan seems to be here, Contra should be able to protect him. At this time, Tang Dachui thought of old titan, the man who called himself an old slave in front of him. So Tang Dachui rushed to the tribe's territory. The Power Clan is one of the 4 single attribute clans, and was originally affiliated with the Haotian sect, the world's #1 weapon spirit sect. The Power Clan relies on casting skills for their livelihood, but it is not a traditional blacksmith shop. Instead, they create some sophisticated weapons and exquisite decorations and sell them to nobles, thus accumulating a fortune. Later, Tang Hao learned casting from Titan, the current patriarch of the Power Clan. Because Tang Hao is the only one in the Haotian sect who does not look down on casting skills, and Tang Hao can use the pure power of the Haotian hammer, Titan led the Power Clan to declare allegiance to Tang Hao when Tang Hao came of age. Since then, the Power Clan has always taken Tang Hao's will as its mission. The inherited martial soul of the Power Clan is the powerful orangutan, one of the top beast martial souls. The Power Clan has more than 200 direct descendants, including 217 young and middle-aged spirit masters, and more than 500 family members. The Power Clan has simple personalities. Is known for its strength, is tall and strong, and is very protective of its shortcomings. Tiando City, the land of the Li clan. At this moment, the Li clan was very quiet, and everyone fell into a deep sleep. However, the room belonging to the leader of the Li clan was brightly lit. At this moment, 2 people were sitting face to face in the room of the Li clan leader. One was Tang Dachui, and the other was an old man with gray hair and beard. His short hair stood up on his head like steel needles. He was very burly, with deep eyes. When he stood, he was like a towering mountain, standing still, giving people a sense of majesty without anger. He looked very powerful on the surface. Although he was old, he was energetic. This figure is none other than Titan, the patriarch of the Power Clan who possesses the martial soul of the powerful gorilla, an 86th level strong attack type combat soul DOLOU, a pure power type soul master, and nicknamed Hercules and Old Gorillas. Titan is a pure power type soul master, and all his soul rings have only a single power attribute attached to them. To achieve this, each soul ring must come from the same soul beast. When obtaining soul rings one by one, the difficulty of finding the same soul beast will increase exponentially. The biggest disadvantage of the Titan's single attribute additional spirit ring is the singleness of its ability. When facing different opponents, its adaptability is much worse than that of an ordinary spirit master, and it is only strong in one aspect. The biggest advantage of taking a single attribute route is that you can maximize this single attribute. Even among the titled DOLOU, few people can surpass the Titan with a soul power of level 86. Master, is there something you want to talk to me about? Titan said to Tang Dachui. Tang Dachui felt somewhat satisfied as he looked at Titan, who called himself an old slave, in front of him. He had not seen him for more than 20 years, but he still had not forgotten his identity. That's right, Tang Dachui also thinks that old Titan is his slave, although Tang Dachui learned blacksmithing from old Titan back then. That was for the purpose of practicing the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique. In his heart, he still looks down on old Titan. But the old Titan didn't think so. Tang Dachui was the young leader of the Haotian sect back then, and the Heli clan was a subordinate of the Haotian sect. Just imagine. The old Titan felt that he was valued when his future leader came to learn blacksmithing from him, so when Tang Dachui finished his studies, he called himself an old slave. Titan, I was expelled from the sect after the battle with Qiang Sunji. Don't blame my elder brother for abandoning you, I feel guilty towards you and the sect, Tang Dachui said. Master, what are you talking about? It's all the Spirit Hall's fault. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall chasing you, how could this happen? Forget it, it has already happened. There is no point in talking about it anymore. I gave birth to a son back then. He is very talented and has twin martial spirits. He is now studying at Shrek Academy, which was formerly Blue Bully Academy. I was seriously injured after the battle with Qian Xuanji that year. I have not recovered yet, now my injuries are even worse. I need to recuperate, so I came here today hoping that you can help take care of my son for me. Tang Dachui said. Master, rest assured, I will protect the young master well, you can rest and recover, Old Titan promised, patting his chest. Tang Dachui was very satisfied with Titan's performance. Although he hadn't seen him for 20 years, the Old Titan still had not forgotten his identity. That's good, I will repay you when I recover from my injury, Tang Dachui said. Tang Dachui started to paint a rosy picture. In Tang Dachui's eyes, Titan was just a dog. He would be grateful if you gave him something. Even if he didn't give him anything, Old Titan wouldn't say anything. A dog must have the awareness of being a dog. Sure enough, Titan was very excited when he heard what Tang Dachui said. After 20 years, his master was finally going to make a comeback. I promise to protect you, young master, I will never let you down, I am waiting for you to return to the arena, Titan said with tears in his eyes. Then I'll leave it to you, I'm leaving first. After saying this, Tang Dachui left, and no one knew where he went to heal his wounds. Chapter 125. Time passed quickly and it was the next morning in the blink of an eye. Early morning, inside Shrek Academy. In the room belonging to Eunuch Dai woke up from a coma. Hiss, bastard, my baby. After Eunuch Dai woke up from his coma, he felt that his Xiaobai was gone. We must tell father to hunt him down. Then find 10 beggars to take his women in turn, and then sell them to brothels. With his symbol of manliness gone, Eunuch Dai vented his anger in the room in frustration. After a while, Eunuch Dai seemed to remember something and stopped his impotent rage. No, I heard him say yesterday that my engagement was cancelled. And that my father and mother were defeated by him. This means that my father can't do anything to him. Plus, he has a title DOLOU behind him, so the empire can't do anything either. Eunuch Dai thought to himself. Then what should we do? Oh, his cultivation level. His father is a Soul DOLOU, and he was only a Soul King a year and a half ago. How could he improve so fast? He must be a fallen Soul Master. I want to report him. At this time, Eunuch Dai's IQ took the lead. He believed that Xiao Yi was a fallen Soul Master. If he was not a fallen Soul Master, how could he have defeated his father and mother, not to mention that they also had the martial soul fusion technique. Although it is a report, Eunuch Dai is currently unable to get out of bed. It will take at least a few days for his injuries to heal. But he didn't know that Xiao Yi was having an affair with the young master of the Spirit Hall. What's more, the Pope's palace had all the information about Xiao Yi. Plus, before Qian Renxue left, she had told the Spirit Hall of Tiando City not to make things difficult for Xiao Yi. Even if he reported it, they wouldn't do anything because they had connections above them. No one knows whether Eunuch Dai has a future. But the style is different in another room. At this time, in Eunuch Ma's room. Teacher, what should I do? My treasure is gone, how can I get rid of my evil fire? Because Eunuch Ma's martial soul is an incompletely mutated chicken, he has a side effect of strong evil fire. If he wants to continue practicing, he has to release the evil fire, which means doing that kind of thing with women. Now that his Xiao Jun is gone, his mentality collapses. Without Xiao Jun, he cannot release the evil fire. If he cannot release the evil fire, continuing to practice will lead to his body exploding and death. But Xiao Yi knew about this side effect, so he doubled it, killing his Xiao Jun while allowing him to continue practicing and not feel the evil fire, but it would damage his foundation, so that Eunuch Ma would not feel anything unusual. However, Flanders kept sighing as he watched Eunuch Ma wailing. He had come to see Eunuch Ma since this morning, fearing that he would be upset. Now it has turned out to be just as he expected. Looking at Eunuch Ma, he didn't know what to say. He discovered Eunuch Ma when he was trying to find a talented disciple to help the Spirit Hall awaken their martial souls. At that time, Eunuch Ma awakened an avian martial soul, and when his innate soul power reached level 9, he was directly accepted as his personal disciple. It's not quite right to call him a disciple. After so many years of training, he had already treated Ma Hongjun like his son. When he was young, Eunuch Ma was very easy to take care of. He would do whatever he was told to do. At first, he didn't have any evil fire. But everything changed after he absorbed the spirit ring. The first time the evil fire occurred was after he absorbed the first spirit ring. Soon after Eunuch Ma absorbed the first spirit ring, he began to feel hot all over, which made Flanders very anxious. He tried many methods but nothing worked, until he took Eunuch Ma to a brothel. There is a saying that goes, once you enter a brothel, it's as deep as the sea, and you will never be friends again. After Eunuch Ma was taken to a brothel by Flanders, he became obsessed with it. Whenever he felt lustful, he would go there. Even if he didn't have any lust, he would go there to vent it. Flanders had scolded him many times but it was useless. However, thinking that he still had to practice, he had no choice but to let Eunuch Ma go. Due to Flanders's neglect and his own school motto, Eunuch Ma's character became more and more distorted, and he even fought with someone because of a brothel girl. But at that time, Flanders could no longer be controlled. Eunuch Ma's values had already been fixed, and it was impossible to control him even if he wanted to. Now that his son has offended someone he shouldn't have, Flanders can only blame himself for not educating him well. If he had educated him well since childhood, this would not have happened. Unfortunately, it's too late. Eunuch Ma has brought this upon himself. Oh, Hongjun, if it really doesn't work, forget it, I will support you in the future, Flanders said with a sigh. It is very easy for a soul sage to support a great soul master. It just depends on whether he is willing. If he is willing, he can make a lot of money by killing any soul beast. I don't know why Shrek Academy was so shabby in the past. I won't. Eunuch Ma refused directly. As a soul master, Eunuch Ma was very proud inside and thought he was superior to others. This was made even more so by his innate high soul power. He could not accept being supported by someone else. Hongjun, you see, you don't have that now. What should you do if you want to continue practicing the evil fire? Do you want me to watch you explode and die? You have followed me since you were 6 years old. I really can't bear to see you like this. Flanders said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Ma began to think about whether he should continue practicing. Now that he no longer has Xiaojun, he cannot vent his evil fire if he continues to practice. He can only be supported by him, as Flanders said. Although Eunuch Ma wanted to practice, he wanted to live more. Being raised by Flanders might be the best way. There is no way. It is already necrotic and cannot be restored. I can only let Flanders take care of it. It doesn't matter if I can't practice. It is better than dying. So Eunuch Ma agreed to Flanders' request and let Flanders support him from then on. After receiving the reply from Eunuch Ma, Flanders left directly. He still had a lot of things to do. Now he is the dean of the college and there are many things waiting for him to deal with. After Flanders left, Eunuch Ma felt relieved. For some reason, he always felt that he could continue to practice without Xiaojun, perhaps without the evil fire. So he began to try to practice, and as expected, the evil fire disappeared, which made Eunuch Ma very happy. Ha ha ha, I can continue to practice again, and the evil fire is gone, I finally don't have to release the evil fire anymore, Eunuch Ma said excitedly. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that continuing to practice has a price. Although he can no longer feel the evil fire, his meridians will be broken bit by bit as his practice level increases, until he becomes a disabled person. In more serious cases, he may die suddenly. It is extremely cruel. Chapter 126. However, before Flanders could reach Ning Rongrong's room, he was stopped by the little punk. Dean, Xiao Wu has left, the little punk stopped Flanders and spoke. Huh? Why did Xiao Wu leave? Is there anything unusual in her room? Flanders was very puzzled as to why Old Rabbit left without saying goodbye. The academy had obviously treated her well, so why did she just leave? What's more, Little Bitch and Old Rabbit had a good relationship, so it shouldn't be like this. No, but there is a letter in the room. When the little punk heard Flanders' question, he took out the letter written by Tang Hao in the handwriting of Old Rabbit. It turned out that after practicing the purple demon eye in the morning, the little punk wanted to see how the Old Rabbit was doing, but when he entered the Old Rabbit's room, he found no one there, only a letter. Flanders took the letter from the little punk and took a look at it. It said that the boy had left for family matters and would not be back for a while, so they should not worry. Didn't she say she was going home? What are you worried about? But she didn't say how long it would take. I'm afraid she won't come back and won't be able to participate in the Soul Master competition, the little punk said. The little punk and the Old Rabbit have known each other for so many years that they have developed feelings for each other. He wants to win the championship with his lover. Little did he know that his prediction was correct. The Old Rabbit would never come back. The Old Rabbit had been knocked unconscious and used as a spirit ring and spirit bone in the future. Well, who knows? Since she left a letter, she will definitely come back. Well, I have to find Rongrong and send her back to the sect, so I can't accompany you. When the little punk heard that Flanders was going to find Ning Rongrong, he knew why. He just wanted an explanation. However, This was only their one-sided statement. If what the other party said was different from what they said, wouldn't it be exposed? They could only hope that Ning Rongrong would say something more serious. After Flanders finished speaking, he turned around and went to where Ning Rongrong was. At this time, Ning Rongrong was ready to return to the sect, so Flanders called Yu Xiaogang to take Ning Rongrong back to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Not long after Flanders and others left, Titan arrived at Shrek Academy. Titan was quite familiar with Shrek, after all, his grandson Tyrone went to school here. This time he came to find Xiaobi-san as instructed by Tang Dachui, so he went to the office as soon as he arrived. Since Flanders and Anzi went to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect, Xiao Wuji was the only one in the office. Titan knocked on the office door when he arrived. Of course, one has to be polite when visiting someone. Bang bang bang. Come in. Xiao Wuji, who was in the office dealing with college issues, said without raising his head when he heard the knock on the door. Why does it sound familiar? Titan outside the door asked in confusion when he heard Xiao Wuji's voice. But he didn't care and just pushed the door open. Click, the door was pushed open by Titan. Xiao Wuji also heard the sound of the door being pushed open. Then Xiao Wuji looked up and found it was Titan. Hiss, why is this old guy here? Xiao Wuji thought to himself. Back then, Xiao Wuji had a duel with Titan's cousin and accidentally severely injured him. Titan brought a dozen people to chase Xiao Wuji, but Xiao Wuji escaped. But guests are welcome. Although I don't know what Titan is here for, at least I can't let him lose face. Brother Titan, long time no see, how have you been? Xiao Wuji said with a wry smile. Seeing Xiao Wuji, Tai Tan was also stunned for a moment, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. So it's you, kid, I couldn't find you for so many years, and you actually hid here. We'll settle our accounts later. I came here today to look for a man named Tang San. Is he in the academy now? Xiao Wuji was confused by Tai Tan's question. Why did he look for Tang San? Could it be that he had offended this old guy? Xiao Wuji's eyes turned slightly and he said, I wonder what business you have with Tang San, brother. Don't worry about what you're looking for him for, just tell me whether he's here or not. Titan was not polite at all and treated this place as his own home. Damn it, what's so arrogant about that? Xiao Wuji felt very unhappy. However, no matter how unhappy Xiao Wuji was, he didn't dare to offend others. He was only level 76 and Titan was a Contra, so he couldn't beat him. Yes, I'll take you to find him, Xiao Wuji said. Then Xiao Wuji took Titan to look for the little punk. Soon, under the leadership of Xiao Wuji, they arrived at the place where the little punk was. Xiao San, someone is looking for you, Xiao Wuji said while standing at Xiao Bi San's residence. At this time, the little punk was practicing Shen Gong. When he heard Xiao Wuji's voice, he immediately stopped practicing. What's wrong, teacher Xiao? The little punk pushed open the door and said to Titan and Xiao Wuji outside. This is Titan, the patriarch of the Power Clan, he seems to want to talk to you about something. Xiao Wuji introduced him to the little punk. He is a powerful soul Douluo level warrior, a pure power type soul master, don't speak casually. After Xiao Wuji introduced him, he transmitted a message to the little punk. Titan. Why did he come to see me? It seems like he and I don't have much in common. Excuse me, what is the matter with you visiting me, senior? The little punk asked calmly. Tai Tan looked at him seriously, your name is Tang San, is your father's name Tang Hao? Tang San looked at the powerful pure power type spirit master in front of him in surprise, how do you know? When he said this, he undoubtedly acknowledged what Titan said. Because of the excitement, Tai Tan's old face had a layer of blush. Under Tang San's incredible gaze, his majestic mountain body suddenly thumped and fell to one knee on the ground. He was so excited that he couldn't speak. Senior, what are you doing? The little punk was frightened by Titan's action and quickly stepped aside, not daring to accept Titan's greeting. Tai Tan suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, Old slave Tai Tan, please see the young master. Young master. The word. Young master confused the little punk. What young master? How come he didn't know when he had this status? Young master. Could it be His Majesty Haotian? Senior, can you speak clearly first? Tang San stepped forward to help Tai Tan, but the stubborn old man insisted on kneeling. Young master, the master went to the Power Clan to find me last night and asked me to protect your safety. From now on, we, the Power Clan, will be at your command. Master. From the meaning of Tai Tan's words, Tang San could of course understand that the master he was referring to should be his father. His father's face flashed through his mind. Tang San could not believe that his father, a man who indulged in low-quality alcohol every day, would be called master by a soul Douluo level strongman. The strong shock and the sudden information made Tang San's heart confused for a while. He couldn't even lift up Titan's body, and he froze there for a while. Could it be that Dad is a titled DOLOU? He has been protecting me secretly all these years. But why doesn't Dad want to see me? Is it to train me? In an instant, many things flashed through the little punk's mind, but the most important thing now was to find out the true identity of his father. Chapter 127. Senior, there are too many people here, let's go in and talk. The little punk invited Titan into the room. Xiao San, you talk to Titan first, I have something else to deal with, so I'll leave first, Xiao Wuji said. Xiao Wuji also knew that what was happening next was not something he should be involved in, so he found an excuse to leave. You're smart, Titan said, looking at Xiao Wuji's back. Xiao Wuji, who was leaving, paused when he heard Titan's words, but soon continued to walk towards the office. After Xiao Wuji left, only Titan and Little Bison were left there, so Little Bison led Titan directly into the room, then closed the door and began to express his doubts. Senior, can you first tell me who my father is and why you call him Master? You don't know. The Master didn't tell you anything. Young Master, you should first tell me how you and the Master have lived these years. If the Master hasn't said it, I dare not say anything. The little punk felt depressed and confused. My father and I have lived in Holy Soul Village since we were young. My father is the only blacksmith in the village. Apart from work, he has only one hobby, which is drinking. Blacksmith? Titan's eyes widened with disbelief in his eyes. His hair and beard trembled for a moment and he couldn't control himself for a long time. Master, how could you fall into this situation? In the past, you. The little punk was a little confused. He had already told this powerful soul DOLOU how difficult his father's life was during his childhood. Why did he still think that his father was the master he was talking about? Titan wiped his tears and said. Young Master, although I don't know why the Master didn't tell you his identity, but I can be sure that I won't make a mistake in recognizing someone. Other things can be wrong, but the martial spirit can't be wrong. Can I see your martial spirit? The little punk thought for a moment and released his martial spirit. I saw blue silver grass and clear sky hammer appear in the little punk's left and right hands respectively. Look, the blue silver grass on your right hand was passed down from your mother, and the small hammer on your left hand was inherited from your father. If I can even recognize the clear sky hammer incorrectly, then I have no face to live in this world. The texture of the clear sky hammer is unique. I followed the Master all the time back then, so how could I not recognize it? This is a unique martial spirit. Titan's words finally revealed a flaw. When he heard the three words, clear sky hammer, the little punk trembled violently. The Master had taught him for so many years, and of course he had told him who the 7 major sects were. Among the 7 major sects, there are 3 upper sects and 4 lower sects. The top 3 sects are Haotian sect, Qibao Glazed sect and Blue Lightning Overlord sect. The reason why they are called the upper 3 sects is because there is at least one titled DOLOU in charge of these 3 major sects. Although the strength of the lower 4 sects is quite good, they have not yet appeared as strong as titled DOLOU. Among them, the Haotian sect is undoubtedly the most powerful of the 3 sects. In the evaluation of the Master, the Haotian sect and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect both have 2 DOLOU. Although the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect has the strongest auxiliary martial spirit to assist the 2 titled DOLOU, if it faces the Haotian sect's 2 DOLOU, it does not have much chance of winning. Therefore, this Haotian sect can also be said to be ranked first among the 7 major sects and the first sect in the entire Douluo Continent. The inherited martial soul of the Haotian sect is a weapon martial soul called Haotian Hammer. The Master didn't say much about the specific situation of Haotian sect. These were all Tang San knew. At this time, the Hercules Titan in front of him said that his hammer was actually the clear sky hammer. How could he not be shocked? He raised his left hand, a black light flashed, and the clear sky hammer reappeared in the palm of the little punk. Is this really the clear sky hammer? This time, being closer, Titan observed the black hammer in Tang San's hand more clearly. As soon as the hammer appeared, he nodded without hesitation. Only direct bloodline can possess it, and among the direct bloodline of the sect, only the Master has been absent for many years, and only the Master's name is Tang Hao. There is no mistake, young Master. Although I don't know why the Master didn't tell you, it must be for your own good. The Master has been protecting you secretly before. He was seriously injured and needed to recuperate, so he had to find me last night to ask me to protect you. This old slave did not lie to you. Titan said. In the old Titan's heart, Tang Dachui is omnipotent, and in his heart, Tang Dachui is the best in the world. It seems that my father still loves me and is afraid that I will encounter danger, so he protects me secretly. The little punk began to brainwash himself. After that, Titan showed his loyalty to the little punk and treated himself as a slave. However, on the other side, Flanders and others had already arrived at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Wow, the gate of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is so big, it deserves to be the richest sect in the world, Flanders exclaimed as he looked at the gate of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Well, our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect has businesses all over the continent, Ning Rongrong boasted when she saw Flanders's inexperienced look. As the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, she didn't need an identity token or anything like that. She could just scan her face to get in. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect was very rich, the core disciples of the sect were all auxiliary spirit masters who had no ability to protect themselves. They were a piece of fat meat, so they had to recruit combat spirit masters, otherwise the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect would be like fish on a sticky board. As the saying goes, if my neighbor stores grain, I store guns, my neighbor is my granary. This saying refers to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Okay, Flanders, this time we are here to do serious business, Yu Xiaogang said, looking at Flanders' worthless appearance. Entering the sect, Flanders' eyes were dazzled by the various buildings. Every building was covered with golden money. Led by Ning Rongrong, they soon arrived at the reception room of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Not long after they sat down, Ning Fengji arrived with sword Bon Douluo. Meet your majesty, X2. When Flanders and Yu Xiaogang saw Ning Fengji and the two sect protectors coming, they stood up and saluted. The two titled DOLOU responded with a faint. Ning Rongrong was unusually honest at this moment. In the past, Ning Rongrong would have acted like a spoiled child, but she didn't do that this time. Ning Fengji also felt something was wrong. He looked at Ning Rongrong, then at Flanders, and had some guesses in his mind. Did Dean Flanders encounter any trouble when he brought my daughter back this time? Ning Fengji asked. Before Flanders could reply, Ning Rongrong answered first. Dad, Grandpa Jian, you have to make the decision for me, Ning Rongrong exaggerated and told Ning Fengji and others what happened yesterday, especially the beating. After listening to Ning Rongrong's story, Ning Fengji found that the matter was not simple. It was very likely that Ning Rongrong had failed to cause trouble and was taught a lesson by someone, so she came back to seek revenge. Although Ning Fengji knew that something was fishy, she was his daughter after all, and he had to give an explanation if she was bullied, otherwise where would the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect's reputation be? After a long while, Ning Fengji spoke seriously. Uncles, I may need you to come with me next. Their backer is Douluo, so they should be able to make a big deal out of it, let's go and get an explanation. Jian Douluo and Bon Douluo had no objection. Upon hearing that Ning Rongrong was bullied, Jian Douluo wished he could just pick up the 7-kill sword and kill her directly. Ning Fengji's arrangement was exactly what he wished for. Bon Douluo stood up, and the strength of the title Douluo suddenly burst out. In that case, let me take you along on the journey. As an old man, I can't bear to see my little darling Rongrong suffer any injustice. Even if it's the old poisonous creature, what can he do? If he doesn't give an explanation, it will be easy for me, the old swordsman and you to help him. The words fall. Without waiting for a few people to react. Bon Douluo has captured several people and used his ability to cross space to a certain extent. He was still in the main hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect 1 second ago, and left quickly the next second. Flanders breathed a sigh of relief. With Bon Douluo helping him on the journey, he felt a lot less stressed. Finally, we have gotten things done. We have the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and the two titled Douluos, Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo, here. Things are settled. It's a pity that he doesn't know that Douluo can now beat Gu Rong with his own strength, and with the poison, he can fight Chen Xin 60-40. Chapter 128. After all, Flanders is only a soul saint, while Bon Douluo is a real level 95 title Douluo. Led by him, a group of 6 people left the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect at an incredible speed without any delay. Not long after, in front of Douluo Mansion, Bon Douluo appeared like a ghost. Jian Douluo had his hands behind his back, while Ning Fengji rested his hands on the walking stick in front of him. Both of them were intimidating without even getting angry. Old poisonous creature, come out. After landing, Bon Douluo shouted directly towards Douluo Mansion. At this moment, people were having dinner in Douluo Mansion, and suddenly the voice of Gu Douluo was heard. This voice seems to be from Gu Rong. What is he doing here? Gu Rong is here, what do you think he is here for? Douluo said to Douluo Yan and Xiao Yi. What could it be? Ning Rongrong must have returned to the sect and exaggerated what happened yesterday to the people of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. She came here to demand an explanation. According to Xiao Yi, Ning Rongrong's personality would make it impossible for her to just let it go after being beaten by him. She would definitely return to the Seven Treasures glazed tiles sect and exaggerate the incident and pretend to be pitiful to talk about how much she had been wronged. Furthermore, considering the fact that Sword Bone Douluo and the other two doted on Ning Rongrong, they would definitely not sit still and come to ask for an explanation if they heard that Ning Rongrong was bullied. Why don't we go out and take a look? Dougou Bo asked doubtfully. Go ahead, Xiao Yi said indifferently. Anyway, they were in the right yesterday. Ning Rongrong caused trouble for no reason and was only slapped. It was lucky that her limbs were not broken. Even if Sword Bone Douluo came with bad intentions, they were not afraid. It was just a fight. Then the three of them left Dougou Mansion. Dad, Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, these two are the ones who have to make the decision for me. Ning Rongrong pointed at Xiao Yi and Dougou Yen with an aggrieved look on her face. Tears welled up in her eyes, as if she had suffered a great loss, and she was afraid that people present didn't know how wronged and sad she was. Hey, Rongrong baby, please stop crying. Bone Douluo quickly held Ning Rongrong in his arms. When you cry like this, Grandpa Bone's heart is almost broken. It would have been fine if Bone Douluo hadn't spoken, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Ning Rongrong felt even more aggrieved and burst into tears. The sound of sobbing echoed at the entrance of Dougou Mansion. Tisk, you're pretending really well. If I hadn't really done it, I would almost think it was me, Xiao Yi thought to himself. Hey, Flanders and Anzi are here too. It looks like Anzi is the one who arranged it. Xiao Yi took a look at the people who came and found that Anzi and Flanders were there. He immediately realized that Anzi was also to blame. Although he hasn't seen him for 7 or 8 years, he still knows Anzi's character. Maybe this thing will be disgusting soon. Old Bone, why are you coming to my place in the middle of the day instead of eating at home? I didn't cook for you here, Dougou Bo said bluntly. Since he was sure that Dougou Bo was here to cause trouble, he naturally wouldn't be too polite and started to speak in a sarcastic tone. Your Majesty Dougou, I heard from my daughter that Xiao Xiao flirted with her yesterday, and when my daughter revealed what she had done, Xiao Xiao beat her. Is this true? Ning Fengji spoke in a deep voice, with a hint of questioning in his voice. He had some idea of Ning Rongrong's personality, and now he just wanted to figure out what was right and what was wrong. When Dougou Bo heard this, he looked at Ning Rongrong with an inquiring look, as if to say, how could my grandson-in-law like you? Ning Rongrong's eyes were filled with tears as she met Dougou Bo's inquiring gaze, her heart beating rapidly. Did you discover something? That shouldn't be the case, right? No, I can't tell you everything, I still have to keep the same story as yesterday. As long as I am sure that I will be the one who suffers the loss, my father will definitely help me in the end. Ning Rongrong is very active in thinking. Monxin muttered to himself and decided on a strategy in no time. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong quickly said, Dad, what happened yesterday was that Xiao Wu and I were shopping, and then someone molested us. Then he denied it and beat us. He also said he would sell me to a brothel and castrate 2 of my male classmates. Sell Ning Rongrong to a brothel? Ning Fengji narrowed his eyes into slits and fell into deep thought. What a huge organization the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect is. It is impossible for people in the world of soul masters not to have heard of it. However, the grandson-in-law of Dougou Bo actually said that he wanted to sell the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tiles sect to a brothel. What a big joke. Pook. Excuse me, I just thought of something happy, you guys continue. Xiao Yi was amused by Ning Rongrong's words. Didn't you say that you wanted to sell my woman to a brothel? How did it become that I want to sell you? This frame-up is really good. Old poisonous creature, won't you give me an explanation? Chen Xian said coldly. What do you mean we want to sell you, Ning Rongrong, to a brothel? Didn't you first say that you would have Ba Yi's limbs broken, and then sell me? Zhu Qing and Ling Ling, to brothels to serve as prostitutes. How come you changed your mind in just one day? And don't you even look at your own character? There are many girls around my Yi who are prettier and have better bodies than you, how dare you say that Yi flirts with you? Dougou Yen started to retort directly. She didn't expect Ning Rongrong to be so shameless. In the blink of an eye. They were in the wrong. If she had known earlier, she should have been more ruthless yesterday. This kind of person was just taking advantage of her. Hearing this, Ning Fengji was speechless on the spot. I understood what Dougou Yen wanted to express and made a rough judgment in my mind. The previous speculations were now confirmed. As Xiao Yi is the grandson-in-law of Dougou Bo, he naturally looks down on his own Ning Rongrong. What's more, compared with Dougou Yen, Ning Rongrong is just a yellow-haired girl with no outstanding features on her body. He had come here to save face for his daughter, but at this moment he let his daughter fall into trouble and put himself in this current situation where he is neither able to recover nor to recover. Ning Fengji remained silent on the spot, but Ning Rongrong was extremely confused. It seemed like my old father was really being led by the nose. Many messy thoughts filled my mind. Why? I've said it so clearly, why are they still refutanizing it? The little fairy was very unhappy. Wouldn't such a rebuttal be to expose all her lies? Fengji, what are you talking about? It's obvious that this boy has bad intentions towards Rongrong and flirts with Rongrong, and you are still indecisive. How could Rongrong use her own innocence to slander others? I think she is just making sophistry. Bon Douluo made the final conclusion directly. At this point, Gu Rong naturally saw that Ning Rongrong was slandering him, but with two title Douluo and the sect master out. Could they still be afraid of Dugubo? Although Dugubo's cultivation had improved a lot, he thought that with Ning Fengji's assistance, he couldn't beat them, so he just fought. Chapter 129. Tisk, old man, just indulge her, you know it's her who slandered you, do you still want to fight? Dugu Yen said. Dugu Yen naturally noticed that Gu Rong was deliberately biased, and was naturally unhappy. Dugubo, is this how you educate your younger generation? Don't they know how to observe etiquette in front of the strong? Humph, do I still need your instructions on how to educate the younger generation? I think it's you who should educate your little princess well. She was framed at such a young age and was educated like this by you. No wonder the Seven Treasures glazed tiles sect is in a period of transition. Dugu Bo said sarcastically. Master Dugu is still very tough. He is not afraid of two super Douluos. If they fight, he can deal with Sword Douluo. As for Bon Douluo, he still has Xiao Yi. Even if he can't beat him, he can still hold him off. As for Flender, do you really think Dugu Yen is a vegetarian? Not to mention Yu Xiaogang. What's there to worry about a piece of trash? Do you really think I don't dare to do anything? Chen Xian spoke with murderous eyes. If you want to fight, come to Sunset Forest. Don't fight in my house. It just so happens that I haven't fought for a long time, so I'd like to stretch my muscles, Dugu Bo said eagerly. As for why I haven't done it for a long time, doesn't last night count? Of course not. Tang Dachui became weak after just a few moves, short and weak, and didn't have any fun at all. After Dugu Bo finished speaking, he flew directly towards the Sunset Forest. Chen Xian and Gu Rong followed with Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong. Xiao Yi used his sixth soul skill to lead Dugu Yen. After a few people left, only Flanders and Anzi were left there. Flanders had no choice but to take Anzi with him to Sunset Forest. Soon, Dugu Bo and others arrived at the Sunset Forest, and Xiao Yi followed them. After arriving at the Sunset Forest, Gu Rong placed Ning Rongrong aside, and then looked at Xiao Yi and the others. Junior, I advise you to apologize to me, otherwise I will let you know that a title Douluo cannot be insulted, Gu Rong threatened. Gu Rong is not a good person. He is the one who causes all the trouble in the sect and he likes to do dirty things. Otherwise, in the original book, when he knew the identity of the little punk, his first reaction would be to kill him. He didn't care about his face either. After all, a title Douluo could kill anyone he wanted. So what if he bullied the weak? What if I don't apologize? What can you do? Okay, you ignorant brat, it seems that I, Gu Rong, haven't taken action for a long time, a junior has even forgotten my name, so don't blame me for bullying the weak, Gu Rong said. Then Gu Rong activated his martial spirit. Gu Rong's martial spirit is called Bone Dragon. He is good at using bone spurs to launch unexpected attacks on his enemies, restrict them, and defend himself. He also has the magical power of space travel. The martial spirit possessed the body, and 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black, appeared on Gu Rong's body. Gu Rong's soul power is at level 95. Although he seldom takes action, once he does, there are few who can match him. He is known in the Soul Master world for his cunning and difficulty to deal with, but it's a pity that his skills have been stagnant for more than 10 years. Boy, I advise you to apologize as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too late if I accidentally beat you up later, Gu Rong said. Although Gu Rong didn't know what Xiao Yi's current cultivation level was, but based on the Soul Sect cultivation level shown in the data 4 years ago, he felt that Xiao Yi was at most a Soul King now. Since he had offended him, he would try his best to make Xiao Yi a cripple, otherwise he would suffer the consequences in the future. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that apart from not absorbing spirit rings, Xiao Yi was already a title Douluo level expert. And he also had a spirit core. When he was over level 70, he was able to perform spirit fusion skills in the Xinglua Palace, so now it would be easy for him to defeat Gu Rong. Tisk, it's not certain who will win or lose yet, old man, don't speak too early, Xiao Yi said. Xiao Yi has always looked down on Gu Rong, whose personality is even worse than his grandfather's. Even in the original novel, when Douluo massacred the city in the decisive battle, he was forced to have no say. This incident was caused by Ning Rongrong's slander. However, Gu Rong favored Ning Rongrong and was considered an enemy by Xiao Yi, so he naturally couldn't say anything good about her. And from Gu Rong's words and expression, Gu Rong was going to kill him, so he naturally couldn't be indulged. You little brat are looking for death. Gu Rong was enraged by Xiao Yi's words and directly released his soul skills to attack. Liuha fire. At the critical moment, Xiao Yi released the Xuanzhong Qi and used the Liuha Yushin Qi to block Gu Rong's attack. At the same time, 7 soul rings, 3 purple, 3 black and 1 red, hovered around Xiao Yi's body. As mentioned before, Xiao Yi has now passed the Shura 9 trials and has nothing to worry about. He simply doesn't hide it. He believes that the Shura God will help him when he is in danger. This child must not be kept. After Gu Rong's attack was blocked, he also saw the soul ring on Xiao Yi. He originally thought that Xiao Yi was just a soul king or soul emperor. But he didn't expect him to be a soul sage, and it seemed that he was not even a beginner in soul sage, but had a 100,000-year soul ring. Having a 100,000-year soul ring means that one has a 100,000-year soul bone in the body. Thinking of this, greed appeared in Gu Rong's eyes. This made Gu Rong make a more important decision in his heart, to kill people and take their bones. If he killed Xiao Yi, he would not only get a 100,000-year soul bone, but also make the sect have one less powerful enemy. Unfortunately, what Gu Rong didn't know was that Xiao Yi was a soul Douluo, but he just hadn't absorbed the soul ring. Besides, it was still unknown whether he could kill Xiao Yi. This boy has a 100,000-year spirit ring, so maybe he also has a 100,000-year spirit bone, why not take it away from him? Ning Fengji looked at the soul ring on Xiao Yi and felt that Xiao Yi was a treasure, so he made a decision in his heart. Uncle Gu, let me help you. Ning Fengji directly released the 7 treasures glazed tower and was about to release an amplification for Gu Rong. You wish. Dugu Yen shouted. Dugu Yen had been observing Ning Fengji's little movements, and when Ning Fengji released his martial spirit, she rushed directly in front of Ning Fengji. How brave! Chen Xian tried to intercept. Chen Xian also saw the spirit ring on Xiao Yi. To be honest, he didn't know that Xiao Yi's configuration was so luxurious. When he first saw it, his first reaction was to think about the spirit bones. Although he was optimistic about Xiao Yi, as the guardian Douluo of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, he had to put the interests of the sect first. Now seeing Dugu Yen approaching Ning Fengji and taking action against Ning Fengji was unacceptable to him. Chen Xian, your opponent is me. Dugu Bo flashed to Dugu Yan's side and stopped Chen Xian. Yen, don't worry, Grandpa will take care of you if anything happens, Dugu Bo said in a voice transmission. In Dugu Bo's mind, this kind of thing was no big deal. At most, he could kill him and then go to the 7 treasures glazed tiles sect to kill some poison. Anyway, his poison was so complicated that few people could withstand it. When Chen Xian saw Dugu Bo trying to stop him, he released his martial spirit without saying a word and prepared to fight with Dugu Bo. At the same time, Dugu Bo was also possessed by his martial spirit. No, this is impossible. How could there be such a spirit ring configuration in the world? Anzi was stunned when he saw the spirit rings on Xiao Yi's body. Just now, when Xiao Yi was fighting, Anzi heard the sound and asked Flanders to speed up. As a result, as soon as he arrived here, he saw Xiao Yi's astonishing soul ring configuration, which broke the theory that he was proud of for so many years. Chapter 130. And this martial soul, and his appearance, this is the little brat from back then. When Anzi first saw Xiao Yi today, he felt that he looked familiar, but after seeing his martial soul, he realized it was Xiao Yi. His cultivation level was only that of a great soul master 7 or 8 years ago, but he has reached the level of a soul saint in just 7 or 8 years. Moreover, his soul ring configuration is so outrageous. How is that possible? Yu Xiaogang thought angrily in his heart. This kid must have had good fortune, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to improve so much. His spirit rings are so high in level, and he wouldn't be short of spirit bones. Damn it! How come he gets all the good things? Why does he have such a good talent and has even got the opportunity, while I can't break through level 30 and my martial soul is just a farting pig? Anzi was jealous to the point of going crazy at this moment. The configuration that exceeded the limit and the superb soul power level, every bit of it made Anzi envious and jealous. Now, he began to blame his own martial soul again. He never thought about why he had been stuck at level 29 for so many years, whether his spirit rings had been installed correctly, or whether his theory had been proven. He complained about everything all day long and was also cowardly. He pieced together his theory by copying other people's books that had been around for thousands of years, and added his own imagination. I wonder how many civilians who had read his books had been harmed by him. Xiaojiang, what's wrong with you? Flanders saw Yu Xiaogang lying motionless with a ferocious look on her face, as if someone owed Xiaojiang 8 million yuan, and asked in confusion. Ah, Flanders, I'm fine. Remember the kid I told you about before, the one who fought with Gu Rong? When Anzi heard Flanders' call, he told Flanders about Xiao Yi's situation. Upon hearing this, Flanders also looked towards the battlefield and discovered Xiao Yi's soul ring and cultivation. Is this the little genius you told me about? An 18-year-old soul saint? Do you think I can teach him? What? He didn't go. When he graduated, he said he would consider it. Back then, he thought Xiao Yi would go to Shrek after graduation, but later he forgot about it after he took in the little punk. Only now did he realize that Xiao Yi had never thought about going. If that's the case, then wouldn't his spirit rings have been obtained by Dugubo? Doesn't that mean they have the secret to absorbing spirit rings of higher levels? If that's true, maybe I can get this secret and add it to my theory. So that my reputation as the great master will be more solid. Yu Xiaojiang hummed in his heart. Xiaojiang, you stay here, I will go protect Sect Master Ning. Just then, Flanders saw Dugu Yan about to attack Ning Fengji and rushed forward. At this moment on the battlefield, Xiao Yi was fighting against Gu Rong, while Dugu Bo was confronting Xian. Damn it, what kind of monster is this kid? If I had known that he wouldn't listen to Feng Ji, I would have just killed him. Now he has become a big problem for me. He was a level 95 titled DOLOU, but he was actually in a stalemate with a soul sage. The outrageous thing was that he had spatial abilities and Xiao Yi also had them. And he was better at them than him. Moreover, Xiao Yi's physical strength was even higher than his beast spirit, and Xiao Yi's fighting style made it impossible for him to find any flaws. He was a complete hexagonal warrior. Humph, old man, is this all you have got? If this is all you have got, just go to bed and don't even think about teaching me. The most taboo thing when two armies are facing each other is to lose reason. After Xiao Yi's ridicule, Gu Rong's face turned red. He originally attacked the junior because he relied on his high cultivation level, but he didn't expect that the junior was as strong as him. Now the junior is mocking him. How embarrassing it is for a titled Douluo like him. Humph, the seventh soul skill, the true form of the martial soul. Gu Rong directly released his martial soul, and his entire body transformed into a huge bone dragon. At the same time, all of his attributes increased by 200. Oh. Has your martial soul's true form been activated? Wow, it's so ugly. Humph, brat, you still dare to speak so shamelessly even when you are about to die, the bone dragon spoke with murderous intent. At this time, Gu Rong really wanted to kill Xiao Yi. A titled Douluo was fighting against a soul saint, and his true spirit was revealed. But it didn't matter. Who would remember him after he killed him? Have you seen me in my prime? Xiao Yi said as he released the restraints on his own soul power. The seventh soul skill, martial soul true form. Instantly, Xiao Yi's soul Douluo aura spread throughout the venue, and at the same time, his spirit body improved his own state several times. Killing God domain. Third soul skill, transform into thousands of shadows. Fourth soul skill, gravity suppression. Fifth soul skill, flame devouring wave ruler. Since Xiao Yi's mental strength was relatively high, Xiao Yi directly opened his domain to suppress Gu Rong's strength by 10, and then directly threw out 3 soul skills towards Gu Rong. Fourth soul skill, bone control. Gu Rong first released the fourth soul skill to block Xiao Yi's 1,000 shadows, but the killing god field and gravity suppression that followed weighed down on Gu Rong. Damn it, I can't move. Gu Rong thought to himself after blocking it. At this moment, Xiao Yi's flame-devouring wave ruler also arrived at the battlefield. Not good. Ninth soul skill. Bone dragon. Feeling the temperature of Xiao Yi's wave-devouring ruler, Gu Rong did not dare to be careless. He could only forcibly resist the killing god's field and gravity suppression to release the ninth soul skill. However, it was blocked, but Gu Rong suffered severe injuries. Old bones. Chen Xian was about to come over when he saw the injuries on Gu Rong's body. Junior, you are so cruel to your senior. It seems I can't let you go today. Have you asked me before you start? Dugu Bo immediately released poison to make Chen Xian fall. In other words, Chen Xian didn't care too much about Dugu Bo, otherwise Dugu Bo would have to put in some effort to make Chen Xian fail. The 7 treasures have names. The 6th is, before Ning Fengji could finish reading it, Dugu Yan slapped Ning Fengji in the face, causing serious injuries. Are you kidding? Even if the five-clawed golden dragon is not possessed, an auxiliary soul master cannot withstand it. Stop! Flanders rushed to Ning Fengji at this time, but it was too late. What did you say? Dugu Yan looked back at Flanders after injuring Ning Fengji. Why can't we talk it out calmly? Why do we have to make things so awkward? TSK, you are so shameless. Not only do you teach students to cause trouble and slander, you also go after their parents. Not only do you go after the parents, but you also deliberately show partiality when we tell you the truth. And you even intend to kill your juniors. Dugu Bo said disdainfully. What? Do you think we are pushovers because we are outnumbered? Now that you can't win, you're trying to smooth things over. Since you started it first, don't blame us for being ruthless. Go ahead and kill this dragon. Grandpa will take responsibility for you, at worst, we'll be surrounded by poisonous fog. Dugu Bo said domineeringly. You dare. Chen Xian and Ning Fengji's eyes were bloodshot. What is there to be afraid of? Since you have done something, you must pay the price, whoever kills others will be killed. Don't even think about it. Flanders wanted to stop him but it was too late, because Dugu Yan's dark golden claws made Flanders wilted directly. In an instant, the sword energy hit Gu Rong's body, and Gu Rong died. The 95th level title DOLOU died. Chapter 131. Uncle Gu. Bones. Grandpa Bone. For a moment, the three people from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect couldn't believe that a title DOLOU at level 95 had died just like that. Chen Xian stared at Gu Rong's body in a daze, unable to speak. His old friend, with whom he had known each other for decades, died in front of him, and he had no ability to resist at all. Ning Rongrong's tears flowed freely, she couldn't believe that she had lost her grandfather because of a whim. Ning Fengji's hair had turned mostly white. Why was the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect one of the top 3 sects? It was because of Sword DOLOU and Bone DOLOU who could protect the sect. Now, because of his daughter's mistake and Bone DOLOU's forced favoritism, Gu Rong had lost his life. What should he do now that there was only one Sword DOLOU? However, there is no time to think about the sect's problems now. Instead, they should think about how to make Poison DOLOU and the others calm down and let them go. You know, they are now fish on the sticky board, and Dugu Bo can kill them at any time if he wants. After killing them, Dugu Bo will surround the sect with a poisonous fog and destroy the sect. By then, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect will be completely destroyed, and all the properties will be taken away, and the industry will be divided up by many forces. Thinking of this, Ning Fengji forced himself to stand up, with a gloomy face and a somewhat angry look at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong vomited in her heart and stammered, Dad, what do you want to do? Your Majesty. Ning Fengji looked dignified. He shouted at Ning Rongrong in a low voice. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened as she looked at her father in disbelief. What happened? What exactly is going on? Dad, he killed Grandpa Bone. You're asking me to kneel down, what do you mean? Ning Rongrong had a bit of stubbornness on her face and did not obey Ning Fengji's scolding at the first time. If she were asked to kneel down to Sword DOLOU and Bone DOLOU within the sect, she was sure that she would be able to do so smoothly. But now, Ning Fengji, her old father, wanted her to kneel down to those who killed Grandpa Gu. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Can't you hear what I said? Now, right now, kneel down. Ning Fengji raised his cane and pretended to hit Ning Rongrong with it. Ning Rongrong looked aggrieved and knelt on the ground unwillingly. Dad, what are you doing? They were the ones who killed Grandpa Bone, and now you're blaming me. I did nothing wrong, why should I kneel down? Ning Rongrong acted stubborn and argued loudly with Ning Fengji. Hearing this, Ning Fengji's face became even gloomier. He pointed his cane at Ning Rongrong and was suddenly so angry that he was speechless. It took me a long while to adjust my mood. You still have the nerve to say it? You think I've been in a daze all these years, right? If you hadn't slandered Her Majesty Dugu Mian's grandson-in-law and said that he sold her granddaughter to a brothel, he would have beaten you. After being beaten, he went back to exaggerate and cover up the truth. Let us ask for an explanation. You refused to admit the truth when I told you. You didn't even realize how you could compare to the granddaughter of His Majesty Dugu. What's even more ridiculous is that I killed your grandfather Gu just to help you get an explanation. What crime should you be punished for? Ning Fengji's saliva was flying. The cane tried to fall on Ning Rongrong again and again, but ultimately failed to do so. Ning Rongrong's face was pale. His lips couldn't stop trembling. Why did things come to this? We clearly wanted an explanation, so why did Grandpa Gu die? But now, with Ning Fengji saying it so bluntly, she suddenly found herself unable to say anything. Despite being stubborn, the grievances still exist, and tears flow down. It's obviously all their fault. If they hadn't been dressed so ordinary, how could I have slandered them? If they hadn't beaten me, how could I have come here to seek justice? If they had admitted it, how could Grandpa Gu have died? It's all their fault. Ning Rongrong's thinking was very clear. She thought everything was Xiao Yi and the others' fault. She was not at fault at all. She just wanted to have fun, but ended up getting her grandfather involved. How long do you want to keep making mistakes? Do you want to destroy our sect? Xiao Yi is the grandson-in-law of His Majesty Dugu. For what you did, even if His Majesty Dugu destroys our sect, the outside world will have nothing to say. Now, go and apologize to my friend. I really spoiled you too much in the past. Ning Fengji continued to scold. He didn't care that there were other people watching around. All the right attitudes were shown in front of Xiao Yi. He showed no mercy when scolding Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong knelt on the ground. She looked at Ning Fengji with tears in her eyes. His constantly changing expression showed that he had no intention of carrying out Ning Fengji's arrangements. Xiao Yi looked at Ning Fengji with interest. It seems that this old guy feels the pain. He makes you jump up and down all the time. Merchants don't do their job properly and always like to cause trouble. Now that a title DOLOU has died, he must be dumbfounded. Rongrong, you have grown stronger now, right? I asked you to apologize to my friend, didn't you hear me? Ning Fengji was furious when he saw that Ning Rongrong remained unmoved. Snapped. A clear slap sounded. Ning Rongrong knelt on the ground and staggered, almost falling to the ground. Ning Rongrong held her face in her hands, and could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed down in a loud and sad way. I was wrong. Ning Rongrong just knelt there, and spoke in a mosquito-like voice due to the pressure from Ning Fengji. He seemed to be apologizing, but there was no intention of apologizing at all, and the stubbornness in his eyes was still there. Ning Fengji sighed heavily. Looking back, ever since he took power in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, he found that he had never felt as helpless as he did today. Friend Xiao, I have ordered my daughter to apologize, although I know that these apologies are not enough to settle the matter. But we've lost a title DOLOU, how about we just let this matter go? Ning Fengji admitted defeat. There is no way to avoid admitting defeat. Gu Rong is dead, and Chen Xian cannot die again. The sect is already strong and many people are watching it. If Chen Xian dies again, he has no idea how the sect will survive. Go away, I've cut off an arm of your sect this time. I hope you won't forget it, otherwise, your sect won't exist next time, Dugu Bo said coldly. Afterwards, Dugu Bo removed the poison from Chen Xian's body and ignored him. After Chen Xian felt that the poison had been removed from him, he had no intention of taking action again, because he knew that if he took action again, the sect would not be able to bear the consequences. Then Chen Xian took Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong, and Gu Rong's body away. It seems that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect doesn't dare to jump around this time, Dugu Bo said dimly. Why are you still showing off? The sect doesn't know what to do without a title DOLOU, it deserves to be in this situation now. You've been watching for so long, it's time to come out, Yu Xiaogang, Xiao Yi said in the direction of Yu Xiaogang. Anzi came out immediately after hearing Xiao Yi's voice, but he came out with his hands behind his back, which made him look very high class. But in Xiao Yi's eyes, Anzi was just a clown, and he felt nauseous just looking at him. Xiao Yi, long time no see, your cultivation has improved very quickly, Yu Xiaogang tilted her head 45 degrees and spoke. It's okay, I encountered some opportunities, do you have anything to say? Xiao Yi had some guesses in his mind. I want to know how one can absorb spirit rings of higher levels. There was fanaticism in Anzi's eyes. Sure enough, this old guy had bad intentions. He saw my spirit ring and wanted to know how to absorb it beyond his level. Who are you to me? Why should I tell you? Tell me the secret of absorbing spirit rings of higher levels, and I can publish it for more people to see. This will benefit the spirit master world and allow more people to absorb spirit rings of higher levels, isn't that good? When you tell me, I will say that I discovered it first, then my reputation as a big wet guy will no longer be an insult, Anzi thought to himself. When Xiao Yi saw Yu Xiaojiang's expression, he knew what he was planning. If he told him, he would definitely put the blame on himself and say it was his own theory. However, Xiao Yi didn't want to tell him that absorbing soul rings above one's level required very high standards. One must have sufficient physical fitness for soul rings below 10,000 years old, and sufficient mental strength for soul rings above 10,000 years old. Mental strength can only be improved through level and soul bones. He didn't want to tell Anzi and then let him harm others. Are you so sure that I will tell you? Xiao Yi looked at Yu Xiaogang as if she was an idiot. Of course, don't you think it's meaningful to do something that benefits the Soul Master world? What kind of mysterious self-confidence is this? What does it mean to benefit the Soul Master world? It's just nonsense. Who would tell their secrets to others? Sorry, I don't want to say it, Xiao Yi refused. Chapter 132. Hurry, tell me how hot I am. Then let Xiao Sen absorb it in a higher level, with twin martial souls and superlimit soul rings. After she grows up, I'll see who will still call me a waste. Yu Xiaogang was very excited, and her face showed an abnormal red color. At this moment, Anzi was already fantasizing about obtaining the secret of absorbing spirit rings of higher levels and using it on the little beggar. When the little beggar became a title DOLOU, no one would look down on him. However, imagination is beautiful but reality is very cruel. Xiao Yi was too lazy to pay attention to him. Now Xiao Yi looked at Anzi with even more disdain. I don't want to. Xiao Yi said it again when he saw Anzi's self-imagination. Great. You what? Why don't you want to? Do you know how many people will benefit from this theory? Do you know? You just need to tell me the secret of absorbing spirit rings of higher levels. I will publish it under the name of the master and add your example on it. This will be good for both you and me, and I can also become famous. Anzi said excitedly. Pucci, master, are you sure that it is you and me who are famous? And not yourself? What's more, not everyone can absorb spirit rings of higher levels. People have different physiques. What's the use even if I tell you? Are you relying on my personal example to harm others? That's right, my Xiao Yi can absorb spirit rings above his level because of his own ability. How can you, a level 29 trash, come here and explore other people's secrets? Do you have the nerve to do that? Dugu Yen spoke. Dugu Yen knew about Yu Xiaogang. Dugu Bo and Xiao Yi had both told her about him. He was a famous waste on the continent, an abandoned disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, and he also wrote something called The Top 10 Competitive Powers of Martial Souls. A mere 29th level Great Spirit Master. Grandmaster. Dugu Yen looked at Xiao Yi who was standing beside him with his arms folded across his chest. The real master is here. He had read the so-called 10 Core Competitiveness of Wuhuan. And sneered after reading it. It was all common sense and there was no truth in it. How could the author of this book be called a master? And regarding the question about the age limit of spirit rings, Dugu Yen was amused after reading it. She had been absorbing spirits beyond the limit since the 4th spirit ring. Breaking all the rules. Was it possible that a 29th level spirit master had absorbed a spirit ring that was more than 1,700 years old? Besides, Xiao Yi is her man. Helping her detoxify and evolve her martial soul was all his own hard work. How could a level 29 waste have the nerve to ask other people's secrets? Yu Xiaogang was so angry that she couldn't speak. What he hated most in his life was people calling him a waste, because he really was a waste. For example, Yu Xiaogang was the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. His martial soul was a pig, his soul power was level 29, his 2 soul skills were bullshit, and he could only run away when encountering problems. Even his theories were ridiculed by others. But what can he do? If he wants to blame someone, he should blame himself for messing around. His martial spirit has good plasticity, but he ruined it. Okay, Yanzi, why bother with this kind of loser? I think it's a waste of time to argue with him. Let's go home and eat. Xiao Yi didn't want to see this idiot complaining here, but he couldn't just kill him. After all, this clown brought him entertainment. Xiao Yi's sudden words woke up the angry Yu Xiaogang. He immediately looked at Xiao Yi. He felt very unhappy that Xiao Yi didn't take him seriously. Xiao Yi, what do you mean? Have you forgotten what I taught you in Nodding City? Yu Xiaogang's words made everyone present feel unhappy, and Flanders' face turned dark at this time. Xiaogang, how could you do this? That guy can even kill Gu Rong. It will take him only a few minutes to kill you. Noisy. Bang! Xiao Yi instantly came in front of the anus with a big green bag. Who the hell are you? How dare you say you'll teach me? Did you ever teach a class when you ate and drank for free at Notting College? I give you face when I talk to you, but you're nothing when I don't want to talk to you. You think highly of yourself when I ask you to teach an ordinary student, and you only want to teach the talented ones. Now I rely entirely on my own efforts. I don't have any trace of you, a loser. Now you want to ask me the secret of absorbing spirit rings beyond my level just for your own sake. I have never seen such a shameless person. Xiao Yi was immediately furious. He had originally kept the anus to have fun with in the future, but he didn't expect that this anus was so ungrateful and wanted his secrets. Dream on. You. How dare you hit me? What's wrong with hitting you? I can just kill you directly, even if there is someone behind you. Aren't you afraid that my father will cause trouble for you? Yu Xiaogang said. A waste is a waste, he is not like Lao Long at all, when something happens, he will just move his backers or run away. How could Lao Long have a waste son like you? Could it be that you are not his biological child? Dugu Bo looked at Yu Xiaogang with a strange look in his eyes. Dugu Bo was very curious about how Yu Yuanjin could give birth to such a weirdo like Yu Xiaogang. He asked even though he knew it was a secret, Old Long was a normal person, why did he become different when it came to Yu Xiaogang? Moreover, Xiao Yi had never hidden his secret from those around him. He knew this when he first met Xiao Yi. At that time, he just followed Xiao Yi on a whim, which changed the life trajectory of him and his granddaughter. Now Xiao Yi is his grandson-in-law. He has watched this kid grow from a soul master to a soul DOLOU. Plus, he doesn't think highly of this waste, so of course he doesn't have a good face. Heh, you cricket reptile dares to insult my father. I advise you to quickly tell me the secret of absorbing spirit rings beyond your level. Otherwise, my father is the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. And you don't want to be hostile to the upper three sects, right? Yu Xiaogang said in a stern but restrained manner, making the act of pulling a tiger's skin sound so grand and noble. The top three sects. TSK, the Haotian sect is just a coward, a clown whose spine was broken by the spirit hall. Except for Haotian Douluo who I think is pretty good, the others are all crooked. These idiots actually drove Haotian Douluo out of the sect to keep him safe. TSK. What a joke. Sooner or later, I will snatch the world's #1 weapon spirit. 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect, I have killed Gu Rong, ask them if they still dare to jump around. As for your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, you claim to be the best beast spirit in the world. You look down on others. There is only one titled DOLOU in the family. I wonder if he can withstand Grandpa's poison. And you, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, are the best beast spirit in the world. How arrogant. Cricket Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's just a lizard. Look at my Yenzi's 5-clawed golden dragon. Chapter 133. After the martial spirit possessed her, 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 3 black, appeared on Dugu Yan's body. Yenzi is now a level 75, battle soul saint. Who among the younger generation of your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family can be his match? No. Then let's push it up, Lu Erlong. Yu Luomian. After Yenzi showed it, can their martial spirits still possess the body? It's still a dragon, but it's just a lizard. Xiao Yi said sarcastically. As for your father, do you really think my grandfather is just a useless person? In Xiao Yi's opinion, Dugu Yan's 5-clawed golden dragon is superior to all beast spirits. There is nothing else to it. The bloodline is here. Even if it is only 1% of the ancient legend, it is much stronger than these lizards on the mainland. Xiao Yi crossed his arms across his chest. His comments on the top 3 sects were very spot on. However, one of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect had already been killed. For now, let the 7 Treasures Glazed sect be quiet for a while. With the existence of this little jerk, they will definitely cause trouble in the future. When the time comes, just destroy them all together. As for the other 2 sects, to be honest, he really doesn't think much of them. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Dugu Bo can destroy them all by himself. When the Haotian sect is upgraded to a title DOLOU, he will just kill them. I believe that by then, I will be invincible under the gods. You little brat, how can you judge the top 3 sects? I advise you to let me go immediately. At this time, Yu Xiaogang spoke again in a stern and restrained manner, but what was waiting for him was still a loud big green bag. Snapped. There are still 3 sects to go. Do you believe that I will go and destroy the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex tomorrow? Dugu Bo slapped her in the face, and Yu Xiaogang was immediately stunned. A mere level 29 Great Spirit Master relied on his thick skin to withstand the palm of a level 97 Super DOLOU. It was so terrifying. Hiss. He's really shameless, even thicker than your father. When I was level 91, he easily suppressed me. Now I'm already level 97, but he's still stuck at level 95, what a loser, but you seem to be even more of a loser, always at level 29. TSK. Dugu Bo looked around at Yu Xiaogang. This FW didn't look like a dragon at all. He fainted after just 1 palm strike. How boring. Humph, I'm not afraid to tell you that my apprentice's father is someone you can't afford to offend, and he will definitely not let you go. At this time, Yu Xiaogang spoke again in a stern and restrained manner, even though his face was already swollen. Oh. You mean the guy called Tang San? He has the same blue silver grass as your useless master. Blue silver grass and pigs are a perfect match, and even his training method is wrong. Tsk, it is said that he has innate full soul power. Tsk, there is no hope for him to become a soul saint. And it seems he has twin spirits. As for his father, it seems to be Tang Hao. I remember he came to cause trouble for my grandfather last night but was beaten away. I don't know where he is recuperating now. Tsk, Tang Hao. Once I absorb the spirit ring, I will kill him first, and I am not afraid to tell you that I don't just have Douluo as my grandfather, I also have the chief priest of the spirit hall. You're not still thinking about Bibi Dong, are you? Sorry, she's my mother-in-law, and she's long forgotten about you. Don't think she'll help you. What's your background? FW is just FW, you can only talk nonsense, but you are useless. How come I touched your sore spot and you are speechless? Oh, I am so angry, it's boring. Xiao Yi wanted to say a few more trash words, but the idiot fainted. Take this trash and get out of here. Looking at the fainted Anzi, Xiao Yi asked Flanders to take this disgusting thing away, not wanting to be affected by it. Flanders felt relieved when he heard Xiao Yi's words, and quickly took Anzi away. It was really stressful to be with this group of people. And he would try not to make trouble if he had nothing to do in the future. After Flanders took Anzi away, Douluo prepared to go to the medicine garden to practice medicine, while Xiao Yi took Douluo home. Well, I am already level 80 now, and Yen Zi is still level 75, should I let her take the Acacia Heartbreak Red to break through to level 80? Xiao Yi thought to himself as he walked on the road. What are you thinking about? Douluo interrupted Xiao Yi's thoughts as he was staring at him walking on the road in a daze. I was thinking that I'm already level 80 and you're only level 75, so I was thinking of giving you a boost. That's right, after all, the target of our next spirit ring is the two beast kings of the stars. I am only level 75 now, and it will take more than a year to break through to level 80, Douluo said after thinking for a while. Why don't you take the Acacia Heartbreak Red, which can help you level up 1 or 2 levels, then I'll find you a soul bone, maybe you'll be level 80 by then, Xiao Yi said. Xiao Yi observed that there was still some medicinal effect of the crystal blood dragon ginseng in Douluo's body that had not yet evaporated. Taking this opportunity to take Acacia Heartbreak Red can fully exert the medicinal effect. What's more, Acacia Heartbreak Red and the crystal blood dragon ginseng can complement each other. Perhaps by then he will reach level 80 without the need for soul bones. The two of them quickly reached home. After arriving home, Douluo picked up the Acacia Heartbreak Red and began to refine it. Xiao Yi is protecting Douluo at this moment, and he is now thinking about the issue of Douluo's soul bone. He knew a lot about Douluo's soul bones, but there was a very serious problem. Which was Douluo's right arm bone, the right arm bone of a 50,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. This soul bone was one of the top-quality soul bones that Douluo had obtained. It was left for Douluo to store toxins, but after that Douluo evolved his martial soul twice, and the effect of the poison attribute no longer existed in the first evolution, causing this soul bone to be somewhat unsuitable for Douluo. Xiao Yi was thinking about whether he should find a 100,000-year-old dragon soul beast to replace Douluo, because he now had the right leg bone of the blue silver emperor and could help others replace the soul bones of their limbs. Xiao Yi has some obsessive-compulsive disorder. Douluo's skull is 90,000 years old, and the left leg bone is 70,000 years old. They can be upgraded in the future. After that, when he hunts the Azure Bull Python, a 100,000-year soul bone will definitely drop. I just don't know which one will drop. Although a 100,000-year soul beast will definitely drop soul bones. What will drop is only the one that the soul master lacks. At that time, it may be a choice between the three. The arm bone may not necessarily drop. He had already thought of the torso bone, and then he would find the vast sea universe cover for Douluo. And let Douluo go to the Sea God Island to inherit the Sea God throne. By then, the 9th soul ring would be that of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, and the nearly 1,000,000-year-old torso bone of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King would also be very suitable for Douluo. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King is already approaching the direction of a dragon. It can be considered a sub-dragon soul beast moreover. It is extremely old and is the soul beast with the highest cultivation level except for the Tianmeng ice silkworm. It is definitely suitable for Douluo. I plan to look for the remaining soul bones in the sea. There are many sea soul beasts anyway. As for the soul rings, I will try not to waste them. After all, we have Uncle Zhang and Yang Wudi. They should be able to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. As for Zhu Zhuqing and Lingling, they will be sent to Poseidon Island for assessment after the Soul Master competition. If they want to obtain soul rings, there will be help from holy pillars. Well, I'll go out with Zhang Ping these days and go to the beach to see if there are any suitable 100,000 year soul beasts. I'll bring the soul bones back to Douluo Yen when the time comes. After Douluo Yen has absorbed them, I'll go to the spirit hall to ask someone to help hunt for soul rings. Chapter 134. And maybe Bibi Dong can be added. After Bibi Dong, Xiao Yi's mother-in-law is also a family member, inheriting the Rakshasa god. By then, 3 first-level gods and a god king ascending to the god realm will be a considerable force. Xiao Yi has already thought of the follow-up plan. As for the current events on Douluo Continent, he has nothing to fear. He has the background of the god king. And with the support of the god king, there is nothing to fear on Douluo Continent except for that big female dragon. Tang San. Tang Hao. HIATUS sect. What a joke. 1,000 will die, and Tang San's chances have been snatched away. He still wants to become a god. You're dreaming. He will be killed after a while. As for that clown Tang Hao, he won't live for a few more days. Xiao Yi plans to destroy Tang Hao after obtaining the 8th soul ring. He has long been annoyed with troublemakers like Tang Hao. It is better to kill him early, and Tang Hao still has 6 soul bones on his body, which is a huge fortune that can be kept for future subordinates. After that, he will find an excuse to destroy the HIATUS sect, and then build up his power after taking over the HIATUS sect's legacy. The world's #1 sect had long disappeared when Tang Chen left, leaving only that group of arrogant but mediocre guys. It would be better to destroy this arrogant sect as soon as possible. Maybe one HIATUS sect may not be enough, but there is also the 7 treasures glazed tiles sect. When I finish absorbing the soul ring, I will come back and play a game of 9 clans Candy Clan with Douluo. After all, the 7 treasures glazed tiles sect is a big piece of fat meat, and now it is an enemy, so it will be less troublesome to destroy it. The subsequent forces are probably based on breaking and defending, 2 of the 4 sects with single attributes. As for the Min clan, they are useless, and the Strength clan is still a slave, not worth anything. Speaking of the Power clan, this clan seems to be in Tiando. Now that Tang Dachui is not here, he probably lets the Power clan serve the little punks. Find a time to destroy them. There is no need to keep those guys whose brains are all about muscles. What's more, the clan leader is a fool and cannot be kept. Although his strength is not that good, he has brainwashed himself too much. Speaking of soul bones, Xiao Yi is now missing his right arm bone and torso bone. After a while, he will go to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt for the Soul Ring Titan Giant Ape and should have to choose one of the 2. The left leg bone also needs to be replaced, so he can solve it while he goes to the beach. I think there's Brother Yun as well. He seemed to be level 78 when I last saw him. I wonder if he's level 80 now. If he's almost level 80, I'll take him to the sea to look for him. After thinking about the future plan, Xiao Yi thought of Mu Yun again. It seemed that it had been almost half a year since he last saw him. He would probably be able to fight Soul soon. When the time comes, he will take Mu Yun to the beach. I think there's a Guanbai Tiger soul bone in Grandpa's soul guidance device. It seems to have dropped when Brother Yun became a soul saint. Give it to Mu Yun when the time comes. After all, the soul ring and soul bone are matched. Just consider it a reward. My sister-in-law is about to give birth, so I'll give her a gift when the time comes. Time passed quickly, and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Douluo Yen reached the peak of level 79, and was almost level 80 when she returned from the beach. What are you looking at? After Douluo Yen woke up, she looked at Xiao Yi with lustful eyes and knew that Xiao Yi was up to no good. Ahem, I didn't see anything, Xiao Yi said as he approached Douluo Yen. Douluo Yen is already pretty, and this time the combination of Acacia Heartbreak Red and Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng makes Douluo Yen look like an immortal. Xiao Yi looks at Douluo Yen like a wolf seeing a sheep. What are you doing? Taking off your clothes? Dry. Xiao Yi picked up Douluo Yen and walked into the room, and then he could only hear the woman's intense moans. Xiao Yi is not Lu Xiaohui now. It would be a pity if Douluo Yen is so beautiful but not filled up. Anyway, Xiao Yi now has the blue silver emperor soul bone, so he is not afraid of being tired. So Douluo Yan's wish to overthrow Xiao Yi and gain the upper hand is just a dream. A day later, Xiao Yi felt refreshed, but Douluo Yen fainted. Yanzi is the one who can handle it. Shuer is not strong enough, and I'm really afraid of breaking her bones. Yanzi is the one who can handle it. Xiao Yi really wanted to have a cigarette afterwards and feel like a god. Unfortunately, there were no cigarettes in Douluo Continent, and smoking was harmful to health, but I was a soul master, and my physical fitness was different. I have to say that the fighting power of Duguyen, the little dragon girl, after she turned into a dragon is really terrifying. I almost couldn't beat her, but Xiao Yi was not a pushover either. He directly used the great heavenly dragon to suppress Duguyen. After Xiao Yi covered Duguyen with a quilt, he put on his clothes and went out. Arriving at the courtyard of Dugu Mansion, Xiao Yi released his martial soul and felt his own soul ring. 7 soul rings appeared on Xiao Yi's body, 3 purple, 3 black and 1 red. What can I say about Xiao Yi's first and second soul skills now? They can't get that much amplification. It may be because of the high level and insufficient years, which makes them a bit useless. But they will probably be useful after the assessment is over. What about the third soul skill? Originally, it was only divided into 8. And the power of the divided soul was only 80 of the damage. However, now the shadow transformation is similar to the form of 10,000 swords returning to the origin. The densely packed Xuanzhong rulers make people feel very oppressive, although not as handsome as the sword. The fourth soul skill is just as so. Now the 8 times gravity can crush someone to death directly. Just imagine, when fighting against the clear sky hammer, suddenly using this skill can kill someone instantly. Yeah. That's right, Tang Dachui, I'm talking about you. As for the 5th soul skill, it is just to release more soul power to increase the temperature of the flame. There is nothing much to say. The 6th soul skill is very interesting. It is a time-space skill, an enhanced version of Flying Thunder God. However, Xiao Yi thinks it is a bit of a waste to use it only for movement. Perhaps this skill can be used to derive into self-created soul skills such as space cutting and space strangulation. However, he has to experiment slowly as he cannot eat a fat man in one bite. When Xiao Yi was sensing his own soul skills, the news of Gu Rong's death spread throughout the continent. Wuhuan City, the Pope's Palace. A woman in gorgeous clothes was listening quietly to the information below, and next to her was a very charming girl. Your Holiness the Pope, Gu Rong of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect was killed by Xiao Yi, whom you once noticed. It is said that Gu Rong had no ability to resist at that time, and according to intelligence, Xiao Yi has now reached level 80. Ju Douluo knelt on one knee and said to the woman in front of him. Ju Douluo was shocked. He knew that the Pope had sent Old Ghost to keep an eye on Xiao Yi, but he didn't expect that he was a soul Douluo. Moreover, according to the intelligence, Xiao Yi seemed to be only 18, and his soul ring configuration was ridiculously high. He felt that young people nowadays were so talented. Teacher, who is Xiao Yi? How come I don't know there is such a genius? The charming woman is naturally Fox, and the gorgeous woman is Bibi Dong. Originally, Bibi Dong was processing documents, and suddenly Ju Douluo brought the news that Gu Rong was killed. Chapter 135. Bibi Dong couldn't help but sigh when she first met Xiao Yi. He was just a 16-year-old kid. The kid who scared her at the time has now become a high-end combat force on the continent. What? Only 18. Not only has his spirit power reached that of a soul Douluo, but he also killed a title Douluo. How could there be such a genius in the world? Hulayina was born with full soul power, and now she is only 18 years old. But she is only a soul king. Now she heard that someone of the same age as her has a cultivation level 3 major levels higher than her, and also killed a title Douluo. She couldn't even imagine it. That's Gu Rong, a level 95 title Douluo, who is at the same level as Ju Douluo. If someone can kill Gu Rong, it means that they can also kill Grandpa Ju. At this moment, Ju Douluo also thought of this. He seemed to be at the same level as Gu Rong. If he could kill Gu Rong, then he could also kill him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Your Holiness, this boy reached Soul Douluo at the age of 18. Now that he can kill Gu Rong, it means that he has the strength of a title Douluo. If we don't use him, he will become a big threat to us in the future and will affect our plans. Should we? Ju Douluo said as he wiped his neck. Yes, teacher, it's too dangerous to leave this kind of person outside. Why don't we get rid of him? Hulayina also spoke up. Hulayina knew a little bit about the Spirit Hall's plan, but not much. Now that Xiao Yi had shown up, it would definitely have an impact on the plan, so Hulayina agreed with Ju Douluo's words. Although Hulayina is a love-brained person, she hasn't met the person she likes yet, so Hulayina is very normal now. But if Hulayina knew that Xiao Yi belonged to the worship hall, she would not think about this matter. Pucci, there's no need for that. Xiao Yi is one of us, or rather, he's from the worship hall. You don't have to treat him like he's facing a powerful enemy, on the contrary, he will help us complete our plan. Bibi Dong laughed out loud when she saw her apprentice and Ju Douluo treating them like they were facing a powerful enemy. Ah! The two were stunned. They thought Xiao Yi was a wild genius and a master at that. They didn't expect that he was actually a member of the worship hall. Also, Xiao Yi is the grandson-in-law of your old acquaintance Douluo Bo. He is currently the 8th priest, and it was Xiao Yi who helped Douluo Bo deal with his martial spirit and poison, Bibi Dong continued. Bibi Dong had already met Qian Renxue when she was brought back by Qian DALU. And she had also received the 8th spider lance. Now it had merged with her original external soul bone, and had directly reached the level of 100,000 years. And now Bibi Dong is mentally normal. How can we describe her relationship with Qian Renxue? They are both arrogant to each other and neither of them wants to bow their heads first. But what they do is different from what they say. In other words, they may sound tough but their bodies are very honest. As for whether she has Yu Xiaogang in her heart, that's a joke. He's just a piece of trash. How could she possibly keep a piece of trash in her heart? Her mind is all on Qian Renxue and Shen Kao. I was wondering why the old poisonous creature is different now. He is so lucky. Not only has his martial spirit evolved, but he has become a worshipper. He also has a grandson-in-law who is comparable to a super Douluo. I am really envious of him. Everyone in Jiaoguan is extremely envious. In just a few years, Douluo Bo has become a priest, but he is still stuck at level 95. Now even his grandson-in-law can deal with him. The gap between people is really huge. But this was Douluo Bo's opportunity, and there was nothing he could do about it. His only hope was to find a strange chrysanthemum in his lifetime. Ah! The people in the worship hall, aren't they our own people? If that's the case, will I have a chance to get close to him? I wonder if he's handsome or not. If I am handsome, will he like me? Will I be with him then? Huliana has already pictured Xiao Yi in her mind. He is talented and handsome. He is simply her dream lover and much better than that bootlicker Chao Xiong. The bootlicker Chao Xiong Gu is her teammate, named Yen. Together with her and her brother, he is known as the golden generation of the spirit hall, but he is nothing compared to Qian Renxue. Nana, Nana. What are you thinking about? Ah, teacher, I'm fine, please continue. Huliana felt a little guilty after being woken up by Bibi Dong. She lowered her head and listened to Bibi Dong's lecture. Oh no, this girl is not attracted to Xiao Yi, they have never met. Can a name, age and cultivation have such a great power? Bibi Dong was puzzled. Bibi Dong's feeling was right, and at the same time she looked at Huliana who was accompanying her. Thinking, I must take good care of Nana, because that bastard has already taken away a good cabbage from me, and this one cannot be taken away again. On the other side, the offering hall. At this time, Qian Renxue was kneeling in front of the angel statue waiting for the divine test, and Qian DALU woke her up. Xiao Xue, your little lover did a great thing, he killed Gu Rong with his level 80 soul power, he is really a monster. Qian DALU was amazed as he looked at the news in the intelligence. Although Qian DALU was shocked after reading the information, it was actually nothing. That genius could not fight against opponents of higher levels. He had fought against opponents of higher levels many times when he was young. However, this was his granddaughter's lover, his grandson-in-law, so of course his attitude would be different. Sure enough, after Qian Renxue heard the news that Xiao Yi killed Gu Rong, she immediately opened her eyes and looked at the intelligence. Seeing that it was indeed Xiao Yi who killed Gu Rong, she couldn't help but feel proud, thinking. My vision is right, this is worthy of me. Star Luo Palace. TSK, the daughter of the old Zhu family really found a good boy, Mu Bai is far inferior to him, Emperor Xing Luo thought to himself as he looked at the information. Ever since he was beaten up by Xiao Yi last time, all his attention has been focused on training Davis. As for Dai Mu Bai, he is useless and his fiancée is gone. What is the use of him? Davis is much better than Dai Mu Bai, so let Dai Mu Bai do whatever he wants. Tiando Palace. Hiss, it's a good thing he is Qinghe's good friend, otherwise it would still be a trouble, old man Shui Yi thought to himself as he looked at the information. Never mind, let's go back to the harem, Qinghe can handle this matter. Emperor Shui Yi felt much more relaxed since he gave up power. He worked hard in the harem every day, especially fighting 300 rounds with the queen every day. Prince Xuexing's palace. Uncle, what should I do? I have provoked him before, maybe he is in a bad mood and wants to kill me that day. Find a time to apologize to him, or just hide when you see him. If you pretend to be a playboy, your true nature will be exposed, you will do more harm than good, Xuexing said helplessly. Yuexian. A woman of about 28 or 29 wrote a letter and had it delivered. Blue Lightning Tyrant. A middle-aged man, probably in his 40s or 50s, gloated over the information in his hands. They always say that the three sects are of the same blood, that sounds good, but this time you provoked them and got beaten up. Qibao Glazed Sect. The atmosphere in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect was very tense at this time, as they were very nervous because of Gu Rong's death. Chapter 136. That's right, if the young lady hadn't offended the ruthless elder Zigu, she wouldn't have died. At least give us an explanation. We can't favor her just because she is the young master. Inside the sect master's hall, the elders of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect spoke one after another. Jian Douluo was in a very bad mood at this moment. The feeling of watching an old friend die in front of him after decades of friendship was indescribable. And the culprit was their extremely beloved Ning Rongrong. Perhaps they shouldn't have spoiled Ning Rongrong so much. If they had taught Ning Rongrong well, she wouldn't have developed such a character. Ning Fengji couldn't help but feel a headache when he saw the indignant looks of the elders in the audience. Gu Rong and Chen Xian watched him grow up, and after decades of getting along, he had already regarded them as uncles. Now that Gu Rong is dead, Ning Fengji is very sad, but he feels more guilty and self-blame. He felt guilty for not teaching Ning Rongrong well, but instead spoiled Ning Rongrong to the point of being lawless, and relying on the power of the sect, he got into a huge trouble. Now the elders in the sect are in a panic because of Gu Rong's death and they have to ask him for an explanation. But how to deal with it is a problem. Ning Rongrong is his daughter and also the young master of the sect. If the punishment is too severe, he will feel bad. If the punishment is too light, the elders in the sect will definitely not be happy. After all, the one who died this time was the sect guardian Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. If the punishment is casually given, wouldn't it make the people in the sect feel disheartened? Although he is a father, he is also the leader of a sect. The people's hearts in the sect are still very important to him. Thinking of this, Ning Fengji made a decision. Everyone, listen to me first. I am also very sad about Uncle Gu's death, but the most important thing now is Uncle Gu's funeral. As for how to deal with Ning Rongrong, I have already thought about it. From now on, Ning Rongrong is no longer the young master. As for the new young master, we will wait until Uncle Gu's funeral is completed and then make a new choice. As for the fact that we only have Uncle Jian as a titled Douluo in our sect, we may have to give up some of the sect's properties and shops. As everyone knows, our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect has a lot of businesses. Now that we have lost Uncle Gu, it is extremely dangerous for our sect. I was wrong in this matter. On behalf of Rongrong, I apologize to everyone. Ning Fengji's words were truly heartbreaking. First, Ning Rongrong's position as the young sect leader was abolished, and then some industries were abandoned. One must know that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect's industries were spread all over the continent. And now that a titled Douluo had died, the consequences were predictable. There would surely be countless people who wanted to bite off a piece of meat from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, but there was nothing they could do. It was all their own fault. After Ning Fengji said these words, the people below also calmed down. Yes, Gu Rong's funeral was the most important. As for other things, they could talk about it after Gu Rong's funeral. What's more, Ning Rongrong's position as the young sect leader has been abolished. Doesn't this mean that the next sect leader may be selected from their descendants? As for the issue of industry, that's a joke. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect has a huge business, and it won't lose a few pieces of meat if they abandon some of it. As long as the big industries are not abandoned, it doesn't matter if the small ones are thrown away. In a word, they are concerned about their own interests. Gu Rong's death means that their interests will be reduced. They are indignant because they want to know Ning Fengji's attitude. Now that Ning Fengji's attitude is revealed, they will definitely stop while they are ahead. As businessmen, they must know how to be tactful. After learning of Ning Fengji's attitude, the people quickly dispersed and returned to their own residences to wait for Gu Rong's funeral. After everyone left, only Chen Xian and Ning Fengji were left in the main hall. Uncle Jian, do you think I am doing the right thing? Ning Fengji said. Ning Fengji was very confused at the moment, not knowing whether what he did was right or not, but this method was the only way he could currently use to calm everyone's emotions. Fengji, don't blame yourself too much. We all share the responsibility for this matter. If we hadn't doted on Rongrong too much, she wouldn't have been so lawless. People in the sect had already started to get upset a long time ago, and it's normal for the pent-up emotions to explode after this incident. Also, Lao Gutua's death this time was his own fault. The facts were clearly there, but he chose to favor Rongrong, not to mention wanting to kill him. But Lao Gutua himself didn't expect that the other party was not a soft persimmon. We can only blame Lao Gutua for reaping the consequences. Besides, it's too late to say this. Rongrong has been stripped of his position as young master, and Old Bone is dead. Let's just accept this loss. I may not be able to defeat that old poisonous creature now, so don't even think about causing trouble. Besides, since he is 18 years old, the Spirit Hall will definitely try to recruit him. If he still disagrees, the Spirit Hall will definitely take action against him. By then, when he dies, we can still come out again. In Chen Xian's opinion, he had to accept this loss. Xiao Yi was a sole DOLOU at such a young age that the Spirit Hall would definitely recruit him. If he did not join the Spirit Hall at that time, he would definitely be killed. Ning Fengji's eyes lit up when he heard Chen Xian's words. Yes, there is also the Spirit Hall. Back then, wasn't the Haotian sect also forced to close down by the Spirit Hall? Is it possible for a mere poison DOLOU to save Xiao Yi? It's impossible. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that Xiao Yi was already involved with the Spirit Hall's young master. Wanting Xiao Yi to be attacked by the Spirit Hall. You're dreaming. What? You asked why Ning Rongrong wasn't in the main hall. Of course, Ning Fengji was afraid that Ning Rongrong would be embarrassed, so he sent her to Jian Douluo's residence. Otherwise, everyone in the sect would spit at her and drown her. After the two finished talking, they went directly to Jian Douluo's residence to comfort Ning Rongrong. The back mountain of the Seven Treasures glazed sect is where Chen Xian lives. Ning Rongrong was in a very bad mood at the moment. She still couldn't understand why she had caused Gu Rong's death. In her opinion, anyone who could be pranked by her must have obtained enormous wealth, yet someone actually dared to resist. Rongrong, your grandpa Jian and I are here to see you, Ning Fengji said. Ning Fengji felt sad when he saw Ning Rongrong's depressed look. Such a lovely daughter was spoiled by him. Wow, Dad, I know I was wrong, I didn't expect that man could kill Grandpa Gu, I just wanted to have some fun, but now it has become such a big deal, I really regret it. After seeing Ning Fengji and Chen Xian, Ning Rongrong threw herself into Ning Fengji's arms and started crying. Okay, now that you know you were wrong, it means that your grandfather Gu's death was not in vain, don't cause trouble in the future, okay? Ning Fengji warned. Also, because of the mistake you made this time, I have revoked your position as the young sect leader, otherwise, the people in the sect will be disheartened. If the people in the sect are not united, it will have a great impact on the sect. Chapter 137. His idea now is not to appoint a new young sect leader for the time being, but to see how Ning Rongrong performs next. If her performance is good, let Ning Rongrong continue to be the young sect leader. If not, Ning Rongrong can only stay behind the scenes. Although Ning Fengji wants to operate behind the scenes, it depends on Ning Rongrong's performance. What? My young sect master is gone. How can this be possible? Ning Rongrong was furious when she heard that her young sect master was gone. You know, the young sect master's resources are much better than those of ordinary disciples. Now that the young sect master is gone, it means that her own resources will be much less. Rongrong, don't worry, let me tell you my thoughts, blah blah, do you understand? Ning Fengji comforted. What Ning Fengji said specifically was that although Ning Rongrong is no longer the young sect leader, the resources are still the same as before. However, whether she can return to the position of young sect leader depends on Ning Rongrong's own performance. Ning Rongrong quickly recovered her composure after hearing Ning Fengji's words, and then assured Ning Fengji that she would perform well and regain the position of young sect leader. Ning Fengji felt relieved after getting Ning Rongrong's assurance, but he still had to observe for a while, in case she was pretending. Of course, Xiao Yi didn't care what happened to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect, because the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect would definitely be his in the end, and his eyes were now fixed on the little punk in front of him. Originally, Xiao Yi wanted to go find Mu Yun after sensing the soul skill, but then the little punk came. Xiao Yi, you must apologize to my teacher today. The little punk said with his eyes wide open. Yes, that's right, the little punk is here to cause trouble, and with him come Titan and Lu Erlong. As for why the little punk came here, you have to ask Yu Xiaogang. Go back to one day ago. In Shrek Academy, after the little punk knew that his father was a title DOLOU, he had a meal with Titan. After seeing Titan off after the meal, he saw Flanders and Yu Xiaogang who had returned from their serious injuries. Dean, didn't you and Rongrong go to their sect to ask for an explanation? Why are there only two of you here? Where are they? Why did the teacher faint? And why is her face swollen? What on earth happened? The little punk asked, looking at the seriously injured Flanders and the fainted Yu Xiaogang. We went there, as for what the situation is, we'll tell you after your teacher wakes up, I have to go back to heal my wounds, Flanders said tiredly. Flanders was speechless. Why did you pry into other people's secrets for no reason? You were beaten for no reason and humiliated. You didn't even think about your own strength. Others didn't want to pay attention to you. But you had to pretend to be like this. How could Flanders explain this to others? Flanders didn't say that Douluo was killed by Xiao Yi, so Yu Xiaogang had to speak up. It was Yu Xiaogang's idea to return to the sect. Besides, he was at best a tool, and it was good enough that he could bring Yu Xiaogang back. Then Dean, please leave the teacher to me and you go back to heal your wounds, the little punk said. After hearing what the little punk said, Flanders handed Yu Xiaogang to him and turned back to his residence. After Xiao Bizan took Yu Xiaogang and looked at Yu Xiaogang's injuries, he found that Yu Xiaogang was not seriously injured, just her face was swollen. No matter who hurts my teacher, you are destined to die, the little punk thought to himself. Then the little beggar took the unconscious Yu Xiaogang back to his residence. Not long after returning to his residence, Lu Erlong rushed over after hearing the news that Yu Xiaogang was unconscious. Xiao San, go back and practice, I will take care of your teacher, Lu Erlong said after entering the room. When Xiao Bi-san heard what Lu Erlong said, his eyes lit up. He was worried that his teacher and Lu Erlong had not made any progress. Wasn't this a good opportunity? So Xiao Bi-san handed Yu Xiaogang to Lu Erlong to take care of him and returned to his room to start practicing. In this way, Lu Erlong took care of Anzi all night. The next morning, which is today, Anzi woke up from his coma and began to recount what happened. We went to seek an explanation yesterday, that Xiao Yi, Yu Xiaogang said a lot of things. Anyway, I spoke to the people from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect in a nice manner yesterday, but I didn't expect them to refuse to admit it. They started fighting as soon as they disagreed with me, and even killed Douluo by surprise. Yu Xiaogang simply turned the tables and cleared herself of all blame. She never mentioned that she was beaten for asking about Xiao Yi's secret, and even said directly that she did not take Tang Hao seriously. And Flanders' mouth twitched as he listened. Oh my God! If he hadn't been injured, he would have believed it. It was obvious that the other person killed Douluo with his own strength. And this was a sneak attack on you. But he didn't say it out loud. After all, what Yu Xiaogang said was much more credible than what he said. Lu Erlong believed Yu Xiaogang much more than he believed in him. As expected, Xiao Bizan and Lu Erlong were furious when they heard Yu Xiaogang's description and were ready to cause trouble immediately, but Flanders advised them not to act rashly. Sister Erlong, we need to think about this matter carefully, after all, they can kill Douluo, and even Chen Xian can't stop them, what's the point of you going there? Flanders said. Flanders, are you stupid? How could a boy of 17 or 18 years old have such strong strength? Xiaoan said it was a sneak attack, it's shameful that you, a soul saint, can't even protect Xiaoan. When Flanders heard what Lu Erlong said, he was stunned. Was it because I didn't protect Yu Xiaogang? It was obviously because I wanted to protect Sect Master Ning who was seriously injured. Yu Xiaogang watched the whole process. After Douluo was killed by Xiao Yi, Ning Fengji apologized and left with Gu Rong's body. After that, Yu Xiaogang insisted on showing off and asked about other people's secrets. Not only was he beaten, but he was also ridiculed. In the end, he sent Yu Xiaogang back with injuries. Flanders didn't want to say anything at this moment. Since no one believed him, he didn't care. It didn't matter how he loved it. He was tired. If you don't believe me, just go ahead, you'll know when you suffer the consequences, Flanders said unhappily. TSK, I used to treat you as a good brother, but you couldn't even protect a great soul master, Xiao San, let's go, Lu Erlong turned and left. The little punk followed Lu Erlong out. Then Flanders took Xiao Wuji back to the office. Old Ghost Fu, why do I feel that what you said is true, and that big shot seems to be talking nonsense, Xiao Wuji said when he returned to the office. Of course he lied. He was clearly beaten for spying on other people's secrets, and Douluo was killed by that kid alone. He was watching the show the whole time, and only after Sect Master Ning left did he come out to show off. Flanders said with a frown. That kid is also a talent, it seems that he has reached Soul Douluo before he is 20 years old, he also has the combat power of a title Douluo, this time, he has provoked a tough guy. Doesn't that mean they will be beaten when they go back? Zhao Wuji said. What can we do? We'll just go there and get beaten up and behave ourselves. After that, the little punk left the academy and took Lu Erlong to find Titan and arrived at the gate of Dugu Mansion. Chapter 138. Oh. Why should I apologize to your teacher? You seriously injured the dean and beat my teacher, shouldn't you apologize? The little punk said angrily. Then why don't you ask me why I attacked him? Xiao Yi said lightly. No matter what the reason is, it's wrong for you to attack him. I heard him say that you also attended classes at Notting College before and were taught by him, do you know what it means to respect teachers? In the little beetle's heart, Yu Xiaogang is his adoptive parent. He has been taught by Yu Xiaogang for so many years that he has become like Yu Xiaogang. Whatever Yu Xiaogang says is what he does. Hook. Xiao Yi just laughed. Sure enough, Anzi was still the same stubborn person as always. For the sake of his own face, he would definitely not tell the truth. Instead, he would portray himself as a vulnerable group and play the victim. What are you laughing at? The little punk looked at Xiao Yi and laughed out loud in confusion. Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Let's not talk about whether he taught me or not. Didn't he tell you that Gu Ron was killed by me? Oh, the teacher told me that you were just a sneak attack. I thought you were a gentleman before, but you are just a secret villain, the little scoundrel said in a high-sounding manner. A question mark arose in Xiao Yi's mind. How could this little jerk say such high-sounding words? I am a villain who attacked secretly. Then who are you, little jerk? You are just telling lies in a serious manner. TSK, you really have inherited the true teachings of your teacher. You can lie with open eyes without blushing. Fortunately, I didn't agree when he accepted me as his apprentice, otherwise I would never have imagined how disgusting he was. Cricket, a level 29 Great Soul Master, had the nerve to lecture me. Did he deserve it? You must have forgotten that that loser ate and drank for free and not in college. That's right, I almost forgot, you are his apprentice. You must have learned all his characteristics. I feel sorry for you. Xiao Yi said sarcastically. Xiao Yi was not going to say that he killed Bone Douluo through his own ability. It was useless. Anzi's PUA ability was second to none. You are not allowed to insult my teacher. The little punk's face turned red and his eyes turned purple. He threw out several flying needles from his hands, shooting towards Xiao Yi's throat, heart, and forehead. However, who is Xiao Yi? He is a soul Douluo and is not afraid of these things that are not presentable. Xiao Yi simply uses his soul power to knock the hidden weapon to the ground. The first soul skill, Entanglement. Seeing that his hidden weapon was useless, the little punk released his first soul skill directly. The black-blue-silver grass directly wrapped around Xiao Yi, but when it touched Xiao Yi, it was shattered by the sword intent. Then Xiao Yi flashed in front of the little punk and gave him a big green bag. The little punk originally wanted to dodge, but his mind was distracted by Xiao Yi's mental power. Although the little punk's purple demon pupil can enhance his mental power, it is only slightly enhanced now. It is far inferior to Xiao Yi's mental power. Xiao Yi's mental power almost drove him crazy. He Toei. What the hell? He is so vicious, and he is a perfect match for your teacher FW. I really don't know what you are thinking, worshipping a loser as your teacher. Can he hunt spirit rings for you? How dare a mere great spirit master boast like that? You still say I'm a villain, then what are you? Xiao Yi started to curse. He was already annoyed with the little punk, and this time the little punk took the initiative to attack him, which made him feel very happy. And you, what kind of magic potion did that idiot feed you? You believe everything he says. What's your brain for? Is it filled with paste? Xiao Yi said while looking at Lu Erlong lying on the ground. Xiao Yi really couldn't understand what was going on in this woman's mind. How could she not have her own opinion at the age of over 30? All she could think about was her little anus. What a waste of her good figure. Maybe she was just too stupid to have a brain. Lu Erlong also took action just now. Perhaps Xiao Yi's words stimulated her and made her take action directly. However, Xiao Yi's mental force immediately made her mind distracted, and she was knocked down by Xiao Yi. Even if I can't beat you, I won't allow you to insult Xiaojiang. He just has a mutated spirit, Lu Erlong said, gritting her teeth on the ground. Through Xiao Yi's previous actions, Lu Erlong knew that things might not be as Yu Xiaogang said, but she just refused to admit it. Forget it, you'd better faint. Xiao Yi felt speechless when he saw Lu Erlong like this, and knocked Lu Erlong unconscious. What's wrong? What happened? Xiao Yi heard the voice behind him and looked over, and it turned out to be Dugu Yan who had gotten up. It's okay, just a few clowns, Xiao Yi explained. Oh, let's go see Lingling, Dugu Yan said without paying attention to the little punk and Lu Erlong lying on the ground. Okay, I'm going out in a few days, and when I come back I'll get the spirit ring. Xiao Yi pulled Dugu Yan as if no one was around. Xiao Yi took Dugu Yan's hand and was about to leave Dugu Mansion. At this moment, Titan spoke. Are you planning to leave just like this? Xiao Yi heard the voice and looked sideways. Oh. There is another expert. It turned out to be Titan. Xiao Yi had no intention of paying attention to him, but he just came out on his own. What do you want to say? Xiao Yi asked with a look of idiocy. Why didn't Titan speak or take action just now? Of course it was because of his pride as a soul Douluo. As a soul Douluo who only focused on strength. Most title Douluos couldn't compare to him, so of course he thought that Lu Erlong could subdue Xiao Yi. But what he didn't expect was that Xiao Yi was actually stronger than he thought. Lu Erlong and the little beggar couldn't do anything to him. Now that he saw that Xiao Yi didn't take him seriously, he must be angry. Junior, I admit that you have some strength, but are you planning to leave just after beating my young master? Aren't you looking down on me? Titan said. Who are you? Why should I take you seriously? I am Titan, a level 86 strong attack-type soul fighter, known as Hercules. Oh, it's you. I heard from my grandfather that it's just a gorilla. Forget about him, let's go. Dugu Yen was ready to leave without even looking at him. Presumptuous. Seeing that Dugu Yen and Xiao Yi didn't take him seriously, Titan directly possessed their martial spirit. His already extremely strong body swelled again after being possessed by the martial spirit. The muscles on his arms grew greatly. And at the same time, his arms extended to below his knees, with black hair showing on all exposed parts. It's really an orangutan. I heard from my grandfather that this guy likes to bully the weak, and he seemed to have claimed to be Tang Hao's slave before, Dugu Yen complained. Chapter 139. Dugu Yen naturally looked down on the Li clan. Who would be so stupid as to call themselves a slave, let alone a slave of the Haotian sect? Don't insult my master. It's my luck to be able to serve the master, what do you youngsters know? In Titan's heart, Tang Hao is the best in the world, and being able to get Tang Hao's slave is the luck he has gotten in several lifetimes. Xiao Yi was speechless. This Tang Dachui was really causing great harm to people. Not only did he pua a 100,000-year-old soul beast to sacrifice for him, but he also pua an entire clan. Now the Titan in the Power clan could be said to have become the shape of Tang Dachui. What? It's obviously the fact, there's no insult in it. Okay Yanzi, it's useless to say anything to him, he will be obedient after a beating, Xiao Yi comforted. Xiao Yi didn't want to waste time. He had a lot of things to do recently. He would be exhausted if he spent time on things like this. Shuzi is arrogant. Third soul skill. Source of power. Fourth soul skill. Power surges. Fifth soul skill. Power concentration. Titan released 3 soul skills in succession and rushed straight toward Xiao Yi. Trouble. Xiao Yi looked at Titan who was rushing towards him and said calmly, it's useless to reason with such a person, just give him a good beating. Fourth soul skill, gravity suppression. Xiao Yi directly released his fourth soul skill, and 8 times the pressure enveloped Titan. Titan fell down directly after being suppressed by Xiao Yi's fourth soul skill, and then Xiao Yi walked in front of Titan. Bang! Pa! Pa! Now Xiao Yi's physical fitness has reached the title DOLOU level. Even Titan or Soul DOLOU cannot withstand Xiao Yi's punch. Ah! Ah! How dare you humiliate me like this, little brat? When the master comes back, he will never let you go. Noisy. When Xiao Yi heard Titan's words, he increased the strength of his hands and beat him up again. As Xiao Yi was beating Titan, he found that there was no sound. He looked carefully and found that Titan had fainted. It feels good to beat people without using martial spirit, but this guy is too fragile, Xiao Yi complained while looking at the unconscious Titan. Come on, he has no power to fight back at all, Dugu Yen said with a smile. Why are they here? Dugu Yen asked puzzledly while looking at the little punk and others lying on the ground. What else could it be? It must be that Yu Xiaogang who distorted the facts. This Lu Erlong is a brainless person, the little punk wants to avenge his master. Titan might be arranged by Tang Dachui to protect the little punk. So they came together. Xiao Yi said, spreading his hands. This Tang Hao is really a troublemaker. He came here to ask for a fight and only aggravated his own injuries. After he went to heal his wounds, he even arranged for a Soul DOLOU to come and protect Tang San. But this Soul DOLOU turned out to be such a waste. Dugu Yen said with a pout. Well, you have to think about it, not everyone is like us, a Soul DOLOU is a high-end combat force on the continent, maybe Tang Hao didn't expect that his son would cause trouble for us again, Xiao Yi explained. Yeah, it's really unique that Tang San was taught this way by that loser Yu Xiaogang, Dugu Yen complained. Don't say that, this little punk is not a good person either, he and Yu Xiaogang are exactly the same kind of people, let me tell you, Xiao Yi talked a lot about the little punk's personality and thoughts. Bah! They are worthy of being master and disciple, none of them is a good thing. What about them? Dugu Yen said as he looked at the 3 people lying on the ground. Xiao Yi looked at the 3 people lying on the ground and thought for a while, thinking about how to deal with them. Let's throw the 3 of them on the street, it's disgusting to leave them at the doorstep, I'll seal their spirit power later, you take Lu Erlong with you, and I'll take Xiaobi San and Tai Tan with me, let's throw them at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Xiao Yi thought for a while and said. Then Xiao Yi sealed the spirit power of Tai Tan and others. With Xiao Yi's current spirit power quality, setting a seal will prevent people from using it within 3 days unless a title DOLOU takes action. After setting the seal, the two dragged the 3 unconscious titans onto the street. After arriving near Shrek Academy, Xiao Yi and Dugu Yen loosened their grip and threw Titan and the others to the ground. Yanzi, go find Lingling and the others, I have something to do with Grandpa, Xiao Yi said after throwing Titan and the others near Shrek. Xiao Yi plans to find Dugu Bo to work together to destroy the Li clan. After all, these guys are Tang Hao's slaves. If he ignores them, it would be like burying a time bomb, although it won't cause any harm to himself. It's disgusting. Xiao Yi understood a long time ago that the bigger the fist, the more powerful it is. So before he met Dugu Bo, he had been developing in a cautious manner. After meeting Dugu Bo and obtaining the magic grass that helped Dugu Bo detoxify and improve his strength, he became fearless. Now that Xiao Yi's strength has reached the top of this continent, what's wrong with being a little domineering? Can't he enjoy himself after practicing for so many years? What? You asked him what to do if he is in danger. Who on the continent can touch him now? He defeated the Xinglua Empire. Cut off an arm of the Qibao Liuli sect, and the Haotian sect is closed. The Pope is his mother-in-law, and the Tiendo royal family is trying to please him. How could he be in danger? Dugu Yen didn't say anything when she heard what Xiao Yi said. After all, her little man was very busy and had to hunt for spirit rings recently. Dugu Bo alone would not be able to handle it by then. After getting Dugu Yan's consent, Xiao Yi went straight to the medicine garden. After Xiao Yi left, Dugu Yan also rushed to Tiendo Royal Academy. What's going on? Why are Xiao San and the others here? Could it be that they were thrown back because they couldn't fight? Not long after the two left, Zhao Wuji, who came back from outside, saw the unconscious Xiao Bi San and others. Forget it, let's take Lu Erlong and Xiao San back, let Titan lie here. Zhao Wuji picked up Xiao Bi San and Lu Erlong and walked towards the academy. Eyes of ice and fire. Are you saying that Titan was arranged by Tang Hao to be a bodyguard for his son? Dugu Bo said after listening to Xiao Yi's story. Well, I guess he needs to recuperate and won't be back for a while, so just let Titan protect him, Xiao Yi said, pinching his chin. Originally Dugu Bo was practicing medicine. After Xiao Yi came, he said that Titan was now working as a bodyguard for Xiao Bizan. So what are you thinking now? You didn't come to me just to tell me this. It's like this, Xiao Yi told Dugu Bo his thoughts. Are you saying that you want me to help you wipe out the Li clan? Dugu Bo widened his eyes. My goodness, even though Master Dugu had killed a family before, he had only killed a small nobleman. Xiao Yi was going to kill hundreds of people directly. Was he so cruel? Well, what good things can come from those following Tang Hao? Besides, they can't be used by us, so it doesn't matter if we just kill them. Good boy, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless, but it's true that if a soul DOLOU can recognize someone younger than himself as his slave, there is no value in living like that, Dugu Bo said disdainfully. Then the two of them made a plan and prepared to take action at night. It was soon night and the Power Clan was quiet. Damn boy, you actually humiliated me like this. When my master comes back, I will definitely let him avenge me. Titan said, gritting his teeth. It turned out that when Titan woke up, he found himself on the street and there were a bunch of people talking about him around him. At that time, he wanted to release his soul power to shock them, but found that his soul power was sealed. In the end, it was his son who came and avoided the embarrassing situation. However, what Titan didn't know was that he might not be able to wait for Tang Hao, because Xiao Yi and Dugu Bo had already arrived at the gate of the Li clan. Let's do it, Grandpa. Xiao Yi said after arriving at the door of the Li clan. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Dugu Bo directly released his third soul skill, and the poisonous fog filled the air and enveloped the Li clan. Chapter 140. What's going on? Why is there poison in the sect? Who is it? After leaving the room, he found the figures of Xiao Yi and Dugu Bo above the Power Clan. A strong sweet and fishy smell filled the air, and the originally dazzling starlight was also shrouded by this poisonous fog, making the entire Tiendo city dim. Why did you come to my clan to release poisonous fog? Aren't you afraid of revenge from the master when he comes back? Because the poisonous fog was too strong, the strong men of the Li clan rushed out one after another. Looking at the movements around them, as well as Xiao Yi and Dugu Bo in the air, their expressions gradually changed. I don't understand what happened and why this strong man suddenly came to the Force clan. Tang Hao. He's just a stray dog. What's so scary about him? Even the Haotian sect has had its backbone broken. I didn't intend to cause trouble for you, but who told you to help Tang San? Since you are so loyal to Tang Hao. I will let you and your people go to hell and wait for him. After he finished speaking, Xiao Yi took out a white leaf. After taking out the leaf, Xiao Yi did not hesitate, but threw it directly into the Li clan. As the blades entered the Power clan, the originally sparse poisonous fog seemed to be stimulated by something and instantly became thick. Hiss, this kid is really evil-hearted, no wonder he asked me to put less poison, turns out he had this. Douluo couldn't help wiping away the cold sweat as he watched Xiao Yi's actions. That's right, Xiao Yi took out a leaf of the Snow Swan Kiss. The Snow Swan Kiss looks like a snow-white fairy grass, with crystal-white leaves. Each of which seems to be dripping with water, slender and curved, looking like a swan's neck. Its beautiful appearance hides amazing power. The effect of the Snow Swan Kiss is extremely special. It is not used for healing or enhancement, but has a unique, stimulating property. Once the human body touches it, the viruses and bacteria on the surface of the body will multiply thousands of times. If you breathe its breath, the bacteria in the body will also multiply wildly. This stimulating property makes the Snow Swan Kiss more terrible than any poison. Because it not only targets foreign toxins, but also stimulates the body's own viruses and bacteria. Therefore, it has no antidote, and nothing can restrain its stimulating properties. Xiao Yi, who came from the Li clan this time, picked a leaf before leaving, and asked Douluo to release some soul power when he took action. He was afraid that Douluo would release too much and the effect of the Snow Swan Kiss would hurt himself. The poison triggered by the Snow Swan's Kiss entered the bodies of the Power clan at lightning speed. More than 100 disciples of the Power clan were instantly poisoned and died with bleeding from all 7 orifices. Seeing his people being killed, Titan's eyes suddenly turned red and he roared, "Stop, you guy, aren't you afraid of the wrath of the Tiando Empire? Don't worry, as long as Xiao kills all of you, then no one will know who did it, what do you think?" Xiao Yi said with a creepy smile. When Titan saw that the other party was determined to destroy his family, his eyes turned red, but his soul power was sealed by Xiao Yi, and he had no ability to fight back. He could only watch his clansmen die one after another. Perhaps, it's time to use that method, Titan thought to himself as he looked at the tragic situation around him. Titan stepped on the ground with his foot, and the aura of Soul DOLOU arose from his body. At the same time, 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 4 black, rose from his body. All disciples, scatter and run, I will hold them back. Titan knew that he could not be a match for the title DOLOU, so he immediately ordered everyone to evacuate the place as quickly as possible. The farther the better. As long as they could leave here, they would be safe. Didn't you seal his soul power? How can it be released? His aura is not right, his blood and chi are declining, he may have used a self-harming method, Xiao Yi observed for a while and said. The fact was not different from what Xiao Yi observed. In his early years, when Titan was traveling, he obtained a secret technique that allowed him to use his own blood and energy to exert strength beyond his own realm. The more blood and energy he used, the greater the power. He had obtained it but had not used it for so many years. Now that the poison mist was surrounding the sect, he had to use this method. Unfortunately, Titan is old now and doesn't have as much energy and blood left, so he can only perform at level 93 or 94. However, Xiao Yi did not feel panicked at this moment. Instead, he smiled and said, I have set up a barrier around the Li clan, anyone who touches it will die. As expected, suddenly, more than a dozen disciples groaned miserably, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and fell to the ground and died. At the moment of their death, their bodies instantly turned into a ball of blood mist. Why do you want to kill my disciples of the Li clan? My disciples of the Li clan have no grudge against you, if you want to kill, just kill me, I only ask you to let them go. Tisk, if you want to be a dog, you have to be prepared to be a dog. You are still loyal to Tang Hao even though he has been gone for so many years. I really don't understand why there is such a thing as following a man like that. He has no other abilities except being stubborn and self-righteous. Only a brainless person like you likes to lick his ass. Xiao Yi waved his hand, and the Xuanzhong ruler appeared. His 4th soul skill instantly crushed an area, leaving no corpse anywhere it passed. After all, this world is a world where the strong prey on the weak, and the one with the bigger fist is the one that prevails. The only difference is killing and being killed. In this world where I am strong, I am right. Xiao Yi is not a saint, and he must pay the price for doing something wrong. Now, when a dog comes to cause trouble, Xiao Yi can only give him a game of 9 clans Candy Crush. Since you have killed countless of my disciples, today, even if I die, I will die with you. Titan roared crazily and transformed himself into a khaki gorilla, ready to burn his own life to kill Xiao Yi. Noisy. Seeing that Titan was determined to fight to the death, Xiao Yi just snorted coldly. It was like hitting a rock with an egg if a mere level 86 soul DOLOU dared to challenge the strength of a titled DOLOU. My name is Xiao Yi, chanting my real name in the reincarnation will grant you eternal life, now you can die. Space strangulation. Because Xiao Yi often uses his sixth soul skill to travel, he is now very sensitive to space. He saw that the space around Titan instantly formed a series of sharp blades to attack Titan. What is this? When Titan saw the spatial blade, his face changed drastically. He then began to squeeze out his last bit of energy and blood and released his eighth soul skill to resist the spatial blade. But it was useless. Although Xiao Yi was unfamiliar with and immature in this move, the power of space was not something that a mortal body could resist. The HIATUS sect will definitely avenge us for today's shame, I will be waiting for you on the road to the underworld. The sound of tearing was heard on Titan's body, and every piece of flesh on his body was cut. The pain was like being tortured to death, which Titan could not bear. Chapter 141. Father. Grandfather. Taino and Tai Long knelt on the ground in pain, tears falling uncontrollably. They finally understood that the Li clan had no room for resistance in front of the strong, and in an instant, all of their lives were lost on the spot. However, the young master and the master they cared about only used them as tools and obviously did not take them seriously. At this moment they regretted deeply why they had served someone who had disappeared for more than 20 years. Now they were in so much trouble and their families were broken up. But it was too late now and no matter how much they said, it was useless. Xiao Yi didn't bother to see the two people crying. He swung his Xuanzhong ruler and two sword energies sent them to hell. Grandpa, let's clean up the mess. After Xiao Yi resolved the issue, he looked at Douluo and said. When Douluo heard Xiao Yi's words, he waved his hand to disperse the poisonous fog. Then he pulled out the people of the Li clan and threw them on the ground. On the faces of these corpses, there was a look of strong resentment and fear. They are all relatively young. If Titan had not provoked them, then in a few years, among these people, there would definitely be a soul-bound DOLOU or a titled DOLOU. All of these are possible. It's a pity that they shouldn't be disciples of the Li clan, nor should they be other people's dogs. The entire Force clan was filled with a strong smell of blood, making people feel like vomiting when they smell it. Xiao Yi looked at the devastated Li clan with an indifferent expression. After making sure that no one was alive, he and Douluo turned around and left. Before leaving, Xiao Yi released the flame-devouring wave ruler, and in an instant the entire Li clan was surrounded by raging flames. On the way back to Douluo mansion, Douluo looked at Xiao Yi curiously. What's wrong, Grandpa? Xiao Yi asked in confusion as Douluo looked at him with confusion. What soul skill did you use to deal with Titan just now? Douluo asked. As a titled DOLOU, he has seen countless soul skills, but Xiao Yi's spatial strangulation just now was very strange to him. Douluo has also seen abilities related to space, and Gu Rong can be said to be one of them, but even Gu Rong has not reached this level. Oh, that's something I derived from my sixth soul skill. Because I can now sense the weaknesses in space. I can use the weaknesses in space to perform space cutting, although it can't be used maturely yet, it's still extremely powerful. Xiao Yi explained. Douluo nodded. To be honest, although he wanted to learn Xiao Yi's methods, he did not have the ability. It was better to just play with poison honestly. Do you think Tang Hao or the HIATUS sect will avenge them after they know the news of the annihilation of the Li clan? Douluo looked at Xiao Yi and asked. What revenge? He can't even protect himself, so how can he care about this? As for the HIATUS sect, they don't dare to come out, what's more, the Li clan is just a loyal dog in their eyes, why should they care about the death of a dog? Besides, beating a dog depends on its owner, it depends on who the owner is, what's there to worry about with a bunch of trash? They indulge in the world's #1 weapon spirit every day, but they are still beaten back, do they dare to come out with the spirit all around? Even if they dare, they will die one by one. Xiao Yi said disdainfully. Although the Power Clan is loyal to Tang Hao, it does not mean that Tang Hao treats them as his brothers. When one family falls, another powerful family will rise. Therefore, no matter how stupid Tang Hao is, he will not come to cause trouble. Besides, Tang Hao's current enemy is not just Xiao Yi, but the Spirit Hall, the strongest force in the entire Douluo Continent. Early the next morning, the news of the Li clan's demise spread throughout Tiando City. Have you heard? The Power Clan was wiped out by someone unknown, it seems that there was a big fire, now only ruins are left of the Power Clan, not even corpses are left. I heard about it, it's good to kill them, I've been annoyed with them for a long time. Not only do they bully the weak, but they are also very domineering and often rob and plunder, those who killed them are really good people. People walking on the streets of Tiando City were talking about the news that the Zhuli clan had been annihilated. The Li clan is very protective of their own people. If the younger ones are bullied, the older ones will take over. If the older ones can't handle it, the older ones will take over. If the older ones can't handle it, the whole clan will take over. They mainly bully the weak and fear the strong. It can be said that it is the same as the Haotian sect. I can hit you, but you can't hit me. If you hit me, I will call my elders over. The Li clan has learned the behavior of protecting one's shortcomings very well. Normally, the Li clan is used to being domineering. They buy things without paying, rob, and molest decent women. The things they do are criticized. The most important thing is that you can't deal with them. If you deal with them, they will turn around and call the elders over. What do you think you should do? Things are different now. The Li clan has been destroyed. It seems that they have provoked the wrong people, which makes the residents of Tiando City very happy. Shrek Academy. At this moment, Flanders and Zhao Wuji were no longer calm when they saw the news about the Li clan in their hands. Yesterday, Lu Erlong and Tang San took Titan to cause trouble, but the Li clan was wiped out at night. It would be strange to say that there is no connection here. Flanders, what should we do? This is not the first or second time that Xiao San has caused trouble for him. I wonder if we will be the next one. It should be, no way. Flanders was a little unsure. First, Douluo was killed by Xiao Yi, and then the Li clan was wiped out. All signs indicated that they had provoked a killer. The key cause of the incident was Ning Rongrong's slander. Ning Rongrong's side had been dealt with and the sect suffered a blow, but Tang San was reckless and provoked others again, and for a while, no one knew how to deal with it. The key now is how to tell Xiaojiang and Xiao San, if he comes to kill us, how are we going to deal with him? If he really wants to hurt Xiao San, how are we going to explain it to His Majesty Haotian when he comes back? Or else tell him the truth and let Xiao San apologize to him properly, maybe he will forgive him for the sake of His Majesty Haotian. Xiao Wuji looked at Flanders meaningfully. Flanders' eyes lit up when he heard what Xiao Wuji said. It's not impossible to ask the little punk to apologize to Xiao Yi, but with his personality, he would definitely not agree. Then he would cause trouble. And then he would have nothing to do with Shrek. Anyway, I asked you to apologize. You don't have to blame anyone. Don't be afraid of Tang Hao coming back to cause trouble for them. We at Shrek Academy are upright and have nothing to fear. We have done what we should do. It was your son who insisted on causing trouble. If you are not convinced, go find him, don't come to us to vent your anger. But what they didn't know was that Xiao Yi never took Tang Hao seriously from the beginning to the end, and even wanted to kill Tang Hao. The source of all evil in Douluo Continent started with Tang Hao. Chapter 142. Xiao San, do you know? The Li clan was destroyed. When Anzi received the news from Flanders, he immediately told the little beggar about it. Originally, Yu Xiaogang thought that Xiao Yi wouldn't dare to act rashly because Tang Hao was around the Li clan. But who knew that the trouble that little punk caused yesterday would lead to his entire clan being wiped out in the evening? It was really terrifying. This made him feel anxious. Originally he just wanted to let the little scoundrel take advantage of his situation, but he didn't expect that not only was it useless, but he even killed him. It's not like he hadn't thought about looking for Bibi Dong, but the people in the spirit hall ignored him. It was fine when he was in Nodding City, but when he came to Tiando, they simply wouldn't let him in and even stopped his subsidies. That's right, it was Xiao Yi who did it. After confessing to Qian Renxue, Xiao Yi stopped the little angel's anal subsidy. After all, he was just a useless person, and he was taking the subsidy from the spirit hall while cursing the spirit hall. If he didn't stop, who else could he stop? However, who is Anzi? He is the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Although he was expelled from the sect and it is impossible for him to be without money, he hated the spirit hall even more after the spirit hall stopped his subsidies. The little punk suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Anzi, frowned and said, "When did it happen?" Just yesterday, all the disciples of the Li clan were killed, and the clan leader Tai Tan died suddenly. Anzi panted and replied, Emperor Shui Yi immediately sent people to investigate, but no one knew what happened in the Li clan, not even any eyewitnesses. So it's not clear who did it, we can only investigate. Tang San's eyes suddenly turned red, and he gritted his teeth and immediately came to the location of the Power Clan. The soldiers of the Tiando Empire blocked the place and bodies were carried out in an orderly manner. Most of the disciples of the Li clan were bleeding from all 7 orifices and their bodies were charred. It was obvious that they had been poisoned and burned to death. Tang San felt like his head was about to explode when he saw this scene. He collapsed to the ground, unable to believe that this was all real. Yesterday he went to cause trouble for Xiao Yi, but Xiao Yi killed him overnight. It must have been Xiao Yi who did it, it must have been. How dare he? Isn't he afraid of revenge from Dad? The little punk didn't understand why Xiao Yi dared to take action. You have to know that the Li clan has his father and the Haotian sect behind him. Isn't he afraid of revenge? Ever since the little punk knew that he had a powerful backer, he was no longer afraid. He was just a titled DOLOU, wasn't he? He acted like he was nobody's business. What's a little poison DOLOU like you? My father is Haotian DOLOU. It's a pity that the little punk forgot that his father was seriously injured and that the Haotian sect had closed its doors. The Haotian sect posed no threat to Xiao Yi's side. So they could easily find an opportunity to join forces with the Spirit Hall to eliminate them. The soldiers of the Heaven Do Empire walked slowly over, staring at Tang San who was lying on the ground with a gloomy face, and asked, "What did you just say, who is Xiao Yi?" Tang San's eyes turned and he said hurriedly. "It was Dugubo's grandson-in-law Xiao Yi, it must be him who did it, I can guarantee it." After hearing this, the soldier turned around and looked at the general not far away, and immediately ran over and told the other party about Tang San's affairs. After communicating with him, the soldiers of the Qiando Empire decided to hand this matter over to Emperor Shui Yi. There was no other way. Not to mention that Xiao Yi had Dugubo behind him. Not to mention that he was friends with the prince. Having the prince's token was equivalent to having a golden medal of immunity from death. Plus, there was the example of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. Gu Rong was beaten to death by him. Wouldn't it be a waste for them to go there? Are you kidding? They are just soldiers. Why would they risk their lives for a few hundred gold soul coins a month? If they really cause trouble for others, the prince will definitely make things difficult for them. But he still had to pretend, so the general stepped forward and said to the little scoundrel, "Then you follow us to Douluo Mansion. If the facts are as you said, we will deal with it. If not, you'll be on your own. Damn it, if Dad wasn't around how would he need trash like you? After hearing what the title DOLOU did, you don't dare to go looking for him, you're really a bunch of bullies who only care about the strong and bully the weak." The little punk thought angrily when he heard the general's words. Obviously, our little punk used the amazing wisdom he learned from his 2 lives and Yu Xiaogang to hear the general's perfunctory and flattering tone, and concluded that these soldiers were bullies who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. But what can they do? Now they can only rely on them to solve this problem. I can guarantee that it was Xiao Yi who wiped out the whole family, but I don't know how the Qiando Empire will deal with it. Soon, Xiao Bizan and the soldiers of Qiando Empire arrived at Douluo Mansion. "Galong, what brings you here?" When everyone just approached Douluo Mansion, Dugubo's voice came from inside the door. "Junior Galong, I am here to meet His Majesty Douluo," said the leading general. The general leading the group was naturally Galong. Galong was the pillar of the Qiando Empire and was known as the Nine-Life Dragon. He was the #1 military official in the Qiando Empire, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. And also a sole DOLOU level warrior. He had profound military attainments and was second only to Emperor Shui Yi in actual power. However, since Shui Yi gave up power, his superior was also replaced by Shui Qinghe, who played a great role in the empire. Regardless of military quality or voice, he enjoyed a high status in the army. Galong was wearing a bright silver armor and a trident helmet. He looked to be in his 50s and rode a white tiger. His martial spirit was Yazi, one of the 9 sons of the dragon, and had strong attack and deterrence power. But after all, they were in Qiando City, so Galong naturally did not let the white tiger out to show off in public. "Well, is there anything wrong?" Dugubo said as he walked out of the Douluo Mansion. Galong bowed his hands and said respectfully, "This young friend beside me said that the matter of the Li clan is related to your majesty, may I ask your majesty, is it true?" Dugubo did not feel surprised, as if he had known about the empire's coming for a long time. As for why Dugubo knew that someone from the empire was coming, it was of course Xiao Yi who told him. After destroying the clan last night, Xiao Yi felt that Emperor Shui Yi would definitely investigate thoroughly. And that everyone in Qiando City would know that the Li clan had been destroyed. By the time the news reached Xiao Bisan's ears, Xiao Bisan would definitely go to the Li clan to see the situation on the scene. In addition, Xiao Bisan was a vindictive villain, and would definitely take this opportunity to cause trouble. Sure enough, just as Xiao Yi had expected, the little punk came to cause trouble. This series of schemes made Dugubo sigh that everything was taken into account, and the poor little punk was played around by Xiao Yi. Unfortunately, our little punk didn't know that the Qiando Empire was basically taking the shape of the Spirit Hall and Xiao Yi. Even if the Qiando army came, it would just be a formality. Chapter 143. Dugubo winked at Galong as he spoke, signaling him to pull the little punk out. When Gulong saw Dugubo's eyes, he was delighted. Yes, if they pulled the little punk out, they could avoid this trouble. The responsibility would not be on them then. After all, he was a sole DOLOU, so it was reasonable that he could not stop the title DOLOU. So Gulong pulled the little punk out and pointed at him and said, Tang San, tell His Majesty, did you see His Majesty and his grandson-in-law go to the Power Clan? Unfortunately, the little punk didn't notice the look in Dugubo's eyes. When he heard what Gulong said, he immediately made up a story. Yes, I saw with my own eyes that Xiao Yi and his men went to the Li clan, and then the Li clan was brutally wiped out. If it wasn't them who did it, who else could it be? Besides, they are the only ones in Tiando City who can pose a threat to Seoul DOLOU. Dugubo narrowed his eyes and said calmly, young man. What evidence do you have to prove that it was done by me? I heard from my grandson-in-law that you can also use poison. Could it be that you came to trouble my grandson-in-law yesterday and thought they were useless? So you poisoned them and killed their whole family in the middle of the night? After Dugubo finished speaking, Gulong felt secretly happy. His Majesty was very clever. He cleared himself of the blame with just a few words and let the little jerk take the blame. Gulong originally wanted to come here to put on a show. After all, Dugubo was a title DOLOU. And Xiao Yi was the prince's friend, so they naturally didn't want to be involved in this turmoil. Dugubo's words could be said to be allowing Gulong to go back and avoid punishment. Upon hearing this, the little punk's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he thought to himself. Damn old thing, it was you who poisoned the entire Li family and killed them all. Now not only do you not admit it, but you are also blaming me. You have already met your death. And this bunch of useless soldiers, they clearly saw the Li family being poisoned and died, but now they only listen to Dugubo's one-sided story. They are simply unworthy of being soldiers defending the country. When Dad comes back from recovery, I will make sure they die without a burial place. The little scoundrel directly hated the Tiando Empire because he heard Dugubo lying with his eyes open. So he decided to wait for Tang Dachui to come back and avenge him. But what the little punk didn't know was that even if Tang Dachui recovered from his injuries it would be useless. He could not beat Dugubo at all. Dugubo could immobilize Tang Dachui with his 8th soul skill. If he wanted to kill Tang Hao would have died long ago. Grandpa, what's going on? It's so noisy outside. Originally, Xiao Yi was sleeping soundly with Duguyen in his arms, but he was woken up by the noise outside. So he had no choice but to let go of Duguyen and get up to see what was going on. When he came out, he saw Dugubo chatting nonsense with the little punk, which aroused some interest. It's okay, he said he saw us going to the Li clan last night, and said he wiped out the entire family. I think he took the initiative to frame us. Dugubo pointed at the little punk. I see. When Xiao Yi heard Dugubo's words, he knew what Dugubo was planning. He just wanted to have fun. It happened that Xiao Yi was also quite bored, so he could only make the little punk suffer a little more. I heard you were looking for me. Xiao Yi's voice sounded leisurely. What are you talking about, Xiao Yu? You are a friend of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Why would I come here to cause trouble for you? I came here today because of the matter of the Li clan, Gulong said respectfully. I heard from Tang San that he was an eyewitness, so I came to His Majesty Dugu's residence to confirm whether the situation is exactly what he said. Gulong is a smart man. After Emperor Shui gave up his power, he had dealt with Xiao Yi a lot. What's more, Xiao Yi is a popular figure around the prince. In addition, with the previous experience of Bon DOLOU, he naturally didn't dare to say anything more. Because this world is a place where the strong prey on the weak. The strong are respected and the weak are humbled. The fact that Xiao Yi can kill Gu Rong means that he can do whatever he wants on the mainland. Anyone who wants to cause trouble for Xiao Yi must be asking too much for his own luck. Xiao Yi chuckled and said, I wonder if General Gulong is here to arrest me. How is it possible? Xiao is usually gentle to others, how could he do such a heinous thing? Just kidding, Xiao Yi was nicknamed Xiao Matzi a long time ago. The reason was that when Xiao Yi just came back from the city of slaughter, he could not control his murderous aura very well. At that time, when you saw him from afar on the street, you could feel the huge murderous aura on him. Then how can you be sure that it was me and my grandfather who did it? Xiao Yi said playfully. Gulong understood immediately, and brought Tang San to him in front of everyone and asked, tell me, did you see with your own eyes that the Li clan was destroyed by Xiao Yu? Since everyone likes to join in the fun, there were other people besides soldiers in front of Dugu Mansion at this time. Tang San turned pale and refused to admit it. I saw you enter the Power Clan with my own eyes. Oh. Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows and continued. Then tell me, when will I go to the Li clan? Tang San was silent. He didn't know what time it was either. He only knew that Senior Tai Tan died last night, but he didn't know the exact time. I can't remember. Then I'll ask you again, have you ever seen Xiao slaughter the disciples of the Luli clan with your own eyes? No, never. I don't know this, I don't know that, so what makes you say that this matter has anything to do with Xiao? Xiao Yi's words made Tang San's body tremble. Yes. I know nothing and my empty talk is so useless that even a fool wouldn't listen to me. Dugu Bo came over and told Golong everything about how Tang San had slandered Xiao Yi and how he had repeatedly caused trouble for Xiao Yi. It was obvious that all these words might have been fabricated by him. After learning that Tang San had lied to him, Golong immediately turned around and slapped Tang San hard in the face. Tang San's teeth were all shattered by this slap, and he seemed to be hallucinating, seeing many afterimages, and could even clearly hear a buzzing sound coming from his ears. You evil creature, you dared to deceive me and caused me to misunderstand Xiaoyu and His Majesty Dugu, you are really so bold. Golong pointed at the little punk and cursed at him. The little punk covered his face and finally understood that this was a trap set for him. Although Golong knew that it was Dugu Bo who did it, he still sided with Dugu Bo just to beat him. Damn it, all of you are destined to die. The little punk was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Now that his soul power was sealed, he couldn't resist at all. Even if his soul power was not sealed, what could a mere soul master like him do? He still couldn't beat any of them. But that's not the end. Goran found that beating up the punks could make him feel better and better, so he continued to attack the punks. Golong picked up the horse whip and lashed Tang San's body madly. Every time he swung it, blood marks would be left on Tang San's body. The soldiers and pedestrians around were watching and obviously had no intention of stopping it. After all, a kid who liked to slander others was definitely not a good person. It's really cool to watch someone get beaten without having to do it yourself, right, Grandpa? Xiao Yi said in a voice transmission. Dugu Bo watched the little scoundrel being beaten and replied happily, I was wondering why you didn't let me tell the truth, so that's how it is, watching this kid getting beaten really makes people feel happy and refreshed. Tang San lay on the ground, holding his red and swollen cheek, and roared, you dare to hit me, you have the way to die. Hey, you're disturbing the order and you dare to talk back, come on, drag me out and beat me up, beat me in the smoke. The corner of Golong's mouth twitched, he originally just wanted to satisfy his urge to do something, because beating up the little punk made him feel so refreshed, but this little punk ended up threatening him, he had to teach him a lesson. The little punk panicked and said, my father is Douluo, aren't you afraid of his revenge? That's right, the little punk took out his perfect essay, my title Douluo father, to intimidate Golong, trying to make him stop. Hearing that the little punk's father was Douluo, Golong stopped. It was because Tang Hao was from the same era as him, but his strength had already reached that of a title Douluo. Golong looked at Xiao Yi, asking what to do. Xiao Yi knew what Golong meant, so he said directly, okay, go ahead, leave the rest to me. Golong then stopped and prepared to gather people to run away. What happened next was not their business. But the little punk didn't seem to appreciate it. He squinted his eyes, clenched his fists, and said, you guys are confusing right and wrong and have no regard for the law, aren't you afraid of the wrath of the empire? Anger. Golong said sarcastically, we came here to find the murderer for you, but you made up a story and secretly said that it was done by His Majesty Dugu and young Master Xiao, in the final analysis, you are the rat shit. For the sake of Douluo, I will not attack you today, if you dare to be so presumptuous again in the future, I will chop off your head. Let's go. After Golong bowed to Xiao Yi and Dugu Bo, he turned around and hurriedly left with his soldiers. Chapter 144. After Golong left, Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing also came to Dugu Mansion, and at the same time Dugu Yan also walked out of Dugu Mansion. It's okay, there's just a little punk acting as a clown, Xiao Yi said, looking at the little punk lying on the ground. Then Xiao Yi looked at Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling and asked, why are you here? We saw Tiando soldiers coming to Dugu Mansion this morning, and we thought something happened to you, so we called Zhuqing to come and take a look, Yi Lingling said. It turned out that Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing who were at Tiando Royal Academy this morning also learned the news of the annihilation of the Li clan. It happened that Tiando Royal Academy was on holiday, so they thought of coming to find Xiao Yi. However, as soon as they walked out of the gate of Tiando Royal Academy, they saw soldiers coming towards the direction of Dugu Mansion. In addition, the death of Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect at the hands of Xiao Yi made Yi Lingling feel a little uneasy. She felt that the extermination of the Li clan must be related to Xiao Yi, so she simply followed the Tiando soldiers. Yi Lingling also saw the double act between Dugu Bo and Xiao Yi just now. She cleared herself of all blame and was even more certain that it was Xiao Yi who destroyed the Li clan. However, it seemed that Doulou had no intention of causing trouble. Instead, he was on Xiao Yi's side everywhere, as if trying to please him. At first she didn't understand why Doulou tried to please Xiao Yi, but then she remembered Qian Renshue's existence. After all, Qian Renshue's fake identity was the prince, and now the prince was regent in the Tiando Empire, so it was reasonable for him to please Xiao Yi as a friend of the prince. Little punk. What's going on? Then Tgthegood saw Tang San lying on the ground and said, "It turned out to be him. He disturbed my sweet sleep so early in the morning, he really deserves a lesson." Zhu Zhuqing seemed to be thinking about taking action. In Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, no one who hangs out with eunuch Dai is a good person. Although eunuch Dai's tools were cut off by Xiao Yi, what eunuch Dai did in the past cannot be erased. It's done, and he won't forget it just because the tools are gone. In addition, the matter was slandered at the beginning. And a titled DOLOU from the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect came to cause trouble and died, but this little bastard still didn't learn his lesson and kept coming here to make trouble. It seems that he didn't learn a lesson enough. Yi Lingling felt the same way. She felt unhappy when she saw the little punk. Her good mood was ruined, so Yi Lingling also clenched her fists. Then the three girls surrounded the little punk and clenched their fists, obviously wanting to teach him a lesson. Xiao Yi also saw what the three women were thinking and said, "Be gentle, don't beat him to death, I'll need him to entertain me in the future." And many more. Tang San's breathing was rapid, and he realized that he couldn't escape, so he hurriedly said, "There are so many of you fighting against me alone, it's not fair, let's fight one-on-one." "Fair?" Douluo directly said with sarcasm. "There is no fairness in this world, some people are tall and some are short, some people have high positions and power, and some people are from a lowly background, fairness is just a joke. No matter which century it is, the weak are the slaves of the strong. Even if the times are different, what changes is only the method of slavery. Only the winning side can define right and wrong, this is the real world. In order to achieve the goal, you can no matter what the means." Although Douluo's words are not pleasant to hear, every sentence makes sense. "Tang San, I hope you won't regret your actions today, also, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have the support of the Haotian sect, Douluo Continent is very big, and there are many people who are stronger than Tang Hao. Or, Xiao welcomes you to cause trouble at any time, as long as you can have some fun for me, of course, no matter what your background is, Xiao will accept your trouble, provided that you can accept the consequences of causing trouble." At the same time when Tang San felt fear, Xiao Yi's playful voice sounded. The little punk's face turned pale. One can imagine what happened next, until Tang San was beaten into a pig's head, incontinent, and thrown into a trash can on the street of the Tiando Empire. The little punk at this time would never have dreamed that one day he would become like this. After Xiao Yi left, Zhao Wuji walked out from the corner, looked at the little punk and said to himself, "Alas, you didn't listen to my advice and insisted on listening to your teacher, you thought your titled Douluo father could protect you and you became arrogant, now you won't die for a while, so people are just using you as a toy for entertainment, when they get tired of playing with you, it may be the end of your life, it's useless even if there is a titled Douluo behind you. I still don't understand why Flanders would accept you and your teacher. One is a genius, and the other is a famous loser on the continent. What's more, the loser has a bad character. And the genius has learned all the bad things from the loser, and brought such a killer to Shrek. I hope His Majesty Haotian knows about this and doesn't blame us. After all, we Shrek together are not enough for him to fight." Zhao Wuji was helpless. It seemed as if Flanders had been drugged by Anzi. If only he had not accepted Anzi and Xiao Bizan in the first place. Now he not only had to worry about Xiao Yi's threat, but also about Tang Dachui's anger. If Tang Dachui got angry, their Shrek would be in trouble. He just hoped that Tang Dachui would cause trouble for Xiao Yi. On the other side, Tiando Imperial Palace. "Your Majesty, this is the situation," Goran said, kneeling on one knee. After returning from Duga Mansion, Doulou immediately went to Emperor Shui to report the situation. It happened that because the Li clan was destroyed, Emperor Shui was waiting for news in the palace at this time. "Okay, I understand, you go down first," Emperor Shui, who was sitting on the throne, said. "Yes, Your Majesty." After saying that, Goran stood up and left the palace. After Doulou left, Emperor Shui looked at Xue Qinghe next to him and was curious about what he thought and said. "Qinghe, what do you think?" "Old thing, if you weren't still useful now you would have died long ago, you act like a father to me all day long," Xue Qinghe thought to himself. The substitute who replaced Qian Renshue was very unhappy. Old Shui had nothing to do now except staying in the harem. His hair was almost going bald from handling official duties every day. He didn't know when he could kill the emperor. And he didn't want to continue pretending to be the son. But he could only think about it. After all, it was arranged by the young master. He quickly organized his words and said, "Father, as far as I know, Xiao Yi is not the kind of person who dares to do things but not to take responsibility. Since he said that the Li family was not destroyed by him, it means that the former enemies of the Li family came to take revenge. Xiao Yi was wronged in this matter. Also, ever since the Li clan took root in Tiando City, they have been bullying the weak and bullying the small. They are even worse than my disappointing brother. Although they are good at blacksmithing, judging by their behavior, they are just a bunch of parasites. It doesn't matter if we wipe them out." After listening to this, Emperor Xiao Yi said bitterly, "Qinghe, you also know that we in the Tiando Empire do not have our own strong people. We accepted the Li clan because their clan leader is a sole DOLOU, and their craftsmanship can provide excellent equipment for our empire. It happened that they were being hunted by the Spirit Hall at that time, so I took them in with the idea of cooperation." Chapter 145. Speaking of Emperor Xiao Yi of the Haotian sect, he gets angry. Although he is now 300 miles east of Tiando City, he has secret connections with the Xinglua Empire. This is tantamount to being a traitor and not taking him, the emperor, seriously at all. But when he thinks about the military power of the Haotian sect, which is able to defeat the Tiando Empire, he can only accept the loss with a pinch of his nose. Speaking of Yuexian in Tiando City, there are many connections between it and Haotian sect. The owner of Yuexian, Tang Yuehua, is the third lady of Haotian sect. When it first opened, Emperor Xiao Yi did not know Tang Yuehua's identity and coveted Tang Yuehua for a while. But later, after knowing that Tang Yuehua was the third lady of Haotian sect, he did not dare to do so. Although she is beautiful, her life is the most important. So later on, Emperor Xiao Yi always took care of Yu Xian and Tang Yuehua, and ordered the nobles not to get close to Tang Yuehua. The reason for doing this is, on the one hand, to win the favor of the Haotian sect, and on the other hand, to hope that the Haotian sect will not turn to the Xinglua Empire. You have to know that the Xinglua Empire is stronger than Tiando, and the Haotian sect is simply impossible to play. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall, Tiando would have been gone long ago. "Okay, Qinghe, go ahead and get busy, father is going back to rest," Emperor Xiao Yi said. The old guy is finally gone, the stand-in thought to himself. The substitute doesn't want to see Emperor Xiao Yi for a moment. Now he just wants to complete the mission as soon as possible and then travel. But the young master said that he must wait until the Soul Master competition is over before taking action. He can only see this old dang every day. There is no other way. The most important Hanhai Qinkuan cover is still in Shui Ye's hands. The young master attaches great importance to this thing and should not give it to him at present. After all, it is a national treasure and Shui Yi always carries it with him. Xiao Yi told Qian Renxue about the vast sea universe cover. That thing was an important item for inheriting the rank of sea god. Without it, one could only reach the 8th test at best unfortunately. The Tiando Empire didn't know how to use it, so they could only use it as a national treasure for viewing. Forget it, let it be whatever it is, just complete the mission, these are none of my business, the stand-in Xue Qinghe thought to himself. On the other side, Xiao Yi and others were walking on the street after dealing with the little punk. The brilliant sunshine shines in the green tiles and red walls everywhere, the bustling streets are lined with street stalls, the sparkling cars and horses, and the endless flow of pedestrians. A carriage slowly passed by them, and they saw a peerless woman sitting in the carriage. She seemed to be 27 or 8 years old, but her eyes seemed to see everything in the world, which was definitely not comparable to that of a 27 or 8-year-old woman. The silver palace dress looked so perfect on her body. In terms of temperament, only Pope Bibi Dong of Wuhuan Palace can compare with her. The difference is that she doesn't have the same pressure as Bibi Dong, but she is no less noble. Moreover, this woman didn't have any soul power fluctuations, so she was obviously not a soul master. Just at this moment, the woman in the carriage turned her head, met Xiao Yi's eyes, and revealed a gentle smile. Seeing the woman in the carriage, Xiao Yi seemed to know something and looked in the direction the carriage left. "What are you looking at, you bastard?" Xiao Yi felt a pain in his waist and found that Dugu Yan was pinching his waist angrily. At the same time, Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing also looked a little resentful. Xiao Yi felt a headache looking at the resentful eyes of the 3 girls. He knew that the 3 girls were jealous, so he gritted his teeth and said, "I just felt that her temperament was a little special, but she didn't look like a soul master, so I looked at her for a while longer out of curiosity." "What? Isn't having us enough? If you're so curious, go find her. We're not stopping you." After Dugu Yan said this, the other 2 girls looked even more resentful, making Xiao Yi feel even more confused. "That's not what I meant who is he? When did such a person appear in Tiando City? It's not Xiao Yi's fault for this. It's been many years, and he had long forgotten some unimportant parts of the original work. In addition, after coming to Tiandachi, he had been practicing all the time and had never had a good time shopping. The last time he wanted to go shopping, someone ruined his mood, and he didn't go shopping after that. Her name is Tang Yuehua, and she is the boss of Yuexian. Yuexian is a place that cultivates aristocratic etiquette for the Tiando Empire. It is very famous in Tiando City, but there are too few places in Yuexian every year, resulting in the places being scrambled for by the nobles. Everyone who gets a place in Yuexian feels proud, but I heard from my grandfather that those who are taught in Yuexian are not good people, they are all beasts in human form. Dugu Yan explained. After hearing Dugu Yan's explanation, Xiao Yi remembered that it was Tang Yuehua, Xiao Bi-san's aunt and Tang Dachui's sister. In the original novel, Xiao Bi-san came out of the city of slaughter and eliminated the murderous aura in Yuexian. He had been thinking about when to go to Yuexian for a stroll and see what Yuexian looked like. This time, he decided to go and take a look since he has time. Moreover, it seemed that Tang Yuehua had just returned and didn't know the news of the Li clan's demise. But even if she knew, Tang Yuehua probably wouldn't care. After all, even her uncle didn't care about her, so how could he take care of a slave? Yanzi, do you know where Yuexian is? Xiao Yi asked after rolling his eyes. What? Are you attracted to her? Let me tell you, no way. How is that possible? She is pretty, but she and I are enemies. Her second brother is Tang Hao, how can I fall in love with my enemy's sister? Just kidding. Although Xiao Yi likes to look at beautiful women, he is not so crazy as to do that. How could it be possible that he would like his enemy's sister? It would be good enough that he would not use her as a breeding machine after destroying the Haotian sect. He still likes her. But what Xiao Yi didn't know was that when Tang Yuehua was about to be humiliated after the Haotian sect was wiped out, Xiao Yi saved Tang Yuehua, causing Tang Yuehua to fall in love with him. Of course, this is a story for later. I just want to see what Yuexian looks like, nothing else, Xiao Yi said. Okay, just follow the direction of the carriage. Dugu Yan began to lead the way. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a 5-story building suddenly appeared in front of me. Even in Tiando City, this was considered a very tall building. The first thing that gives people the impression of this building is its elegance. The overall architectural style is slightly simple, and there are only 2 simple words on the plaque. Yuexian. Looking at the 2 words Yuexian, Chu Yuan knew in his heart that this was the Tiando Empire Noble School, which specializes in training the next generation of nobles. There are not many pedestrians going in and out, but it can be seen that the people who come in and out are all luxuriously dressed or have excellent temperament. Both men and women are present. There are 2 strong men in the Soul Master realm standing at the door of Yuexian. They are always observing the people who enter this place. If they are disheveled, they will be forcibly refused to enter this place. Chapter 146. Xiao Yi stopped outside Yuexian for a while and decided to go in and take a look. Yanzi, why don't you go in and see what Yuexian looks like? Xiao Yi looked at Dugu Yan and said. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Dugu Yan couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, whatever you want. Xiao Yi actually wanted to meet Tang Yuehua for a long time. She had an innate 9th-level soul power, and it was said to be a malignant mutation. But what he couldn't understand was how could a malignant mutation produce a domain, and at the same time help people stabilize their emotions. This was obviously more useful than the clear sky hammer. And it looked like an auxiliary martial spirit no matter how you looked at it. However, the Clear Sky sect didn't even give her the resources. Could it be that the people in the Clear Sky sect only recognize the hammer? But this is none of Xiao Yi's business, he is not a member of the Haotian sect. If there is a time traveler who travels to the Haotian sect, Xiao Yi will laugh at him for the rest of his life. Afterwards, Xiao Yi and the 3 girls walked into Yuexian, and the guards on both sides did not stop them. Although the clothes he wore were not expensive, his temperament was more noble than that of aristocrats. The moment you walk into Yuexian, the strong aroma hits your face. The screen wall is carved from fine boxwood and exudes a faint woody fragrance. In front of the screen wall, 2 3-meter-high exotic orchids exude a faint fragrance. Although it is only 1 step into Yuexian, it seems to be able to isolate the troubles of the outside world. The ground is paved with 1-meter-long gray square tiles, surrounded by furnishings made of various expensive woods. Behind a wide table in the front, several plainly dressed but quite delicate girls are standing there. At this time, a middle-aged man in Yuexian walked over quickly. When he saw Chu Yuan, he bowed and said, "My friend, I am Ode, the manager of Yuexian. I wonder who you are." Steward Ode asked cautiously. Most of the people who come here are either rich or noble, so as the steward, he must make sure not to disturb them. Hearing this, Xiao Yi took out the prince's token that had been gathering dust in his soul guide and said, "My name is Xiao Yi, I heard that Madame Tang Yuehua has some unique insights into etiquette, I wonder if she is here." Steward Auda was startled when he saw the prince's token, and then he reacted when he heard Xiao Yi wanted to see his wife. He made a gesture of invitation, "Please wait a moment, I will go find my wife." The steward naturally knew about the prince's token, and from what he knew that His Royal Highness the Prince had indeed handed over the prince's token. He just didn't know to whom he gave it to. Now that Xiao Yi took it out, it proved that the prince and Xiao Yi had a good relationship. As for why he didn't suspect it was fake, you must be kidding. No one in the Tiando Empire dared to forge it. Xiao Yi nodded after listening. He turned around and found a seat, and asked Dugu Yan and the other two girls to sit down together and taste Yueshuan's unique tea and snacks. While tasting the food, Xiao Yi was also communicating with Dugu Yan via voice. "Why do you want to meet Tang Yuehua? What's so special about her? Isn't she just an ordinary person who teaches etiquette?" Because Tang Yuehua usually hides herself very well, many people don't know her true identity. They only know that she is an ordinary person who teaches etiquette. Huh, you don't know this, right? Her public identity is an ordinary person, but secretly she is the sister of the leader of the Haotian sect. As for Yuexian, she is instructing the nobles of the empire, but secretly she is the place where the Haotian sect collects intelligence. If she was just an ordinary person, she would have been kept as a caged bird long ago. Xiao Yi explained. "That's not right. Why do I know that Emperor Shui loves Tang Yuehua, so Tang Yuehua is not disturbed?" Of course it was for face. He did have a crush on Tang Yuehua back then, but was warned by the Haotian sect. For the sake of his own life, old Shui did not dare to act rashly, so he had to give up his thoughts on Tang Yuehua. Then Shui ordered a piece of land to be allocated to Tang Yuehua, and built Yuexian. At the same time, he ordered Yuexian to become an academy for teaching nobles. This saved his face and life. While the few people were communicating with each other, the nobles around them also shifted their attention to Xiao Yi, casting burning glances at him. "It's the prince's token. You have to know that the crown prince is now the regent, and Xiao Yi has the crown prince's token in his hand, which proves that Xiao Yi can do whatever he wants. What's more, Xiao Yi's name has spread in the aristocratic circle. If they can make friends with Xiao Yi, it means they have a super thug, but they did not act rashly. Possessing the crown prince's token means that he is the crown prince's man, not to mention that it is not certain whether Xiao Yi will like them. Even if they wanted to arrange a marriage, it would be impossible. The three women following Xiao Yi were much prettier than their daughter, so they could only think about it. Soon, Madame Tang Yuehua walked up to Xiao Yi, looked at the strange man in front of her, and asked in surprise, "Is it you?" Tang Yuehua had already noticed Xiao Yi just now. Xiao Yi had a head of white hair and was particularly eye-catching on the street. There were also several beauties around him. Anyone would probably take a look at him. She is no exception. He, hello Madame Tang Yuehua. I have to say that Tang Yuehua's appearance is indeed beautiful. Even though she only has level 9 soul power, she does have an existence that is out of reach. You can never learn the aura of aristocrat. Even if you try to pretend it deliberately, you may not have the same effect as someone else. Tang Yuehua sat elegantly in front of Xiao Yi. She slowly picked up the teapot on the table with her slender jade fingers and poured him a cup of hot tea. "I just heard from Butler Ode that your name is Xiao Yi, but you are the one who killed the bone Douluo of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect recently." Seeing this, Xiao Yi did not hide it and admitted it directly. "That's right." Tang Yuehua heard Xiao Yi admit it, but she didn't know the purpose of Xiao Yi's visit, so she said, "I don't know what the purpose of Mr. Zhao's visit is, I'm afraid he doesn't just want to discuss etiquette with me." When Xiao Yi heard Tang Yuehua's words, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then he said in a barely audible voice. "As expected of the third young lady of the Haotian sect, you are indeed smart. I wonder if Madame Yuehua has guessed the purpose of my coming here." "What? How does he know that I am the third lady of Haotian sect? Does he know something?" "No, I can't admit this. Because Tang Yuehua usually hides herself very well, including spreading the news for Haotian sect and buying daily necessities, etc. Which are all done in secret. Moreover, her image outside is just an ordinary woman who teaches etiquette to nobles. At most, she looks a little pretty. But why does Xiao Yi know her true identity? Could it be that she is exposed? You must have made a mistake, I'm just an ordinary woman who teaches etiquette to the nobles, not the third lady of the Haotian sect as you said." Tang Yuehua said lightly. Looking at Tang Yuehua in front of him, he couldn't help but admire her. She was worthy of being a teacher who taught nobles. Her chi cultivation skills were really good. If Xiao Yi hadn't been a time traveler, he would have been fooled by her. It turned out that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. The ancients were right. Chapter 147. Really? What if I say I have news about Tang Hao, Madame Yuehua? What? Brother Hao? Do you really have any news about Brother Hao? She was really too excited. Since she was a child, the disciples in the sect didn't like her because of the mutation of her martial soul. Whenever she was bullied by the people in the sect, Tang Hao would always stand up for her. A woman will always fall in love with someone who protects her. Gradually, Tang Yuehua fell in love with Tang Hao. Although she knew that they were siblings and this was immoral, Tang Yuehua still couldn't help but love Tang Hao. Later, when she heard that Tang Hao had disappeared, she buried this love deep in her heart. Now, when she heard Xiao Yi say that there was news about Tang Hao, she was of course inevitably happy. Can you tell me about Hao? He has disappeared for so many years, I miss him very much. Ahem, Madam Yu, this doesn't seem to be the place to talk, Xiao Yi said lightly. Xiao Yi was stunned by Tang Yuehua's expression. Is the power of love so great? Her good qi cultivation skills were broken. The key point is that he is your biological brother. You are having an illicit love affair, which is even more outrageous than Lu Erlong's. If I tell you that Tang Hao has a son, wouldn't you collapse? It seems that even if she knew that she had a son, she wouldn't mind. After all, he is her second brother's son. Maybe if she knew, she might treat the little punk as her own son. The original novel seems to be like this. Tang Yuehua glanced at the nobles around her, then realized that this was not the place to talk, so she personally invited Xiao Yi and the other three to a quieter conference hall. The splendid room is filled with various noble objects, and standing in the center is a harp studded with diamonds. This is also what Tang Yuehua uses in teaching. From this, it is not difficult to see how high Yueshuan's status is in the Qiando Empire. Although it cannot cultivate an excellent soul master, it can make the soul master become even better, thus making himself appear extraordinarily powerful. After arriving at the hall, Tang Yuehua couldn't wait to speak. Just now you said you had news about Hao, can you tell me about his situation? Xiao Yi was speechless when he saw Tang Yuehua's anxious look. You two are siblings. He also has a teenage son. Your looks are really wasted. However, Xiao Yi could do nothing even if he was speechless. This was someone else's business and had nothing to do with him as an outsider. He just came to see Tang Yuehua's attitude and see whether he should keep her when he exterminated the Haotian sect in the future. After all, she was just a soul master with 9th level soul power and could not cause any trouble. Madame Yuehua, you are a little anxious, right? Are you sure you don't want to introduce yourself properly? Tang Yuehua calmed down after hearing what Xiao Yi said. Yes, the Xiao Yi in front of her was a strong man who could kill Bone Douluo, which meant that Xiao Yi could be said to be a title Douluo. Although her brother was a title Douluo. Her brother was in the sect and her second brother Tang Hao was missing. Her only hope was Xiao Yi in front of her. Since she was asking for help, she had to have the attitude of asking for help, and at least make her identity clear. But she thought too much. Xiao Yi brought her bad news this time. Tang Yuehua quickly organized her words and said. My name is Tang Yuehua, Yueshuan's wife, Haotian sect's leader's sister, my martial soul is Rui Ring, and my talent domain is called Noble Ring, and my soul power is currently at level 9. After listening to Tang Yuehua's self-introduction, Xiao Yi nodded slightly. He who knows the times is a hero. Tang Yuehua's attitude is still good. At least she told him all her background. From this detail, we can see how worried she is about Tang Hao. Although Xiao Yi knows Tang Yuehua's background, he knows that Tang Yuehua has two different attitudes when she speaks out. Seeing that Xiao Yi did not react after hearing what she said, Tang Yuehua thought that she had not explained it clearly enough and wanted to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Xiao Yi. Where should I start? You should know that Tang Hao disappeared after he broke through to the title DOLOU 13 years ago. At that time, Xuanzhong of the Spirit Hall was hunting him down. As for the reason, it was 100,000-year soul beast as the saying goes, those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Even if the 100,000-year soul beast transforms into a human, it cannot change this fact. But Tang Hao fell in love with that 100,000-year soul beast, and even gave birth to a son with it, named Tang San. When Xuanzhong received the news, he started hunting him down. Of course, when Xuanzhong found Tang Hao, the 100,000-year soul beast was in its weak period after giving birth, and your second brother fought with Xuanzhong to protect the 100,000-year soul beast in the end, the 100,000-year soul beast sacrificed itself to protect Tang Hao, making Tang Hao a title Douluo. Tang Hao was resentful and fought with Xuanzhong for 3 days and 3 nights. causing Qiang Sunji to return to the spirit hall and die of severe injuries. After that, Tang Hao disappeared. And your Haotian sect closed its sect and abandoned the 4 single attribute sects, causing them to suffer serious damage. As for the relationship between Tang Hao and I, we can be said to be enemies. You can ask your good nephew the reason. Besides, Tang Hao's physical condition is not very good right now, he is seriously injured. If he comes to trouble me next time, I can only ask him to die. Xiao Yi told Tang Yuehua what he knew. As for why he said this, it was just to make things more difficult for himself. Now Xiao Yi was almost invincible on the mainland. He didn't have to be afraid of anyone except Xian Daolu and Bibi Dong. After absorbing the spirit ring, he could compete with Bibi Dong and Xian Daolu. What? You asked what Tang Chen was. He had become half a useless person. There would definitely be someone who could solve his problem in the assessment, otherwise he would have died long ago. Tang Yuehua collapsed after hearing what Xiao Yi said. The second brother whom she had admired since childhood actually fell in love with a soul beast and had a son with it. In order to protect the soul beast, he also killed the Pope of the Spirit Hall, which led to the closure of the Haotian sect. She, a woman, had to support the entire sect. You have to know that this is a school specially opened for nobles. Most of them come here to enroll because they covet her beauty. If there wasn't someone supporting her, she would have been eaten up by these nobles long ago. What's more, her nephew always made trouble again and again, which made her question what Tang Hao had been doing all these years and whether he had taught her nephew well. Tang Yuehua's inner doubts were correct. Ever since the sacrifice of the Blue Silver Emperor, Tang Hao had been drinking all the time. The little punk had been working hard for his own survival since he was able to move independently. Chapter 148. At this moment, Xiao Yi looked at Tang Yuehua's expression and knew what Tang Yuehua was thinking. She simply couldn't accept the fact and was a little overwhelmed. But what does this have to do with Xiao Yi? In Douluo Continent, a beautiful woman without strength or background would have long been treated as a breeding machine by the nobles. It was only because Tang Yuehua had a good brother that she was able to gain a foothold in Tiando City. But within the sect, they would not acknowledge this member of the clan without the Clear Sky Hammer. Moreover, after the Clear Sky sect was closed, all the people in the sect were left to Tang Yuehua alone. They said the sect was closed, but secretly their cultivation levels increased dramatically. And the ages of their spirit rings were all very high. When the sect was closed, there was only one title, but in the original novel, when they came out of the sect, there were 6 titles, not including Tang Hao. Xiao Yi could only say that it was difficult to comment on this. But now it seems that Tang Yuehua still needs some time to accept these things. Anyway, Xiao Yi has said everything he should say, and the rest depends on time. No one knows what Tang Yuehua will think after she accepts it. So Xiao Yi said goodbye to Tang Yuehua and left Yuexian with the 3 girls. After leaving Yuexian, Xiao Yi looked at Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling, and sensed the 2 women's cultivation. Yi Lingling absorbed the Qilua tulip about 3 months ago. After practicing for a period of time, she has now reached level 49. When Xiao Yi comes back from outside, she will probably be able to reach Soul King. In the Soul Master competition, she will probably be able to reach level 523. It has been nearly 2 months since Zhu Zhuqing absorbed the Soul Ring. After Xiao Yi's seclusion and hard training, she has reached level 37. She will be able to reach level 40 in about half a year, which is around level 45 for the Soul Master competition. If she can absorb a level lower than that, she can reach level 46 or 47. You bastard, what are you daydreaming about? Du Guyan asked as she saw Xiao Yi sensing the 2 women standing still. Ah, I'm sensing the soul power of Zhu Qing and Lingling. I'm going out in a few days and will bring you some surprises when I come back, Xiao Yi said. Ah. How long will it take? Xiao Yi thought about what he had to deal with during this period of time, calculated the time and said, it will probably take about 1 to 2 months. When I come back, I will go get the spirit ring. When Yi Lingling heard about the spirit ring, she remembered that she seemed to have forgotten something this time, so she said. By the way, Brother Yun broke through to level 80 half a month ago, and he is looking for someone to help him recently. The education committee can only send 1 person. Before we came out, Brother Yun asked you to help him if you have time. When Xiao Yi heard what Yi Lingling said, he agreed immediately. After all, they were one of his own, so he might as well help them. It wouldn't cost him a piece of meat anyway, and after all, the enhancement would be of greater benefit to him. As for the target, choose the white-eyed demonic tiger king in the Sunset Forest. He can be considered a pretty good soul beast. Xiao Yi's current idea is to help Mu Yun get the soul ring first. If he remembers correctly, there seems to be a white-eyed demon tiger king in the Sunset Forest in the original book. It is the 8th soul ring of Eunuch Dai. It is about 70. 000 to 80,000 years old, and it seems to have a soul bone. After helping Mu Yun obtain the soul ring, I went to the spirit hall. I haven't seen the little angel for a long time. I missed her so much. I said before that I would go see her. In addition, hunting the two licking beasts in the Star Do Great Forest still requires the power of the spirit hall. With the little angel's face, I should be able to ask the spirit hall for help. The only pity is Duguian's soul bone. At that time, one of the three may be chosen. However, according to the original book, it should be the arm bone. As for the other parts, they will be handed over to the assessment of Sea God Island, which includes the assessment of hunting soul beast tribes. After making a plan, Xiao Yi said. Then you can ask Brother Yun to come tomorrow, there is no need to call others, I can handle it alone. Afterwards, the four of them strolled around the street for a while. This time, they didn't encounter any bloody incidents. After dinner in the evening, Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing returned to the academy, while Xiao Yi and Dugu Yan returned to Dugu Mansion. On the other side, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Today is Gu Rong's funeral, and the entire sect is filled with an atmosphere of sorrow. At this time, everyone in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was in mourning, led by the sect's pillars such as Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo, followed by younger generations like Ning Rongrong, and below them were the sect's disciples. In front of Ning Fengji was a high platform, on which were placed the remains of the ancient banyan tree and the spirit platform. Ning Fengji walked to the front of the stage with a sad look on his face and began to speak. Regarding Elder Gu's death, I feel very guilty. The reason is that I did not teach my daughter well and let her develop a habit of being spoiled. The cause of the incident was that my daughter came back and said that she was bullied outside. Because we usually spoiled Rongrong too much, we believed her one-sided words, which led to the fact that when we went to find an explanation, there was no such thing, but Rongrong slandered her out of thin air. The other party is Dugu Bo's grandson-in-law, named Xiao Yi. We have known each other for a long time, I also know a little about his personality. He is a good friend of my disciple Xue Qinghe. After he told me the truth of the matter, I chose to believe him and asked my daughter to apologize. However, my daughter refused to admit that it was slander. Instead, she insisted that it was Xiao Yi who molested her. Since Elder Gu dotes on my daughter, he fought with Xiao Yi when he heard that he was molesting my daughter. He also thought that since they were enemies, he would kill him. However, Uncle Gu did not expect that Xiao Yi's fighting ability was even stronger than Uncle Gu thought, and with the presence of Dugu Bo, Uncle Gu was defeated and died. Now that Uncle Gu has passed away, the sect has also suffered a great loss. I have also admitted my mistakes. We must remember Uncle Gu's death and his contributions to the sect. This is the last thing we can do for Uncle Gu. Also, from today on, my daughter will abolish the position of young sect leader, and everyone will fight for the position of young sect leader based on their abilities in the future. Ning Fengji talked a lot, from the cause of the incident to Ning Rongrong's abolition of the position of young sect leader, to the final burial of Gu Rong. Every word contained the effect of soothing people. Why did Ning Fengji do this? Of course, it was because he already regarded Xiao Yi as an enemy. Just this morning, Ning Fengji received the news that the Li clan was exterminated. The information received at that time was that all members of the Li clan died of poisoning and bleeding from all 7 orifices. Dugu Bo was the only one in the entire Tiando city who possessed this ability. The key point was that Emperor Xue Yi did not make any reaction. This is very easy to investigate. The Power Clan was protected by Emperor Xue Yi himself, and Xiao Yi and Dugu Bo joined forces to destroy the Power Clan. Normally, Emperor Xue Yi should have been furious. But Emperor Xue Yi did not react. What's more, his disciples had not come to him to communicate for a long time, and the Spirit Hall did not take any action against Xiao Yi for killing Bon Douluo. Chapter 149. There is no reason for the Spirit Hall to let go of such a wild genius, not to mention that he has already grown up. The Spirit Hall should pay more attention to him. But why didn't the Spirit Hall take action? Could it be that Xiao Yi was already a member of the Spirit Hall? This made Ning Fengji think more. What was the meaning of the 3 sects being of the same blood? It was nothing more than fighting against the Spirit Hall together for the sake of interests. As everyone knew, his 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect was only an auxiliary spirit. But it was very useful on the battlefield. However, due to its auxiliary spirit, it had no combat effectiveness and could only rely on marriage or recruiting geniuses to gain a foothold on the mainland. The Spirit Hall's ambition to unify the continent is nothing more than touching upon his interests. If a sect like theirs were to go to another place, it would only end up being annexed, and the entire sect's wealth would then fall into the hands of someone else. So he began to make plans, claiming that the 3 sects were of the same blood, and bound the Tiando Empire through commercial means. He even accepted the Tiando prince as his disciple, hoping to tie down the Tiando Empire through interests. As for why he accepted Xue Qinghe as his disciple, it was because Xue Qinghe had not been replaced at the beginning and was a nobody in the Tiando royal family. He wanted to support a puppet emperor through his disciple Xue Qinghe and thus control the Tiando Empire. At that time, Xue Qinghe had not been replaced by Qian Renxue, so he was easy to control. However, after the assassination attempt, Xue Qinghe became a completely different person. He became cruel and ruthless, poisoning his elder and younger brothers to death, leaving only the young Xuebang. Ning Fengji was a little worried when Xue Qinghe's personality just changed. He was afraid that Xue Qinghe, this chess piece, would get out of his control. Fortunately, Xue Qinghe still recognized him as his teacher and respected him as always, which made him feel relieved. Of course, when Xue Qinghe's personality changed drastically, he was replaced by Qian Renxue. At that time, Qian Renxue followed Xue Qinghe and observed him for half a year. After learning all of Xue Qinghe's lifestyle, she launched the assassination. After the assassination, Qian Renxue completely replaced Xue Qinghe. However, since she had just replaced Xue Qinghe, she had no roots in Tiando City. Ning Fengji had just accepted a disciple at that time, so Qian Renxue wanted to use this identity to build a good relationship with Ning Fengji and bring Ning Fengji to the spirit hall. So Qian Renxue took advantage of this identity to learn a lot of practical things from Ning Fengji, including but not limited to means, scheming, and so on. However, due to her age, she was still a little immature. After all, Ning Fengji had lived several decades longer than her. Of course, Ning Fengji didn't know that Qian Renxue replaced Xue Qinghe. He just thought that Xue Qinghe's personality had changed drastically after experiencing life and death, which made him appreciate Xue Qinghe even more. What can I say about Ning Fengji? He is a hero, because besides being a clan leader, he is also a businessman. Businessmen pursue profits and like to place bets. This has been reflected in the original book. In the original novel, after seeing that Xiao Bizan's martial soul was the Clear Sky Hammer, he thought of winning him over. And he bought Xiao Bizan's hidden weapons at the price of 10,000 gold soul coins per set, just to make friends with Tang Hao and the Clear Sky sect behind him. But what Ning Fengji couldn't understand was why neither the Spirit Hall nor the Heaven Do Empire took action against Xiao Yi. Could it be that geniuses really have special privileges? Ning Fengji's idea was dispelled as soon as it came up. It's not like he hasn't seen geniuses before. But this is the first time he has seen someone as outstanding as Xiao Yi. It is impossible for Xiao Yi to develop to this level under the noses of the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire. There must be a force backing him up. Because Ning Fengji knew all the information about Xiao Yi. He was just an orphan. He soared to fame after meeting Douluo Bo. However, Douluo Bo did not have the ability to save him, not even a super Douluo. He knew very well the strength of the Spirit Hall. The weakest strength of the worship hall behind him was at the level of Sword Douluo. Thinking of this, he asked someone to call Jian Douluo over. What's wrong, Fengji? Why are you looking for me so urgently? Jian Douluo asked in confusion after being called over and looking at Ning Fengji's anxious face. Ning Fengji also calmed down a bit after seeing Jian Douluo coming over. Now that Gu Douluo is dead, Jian Douluo is his backbone. Ning Fengji quickly calmed down and said, Uncle Jian, what do you think about the news that the Li clan was annihilated? Hasn't this matter already been finalized? Who else can do it except that old poisoner? Ning Fengji frowned when he heard what Jian Douluo said. Uncle Jian, I know it was Du Douluo who did it, but have you ever thought about why Du Douluo did it? Why didn't the Spirit Hall take any action after he did it? Even after Uncle Gu's death, the Spirit Hall didn't take any action to kill Xiao Yi. Don't you think this is too strange? Is Xiao Yi secretly a member of the Spirit Hall? Is old poisonous creature also a member of the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengji sighed and said, it is possible, think about it. Xiao Yi has a soul ring configuration and a cultivation level at this age. Without resources, he can't break through to Soul Douluo at the age of 18. Do you think that with the resources of a poison Douluo and his previous strength, he can quickly take off his cultivation level? Can he help Xiao Yi withstand the pressure from the outside world? What's more, this kid is an orphan, he was nothing special before he met Douluo Bo. How could he have gone from a soul master to a soul Douluo in just a few years? Are you sure? Then why didn't he stay in the Spirit Hall but came to the Heaven Do Empire? What is his purpose? Ning Fengji heard this and thought, yes, since the Spirit Hall has so many resources. Why would it come to Tiando City? Ning Fengji soon figured it out. The information about Xiao Yi before he was 13 was true. After coming to Tiando City, he got some benefits from Douluo Bo and Sword to the Sky. Then he helped poison Douluo to remove the poison and let Douluo's martial soul evolve. After the groundwork was completed, he secretly joined the Spirit Hall and tried to control the Tiando Empire. After thinking it through, Ning Fengji tentatively asked, Uncle Jian. Do you think it is possible that Xiao Yi's information is true? It's just that after he came to Tiando City, he first met us, and then got some benefits from Douluo. And then helped Douluo complete his spirit evolution and join the Spirit Hall together. As for their purpose in Tiando City, could it be to secretly control the Tiando Empire? Their partner should be Qinghe. Jian Douluo listened to Ning Fengji's analysis and felt that it made sense, but he couldn't draw conclusions so early. Then Jian Douluo said, what you said makes sense, but it's too early to draw conclusions, we still have to test it out, what if it's not what we imagined? All your efforts will be wasted. Ning Fengji felt relieved when he heard Jian Douluo's words, and then he thought it would be a good idea to give it a try. But what they didn't know was that their guess was almost correct, and Xue Qinghe was not the original one. Even if they tried to test him, they would get nothing but a statement of no cooperation. Of course, Xiao Yi didn't know what happened in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, as she was about to go to the Spirit Hall. Chapter 150. On the way out of the sect, Ning Fengji chatted with Jian Douluo worriedly. Uncle Jian, do you think I'm too suspicious? What should we do if it's not what we think? Chen Xian felt helpless when he heard Ning Fengji's words. Ning Fengji was good in every way except that he liked to daydream. But what Chen Xian didn't know was that Ning Fengji was not as simple as he seemed. In the eyes of outsiders, Ning Fengji is a gentle and elegant gentleman. He usually does charity work, such as taking pictures of Catwoman or adopting orphans, which has earned him great reputation. But no one had ever thought that the Tiando auction house was a royal business, and Ning Fengji, besides being the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, was also the most famous businessman on the continent. This means that all the money Ning Fengji earned from the auction of Catwoman and the like will be returned in full. To put it simply, not only did he get a Catwoman without spending any money, but he also gained a good reputation. As for taking in orphans, it is to prevent missing out on geniuses. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is an auxiliary sect. Even if there is one with good talent among 100 orphans, it will be a gain. After awakening the martial soul, he will be promoted slowly until he reaches the position of elder. As for those who have poor or no talent, let them manage the industry within the sect, let them work like cattle and horses, and become outer disciples for life. After all, I have trained you, so it's not too much to help me manage the industry. However, although they are managed, the benefits are still very high. Those orphans have been raised by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect since childhood. And they already have a sense of belonging. In addition, the treatment given by Ning Fengji is indeed high, so of course those adopted people are willing to work hard. And in secret, they kill geniuses. For example, a genius appears in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan today. And this genius dies tomorrow. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan can't find the person, and Ning Fengji jumps out and says that it was done by the Spirit Hall. In this way, the Spirit Hall takes the blame. The person who killed the genius was Douluo. After all, he had the ability to move through space, which made it impossible for others to detect. Don't be fooled by the good reputation of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. That's because of the presence of Sword Douluo. Sword Douluo acts as the facade to achieve a positive effect, while Douluo does the dirty work in the dark. Ning Fengji and Douluo both tacitly agree not to reveal anything about this. After all, Sword Douluo is a straightforward person. If Sword Douluo knew what Ning Fengji and Douluo did secretly, he would definitely not be willing to stay in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Not to mention that the three major sects are of the same blood, that's all bullshit. Look at what happened to the Haotian sect, when it was besieged by the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed sect didn't move a muscle. And then when they closed their sect, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect took over the Haotian sect's previous assets, and then told you that they failed to arrive in time. After seeing the Haotian sect closing its doors, Ning Fengji became very active, because with two Douluo in the sect and the Haotian sect closing its doors, he felt that he could compete for the title of the #1 sect in the world. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, that's a joke, it's just a level 95 title Douluo and should be at the bottom of the list. It can be said that Ning Fengji is an extremely ambitious businessman. What he lets you see is what he wants you to see. Only Gu Rong knows what he is like behind the scenes. Unfortunately, Gu Rong is dead now. And he must be more restrained, otherwise he will die without knowing how he did it. Feng Ji, you have been frowning every day since old Bone died, relax, maybe things are not as bad as you think, Chen Xian said. Am I overthinking that? I'm just worried because Uncle Gu died and no one will help me with the dirty work. But of course he couldn't say this out loud. His only backer now was Douluo. If Douluo ran away, he wouldn't have anywhere to cry. You should know that most of the title Douluo are in the Spirit Hall, and there are basically no wild title Douluo in the outside world. The only poison Douluo has already made an enemy. So you'd better be honest now. Maybe you will have a chance to avenge Bone Douluo in the future. If not, just continue to join the three sects. Ning Fengji sighed and said, I am obsessed. At this time, Ning Fengji and Douluo had already landed, and in front of them was the prince's mansion. Because Ning Fengji was very famous in Tiando City, the guard at the gate of the prince's mansion went to inform Xue Qinghe as soon as he saw Ning Fengji. Tiando City, Prince's Mansion. In the study of the prince's mansion, our stand-in was diligently handling official business. Suddenly, the guard's voice was heard outside. Your Highness, Sect Master Ning is here to visit, may I ask if you would like to receive him? After hearing the voice, our stand-in stopped what he was doing and thought to himself. Why is this old deng here? Didn't their Bone Douluo just get buried? Now he doesn't care about the affairs of the sect and comes to me to seek a sense of existence. Could it be that he discovered something? It is not unreasonable for the substitute to think so, because he is just an impostor. His own family knows his own business. Xue Qinghe died a long time ago. His current role is to take down the Tiando Empire in secret without bloodshed. Forget it, let him in, after all, he is my teacher in my current capacity, the stand-in thought. After thinking it through, the stand-in said, let him in. When the guards outside heard the substitute's words, they hurried out of the prince's mansion and brought Ning Fengji in. While waiting for Ning Fengji, the stand-in stretched lazily. After putting down the pen, he thought in his mind how to deal with Ning Fengji. Xian Renxue had said before she left that Ning Fengji was a very scheming person and would avoid meeting him if possible. This was also the reason why the stand-in had not taken the initiative to meet Ning Fengji since Xian Renxue left. Now that Ning Fengji has come to my door, it is impossible not to meet him. The only thing we need to confirm is the purpose of Ning Fengji's coming here. Soon, the stand-in figured out the reason. Could it be because of Xiao Yi? It would have been fine if Xiao Yi didn't take action, but once he did, it was a big deal. First, he killed Bone Douluo. And then he wiped out the Li clan. He had said before that the Li clan had no connection with Xiao Yi, but that was just a cover for Xiao Yi. At the very least, Xiao Yi was his young master's man. Before Xiao Yi decided to wipe out the entire clan, he told him to help clean up the mess. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore, I'll know what he's planning when he comes in, I'll just have to deal with his moves then, the stand-in thought to himself. Soon, Ning Fengji and Douluo were taken into the study by the guards. Disciple greets the teacher, the stand-in saw Ning Fengji stand up and salute. Even if the substitute is reluctant, he has no choice but to salute, because his current identity is Xue Qinghe. Ning Fengji felt very satisfied when he saw the actions of the stand-in. Although Xue Qinghe hadn't looked for him recently, from his words and actions, it seemed that he had not forgotten that he was his teacher. This inevitably dispelled some of his doubts about Xue Qinghe's cooperation with the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji stepped forward and helped the stand-in up, saying kindly, Qinghe, I've told you many times that you don't have to be so respectful to me. Chapter 151. The stand-in rolled his eyes when he heard Ning Fengji's words and said, if it weren't for your status, I would really like to slap you, you are really flattering me. But I can only think about it in my heart. If I really say it out loud, my identity will be exposed and the mission will fail. The punishment will be very severe. No, you are my teacher, as a disciple, I cannot be ignorant of etiquette, said the stand-in. Ning Fengji became even more satisfied after listening to the stand-in's words. This is my disciple. Not only does he respect his teacher, but he also learns the qualities from me. Unfortunately, this is only what Ning Fengji thinks. Xue Qinghe has been dead for more than 10 years. No matter Qian Renxue or his substitute. They don't regard Ning Fengji as a teacher. Now in their eyes, Ning Fengji is just a fat sheep waiting to be wiped out. However, Ning Fengji did not get carried away, but instead stated the purpose of his visit. Qinghe, you should have known the news of Elder Gu's death, Ning Fengji asked. After saying this, Ning Fengji observed the stand-in's reaction calmly. If he was panicked, it meant that his thoughts were true, and if he was not panicked, it meant that he was overthinking. The purpose of Ning Fengji's visit this time was to test whether Xue Qinghe knew Xiao Yi's background. From the information Ning Fengji had learned, Xiao Yi had been coming to the prince's mansion very frequently for a period of time. But in recent times he has not even been close to the prince's mansion, which made him feel very strange, so he wanted to thoroughly understand Xiao Yi's situation through Xue Qinghe. However, he was disappointed. The stand-in did not show any panic, but was thinking calmly. Qian Renxue told him that if Xiao Yi attacked the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect one day, Ning Fengji would definitely come to the prince to obtain information about Xiao Yi. The substitute spoke apologetically, I did hear about Elder Gu's death, I wanted to go and pay my respects, but as the crown prince I had to take care of state affairs, so I was unable to go, I apologize to the teacher here. I have to say that the stand-in's facial expressions were well controlled and he successfully deceived Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji saw that Xue Qinghe didn't seem to be pretending, but he still didn't dispel his doubts. He narrowed his eyes and asked. Do you know who did it? Ning Fengji was extremely nervous at this moment. If Xue Qinghe showed any sign of doing something wrong, he would ask Jian Douluo to take action. Xue Qinghe nodded and said, I heard from the servants that it was Xiao Yi, my good friend. There was no need for a substitute to pretend at this time. The entire Tiando city knew that it was Xiao Yi who did it. If he pretended not to know, he would be trying to cover up his crime. Ning Fengji heard Xue Qinghe's words and said calmly, then do you know what his cultivation is like? Xue Qinghe said carelessly. Contra, doesn't everyone know this? Don't you think something is wrong? Is his cultivation too high? How old is he? And he's already a soul Douluo, and his soul ring configuration is not something that ordinary people can match. Besides, you should have known about the extermination of the Li clan, but the spirit hall seemed to have seen nothing and did nothing. These two things don't make sense no matter how you look at them. After saying that, Ning Fengji looked at Xue Qinghe meaningfully. Xue Qinghe suddenly realized something and said, Teacher, you don't think Xiao Yi is from the spirit hall, do you? Ning Fengji's eyes lit up when he heard this. His disciple was very smart and he knew it after just a little while. Ning Fengji sighed and said, it is possible, think about it. Xiao Yi has a soul ring configuration and a cultivation level at this age. Without resources, he can't break through to soul Douluo at the age of 18. Do you think that with the resources of a poison Douluo and his previous strength, he can quickly take off his cultivation level? Can he help Xiao Yi withstand the pressure from the outside world? What's more, this kid is an orphan, he was nothing special before he met Dugubo, how could he have gone from a soul master to a soul Douluo in just a few years? Xue Qinghe frowned after listening to Ning Fengji's words and said. Teacher, I think you are overthinking it. If Xiao Yi was from the spirit hall would not have thrown him to the Heaven Do Empire. Such a genius would not be a hot commodity for that power. I think when he awakened his spirit, it was detected that his innate spirit power was full. And then he found an excuse not to join the spirit hall. Later, I don't know what method he got to hide his cultivation and came to Heaven Do City, where he met Dugubo. And then quietly practiced and soared to the sky. Ning Fengji couldn't help but doubt himself after hearing Xue Qinghe's words. Am I overthinking? Xue Qinghe's words were much more true than his, and they could stand up to scrutiny. If that was true, it would be difficult to deal with. This kind of person is the most patient. You never know when he will kill you unexpectedly, and he has no worries. This can be seen from the fact that he dared to kill Bone Douluo. Now Xiao Yi has become Ning Fengji's biggest concern, but he currently has no way to deal with Xiao Yi. He can only find an opportunity to cooperate with others to get rid of him. The teacher is worrying too much about this matter. The teacher didn't take this matter into consideration and made a fool of himself. After thinking it through, Ning Fengji stood up and said goodbye. Xue Qinghe rolled his eyes in his heart when listening to Ning Fengji's words and said, Old Dang, you are finally leaving. It's really hard to find an excuse. It's harder than handling state affairs. Don't bother me in the future. Teacher, I'll ask someone to take you there, Xue Qinghe said. Ning Fengji naturally had no idea what the stand-in was thinking. Not only did he not find out anything this time, but his scandal was also known to others. He now wanted to leave quickly. No need, Qinghe, the teacher can go by himself. Ning Fengji directly refused when Xue Qinghe wanted to send him off. Our stand-in was just saying polite words and had no intention of sending it, so he took advantage of Ning Fengji's words and went back to deal with state affairs. After Ning Fengji left, Xue Qinghe felt overwhelmed looking at the state affairs in front of him. He really didn't want to deal with this. He decided to find someone to help him after a while, so that he could feel more relaxed. After Ning Fengji left the prince's mansion, he felt more and more that something was wrong. He felt that Xue Qinghe seemed to have lied to him, but he was not sure. Uncle Jian, what do you think? Did Qinghe lie to us? Jian Douluo recalled the details of what Ning Fengji said, and confirmed that there was no mistake. Qinghe's expression has not changed from beginning to end. Either he knew we were coming to find him and found an excuse to erase the fact that Xiao Yi was from the spirit hall, or Xiao Yi is indeed not from the spirit hall. Ning Fengji frowned and asked, Uncle Jian, which one do you prefer? Jian Douluo was slightly startled, and after thinking for a while, he said, I think it should be the first one. If I wait for my idea to come true, it will be really troublesome. Our protagonist Xiao Yi doesn't know that DOLOU is close to the truth, and he has already set off towards the spirit hall. Chapter 152. While Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe were communicating, Xiao Yi was on this side. At this time, Xiao Yi was helping Mu Yun to protect the law. Lying in front of him was the white-eyed demonic tiger king from the Sunset Forest, and Xiao Yi was holding the soul bone of the white-eyed demonic tiger king in his hand. After getting up this morning, Mu Yun arrived as promised. After the two met, they came to the residence of the white-eyed demon tiger king without any nonsense. Coming to the white-eyed demonic tiger king, Xiao Yi wanted to end the battle quickly, so he used a move of space strangulation to make the white-eyed demonic tiger king fall down, and then handed it over to Mu Yun to be harvested. After Mu Yun harvested the soul ring, he began to absorb it. While Mu Yun was absorbing the soul ring, Xiao Yi began to touch the corpse. Since he already knew that this soul beast would produce soul bones, Xiao Yi was not too surprised when he touched it out. TSK, the integrity of this soul bone is quite high, but that's right, it is 70,000 years old after all, Xiao Yi said to himself while playing with the right arm soul bone in his hand. It's a pity that Brother Yun has lost his right arm bone, otherwise it would be great to replace it for him, Xiao Yi thought with regret. Originally, Xiao Yi wanted to give this soul bone to Mu Yun, but he suddenly remembered that Mu Yun had absorbed a piece of soul bone in the Star Do Great Forest, which conflicted with the one in his hand. How about replacing it later? Anyway, I have the Blue Silver Emperor soul bone, so it is quite easy to regenerate a broken limb after all, the soul ring and soul bone have the greatest effect together. The Blue Silver Emperor soul bone has a huge effect. It can be used to repair one's own injuries or regenerate severed limbs. It can also help people replace their soul bones. It is truly a panacea. I seem to have a leg bone of the Holy Tiger of Light in my hand, I'll give it all to Brother Yun later. At this time, Xiao Yi remembered the left leg bone of the Holy Tiger of Light that was lying in the soul guide, gathering dust. Mu Yun has nothing else on him except a soul bone he took from the cave in the Star Do Great Forest. It can be said that he has improved himself through his own efforts. The two soul bones in Xiao Yi's hands were all produced by Mu Yun's soul ring. It seemed not good to keep them in his hands all the time. No matter what, they should have belonged to others. What would it be like to hold them and not give them away? After Xiao Yi made the decision, he waited for Mu Yun to absorb the soul ring. Time passed quickly, and it was evening in the blink of an eye. Mu Yun's 8th soul ring was successfully absorbed. At this time, after being sensed by Xiao Yi, Mu Yun had reached level 82. As everyone knows, the soul master's cultivation becomes slower and slower as time goes by. Even if they absorb soul rings, they will only level up by 1 level. It is already very good that Mu Yun has leveled up by 2 levels. Mu Yun's 8th soul skill is called Bamia. He condenses his soul power and cuts out a huge dark golden light blade. It is sharp and powerful, causing severe damage to the target. However, Xiao Yi did not react at all after learning about Mu Yun's soul skills. He had long since broken away from the shackles of conventional soul skills. Of course, it all depends on the situation. Maybe the soul skills of the last 2 soul rings will be more interesting. Then Xiao Yi threw the soul bone in his hand to Mu Yun. Mu Yun saw Xiao Yi throwing something at him, and his first reaction was to dodge, but he soon saw clearly what was flying towards him. After seeing it clearly, Mu Yun reached out and took it, and found that they were indeed 2 soul bones. Xiao Yi, what does this mean? Mu Yun asked puzzledly as he looked at the 2 soul bones in his hand. Of course they belong to you, these 2 soul bones are produced by your 7th and 8th soul rings, it's not right for me to take them. Xiao Yi explained. Mu Yun looked at the soul bones in his hand and was a little entangled for a while, not knowing whether to take them. Although he knew that these 2 soul bones were produced by the soul beasts whose soul rings he hunted. After all, they were produced with the help of others, so it would be okay if he didn't give them to him. Xiao Yi saw Mu Yun's dilemma, so he said, hold it, the continent will soon be in chaos, now try to improve your strength as much as possible. That's right, Xiao Yi is going to cause trouble. This time he goes to Wuhuan City not only to recruit people, but also to discuss the issue of the unification of the continent. Xiao Yi is now level 80. After absorbing spirit rings and spirit bones, plus the rewards from the divine test, he will probably be able to reach level 85. By that time, he will be almost invincible. There is still more than a year left before the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. During this period, the 7 treasures Glazed Sect and Anzi will definitely not behave themselves. Judging from the time, Tang Dachui will probably be back soon. By then, if Tang Dachui knew that he had tortured the little punk and killed his dog during this period, he would definitely be angry. Yu Xiaogang and Ning Fengji would definitely instigate Tang Dachui to cause trouble, but I don't know how many people will come. So Xiao Yi wanted to take advantage of this period of time to strengthen Mu Yun and make preparations for a rainy day. If that's really what he thought, then it's just a game of Candy Crush. After all, you were the one who caused trouble for me first, so it's reasonable for me to fight back. Mu Yun agreed with what he heard. Xiao Yi was not a man who would keep a calm mind. If Xiao Yi said there would be chaos, then there would really be chaos. Then Mu Yun took out the right arm bone and said, I have a right arm bone in my body, wouldn't it be a conflict if I gave this one to you? Well, I have a soul bone that can regenerate broken limbs. But it can only be used for the limbs. My idea is to take off your 40,000-year-old one and replace it with this 70,000-year-old one, but it will be a little painful. Brother Yun, you should know that soul rings and soul bones have the greatest effect on the same person. Xiao Yi told Mu Yun that he could help people change their soul bones, because he needed his personal consent. Mu Yun looked at the right arm bone in his hand and thought for a while, then he thought of Xiao Yi's strength. If he didn't change it, he might not be able to help Xiao Yi. Now Xiao Yi is dealing with title DOLOU level. I don't know why you are so anxious, but I guess you will be away for a while. How about this, I will change it after you come back, I will absorb this leg bone first, Mu Yun said while holding his left leg bone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi followed Mu Yun's idea. After all, the things belonged to Mu Yun now, and there was no rush to replace the soul bones. He just expressed his idea. Since Mu Yun had made the decision, he would wait for Xiao Yi to come back. Well, that's fine, let's talk about it when I come back. I have to go to the spirit hall during this period of time, you can take the spirit bones home and absorb them, Xiao Yi said to Mu Yun. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yi's figure disappeared, and Mu Yun was the only one left there. This kid is still as decisive and efficient as ever, Mu Yun said as he looked at Xiao Yi who disappeared. But this has nothing to do with him. The only thing he has to do now is to go home and absorb the soul bones and wait for Xiao Yi to come back. After Xiao Yi left, he went to the medicine garden, told Dugu Bo about going to the spirit hall, and then rushed towards the spirit hall. On the way to the spirit hall, Xiao Yi was thinking about how to face Bibi Dong and the other priests. After all, he had abducted someone else's little cabbage. And he must be unhappy about it. In addition, the purpose of this trip was to get other people's help, so he felt a little guilty. He would definitely be tortured, so he just hoped that they would be gentle. Chapter 153. 2 days later. Xiao Yi used his sixth soul skill to teleport for 2 days and finally arrived at Wuhuan City. What? You ask why he needs to teleport when he has wings? Of course, teleporting is cooler than flying. Moreover, after 2 days of teleporting, he has a deeper understanding of space. Who wouldn't like it if it's cool and can be cultivated at the same time? This was Xiao Yi's first time in Wuhuan City. Compared with huge cities like Tiando City and Xinglua City, Wuhuan City was much smaller, even less than 1/10 of the area of Tiando City. However, it still brought Xiao Yi a lot of shock. Although Wuhuan City is not very large, its walls are built in the style of the capital city. The 80-meter-high walls are extremely majestic from the outside. The thickness of the walls is also over 30 meters, and they are made entirely of granite. As someone who had experienced the baptism of Tiando City and Xinglua City, Xiao Yi thought he had been able to remain calm, but he did not expect that Wuhuan City could still shock him so much. This city did not exist originally. It was entirely funded and built by the Spirit Hall. How easy is it to build such a city? The most peculiar thing is that Wuhuan City is not a quadrilateral like an ordinary city, but a hexagon. That is, it has a total of 6 walls. All the people patrolling the walls are soul masters, wearing special clothing of the Wuhuan Hall. On each of the 6 city walls, there is a huge relief, which is exactly the same as the one on the Wuhuan Palace token, symbolizing the 6 powerful martial spirits. When you walk into Wuhuan City, you feel empty. There are not many pedestrians on the streets and few shops. Most of these shops sell items that soul masters need. There are even space storage soul guides for sale. But of course, the quality is somewhat inferior. When Xiao Yi entered Wuhuan City, he felt a bit like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Xiao Yi originally thought that Tiando City was luxurious enough, but he didn't expect that Wuhuan Hall was even more luxurious than it. Which pope built this? The urban area is like this, so the Pope's palace and the worship hall must be even more luxurious. Xiao Yi thought to himself as he walked on the road. Since Xiao Yi did not say hello to the people from the Spirit Hall this time, he kept looking around the Spirit Hall, commonly known as a sneak. Xiao Yi walked and looked along the way, and soon arrived outside the Pope's palace. The Pope's palace is the most luxurious building in Wuhuan City. Of course, there is also the DOLOU Palace, which is more luxurious than the Pope's palace. The Pope's Palace is the most magnificent building halfway up the mountain. Even from such a distance, it can be seen clearly. It is a completely pillared structure with a dome, and the exterior facade of the building is covered with golden material that sparkles under the sunlight. The supreme ruler of the Spirit Hall lives there. The Elders' Hall of Wuhuan Hall is also in the Pope's Hall. Of course, those elders are impossible for ordinary people to see. The other building is on the top of the hill. It is much smaller in scale than the Pope's Palace. It is only about 1/3 the size of the Pope's Palace. The building structure is somewhat similar. But the exterior facade is as white as jade, which is far less eye-catching than the Pope's Palace. Xiao Yi knew that the building that looked much smaller was the highest level building in the Spirit Hall, the DOLOU Hall. Only the dead title DOLOU can live here. It can also be said that it is the tomb of the title DOLOU. The reason why there is a pious atmosphere here is not because of the Pope's Palace, but because of this DOLOU Palace. No matter where the Pope's Palace is built, the DOLOU Palace will be built along with it, and the location of the DOLOU Palace must be higher than that of the Pope's Palace. Every time when there is a great sacrifice, the Pope will personally go to the DOLOU Palace to worship, but even he has no right to enter the DOLOU Palace before his death. This is the rule, a rule that no one can violate, otherwise they will be attacked by all soul masters. It is precisely because of the existence of Pope Palace and DOLOU Palace that Wuhuan City was called the Holy Land of Soul Masters by Wuhuan Palace after its establishment. Of course, this is also recognized by most soul masters. Then, such a place was overthrown by Tang San, but even if Tang San didn't overthrow it, Bibi Dong would have destroyed it. One is brainless and the other is brainless, so you can't afford to offend them. However, Xiao Yi is confident that no one in his life can overthrow the Spirit Hall. He won't allow anyone to destroy Qian Renshue's home. Dare to destroy his in-laws? Take my space stranglehold. Stop. The armored guard at the door of the Pope's Palace shouted. The Pope's Palace is a restricted area, if you take another step forward, I will kill you without mercy. Xiao Yi looked at the guard, wondering if he had any sense. However, the guard was quite responsible. However, Xiao Yi did not make things difficult for the guard at the door. Instead, he took out a papal decree. The Pope's order was given to him personally by Bibi Dong when he left the city of slaughter last time. At that time, she also said that if he became a soul saint within 5 years, Xiao Yi would be made the Holy Son. However, Xiao Yi did not take the matter of the Holy Son to heart, because he felt that it was unnecessary. After all, it was just a status and was not as useful as an elder. Greetings, elder. I am just following the rules, I hope you can calm down. The guard knelt on one knee and confessed his guilt to Xiao Yi. No need to be polite, open the door, I want to see the Pope. Xiao Yi said casually. When he arrived at the door of the Pope's Palace, he felt a little nervous and didn't know how to face Bibi Dong. As for why, of course it was because I felt guilty. It took me so long to finally get the girl to come to my house. Is that appropriate? The guards opened the gate directly. At this time, Pope Bibi Dong was sitting on the Pope chair, resting, with her legs crossed and her head supported by one hand, looking hypocritical, while the quasi-saint Hulaina was standing next to Bibi Dong. When she heard footsteps, Bibi Dong opened her eyes slightly and saw a gangster. How dare this gangster appear in front of her? When she saw this brat, she thought of Qian Renshue. She hadn't visited her since Qian Renshue came back and gave her the external soul bone. Bibi Dong felt a little guilty when she thought of Qian Renshue. She had never given Qian Renshue a good look for more than 20 years. She was even more stupid to send Qian Renshue to the Tiando Empire to waste her talent. Now she was unwilling to see her even after returning to Wuhuan City. How can the next generation bear the sins committed by the previous generation? It was Mom's fault. Bibi Dong was feeling sad at this moment, and Hulaina also sensed that her teacher was in a bad mood, but she didn't know why. The person in front of me should be Xiao Yi, who killed Bon Douluo some time ago. I heard that he is already level 80. Only Sister Shui can be worthy of such a genius. He is the #1 person under title DOLOU, and he uses the power of Soul DOLOU to defeat title DOLOU. Looking more closely, he is about 1.9 meters tall. Although he does not have exaggerated muscles, his streamlined body contains great explosive power. He has long silver hair draped over his shoulders and a faint smile on his angular face. The bloody mark on his forehead makes him look evil. Hulaina felt that Xiao Yi's appearance was very much in line with her aesthetic standards. He had a good figure, was tall, had a handsome appearance, and was quite capable. Anyway, the more Hulaina looked at him, the more she liked him. Well, it's confirmed, Hulaina is a beauty. While Hulaina was obsessed with Xiao Yi's looks, Bibi Dong suddenly discovered a serious problem. Xian Renshue seemed to have been completely taken advantage of by him. Chapter 154. Xiao Yi. Bibi Dong roared and came directly in front of Xiao Yi, with purple-black light flashing in her eyes. Soul rings appeared on his body, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red. Xiao Yi was directly suppressed by Bibi Dong's powerful soul power, and he directly released his martial soul and soul ring to resist. Purple 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 black black red. The 7 soul rings were unable to withstand Bibi Dong's soul power, because Bibi Dong now gave him the same feeling as DALU. What the hell? Wasn't she at level 99? How did she become level? Xiao Yi was surprised by the pressure of Bibi Dong's soul power. According to his memory, Bibi Dong should be at level in the divine test at this time. How come she is only at level? This is not scientific. God Realm, Shura Temple. Today, our great Shura was observing various dimensions when he suddenly felt a little of his divine power being aroused. Huh? What's going on? Why did the divine power appear automatically? According to the feedback from the divine power, it seems to be that kid Xiao Yi. Let's see what happened first. The Shura God screen switched to Douluo Continent and found that Xiao Yi was being suppressed by Bibi Dong's soul power. This girl seems to be the inheritor of Luosha, let me see the reason. So that's it, Xiao Yi took advantage of her daughter. He was venting his anger for his daughter. Her daughter seems to be the reincarnation of an angel. If she hadn't believed the words of the sea god, the angel should have become a god king now, what a pity. But now that she is my inheritor, take the authority of the god test from the sea god. But I'd better help the kid I like. If he dies accidentally, he'll have to wait for decades. After observation, Shura God understood the reason, then looked around and found that there was no one. He pointed his finger and a trace of divine power entered the Douluo Continent. Killing God Realm. Without any warning, Xiao Yi's Killing God domain automatically appeared and the shadow of the Shura God appeared behind him. At the same time, the mark of the god's test on his forehead shone brightly. When Xiao Yi was trying his best to resist the pressure of soul power, he suddenly felt that he had lost control of his body. An extremely powerful and pure murderous intent emanated from Xiao Yi's body. The final skill of the god of killing domain. Shura God appears. Heavenly level fighting skill, possessed by a ghost. A white-haired man wearing blood-red armor appeared behind Xiao Yi. He used his hand as a knife to directly wipe out the soul power pressure released by Bibi Dong. After eliminating the pressure, Shura God nodded and said, "Not bad, he is level 80 now, I guess the following tests won't be too difficult. The only problem is probably the one about conscience. I don't know if he can pass it. I can let the others go, but he can't pass the conscience test, otherwise he won't be able to inherit my throne." Then God Shura looked at Xiao Yi's soul bone again. It would have been fine if he hadn't observed, but as soon as he did, Shura God's brows furrowed. Except for the skull and right leg bones, the rest of these soul bones are rubbish. If we tell others that this configuration is combined into a divine outfit, people will laugh at us to death. I remember that I seem to have a soul bone in my hand that exploded after the battle with Dragon God. It seems that I have to peel off the soul bone when I inherit the throne. I will replace it with him when the time comes, otherwise it will damage the reputation of Shura God. Shura God thought to himself. After making the decision, Shura God smiled with relief. According to his idea, secretly replacing the treasures in his hands when inheriting the throne would make Xiao Yi more suitable for his throne, so that he could leave the realm of gods. This law enforcement god has been doing this for hundreds of thousands of years and is already tired of it. Whoever wants to be the law enforcement god can do it. He won't do it anyway. He wants to go out and play and travel through the starry sky. Back to reality, Bibi Dong saw the shadow behind Xiao Yi and understood that Xiao Yi was favored by God, and the mark on Xiao Yi's forehead represented that he was being tested by God. What a lucky guy, Bibi Dong felt sad. You have to know that Bibi Dong didn't come into contact with the divine test until she was 30 years old, and this divine test was very demanding, suppressed her strength, and made her mentally abnormal. Now, through her own efforts, she has broken free from the constraints and can use her full strength. Moreover, the progress of the test has been accelerated, and she will be able to become a Rakshasa god in a few years. Bibi Dong then stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Yi's neck. Just after she had been pinching him for a while, 2 golden lights came into the Pope's palace. After the golden light entered the Pope's palace, 2 figures were revealed. They were Qian Renshue and Qian DALU. Bibi Dong, what do you want to do? After Qian DALU landed, he directly questioned Bibi Dong. Originally, Qian DALU, the old man who was hanging out in the worship hall, felt the fluctuation of divine power and thought something had happened, so he hurriedly brought Qian Renshue to the Pope's palace. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived there, he saw Bibi Dong about to attack Xiao Yi. How could this be possible? You have to know that Xiao Yi is his grandson-in-law. If Bibi Dong really hurt Xiao Yi, wouldn't Qian Renxue be furious? Before Bibi Dong could answer, Qian Renxue, who was standing beside Qian DALU, released her martial spirit, and the holy angel sword pointed at Bibi Dong's neck. Let him go. Qian Renxue shouted loudly. Bibi Dong was also shocked by this scene. Her daughter was willing to point a sword at her for this brat. Then she sighed and let go of her hand. However, Bibi Dong's momentum remains undiminished. Xiao Yi, if I find out that you have wronged Xiao Shui, or if Xiao Shui has suffered any injustice from you, I will kill you. Bibi Dong spoke viciously to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was stunned for a moment. Oh my god, is this blood suppression? He can't move at all. Got it, mother-in-law. Bibi Dong glared at Xiao Yi viciously. She could only accept that it was right to call her Xiao Yi's mother-in-law. Afterwards, Bibi Dong looked at Qian Renxue who was standing beside her and directly grabbed Qian Renxue's hand. Qian Renxue instinctively wanted to hide, but what level of cultivation was Bibi Dong at? She couldn't hide. What are you going to do? You can't kill this bastard like me. Do you want to kill my child? Qian Renxue yelled, and then tears flowed uncontrollably. Child? Everyone present was stunned. When did Qian Renxue have a child? Everyone looked at Qian Renxue in confusion. Qian Renxue felt uncomfortable being stared at by so many people. A golden light flashed on her body, revealing her bulging belly. Bibi Dong was stunned when she saw Qian Renxue's slightly bulging belly. She sensed that a little life was being born in Qian Renxue's body, and then asked seriously, when did it happen? Qian Renxue hated Bibi Dong's tone, but when she saw everyone looking at her, she reluctantly said, soon after I come back. Bibi Dong suppressed her anger and said, then why didn't you tell me? Why should I tell you? Qian Renxue said stubbornly. Hearing this, Bibi Dong said bitterly, am I so annoying in her eyes that she doesn't even want to tell me she's pregnant? Qian Daolu didn't know what to say. He asked why Qian Renxue didn't practice after she came back, and she occasionally retched. It turned out that she was pregnant. Chapter 155. Bibi Dong thought about what she had done to her daughter in the past, and felt more and more like a beast. Then her emotions burst out, or something. Bibi Dong hugged Qian Renxue directly, and the rift between mother and daughter began to heal slightly, but Bibi Dong's hug came a little late. Qian Renxue really wanted to resist in her heart, but her mother's breath, the thing she had wanted most, finally came at this time. She knew what had happened that year. Because of Qian Xuanji, her mother hated her so much. She had done nothing wrong, but her mother's eyes were always full of resentment. This was the thing she wanted most in her childhood, and she actually got it at this age. Qian Renxue also put her hands behind Bibi Dong's back, and the mother and daughter hugged each other. There were only 5 people in the entire Pope's palace. The mother and daughter hugged each other. Qian Daolu looked at them with satisfaction. The remaining 2 didn't know what to do. Xiao Yi just touched his neck blankly. How can a mother-in-law come up and strangle her son-in-law? Don't you hate this daughter the most? Tsundere. But Xiao Yi didn't dare to say anything. Oh my god, who can tell him that Bibi Dong is now an extreme Douluo? Xiao Yi touched his neck, there was a faint black and purple mark. Although Xiao Yi was now taking the divine test. He was at best a soul Douluo, and had not yet obtained a soul ring. His suppression power was relatively low compared to Bibi Dong, the inheritor of Rakshasa. But the good news is that Qian Renxue is pregnant, which means he has an offspring. Hulayina, who was standing by, watched her teacher hug Qian Renxue. She felt as if she had grown a brain. Why did the teacher look 60 like Sister Shui? Especially the eyebrows and chin. However, Hulayina was more concerned about Xiao Yi. The rumors were true. The aura of Contra plus the configuration of 3 purple, 3 black and 1 red soul rings made him a dream lover. Hulayina felt that she was trapped in a blind spot of knowledge. Hulayina didn't care about this. This man was handsome and strong. What should she do? What should she do? She liked him so much. But Sister Shui seemed to be his wife, and she was pregnant. Should I be the youngest? This doesn't seem impossible. It doesn't matter if such a great man is the youngest, there shouldn't be any man better than him. Hulayina looked at Xiao Yi lovingly, while Xiao Yi was immersed in the news of Qian Renshue's pregnancy. It was not until someone was looking at him that Xiao Yi noticed that it was a woman with long black hair. The woman had an almost perfect figure. At first glance, she did not look very beautiful. But upon closer inspection, one could feel a strange charm from her. Xiao Yi had a puzzled look on his face, one could even say a black question mark. What are these sisters looking at? Are you suffering from some serious illness? However, Xiao Yi didn't care and just thought about his own future. After Bibi Dong's emotional outburst, she then checked Qian Renshue's body. Bibi Dong is also a mother. As a former pregnant woman, she knows a lot, and she needs to take a good look at her daughter's body. After Bibi Dong used her soul power to investigate, she discovered that Qian Renshue's soul power had reached level 80. Her soul power had been settling. And her vitality and blood were strong. In terms of Qian Renshue's health condition, she couldn't be better. Xiaoxue, Mom was wrong, Mom shouldn't have treated you like that, I shouldn't have put his hatred on you, I shouldn't have made you leave your home, I will definitely treat you well in the future. Bibi Dong spoke with her most gentle words, and Qian Renshue was really touched for a moment, but would she really give in? Humph. Put away your face, you always wanted me to die, didn't you? Sister. 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 You should call me Mom. Hu Liena, who was admiring the handsome guy, was suddenly confused by Bibi Dong's words. She was shocked. Sister Shui was actually the teacher's daughter. The teacher actually has a daughter. My holy teacher actually has a daughter. The daughter is Sister Shui. The teacher is 43 years old as I remember, and Sister Shui looks to be in her 20s. Did the teacher have a child when she was about 20 years old? Who was the teacher's husband? Who could have won the teacher over? Could it be that he was gone? So the teacher never mentioned it. And the teacher seems to have a bad relationship with Sister Shui. What's going on? Ah. My head is itchy, I feel like I'm going to grow a brain again. Humph. I'd better call you His Holiness the Pope, my family only includes my grandfather, my husband Xiao Yi, and the baby in my belly. Qian Renshue still spoke stubbornly, although her eyes were bloodshot. Bibi Dong was enraged. She was very angry that her daughter didn't recognize her, but she thought of Qian Renshue's pregnancy, so she could only sigh and prepare to say something, but she soon found someone to vent her anger on. Bibi Dong moved her soul power and a purple sickle appeared across Xiao Yi's neck. Originally, Xiao Yi was immersed in the news of Qian Renshue's pregnancy. He thought that now that Xiao Yi had his first child, anyone would be happy. He died of a terminal illness in his previous life, but in this life he had strong power and a woman who loved him, not to mention a successor. Now he was very satisfied. But why did my neck feel a little cold? Xiao Yi felt as if something was pressing against his neck, and it was a little cold. He immediately came to his senses and found that there was a sickle on his neck without knowing when. Xiao Yi's heart skipped a beat and he felt like he was going to be in big trouble. I say, mother-in-law, what are you doing? Xiao Yi said stiffly. What? You ate my daughter up and made her pregnant, aren't you going to give me an explanation? Gudong. Xiao Yi swallowed his saliva, looked at the sickle and said with gritted teeth, mother-in-law, calm down, at least take the sickle down first, otherwise you will lose your life. Oh my god. Rakshasa's sickle. How come Rakshasa gave all the divine weapons to Bibi Dong? Has Bibi Dong already completed the 7 tests? No, I have to ask someone to help me get the spirit ring this time, and then I can do whatever I want. I know your concerns, you're just afraid of what happened back then. Xiao Yi was interrupted by Bibi Dong just as he opened his mouth. Shut up. Bibi Dong moved the sickle closer. Say that again. You know nothing. You don't know anything about what happened between us, don't think I won't kill you just because you're Xiaoshue's husband. Bibi Dong's eyes turned blood red at this moment, and the god of killing field was directly released. Well, Xiao Yi's words just directly triggered Bibi Dong's bad memories, which made Bibi Dong a little defensive. If you want to kill him, kill me first. Qian Renshue said angrily, and then stood beside Xiao Yi, looking like she was willing to live and die with Xiao Yi. When Bibi Dong saw this scene, she immediately recalled what happened more than 20 years ago. She was in the same situation then, but the man at that time was a loser. It's okay, Schwer, my mother-in-law is just worried that we will end up like we did back then, she won't really kill me, mother-in-law, I promise that as long as I, Xiao Yi, am still alive, I will protect Schwer well. Xiao Yi made this promise. Xiao Yi knew that Bibi Dong would not kill him. The reason was that both mother and daughter were too arrogant and neither would give in to the other. As for this, he just needed to scold them. Bibi Dong. I don't care what happened between you and Schwer in the past. But mother and daughter are mother and daughter, no matter what they've been through, blood can't change it. Schwer is your daughter forever, you shouldn't place hatred on your daughter. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, are you more vicious than a tiger? Bibi Dong, sorry, I am a spider. Don't worry about your own face or dignity. Is it possible that family affection is not as important as face and dignity? Think about it carefully. Xiao Yi's words made Bibi Dong feel ashamed, but at the same time she felt satisfied, because when Qianshu enforced her, that loser just ran away. Now that her daughter's man has such a sense of responsibility, she feels relieved. You, Xiao Yi, are very good. I hope you can always be good to Xiao Shui and don't let me know that you bully her, otherwise, no matter where you run to, I will make you pay the price. Bibi Dong's words approved of Xiao Yi and his daughter being together. After all, Xiao Yi was not cowardly just now. And even faced Bibi Dong's might. Bibi Dong admired such a character. What if? Unfortunately, there is no if. That idiot could not have such courage. I don't need your care. Qian Renxue was about to speak again. Bibi Dong's death stare. Humph. Whatever you want. What did you call me? He continued to stare. The Pope, the stubborn angel, continued to be stubborn. Death stare. Sister, the stubborn angel started to get a little timid. Staring. Mom, the stubborn angel was completely scared. Although there were some pimples on his face, he was still happy in his heart. Chapter 156. You little rascal, you're forgiven for what you did just now, but what should I do if you get my daughter pregnant behind my back? Bibi Dong said with a dangerous look. Xian Daolu's look was the same, as if don't blame us for taking action if we're not satisfied. Xiao Yi was stunned when he heard the words, and then he found that Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu were looking at him with dangerous eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. It's over, I'm going to suffer, Xiao Yi wailed in his heart. Originally, Xiao Yi was watching Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue being a loving mother and a filial daughter. And thought that there was nothing for him to do. Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong asked the little angel to step aside, and then stared at him with death together with Qian Daolu. It looks like I can't escape this beating, Xiao Yi said to himself. Xiao Yi now sees it very clearly. This is just an excuse to beat him up. One is a granddaughter's slave, and the other has just made peace with him. No matter what, they are going to beat him up. But for Xiao Yi, it was worth it to get beaten up so that they would feel better. It was just a superficial wound, just a few drops of water. As for why he didn't think of fighting back, that's a joke. Both of them are level 99 extreme DOLOU. He can't beat them. What's more, one is his future mother-in-law and the other is the little angel's grandfather. How would the little angel look at him if he fought back? Well, actually I don't know either, do you believe it? Xiao Yi said with a stiff face. After hearing this, the two men's eyes became more dangerous, and they even began to gather their soul power. But we truly love each other, I will definitely treat Xiao Shui well and not let her suffer any grievances, Xiao Yi quickly added as he looked at the actions of Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu. It would have been better if he didn't say anything. As soon as he said it, the two of them flashed in front of Xiao Yi. You can hit me, but please don't hit my face, okay? Xiao Yi said weakly as he looked at the two people standing close to him, attempting a final struggle. There is no time to mourn. Next, Xiao Yi will face a mixed doubles match between Qian Daolu, the great priest of the Spirit Hall, the high priest of the angel god, Qian Renshue's grandfather. The angel Douluo of the previous generation, the invincible in the sky and one of the four ultimate Douluos, and Bibi Dong, the pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renshue's biological mother, the heir of the Rakshasa god and the fourth ultimate Douluo. Bang, bang, bang. You bastard. I told you to get my granddaughter, pregnant without my knowledge and even kept it a secret from her, even you didn't know about it, if you hadn't come here today, we wouldn't have known she was pregnant. Ah. Mother-in-law, grandpa, be gentle, Xiao Shui is watching, if you beat me up, Xiao Shui will be sad. It would have been fine if they hadn't said anything, but once they started talking, the two of them got even harder. Bang bang bang. You knew Xiao Shui would be sad. Don't you feel bad that she hid the news of her pregnancy? You took so long to come to see her. Isn't she sad? Qian Daolu was very angry. Who is Qian Renxue? She is the young master of the Spirit Hall. According to the rules of the two empires, she is a princess. Xiao Yi got her pregnant outside and kept it a secret for so long. Now you are saying that Qian Renxue will be sad. Could it be that she found out that she was pregnant and kept it a secret for so long? So she is not sad if you come to see her after such a long time. Qian Renshue's eyes reddened when she heard what her grandfather said. She also wanted Xiao Yi to come and see her, but unfortunately Xiao Yi was too busy. She could only wait for Xiao Yi to finish his work before coming to see her. She was very happy that her grandfather was venting his anger for her now, but she would also be sad if Xiao Yi was really crippled. Why is Fei Si? Is Xiao Yi such a scumbag? He waited so long to come over when Sister Shui was pregnant, didn't he take Sister Shui seriously? This shouldn't be the case, Xiao Yi shouldn't be that kind of person, he has reached level 80 at such a young age, and he even killed Bone Douluo a few days ago, he must be too busy. Well, that should be the case, Xiao Yi was too busy and didn't have time before. Hulaina thought of a perfect excuse for Xiao Yi, but the fact was that Xiao Yi had just come out of seclusion not long ago. And he came to the spirit hall this time to ask for help. He had no idea that Qian Renxue was pregnant. If Qian Renxue hadn't taken the initiative to reveal it, Xiao Yi would have been kept in the dark until now. It can be said that he deserved the beating this time. As time passed, there was not a single piece of healthy flesh left on Xiao Yi's body, and his entire body was covered with bruises. Qian Renxue couldn't bear to let Xiao Yi continue to be beaten by Qian DALU and Bibi Dong, so she spoke up to stop them, "Stop fighting, or he'll die." Bibi Dong and Qian DALU stopped what they were doing after hearing Qian Renxue's words, and when they looked down, they found that Xiao Yi was dying. Of course, this was just an act. He had a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor soul bone that could instantly replenish his health. Now he was dying because he wanted to vent his anger on Qian DALU and Bibi Dong. Impossible, absolutely impossible, this kid is definitely pretending, Qian DALU observed carefully and said calmly. Qian DALU, as a title Douluo at level 99, was well aware of the severity of his attacks. Although he struck a little too hard, he would never beat Xiao Yi like this. The same went for Bibi Dong, as she didn't want her future grandson to be without a father. Xiao Yi, who was lying on the ground, twitched his mouth when he heard Qian Daoliu's words. Is he worthy of being the extreme Douluo? His intuition is so sharp, and he can tell that I'm pretending. However, Xiao Yi had no intention of getting up and continued to lie on the ground pretending to be dead. Qian Daolu inadvertently saw the movement of Xiao Yi's mouth and directly exposed him. Are you still pretending? If you keep pretending, the sky-reaching sword, will not have eyes. The Liang Tian sword is Qian Daoliu's weapon. In his early years, he used it when he traveled the continent as an elder of judgment, and directly slaughtered all the high-end combat forces. Sure enough, when Xiao Yi heard Qian Daoliu's words, he stopped pretending and stood up with a somersault. Grandpa, there's no need to be like this, Xiao Yi said weakly as he looked at Qian Daolu who was holding the Liangtian sword. Bibi Dong didn't say anything. She taught the brat a lesson and reconciled with her daughter. She felt really refreshed. However, Xiao Yi was quite resistant. He could still be alive and well even after being beaten by two extreme Douluos. If she had known earlier, she should have hit him harder. Shuer, go back to the worship hall with your grandfather, I'll bring you some things to help you stay healthy during your pregnancy, Bibi Dong said in a gentle voice. After saying that, Bibi Dong looked at Xiao Yi. Get out of my sight now, I know what you are doing in the spirit hall, I have no one to use for you, go and tell the worship hall. Chapter 157. After hearing what Bibi Dong said, Xiao Yi immediately recovered from his injuries. This mixed doubles fight was really painful. Fortunately, I was able to withstand the blow, otherwise I would have been in great danger. Then Xiao Yi took Qian Renshue's hand and left. It was not advisable to stay here for long. The blood suppression of his mother-in-law was really strong. It would be better for them to get down to business. Since Qian Daolu flew away directly after exposing the truth, Bibi Dong felt relieved when she saw the two of them leave. Qian Renxue had just called her, and she still felt warm in her heart. Old teacher, when did you have a daughter? Hulaina asked tentatively. Bibi Dong, don't ask too much. Go back and practice. Oh, refine this and come back to me after you come out of retreat. Hulaina's soul power is now level 53. Due to the whale glue, the upper limits of Hulaina's 4th and 5th soul rings have been greatly improved. Of course, Qian Renxue had told Bibi Dong about the effect of whale glue several years ago. As for what Bibi Dong gave Hulaina, it was a magic herb. Bibi Dong asked about it after she learned about Qian Renshue's martial soul evolution. She learned that Qian Renxue was able to evolve by taking the magic herb. The only person in the spirit hall who knew the function of the magic herb was Zhuoguan. So Bibi Dong sent Zhuoguan to search for the magic herb on the mainland. She brought it back a few days ago. Found out its function, and gave it to Hulaina. This magical herb is specially used for fox martial spirits. It is called 9-turn spirit fox grass. 1 turn gives 1 tail, and 9 turns give 9 tails. That is to say, after taking it, Hulaina will have 4 more tails behind her, and when she becomes a titled Douluo, she will have 9 tails. A cough, Jiu Lama. Xiao Yi and Qian Renxue left the Pope's palace. This time, the experience inside the Pope's palace was truly dreamy. First, there was the loving mother and filial daughter, and then there was the mixed doubles. What made him happy was that Qian Renxue was pregnant. He didn't expect to get pregnant in one try. Xiao Yi, who did not escape the mixed doubles, was not angry. After all, it was normal for Qian Renxue to feel resentful after not visiting her for so long and hiding her pregnancy. He just thought of it as making the little angel happy. The next thing to do is to get down to business. He came to the spirit hall to call for people, not to do other things. However, after hunting the spirit rings, Xiaolongnu will have to accompany Qian Renxue for a while. As for the big things he wants to do, he will come back to accompany the little angel after he is done. I hope the little angel can understand. Schwer, I think I can see our mother's character. Xiao Yi suddenly said. Huh? What? Huh? No, she's not my mother. The stubborn angel became stubborn again after leaving the sight of the terrifying Rakshasa mother. Our mom's personality is very weird, a typical strong woman, her methods are very tough, but she has a soft heart. You also know how your bastard father treated her. He took his anger out on you when you were a child. Thanks to Xiao Yi, Qian Renxue knew about Qian Xuanji's evil deeds 5 or 6 years ago, which is why she dares to face Bibi Dong now. Well, I know about this. My grandfather wrote to me a few years ago. At that time, my mother was the saint of the spirit hall, and Qiang Sunji was the pope. They were master and disciple at the time, but one day my mother wanted to leave the spirit hall for a piece of trash, and my father put her under house arrest in a rage. After the house arrest, my father went to look for that piece of trash, but that piece of trash ran away and didn't care about my mother at all. Then I was born. That bastard wanted to compensate my mother. He heard that Tang Hao had a 100,000-year-old soul beast, so he wanted to catch it for my mother to use as a soul ring. In the end, the blue-silver emperor was sacrificed, and my father was seriously injured by Tang Hao. He died when he came back. Qian Renxue explained the whole story to Xiao Yi, and her eyes flashed with hatred when she talked about Tang Hao. In Qian Renxue's opinion, Qian Xuanji was not a good husband, but he was a good father and a good pope. Although Qian Xuanji's methods were a bit despicable, it had to be admitted that Qian Xuanji was very good to Bibi Dong before the incident. Bibi Dong has been brought up by Qian Xuanji since she awakened her martial soul. She was well educated. Unexpectedly, a loser came and almost poached her own cabbage from him, and the cabbage had to leave the force that raised her for the loser. The question is, would you be willing to do this? How many resources are consumed from awakening the spirit to raising it? If it was a genius, it would be fine. If they liked each other, they could still be together. But leaving the spirit hall for a waste made Qian Xuanji very confused, so he used despicable means to keep Bibi Dong in the spirit hall. If it weren't for Qian Xuanji, Bibi Dong would have been a plaything of the nobles based on her appearance. Other forces would have crippled Bibi Dong and used her as a breeding machine. Qian Renxue, who had been undercover in Tiando City for more than 10 years, knew best how dirty the nobles were, so she wanted to cripple them. But this is her mother after all. Qian Renxue has no way to judge. She can only say that both sides are wrong. The grievances and entanglements of the previous generation have nothing to do with her. Bibi Dong treated her badly in the past because she didn't know the reason. After knowing the reason, she didn't know how to face Bibi Dong. That's why she hasn't seen Bibi Dong many times since she came back. In addition, both of them felt awkward. Bibi Dong wanted to be nice to herself, but she was shy and didn't want to say it easily, for fear that she would be ridiculed by him and then they would start quarreling again. As a daughter, Qian Renxue inherited Bibi Dong's personality and naturally sympathized with her mother. Now she was very lucky to have met Xiao Yi and not a loser like her mother. Xiao Yi also saw what Qian Renxue was thinking, and said to comfort her. Ahem, don't think too much, at least your mother wants to pamper you now, she realizes that your daughter has grown up, and the things that happened when she was a child have caused her to feel too distant from her. Qian Renxue raised the corners of her mouth, knowing that Xiao Yi was afraid that she was overthinking, and said. It's okay, I understand her, after all, it was my father, that bastard, who did the bad things to her, it's normal for her to hate me, if I were treated like this, I might do the same, or even do something worse than her. As for the disciple beside her, he is a substitute, and I treat her as an adopted daughter. I was jealous of her when I came back before, but after knowing the truth, I didn't care. After all, my mother was a victim, and the disciple could accompany my mother when I was not in the spirit hall. As for the missing maternal love, it is now here. Xiao Yi felt it was very unusual when he heard Qian Renshue's words. Isn't it said that a woman becomes stupid for 3 years after pregnancy? Why is it normal for Qian Renshue? However, Qian DALU did not seem to tell Qian Renshue the real cause of Qian Xuanji's death. But even if she knew it, Qian Renshue would still side with Bibi Dong. In other words, no matter what, the blame for Qian Xuanji's death would still be thrown on Tang Hao. If Qian Xuanji had not been seriously injured, he would not have died. As they chatted, they arrived at the worship hall. Worship hall. When they arrived at the door, the guard opened it directly. The guards of the worship hall were from the angel clan, and those who could guard the worship hall had to have the cultivation level of a soul saint at least. Of course the guard knew the young master of the contemporary angel clan, so he opened the door directly and let the young master take the man back to the worship hall. It seemed that the young master also had someone he liked. Xiao Yi took Qian Renshue by the hand and walked into the worship hall. There were very strong light elements and sacred elements inside the worship hall. If a soul master with light attributes practiced here, he would get twice the result with half the effort. Xiao Yi walked in with Qian Renshue and saw 7 figures. Well, he didn't recognize any of them except the old man Qian DALU. Chapter 158. These are the 7 great priests of the spirit hall. No, they should be the 8 great priests. I almost forgot that grandpa is also a priest now, Xiao Yi thought to himself. Entering the worship hall, Qian Renshue introduced the information of each worshipper to Xiao Yi. This is my second grandfather, his martial spirit is the Golden Crocodile King, and his spirit power is level 98. Golden Crocodile Douluo is an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a golden robe and silver embroidery. Although he looks a bit old, the energy and blood in his body are stronger than some young people. Hello, Senior Golden Crocodile, Xiao Yi said with a bow. Originally, Golden Crocodile Douluo sneered at Xiao Yi who had eaten Qian Renshue clean, but when he saw Xiao Yi being so polite, he didn't know what to say and just hummed lightly. This is my third grandfather, with the spirit of the Azure Wan bird, a level 97 title Douluo, and the title Azure Wan. Qingwan Douluo has short dark blue hair and smoky blue eyes, sky blue bangs, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a handsome appearance, and wears a blue offering robe. This is my fourth grandfather, Wuhuan Blazing Lion, a level 96 title Douluo, the titled Lion. The Lion Douluo was wearing a red robe and golden armor. He had a strong and sturdy figure, and his hair and beard were all orange. This is my fifth grandfather, Wuhuan Guanling Divine Bao, a level 96 title Douluo, he has always been my playmate since I was little. Guanling Douluo looks like a teenager, with his left eye covered by ice and snow, long silver hair, and his left arm is in an ice-like shape due to his martial spirit. He wears a light gray robe. Hello, it's our first meeting, Xiao Xue has mentioned you many times, we can play together in the future, Guanling Douluo said. Okay, I thought too much, Xue always told me that Guanling was a naughty boy, and now I see that it is true, Xiao Yi thought to himself when he heard Guanling Douluo's words. Qian Renshue once told him that Guanling Douluo was her favorite grandfather. Because this grandfather often takes her out to play, the other grandfathers are all rough men, but only Grandpa Guanling knows what she likes and will give her many surprises. To sum up, Guanling Douluo is very good at making children happy. Really, the old naughty boy, Guanling Douluo. These two are my 6th and 7th grandfathers, with the spirit Panlong staff, and are level 96 title Douluo. Qianjun Douluo is a handsome man with a black bun, gray-blue eyes, a scar on his right eye, and a tall stature. He wears golden armor, a purple offering robe, and a purple headscarf. Demon Slayer, Douluo does not provide a specific description after Qian Renshue finished her introduction. Xiao Yi looked at the priests in front of him and had a strange feeling. If it was in the original world line. These priests, except Qian DALU who sacrificed himself for Qian Renshue to inherit the throne, all died in the war on the continent. It can be said that they are very loyal to the spirit hall. But this time, since Xiao Yi is here, this won't be the outcome. Humph, you're the one who made Xue pregnant. Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at Xiao Yi with sharp eyes. Thinking back to just now, when Qian DALU told Qian Renshue the news that she was pregnant, he felt like the sky was falling. However, after Qian DALU told her that it was Xiao Yi who got Qian Renshue pregnant, she felt as if the sky had been mended. As for Xiao Yi, he naturally knew that he was very talented, and it was they who blocked the news back then. But after Qian DALU said that even Xiao Yi didn't know about Qian Renshue's pregnancy, Golden Crocodile Douluo became furious and sat up from the cushion to beat Xiao Yi. Qian DALU said that he and Bibi Dong beat Xiao Yi up and then sat down again. It was a typical case of anger. However, Golden Crocodile Douluo is still unhappy. You took advantage of our little princess and didn't even know she was pregnant. You are still a man. This was the reason why Qianren Xue was so cold towards Xiao Yi after introducing herself to him just now. What? Xue is pregnant? After hearing what Golden Crocodile Douluo said, the remaining 5 priests quickly sensed Qianren Xue's belly and found that there was indeed a little life. Because it was still a short time, Qianren Xue's belly was not showing any signs of pregnancy, so one could only rely on perception to determine whether Qianren Xue was pregnant. After sensing it, the 5 priests looked at Xiao Yi sharply, making Xiao Yi swallow his saliva involuntarily for a moment. Xiao Yi was interrupted by DALU before he could finish his words. Okay, I've already taught him a lesson. Xiao Xue was the one who concealed the truth, DALU said. Sure enough, as soon as DALU opened his mouth, the eyes of the 6 great priests softened. If you had said it earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Xiao Yi looked at DALU with gratitude. He thought he would be beaten again, but unexpectedly DALU rescued him. This made him admire this old man even more. After DALU rescued Xiao Yi, he saw Xiao Yi's expression and thought, little guy, I can't cure you. DALU then looked at the little angel and said, Xiao Xue, go back and rest first, we have something to discuss with Xiao Yi. After hearing this, Qianren Xue looked at Xiao Yi, then at the other priests and said, don't do it. Don't worry, Xiao Xue, Big Brother has already taught him a lesson and what he talked to her about was an important matter, Golden Crocodile Douluo said. After getting the answer from Golden Crocodile Douluo, Qianren Xue looked at Xiao Yi reluctantly, then turned around and left. Now all she had to do was to take care of the baby with peace of mind, and she shouldn't care about other things. Tell me, what are you doing here this time? You wouldn't have come if there was nothing. After hearing DOLOU's words, Xiao Yi thought for a while about what to say. He couldn't just ask him to help hunt souls and see Qianren Xue at the same time. That would be so rude. Xiao Yi soon thought of a good excuse and said, my main purpose this time is to come and see Xiao Xue, and solve my spirit ring problem, and then there is the plan for the spirit hall. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 priests looked at Xiao Yi in unison, as if Xiao Yi knew something. Oh. Do you know the spirit hall's plan? Well, you know a little bit, such as unifying the continent. Xiao Yi said calmly. Now Xiao Yi is no longer the person who needed to be cautious before. He is about to step into the Soul Douluo realm and is a high-end combat force on the continent. In addition, killing Bone Douluo has made him more confident. The people in front of him are Qianren Xue's grandfather. According to his relationship with Qianren Xue, he is the son-in-law of the Spirit Hall. Naturally, he is not afraid of the people in front of him attacking him. Of course, if it weren't for Qianren Xue, he might never see them in his life. If he did see them, they would be his enemies. Then do you know why the Spirit Hall wants to unify the continent? DALU asked with interest. Of course, DALU didn't ask this question casually, but he wanted to know what Xiao Yi thought. Chapter 159. DALU felt more satisfied when he saw that Xiao Yi did not speak directly but instead lowered his head to think about the reason. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, knew how to think. Had good talent and high cultivation, and was much better than some people who just swung a sledgehammer. As Xiao Yi lowered his head to think, many thoughts emerged in his mind. Why do we need to unify the continent? Is it just to destroy the 2 empires and harvest the faith? Logically speaking, the Spirit Hall has such great power that it can directly defeat them, why does it need an undercover mission? These questions emerged in Xiao Yi's mind. He thought of a lot. The Spirit Hall is such a big force. With more than 70 of the Spirit Masters in the entire continent, and more than a dozen titled Douluo. It can easily defeat the 2 empires. The key to the problem is why it doesn't defeat them. Putting this question aside, Xiao Yi started thinking about the history of the Spirit Hall again. The Spirit Hall was founded by the angel god 10,000 years ago. At first, it was just a church that dealt with evil spirit masters on the continent. It started to develop after the establishment of the 2 empires. Later, the 3 upper sects appeared. 100 years ago, they began to help awaken spirits and asked the 2 empires to provide subsidies. When Qiang Sunji was in power, there were branches of the Spirit Hall all over the continent. After Bibi Dong came to power, the strength of the Spirit Hall has become even stronger. Also, the purpose of Qianren Xue's undercover work is to take down the Tiando Empire without bloodshed, but why would she do this? The 7 great priests looked at where Xiao Yi was thinking and began to communicate with each other. Brother, can this kid figure it out? Golden Crocodile Douluo said. DALU looked at Xiao Yi who was thinking and nodded, don't worry, this kid is very smart, let him think about it for a while. As time passed, Xiao Yi's mind became clearer. Commoners. Yes. They are commoners. If the two empires represent the nobility, then the spirit hall represents the commoners. The empires are callous and only care about drinking and having fun, exploiting the commoners, while the spirit hall has been helping people awaken and using the money from the two empires to provide subsidies before reaching level 40. This has earned the favor of a large number of commoners, which is the foundation of the spirit hall. Although most civilians have poor talents or no talents, there are still many geniuses in the population base of the continent. Although they may not have full innate spirit power, those who grow up to innate level 6 or 7 or 7 or 8 are the backbone of major forces. However, none of the major sects look down on civilians. They only recognize their own inherited martial spirits and work with the two empires to fight against the Wuhuan Hall, affecting the development of the continent. Then the goal of the Spirit Hall is very clear. That is to destroy the nobles and royal families of the two empires, unify the continent and liberate the common people. After all, the common people don't care who rules them. They just want to live a good life. Moreover, the reputation of the Spirit Hall will make the common people grateful and gain their faith. Xiao Yi's eyes became brighter and brighter when he thought of this. If this idea was correct, then that was why the Spirit Hall wanted to unify the continent. DALU looked at Xiao Yi's changes and curled his lips, as if he knew what Xiao Yi was thinking. After a while, Xiao Yi figured out the reason and looked up at DALU and asked tentatively, "I think I understand, but I don't know if it's correct." "Really? Then tell us about it and let us old guys listen." After receiving DALU's reply, Xiao Yi sorted out his thoughts and then said, "My idea is..." Xiao Yi talked about his thoughts in a blabbering manner, telling DALU everything from the establishment of the Spirit Hall to the actions in recent decades, including the purpose and meaning behind them. DALU couldn't help but sigh when listening to Xiao Yi's words. Is this the reason why Xiao Xue fell in love with him? Not only is he talented and smart, but he also knows how to pay attention to the situation. Fortunately, they are friends. If they were enemies, and they understood their purpose, they might secretly do something and finally make them fail. The remaining 6 priests were also surprised by Xiao Yi's words. He was powerful, talented, and smart. He was simply terrifying. However, this made them even more satisfied with Xiao Yi. Their son-in-law was so smart, which was a blessing for the Spirit Hall. Xiao Yi finished his explanation quickly, and then looked at DALU and waited for his reply. DALU gave a reply quickly. "That's right, that's what we thought. Now I finally know why Xiao Xue likes you. You are very good," DALU said lightly. Xiao Yi was definitely delighted to get Lao Dang's affirmation. But not too delighted. What he said was his insights after research and his improved strength. He could only say that the continent was too distorted and civilians were not qualified to rise at all. Of course, he did not forget the purpose of this trip, and getting people was his first goal. Before Xiao Yi could open his mouth, DALU spoke. "Just now you mentioned the problem of your spirit ring. Logically speaking, since you were able to kill Douluo, it means that very few spirit beasts can defeat you, right? Why did you come to the Spirit Hall?" DALU said lightly. "Grandpa, you also know the problem with my spirit ring. Low-quality spirit beasts can no longer satisfy me, unless it is a 100,000-year spirit ring," Xiao Yi said as he revealed his spirit ring. 7 soul rings, 3 purple, 3 black and 1 red, were hovering around Xiao Yi's body. DALU was very calm about Xiao Yi's spirit ring. He already knew the configuration of Xiao Yi's spirit ring, but it was different for others. What? This kid's 7th soul ring is 100,000 years old. You have to know that his golden crocodile Douluo only has 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red soul ring, and his 9th soul ring was hunted alone without the help of others. At that time, he spent a lot of effort on this 9th soul ring. The other priests were also shocked. Although they knew that Xiao Yi's spirit ring was outrageous, they didn't expect it to be so outrageous. The 7th spirit ring was 100,000 years old. Even DALU only had 8 black and 1 red, and he had also undergone a divine test to be upgraded. This kid's 7th ring of 100,000 years was too monstrous. Perhaps they don't know that the little scoundrel in the original novel had all 18 rings turned red in the later period, and no one except God could stop him when he exploded. "Grandpa, you also know that I am now in the divine test. The second test is to obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring," Xiao Yi said lightly. There was no need for Xiao Yi to hide anything in front of these worshippers. They were loyal to the angel gods and of course knew about the divine test besides. What would happen if they revealed it? Why would they keep it secret from their own people? "So have you thought about the soul beast you need?" DALU said. Well, it's like this, my target is the two beast kings in the Star Do Great Forest, one for me and one for Duguyen. She has also reached level 80, so it's just right for each of us to take one, Xiao Yi said. As for why Xiao Yi came to the spirit hall to call for help, it was of course for insurance purposes. The two licking beasts both had a strength of level 96 or 97, and they had lived together for tens of thousands of years and cooperated very well with each other. If they only relied on him and Dugubo, there would be no way to kill them all, and if they got injured at that time, it would be a loss. Chapter 160. Please, you are too shameless. You made my lovely granddaughter pregnant. And you are related to the granddaughter of the 8th priest. Now you want to use the people of the spirit hall to help you get spirit rings? Oh, we're family, that's okay. Xiao Yi also felt that his request was a bit outrageous. After all, he was with Duguyen first, and now that the little angel was pregnant, he felt embarrassed. However, things could be discussed. If it really doesn't work, then just forget it. Xiao Yi said tentatively. DALU did not respond to Xiao Yi, but was missing someone instead. The last time DALU took Renshua back to the spirit hall, he learned that Xiao Yi was now the heir to the throne, which reminded him of the man who swung the sledgehammer. Tang Chen, you defeated me with the great Sumera hammer back then, but your grandson is not as good as my grandson-in-law. My granddaughter and grandson-in-law are both favored by gods. Tang Chen, you were so conceited that you would become a god, but where are you now? How can you become a god so easily? I miss you, Tang Chen, who was a master in his life, but ended up falling in obscurity. And that bastard grandson Tang Hao. You seriously injured my son and caused his death. When I was chasing you, the gods were watching over you. I stopped at the right time and made you think I was a coward. Now your gods are on the side of my grandson-in-law. I wonder if you will be killed when you meet my grandson-in-law. Grandpa. Xiao Yi looked at DALU, the old man, and called out again when he saw that he didn't respond. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Yi finished speaking, DALU blew his beard and glared, saying unhappily, I understand, 3rd, 6th, and 7th brothers, you two should go with him. After hearing DALU's words, Xiao Yi knew that the purpose of this trip was certain, but he still had to give some gifts, so he distributed the concept of soul core to each of the priests. After receiving it, all the priests had deep insights, especially Golden Crocodile Douluo. He had been stuck at level 98 for decades, and now the soul core method has given him hope. So the Golden Crocodile Douluo who obtained the soul core technique went into seclusion directly, and would not come out until he reached level 99. At the same time, Shrek Academy. After more than half a month of torture by Dugubo, Tang Dachui finally returned. At this time, he was watching his beloved son. Well, not bad, it's level 34, Tang Hao said with satisfaction as he looked at the little punk. After Tang Dachui finished speaking, he went straight into Xiao Bizen's room. Xiao Bizen sensed Tang Dachui's arrival and stopped practicing. After stopping his training, the little punk opened his eyes and looked at Tang Dachui with red eyes and choked up, Dad, you finally came to see me. Tang Dachui was at a loss as to what to do because of Xiao Bizen sobbing. In his impression, Xiao Bizen had never given him any worry since he had the ability to act on his own. The only time he did that was when he left a letter to secretly protect him. In the past 7 or 8 years, Tang Dachui has been secretly protecting Xiao Bizen. He has never seen Xiao Bizen like this, so he hurriedly asked Xiao Bizen what happened. Xiao San, don't worry, I have been protecting you secretly, what happened while I was away? Tang Dachui comforted. After hearing Tang Dachui's comfort, the little jerk gradually stopped sobbing, and at the same time, he hugged Tang Dachui tightly like when he just awakened his martial spirit. Well, it was still the same feeling. The little jerk, who got a little psychological comfort, began to tell Tang Dachui about what happened during this period, adding fuel to the fire. Dad, during the time you were away, Xiao Yi. The little beggar told the whole story of what Xiao Yi had done during this period, describing Xiao Yi as an unforgivable villain. Especially when he talked about the genocide of the Li clan. His eyes were red and he was panting heavily, as if he himself had been exterminated. Moreover, he told Tang Hao about Xiao Yi's repeated beatings, and complained that Shrek Academy didn't care. Xiao Yi, who was far away in Wuhuan City taking care of the little angel, suddenly sneezed. Ah, sneeze. What's going on? Did I catch a cold? This shouldn't be the case, how could I catch a cold when I'm already level 80? Someone must be saying something bad about me. What's going on? Why did you sneeze suddenly? It's okay, I guess someone is saying bad things about me behind my back, Xiao Yi said lightly. After listening to the little scoundrel's story, Tang Hao's eyes turned red and he gasped angrily. How dare you, you little brat, bully my son in Shrek Academy like this? I gave you to them to take care of you, and this is how they take care of you. Also, didn't the Power Clan take any action to exterminate the Heavenly Do Empire and the Spirit Hall? Although Tang Dachui said that he looked down on the Tiando Empire, it was impossible for the Tiando Empire not to get wind of such big news, so they should take action. There is also the Spirit Hall. Although Tang Dachui bears a grudge against the Spirit Hall, as the #1 force on the continent, the Spirit Hall will not turn a blind eye to this. It was they who killed Yin in the first place. It would have been better if Tang Dachui didn't say anything. Once he said it, Xiao Bizan felt even more aggrieved. He directly told Tang Dachui about Xiao Yi's blaming him, and also told Tang Dachui about the Tiando Empire soldiers' favoritism towards Xiao Yi. What? This old man Xiao Yi is so stupid and cruel that he just pretended not to see such a big thing. Dad, don't worry. The Crown Prince is now in charge of the Tiando Empire, and Xiao Yi is the Crown Prince's friend. Besides, although we know that the Power Clan's affairs are related to Xiao Yi, we have no evidence. Moreover, Poison Douluo killed Bone Douluo. Which means that he has a grudge against the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. We can deal with them by cooperating with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Moreover, according to my teacher's calculations, Xiao Yi and Dugu Bo are very likely from the Spirit Hall, otherwise they would not be so bold as to provoke the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. The little punk directly told Tang Dachui the current situation of the Tiando Empire and the relationship between Xiao Yi and the prince. As well as Anzi's inference and the news of Bone Douluo's death, and also told Tang Dachui about the alliance with the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Tang Dachui calmed down after listening to what the little beggar said. The current situation has a great impact on them. Not to mention Xiao Yi. Even Poison Douluo is enough to make him suffer. He still hasn't forgotten the last time he was forced by Dugu Bo to explode his ring and run away. It took him more than half a month to get a little better than before the attack. If he fights Dugu Bo alone, it is really unknown who will win or lose. The only way now is to join forces with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. By the way, Dad, Xiao Wu left a letter saying she was going home, do you know where she went? Asked the little punk. Chapter 161. After being forced to the point of having his ring exploded by Dugu Bo, Tang Dachui not only recuperated but also went for a walk in the Star Do Great Forest. However, he did not find any hair and almost got into a fight with two licking beasts. This also resulted in Tang Dachui not knowing where the old rabbit had gone, as Shui Lingling had disappeared. Of course, no matter how hard they tried, they could not imagine that the old rabbit had been tied up by Xiao Yi. So Tang Dachui thought, since the rabbit hasn't come back yet, I'll stop Xiao San's thoughts. After all, the rabbit has influenced Xiao San. In fact, when Tang Dachui first saw the old rabbit, he was planning to catch it and give it to Xiao Bizan as a soul ring. Later, as they got along with each other, Xiao Bizan and the old rabbit developed feelings for each other. He thought of him and Yin, so he gave up this plan and instead thought of devising a plan to sacrifice the old rabbit to Xiao Bizan when he was in danger, just like he did back then. But who knew that when he went to find Dugu Bo, the old rabbit disappeared? This made Tang Dachui feel very angry, but he didn't know how the old rabbit disappeared. He couldn't find her anywhere, not even in the Star Do Great Forest. Even now when the little beggar asked him, he didn't know how to answer. Finally, Tang Dachui thought for a long time and decided to tell Xiao Bizan the truth. Xiao San, Xiao Wu is actually a 100,000-year-old soul beast, Tang Dachui said slowly. What? Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Dad, you must be lying to me, right? He could never imagine that the girl he slept in the same bed with was actually a soul beast, and she had been sleeping with him for 6 years. Tang Dachui felt helpless when he saw the little punk who was afraid to accept the fact, because he was also like that when he first found out that Yin was also a 100,000-year-old soul beast. I didn't lie to you, Tai Tan should have told you that I am a title Douluo. After you entered school, I protected you in secret. When Xiao Wu first appeared, I discovered that she was a 100,000-year-old soul beast. When I first found her, I was planning to capture her and use her as your soul ring to break through to title Douluo, but as time went by, you developed feelings for each other, so I gave up this plan and treated her as my daughter-in-law instead. Since then, I have never left your side. Do you know why Zhao Wuji had a bruised face the day after you passed the Shrek test? It was because of me. A soul saint used the test as an excuse to bully the weak and was so cruel. As a father, of course I had to vent my anger on my son's behalf, so in the dead of night, I taught Zhao Wuji a lesson and entrusted you to them. Tang Dachui told a lot of things that the little beggar didn't know, including that his mother was a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Especially when he talked about the Spirit Hall forcing the Blue Silver Emperor to death, Tang Hao's eyes turned red and he gasped like a cow, and he almost had the words, "I hate the spirit hall," engraved on his face. When the little punk heard Tang Dachui's description, he was also filled with resentment, especially when he heard that the spirit hall had killed his mother. He angrily said, "Evil spirit hall. My mother has already transformed into a human, why are you still forcing me? If one day I succeed in my cultivation, I will make sure that the spirit hall will no longer exist." Perhaps the little punk has forgotten that his martial soul was also decided by the spirit hall, including the soul master subsidy, which was also issued by the spirit hall. Although it was money from the two empires, he would not be able to get it without the spirit hall. Seeing the indignant look on the little punk's face, Tang Dachui was very satisfied. He was worthy of being his son. He should hate the spirit hall. "Xiao San, don't worry, you have twin spirits. Do you know why your teacher and I don't let you use the hammer? Think about it, if you use the blue silver grass to break through to the title Douluo, then the spirit rings you add to the clear sky hammer will all be over 10,000 years old. At that time, you can look down on the entire continent, it's just a small spirit hall, and you can destroy it at will." Tang Dachui said indifferently. Xiao Bisen felt that Tang Dachui's words made sense. If he used the blue silver grass to break through to the title Douluo, how powerful would a clear sky hammer that was all 10,000 years old be? Moreover, Tang Dachui said that there are many secret methods of the clear sky hammer. After learning them, he will definitely destroy the spirit hall. But they are all too naive. There are at least 20 title Douluo in the spirit hall and there are now 3 heirs to the throne. Dugu Yan will become an elder of the spirit hall in the future and will also inherit the throne. There will be 4 gods at that time. What's more, it is not certain whether the little punk can become a title Douluo. If he cultivates the blue silver grass according to Enzi's method, he can't even awaken the blue silver emperor. By the time the conditions for awakening the blue silver emperor are met, the blue silver king may no longer be there. Moreover, since Xiao Yi secretly gave the little beggar a trick that allowed him to practice quickly, the price was that he would explode and die when he reached a certain level. When the time came, no one would be able to find out the reason, and they would only get the result of improper practice. "Xiao San, what you need to do now is to practice well, as for Xiao Wu, just forget about it," Tang Dachui said lightly. "Yeah, I get it, Dad," the little punk responded. The little punk still felt sorry for the disappearance of Old Rabbit. The 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone were gone. He didn't believe that they left on their own. Because Tang Dachui told him that the letter was written by Tang Dachui imitating Old Rabbit's handwriting, and Old Rabbit himself was most likely kidnapped by someone, but he didn't know who kidnapped him. Destroying someone's path is like killing their parents. Don't let me know who it is, you've already got the way to die. The little punk said angrily in his heart. "Okay, Xiao San, don't mind it, there are still 200,000-year-old soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest, you can use them as your soul rings when the time comes," Tang Dachui said lightly. "I know, Dad," said the little punk. As for the 200,000-year soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest, Xiao Bisen had learned from Anzi that the Sky Blue Bull Mang and the Titan Giant Ape were both 100,000-year soul beasts that were very suitable for him. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Xiao Yi had already chosen the 2 licking beasts, and now he had found people to go out and hunt them, so the little punk got nothing. "Okay, Xiao San, you take a rest first, I'll go find your teacher to discuss how to join forces with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect," Tang Dachui said lightly. After Tang Dachui finished speaking, he turned around and went towards Enzi's residence. Only Xiao Bisen was left in the room. After Tang Dachui left, Xiao Bisan was very excited because he could finally take revenge on Xiao Yi. "You made me suffer humiliation while my father was away, now my father is back, let me see how you will deal with it," the little punk thought to himself. It's a good thing Xiao Yi is not here. If he were here, the little punk would have laughed to death. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he has a father who swings a sledgehammer? Let him come and see how he dies. Chapter 162. At this time, Yu Xiaogang was doing research on the lifespan of soul rings. Ever since he saw Xiao Yi's soul ring, he wanted to find out how to absorb soul rings of higher levels, but he couldn't find the idea. No, it's still not right, how on earth did he absorb soul rings of higher levels? Anzi said angrily as he looked at the research plan on the table. Anzi really wanted to make progress. Ever since he stagnated at level 29, he had been trying every possible way to conquer theory and plagiarize. No, how can a scholar's work be called plagiarism? That's called reference. He drew on the collection of books in the Spirit Hall and some speculations to publish a book titled The 10 Core Competitiveness of Spirit Hall. But the response was not good. He was a waste to begin with, and he published a book full of basic theories. Some of which were even self-imagination, making him even more notorious on the mainland. Of course, if Bibi Dong hadn't had a brain seizure at that time, how could the anal incident have happened? If only His Majesty Haotian were here, he must know the conditions for absorbing beyond one's level, Yu Xiaogang muttered to himself. Since Yu Xiaogang and Tang Dachui are of the same generation, but Yu Xiaogang herself has poor talent, she regards Tang Dachui, who has better talent, as her idol. Especially after Qiang Sunji was beaten to death, her admiration for him became even stronger. Moreover, the books about the age of spirit rings that I read in the spirit hall were quite conventional and suitable for most people, due to different talents and different ages for absorbing spirit rings. 400 years was the safest. However, this was a joke for the descendants of geniuses or powerful spirit masters. And just at this moment, Tang Dachui also arrived at Yu Xiaojiang's door. What on earth is Yu Xiaojiang doing? Is she able to teach her mistress like this? To be honest, he now regrets giving the little beggar to Anzi for teaching. He gave the little beggar to Anzi in the beginning because he was attracted by Anzi's background. He knew that one of Yu Xiaowang's lovers was Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and that she had twin spirits. He wanted to learn the skills of practicing twin spirits through Yu Xiaowang's relationship, but who would have thought that Yu Xiaowang couldn't even enter the Tiando temple now? What's more annoying is that for some unknown reason, the elder order belonging to the Haotian sect was also abolished. This made him want to teach Yu Xiaojiang a lesson, but Yu Xiaojiang was too weak, and Tang Dachui was afraid that he might accidentally beat him to death, and then he would not be able to learn how to practice the twin martial spirits. But Tang Dachui didn't know that it was Bibi Dong who destroyed the Haotian sect's token, and it was Xiao Yi who instigated the spirit hall to not let Anzi enter. Want the secret of the twin spirits? Go to bed. However, Tang Dachui did not think too much about it. He was just using Anzi. Besides, he didn't know how to cultivate the blue silver grass, so he could only let Anzi teach the little beggar. So Tang Dachui flashed into Anzi's room. As for why he didn't knock on the door, it was of course because I was strong and I was right. However, after Tang Dachui entered the room, he did not speak directly, but observed what Anzi was studying. However, when Tang Dachui saw clearly that what was placed on Anzi's desk was all data about the years it takes to absorb soul rings of higher levels, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Is this guy a fool? Doesn't it require strong physical fitness and mental strength to absorb spirit rings of higher levels? Doesn't he understand such a simple principle? Can he become a master with this? How could Bibi Dong like him? Tang Dachui was very confused. Why didn't Anzi understand such a simple truth? And how could Bibi Dong like Anzi? Could it be because he was thick-skinned? What? You said Anzi is just a great spirit master. He has only absorbed 2 spirit rings. That's fine. Of course, Tang Dachui didn't want to say so much to Anzi at the moment. His purpose this time was to discuss cooperation with Yu Xiaojiang and the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Ahem, master, I heard a lot of things happen during my absence, Tang Dachui said from behind Yu Xiaojiang. Who? Originally Yu Xiaojiang was immersed in the data of absorbing soul rings across levels and couldn't extricate himself. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, interrupting his thoughts and making him very angry. However, when he turned around and found that it was Tang Dachui, his eyes instantly became clear. It's Your Majesty Haotian, please forgive my rudeness, I was just immersed in theory just now, Yu Xiaojiang said respectfully. You ask why Anzi is so respectful? Of course it is for his life. Tang Hao is a titled DOLOU. Killing a great soul master like him is as easy as pinching an ant. Although he wanted to be famous, he wanted to stay alive more. Moreover, he and Erlong had finally achieved a happy ending and had not enjoyed it enough. How could he die like this? Don't change the subject, I heard that while I was away, a guy named Xiao Yi was riding on your heads and doing shit on you. Tang Dachui said disdainfully. Tang Dachui looked down on Anzi more and more. A man who was so cowardly must have lived in vain. Unlike him, he dared to beat Qiang Sunji to death. Although he was expelled from the sect, he was still very proud and did not bring disgrace upon the title of Haotian Douluo. But Anzi was different. After hearing what Tang Dachui said, his eyes turned red and he gasped angrily. Your Majesty Haotian, that Xiao Yi is simply arrogant. Not only did he bully Xiao San by relying on his high cultivation level, but he also ruthlessly wiped out the Li clan. He also said that the Haotian hammer is trash and that even if you come, you will die in his hands. Besides, Yu Xiaogang kept throwing dirty water at Xiao Yi, blaming him for everything, without mentioning that it was he and the others who had repeatedly caused trouble for him and were punished. Tang Dachui's brows furrowed deeper as he listened to Yu Xiaowang's description. He originally thought that what the little punk said was outrageous enough. But he didn't expect that what Xiaowang said was even worse. He even said things like looking down on the clear sky hammer. It seemed that it had been a long time since it appeared, and people on the mainland had forgotten the ruling power of the clear sky sect. Fortunately, Xiao Yi was not there, otherwise he would have applauded after hearing what Anzi said. It's just a hammer, what's so scary about it? Stop. Tang Dachui frowned and interrupted Yu Xiaogang, then said. Xiao San told me what you said, I thought Xiao San said the truth. It seems that Xiao San was too tactful, I didn't expect him to be so excessive. I heard Xiao San say that you plan to let me join forces with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect. What are your plans? It seems that Xiao San has convinced His Majesty Haotian, and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect should also agree. By then, it will be easy to get the secret of absorbing soul rings of higher levels. Yu Xiaogang started to make plans in his mind after listening to Tang Dachui's words. That's right, Anzi's main purpose is to absorb spirit rings of higher levels. Moreover, he has not gone to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect yet. Because Anzi does not know the attitude of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. After all, they have lost a bone Douluo and their vitality is seriously damaged. It is impossible for them to convince the Seven Treasures Glazed sect just by Yu Xiaowan's words. So he plans to wait for Tang Hao to come before going. By then, Tang Hao and Sword Douluo with the assistance of Ning Fengji should be able to defeat Poison Douluo and his gang. Your Majesty, it is like this. Yu Xiaogang talked about the situation in a blabbering manner, with the focus on Xiao Yi's soul ring, which made Tang Dachui interested in this secret. As expected, Tang Dachui was intrigued by Yu Xiaogang's words. Absorbing soul rings of higher levels. Although he also knew the conditions for absorbing soul rings of higher levels. He had never seen a fourth soul ring of 10,000 years and a seventh soul ring of 100,000 years. If he could obtain this method, then the time for revenge on the Spirit Hall could be advanced. Tang Dachui, whose interest was aroused, decided to go to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect with Yu Xiaogang in a few days to discuss how to deal with Poison Douluo. Then Tang Dachui left Anzi's room and found a place to continue healing. Chapter 163. That's right, he was going to hunt for soul rings with Dugu Yen. Dugu Bo had already arrived, the day after he arrived, which was yesterday, and Dugu Yen also came with them. As for why he came so quickly, it was of course because of the letter sent by Xiao Yi. After learning the news that Qian Renxue was pregnant, Xiao Yi immediately wrote a letter and asked Dugu Bo and Dugu Yen to come. When Dugu Yen saw that Xiao Yi's letter mentioned Qian Renshue's pregnancy, she regretted it so much. Qian Renxue got there first just because she wanted to play for 2 more years. However, she still couldn't accept it if she got pregnant now, because she couldn't play anymore if she was pregnant. Of course, Dugu Bo still accepted Qian Daolu's torture. The reason was that Xiao Yi got Qian Renxue pregnant. Who made you Xiao Yi's guardian? After the fight, Dugu Bo's face was covered with bruises, but Qian Daolu rewarded Dugu Bo with a snake trunk bone that was more than 90,000 years old. This is the highest quality snake soul bone collected by the worship hall, and it can be considered a reward from the great worshipper Qian Daolu. After Dugu Bo absorbed it, more than half of the soul power that was promoted from level 97 to level 98 was gone, and after fighting with the extreme Douluo, Dugu Bo had new insights. Within 5 years, Dugu Bo is confident that he can break through level 98. The team that helped Xiao Yi to hunt spirit rings was very strong, including Dugu Bo at level 97, Qinghuan Douluo at level 97, Guanling Douluo at level 96. And Qianjun Jianhua Douluo at level 96. There was also an even more heavyweight, Qian DALU, who followed behind, of course, to prevent any accidents. This lineup is extremely strong. The Titan Giant Ape is at level 95, and the Azure Bull Python is even stronger, close to level 97. However, with 2 level 97 Super Douluo, it is useless no matter how strong they are. The only thing they need to worry about is the self-destruction of the 2 big soul beasts, so Dugu Bo is needed. Dugu Bo's mixed poison can corrode the 2 big soul beasts. However, since the Azure Bull Python is more powerful, they need to split up into 2 teams. Dugu Bo will fight against the Titan Giant Ape with Qianjun Jiangma and Xiao Yi. Qinghuan Douluo and Guanling Douluo will hold back the Azure Bull Python. Xiao Yi believed that the probability of taking down the 2 soul beasts in this way was very high. Xiao Yi thought that he already had the strength to harm a 100,000-year soul beast. Maybe he was almost able to kill it, but injuring it would be no problem at all. After all, he killed Bone Douluo. Although it might be because Bone Douluo underestimated his enemy, he still killed him. Dugu Yan's strength is also sufficient. Although he is only a level 80, 7-ring battle soul saint, his strength is comparable to that of a title Douluo. As for how Dugu Yen reached level 80, it was of course because there was a dragon arm bone in the worship hall, which was 100,000 years old. DALU took it out and rewarded it to Duguyen. Moreover, Duguyen was now a candidate for elder. In DOLOU's opinion, Duguyen also had the potential to become a god, so of course he had to be tied up and killed. After getting the soul bone, Xiao Yi directly exchanged it for Duguyen without any hesitation. Which made Duguyen feel like he had gained a lot of energy. After the exchange, Xiao Yi of course filled Duguyen up, which made Duguyen's energy disappear a little because of Qian Renshue's pregnancy. It's strange to say, but after replacing his arm bones, Duguyen's golden dragon claw didn't disappear, which made Xiao Yi puzzled. However, Xiao Yi didn't care. He had already replaced it, and it had reached level 80, so it wouldn't be a big deal even if it fell off, and it was better if it didn't fall off. Moreover, Duguyen's martial soul is a 5-clawed golden dragon, an existence that surpasses Douluo Continent by countless levels. They have a certain bloodline suppression on the Azure Bull Python. With the presence of Duguyen, they should be able to crush the Azure Bull Python. What? You want to ask what to do if you can't hold it back? Isn't there still DOLOU? DOLOU is here to cover the bottom. Hahaha, Xiao Yi, leave your 8th spirit ring to me. Back then, I was a rampant boss in the Star Do Great Forest. Guanling Douluo wiped his nose as he spoke, looking like he was very great. Xiao Yi wanted to complain. Guanling Douluo looked younger than him. This senior's behavior was really inappropriate. Xiao Yi, don't listen to old Five's nonsense. Back then, he was playing around in the Star Do Great Forest and was chased and beaten by a group of soul beasts. If we hadn't arrived in time, he would have died. Qinghuan Douluo said with a sneer. Third brother. What do you mean? Didn't you say you wouldn't mention this matter? Can't you save some face for me in front of the younger generation? Tisk, third brother is telling the truth. If it weren't for the eldest and second brothers telling you not to go out of the spirit hall, you wouldn't know how many troubles you would have caused, the demon subduing Douluo said with a sneer. Seventh brother. Do you want to fight? Hit me if you want. Brother, why are you covering my mouth? Just when Guanling Douluo and Jianhua Douluo were arguing, Qianjun Douluo came to the rescue in time. That's enough. We have the younger generation here, so we don't have to worry about being laughed at. Then Qianjun Douluo looked at Xiao Yi and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry to make you laugh, Lao Wu's personality is as playful as a child. It's okay, I think it's good for senior Guangling to be like this, just like young people, Xiao Yi said. See? Xiao said that I am energetic, unlike you guys who don't want to play with me. Okay, old Five, stop making trouble, Qian Daolu looked at Guanling Douluo helplessly. This happy guy always made people feel happy. Duguyen also heard the chatter of several priests. They really didn't treat her as an outsider. Although she and Qian Renshue were sisters, she was still a little unhappy. When she thought about how Xiao Yi had filled her up yesterday, she became even angrier. She was also defeated and had no weapons left. What a shame. Duguyen. Xian Daolu looked at Xiao Yi with some emotion. Bibi Dong was granted a title Douluo when she was over 30 years old, Qian Renshue could definitely be granted a title before 30, and Xiao Yi and Duguyen in front of him could both be granted title Douluo before the age of 30. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of his good-for-nothing son. He broke through to the title Douluo level at the age of 50. And was the most useless one in the Angel clan. Even Tang Chen's grandson Tang Hao was not as good as him. He was at level 95 and fought against a title Douluo who had just broken through, but ended up seriously injuring him. He had never been so speechless in his life. But that son was still useful. He gave him a good granddaughter. Although his methods were a bit despicable and not in line with the nature of the angel race, he also paid a price. Let it be repaid with retribution. However, what makes him happy is that his granddaughter has a good vision and brought Xiao Yi to the spirit hall. Not only is Xiao Yi talented, but he is also lucky. This kid has encountered divine positions and immortal herbs. What else is there to be dissatisfied about? Moreover, after Qian Renshue has her 8th soul ring, she can consider a 100,000-year soul ring. By then, after going through the divine test, she will have 300 to 400,000-year soul rings. Isn't this better than him? Even that old man Tang Chen only had a 100,000-year spirit ring, and he and the chief priest of Sea God Island also had a 100,000-year spirit ring. After a brief conversation, everyone headed towards the Star Do Great Forest. There were 6 title Douluo in this group, and their overall strength was above level 96. Chapter 164. At this time, the top executives of Shrek Academy gathered in the office. Tell me, Xiaojiang, why did you ask His Majesty Haojian to call us here? Flanders said helplessly as he looked at the people gathered in the office. Flanders had a bad feeling in his heart at this moment, because he felt that Anzi was causing trouble again, but he didn't know what Anzi was up to. I plan to go to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect with Hao Tianyan to discuss cooperation against Poison Douluo and Xiao Yi. What do you think? Hearing Flanders' question, Yu Xiaogang also answered Flanders' question. When Flanders heard this, he realized that the kid was up to something. Xiaogang, stop making trouble. Poison Douluo and Xiao Yi don't take you seriously. Even if you go to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, what can happen? Even if the Seven Treasures Glazed sect agrees, what if they can't defeat you? With Xiao Yi's personality, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect will definitely wipe out the entire clan. Have you forgotten the Power Clan? The Power Clan just went with Xiao San to look for someone else, and they were wiped out that night, while the Heaven Do Empire and the Spirit Hall did not take any action, don't you understand? He has stood up now, he is not someone that can be easily wiped out. If you have not won this cooperation, not to mention the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, even Shrek Academy might not exist anymore. Wouldn't all our efforts and students be wasted then? Flanders said excitedly. Flanders. Are you someone who would boost others' morale and destroy your own prestige? How do you know if it will succeed if you don't try? If it succeeds, his method of absorbing soul rings of higher levels will be in our hands. By then, the strength of the little monsters will be greatly improved. After that, I will add the method of absorbing soul rings of higher levels into my theory. And then participate in the Soul Master competition in a year. Then the reputation of our Shrek and my title as a master will be more solid. At that time, will Shrek still be afraid of having no reputation? Yu Xiaogang said fanatically. Yes. If we don't try, we don't know if it will succeed. But someone has already tried for us. The Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is dead because of Ning Rongrong's one-sided statement. You asked Xiao San to find the Titans and wiped out the whole family that night. Isn't this lesson enough? If you want to die, take the Haotian crown with you. Don't use the name of Shrek Academy after you get out. We can't afford this responsibility. Flanders was very tired. He had known his old brother for more than 20 years and now he wanted to drag the entire Shrek Academy into the secret of absorbing soul rings of higher levels. This was something he could not accept. Yu Xiaogang escaped due to some things and hid for 20 years. Now he wanted to get famous and all his hard work would be in vain. How could this be possible? That's enough. What's the point of making such a fuss? When Yu Xiaogang and Flanders were arguing fiercely, Tang Hao spoke. Since you don't want to join us, Xiao San has nothing to do with Shrek Academy from now on, Yu Xiaogang, take Xiao San with you and let's go. In Tang Dachui's opinion, Shrek Academy is a little bit cowardly. They are thinking of joining forces with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, but they are still afraid of Poison Douluo and Xiao Yi. You know, the bonus from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower is terrifying. If they join forces, Ning Fengji, as the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, will definitely give a bonus to himself and Sword Douluo. At that time, wouldn't an 80 bonus be enough to take down a small Poison Douluo? Yes, Your Majesty Haotian. Yu Xiaogang said respectfully after hearing what Haotian Douluo said. Afterwards, Tang Dachui went to Xiao Bizan's residence, leaving only Flanders Yu Xiaogang, Lu Erlong and Xiao Wuji in the office. After Tang Dachui left, Yu Xiaogang said to Flanders viciously, just wait, Flanders, I will definitely get the secret of cross-level absorption, and you will regret it. Enough. I am the dean. Boom. After hearing what Flanders said, Yu Xiaogang became furious and slammed the door and walked out. Flanders felt mixed emotions as he watched Yu Xiaogang leave. To be honest, he didn't quite understand this brother. Why did he become so obsessed with fame? Was it because of his talent? Flanders. Why don't you agree to Xiaojiang's proposal? Lu Erlong said angrily as he watched Yu Xiaogang leaving. Don't you understand? Xiaogang has been possessed by the devil now. He is desperate to get a method to absorb spirit rings of higher levels to enhance his own reputation. He has never thought about what to do if he fails. Flanders retorted loudly. That's right, he's good-looking but useless, he's called a master. He has a soul power of level 29, but he acts like it's worth 2.5 million. He stands with his hands behind his back and talks about this and that every day. But his training method is still running. He's not as good as me, old Zhao, who uses gravity training. Zhao Wuji said in a muffled voice. Okay, Lao Zhao, let him make trouble if he wants, didn't he just say that he has nothing to do with our Shrek Academy from now on? We just hope that he won't implicate us after he fails. In Flanders' opinion, their cooperation on this trip will definitely succeed, but whether they can win or not will depend on it. You know, Xiao Yi was able to kill Bone Douluo before he absorbed the spirit ring. He hasn't seen Xiao Yi during this period of time. He might have gone to absorb the spirit ring. According to Xiao Yi, a freak, the 8th spirit ring must be 100,000 years old. By then, it is unknown who will win or lose. On the other side, in the little punk's room. At this time, the little punk was practicing and was completely unaware of the conversation in the office. Xiao San, pack up your things and let's go, Tang Hao said. What's wrong, Dad? What happened? Why are you packing up? Don't worry about this, just pack up and follow me, Tang Hao said lightly. Tang Hao had a hunch that this trip to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect to discuss cooperation would definitely be successful, but it would be difficult to deal with Xiao Yi and Poison Douluo. Moreover, he didn't know what the relationship between the Spirit Hall and Xiao Yi was, otherwise the death of Bone Douluo would definitely make the Spirit Hall deal with Xiao Yi. It can be said that this cooperation is very risky and may even result in his death. Before that, he needs to arrange a way out for Xiao Bizan, in case he never comes back. It will be troublesome. Xiao Bizan has good talent, and he plans to send Xiao Bizan to his sister. Then he will give the mantra of the Great Summer Hammer to his sister, and then let his sister send Xiao San back to Haotian sect, as a way to repay the sect. After hearing what Tang Hao said, the little punk started to pack up all his belongings. Since he didn't have much stuff and he had the soul guide, he finished packing quickly. Dad, I'm done packing, where should we go first? The little punk asked puzzledly after he finished packing. Just follow me, Tang Hao said lightly. Afterwards, Tang Hao brought Xiao Bizan to the gate of Shrek Academy, and coincidentally Yu Xiaogang arrived at the same time. Chapter 165. Seeing Yu Xiaogang also arrived at the gate of Shrek Academy, Tang Hao said lightly. Afterwards, Tang Hao picked up Yu Xiaogang and Xiao Bizan in each hand and went to the Chibaoyuli sect. Star Forest. A group of 8 people moved quickly in the Star Do Great Forest. Their destination this time was the Lake of Life in the Star Do Great Forest. The crowd did not hide their aura but rushed forward. They were just 200,000-year-old soul beasts. They were strong enough to kill them directly. At this time, the Lake of Life. One of them looked like a monkey and a chimpanzee, except for a pair of lantern-sized eyes that shone like topaz. Not only was his body huge, but every part of his body was covered with muscles that were more terrifying than granite, protruding like small hills. A powerful human is coming. The Titan ape was squatting beside the Lake of Life thinking about his sister Xiao Wu. Sister Xiao Wu had not visited them for some time. While he was reminiscing, the Titan ape suddenly sensed several powerful auras approaching. These auras were very different, and the Titan ape knew that it was a powerful human being coming to hunt it. Puff. It turned out to be a monster with an ox's head and a python's body. The diameter of the ox's head was at least 10 meters, and its big eyes were like 2 lanterns. Shining brightly, connected to a huge snake body that was black and blue in color and several times thicker than a water tank. A huge monster with an ox head and a python body rushed out of the water, staring at one place with eyes as big as lanterns. Its appearance made the atmosphere of the Lake of Life suddenly heavy. Second brother, it seems that the person coming here is not friendly, be careful. The Azure Bull Python pondered for a long time before speaking softly. For soul masters, the older the soul beasts are, the better resources they are. For soul beasts, killing powerful soul masters and devouring the bodies of human soul masters also brings them many benefits. Especially the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, which are currently only 100,000-year-old soul beasts. They have more energy, but they have not accumulated much. It will take thousands of years for them to accumulate enough to survive the first heavenly tribulation and evolve into ferocious beasts. With the strength and blood level of the Sky Blue Bull Python, it will be no problem for it to survive 3 heavenly tribulations, and it can live for nearly 400,000 years. The Titan Ape's strength and bloodline are also very high. It can easily survive 2 heavenly tribulations and can live for 300,000 years. Moreover, they both know the true core circle of the Star Do Great Forest. They are just gatekeeper beasts now. Don't underestimate the status of gatekeeper beasts. It is because the beast god respects them. The bloodline of these 2 brothers is strong enough. And they are valued by the beast god and given the mission of guarding the periphery of the Lake of Life. This is also the reason why the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape live here and do not allow the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger and the 3 brothers of the Thousand June Ant King to come here. How could he allow other beasts to disturb his work? Moreover, the beast god announced his retreat thousands of years ago, along with several powerful beasts. The beast god said that after it comes out of seclusion, it will be able to help the 2 brothers survive a critical thunder tribulation. It can be said that the 2 beasts have a bright future. However, at this time, there were actually powerful humans who wanted to force their way into the Lake of Life. How could they agree? The Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape left the Lake of Life directly and headed towards the location of the human strongmen. They planned to kill this group of humans outside the Lake of Life. They have enough confidence in their own strength. Circle, confidence, because we will be testing it later. The two soul beasts, the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python, headed directly towards the mixed zone. They wanted to kill this group of human soul masters at the junction of the core zone and the mixed zone. Firstly, they wanted to prevent the battle from destroying their homes, and secondly, they wanted to establish their power in the mixed zone. At the same time, among Xiao Yi and his group who were advancing in the mixed zone, DALU, Dugubo, Xiao Yi and Duguyen sensed that two powerful beings were coming towards them. These two beasts actually came here on their own initiative. It seems that this operation will be easy. Well, it seems that these two soul beasts sensed my aura and came to play with me, Guanling Douluo said playfully. Old 5, stop messing around and get down to business, DALU said helplessly. Okay, really, I hope these two soul beasts can give me some fun, Guanling Douluo returned to normal. A moment later, a gorilla over 10 meters long and a monster with a bull's head and a python's body nearly 100 meters long appeared. Humans. It's difficult for you to leave because of your cultivation level. The Azure Bull Python spoke directly in human language. It felt that saying this was in line with its identity as the king of beasts. It would be best if these humans withdrew, and there would be no need to take action. You are just a soul beast, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. Demon subduing Douluo was furious. Since when did soul beasts dare to speak like this? The 6 people released their martial spirits at the same time, and their spirit rings also emerged. Dugubo and DALU both had 8 black and 1 red. The emergence of the red soul ring shocked the 2 licking beasts. Qinghuan, Guanling, Qianjun, and Jianma all have 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings, but their 9th soul rings are all black with a hint of red, and are obviously soul rings that are over 90,000 years old. Xiao Yi and Duguyen did not release their spirit rings. They did not need to release their spirit rings. There was no need at all. It was not their turn to show off. The momentum of the 6 super douluos was fully unleashed. They directly suppressed the 2 beast kings. At this time, the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python were filled with horror. The 6 tidal douluos. They were almost the same as them, and even the one emitting golden light was as strong as the beast god. This time they hit a wall, and their first reaction was to run away. If they were determined to run, it would be very difficult to catch up with them. Want to run? 8th soul skill, time and space freeze. Dugubo's spiritual power has been covering the 2 beast kings. Just now, when the 2 beast kings had the idea of escaping, he directly used the 8th soul skill to control them. 3 seconds is enough to die many times. The 8th soul skill, the sound of the blue sky and sea of clouds is absolutely stunning. The 8th soul skill, the end. 8th soul skill, a critical throw. The 8th soul skill, demon subduing coiled dragon circle. Space strangulation. Boom. The 8 spirit skills of the 5 super douluo attacked the 2 beast kings at the same time. The 2 beast kings had just broken free from the control of frozen time when they were faced with a powerful attack from the super douluo. Moreover, Xiao Yi followed up the super douluo attack with a space strangulation, which increased the power to a higher level. What? You asked why DALU didn't take action. Of course, it was to prevent a black dragon from coming out. The Big Bang is over. The Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape directly endured the 8th soul skill of the Super Douluo level. Super Douluo is called Super Douluo because their understanding of martial soul has reached a new level. The 8th soul skill of Super Douluo is much stronger than the 9th soul skill of the ordinary Tidal Douluo. The Azure Bull Python's blue scales were all blown to pieces, and its 2 huge horns were broken, making it look incredibly miserable. The Titan Ape's injuries were even more serious. There was no good part of his body. There were injuries from being smashed, frostbitten, and cut. His muscles, which were once as strong as granite, were now riddled with holes. Roar. Second brother, you run quickly and I'll cover your rear. Chapter 166. The Azure Bull Python roared and used its body to block the Titan Ape. This time they were careless. They didn't expect the human who came was so strong. They only felt a very strong aura, but it was not stronger than theirs. The intuitive judgment of the instinctive breath feeling put them in crisis. Of course, as a super douluo, it is very easy to hide their own breath. There is no need to hide much, just like when Master Douluo went to Xinglua to collect whale glue, it can be done by creating an information gap. I didn't expect these two stupid soul beasts to rush straight into my face. Who can I blame for being beaten like this? Yes. We humans are so cunning. We fight with strength and brains. We are not beasts with only instincts. What is the purpose of having brains? No, big brother, we should go together and die together. If all else fails, we can drag them to self-destruct together. You. Alas, I hope Sister Xiaowu is doing well in the human world. The azure bull python looked up at the sky, where the shadow of a beautiful girl was flickering. I have to say, the licking beast is worthy of being called a licking beast. He is still thinking about the old rabbit even when he is about to die. It's a pity that the old rabbit has been caught now, and their wish cannot be fulfilled. After a breath, the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python looked determined, and their auras surged. They were going to fight to the death. Be careful, they are about to attack with all their might. Qinghuan Douluo roared. All the title Douluo were ready for battle. Only Dugu was calm and composed. What? You're asking Qian DALU? The old man is watching the show now. In his eyes, the two soul beasts are just reptiles. Moreover, they are just a last gasp, so there is no need for him to take action. The auras of the Titan ape and the azure bull python surged to a certain level, and the two beasts suddenly vomited blood. The blood was black, and there were 7 colors in the black blood. The colorful black blood. Then the auras became weak. The time has finally come, the poison has penetrated into your bones. We can launch the next round of attacks. The two beasts have strong defense and vitality, we need to beat them to death. Xiao Yi and Yen, get ready. Dugu suddenly said at this time that the reason why he was calm and composed was because he had already poisoned the person from the very beginning. And the poison was his strongest 7-fold mixed poison, but Dugu added something on the basis of his 7-fold mixed poison. Using the poisonous grass from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to make poison powder and mix it with his 7-fold mixed poison will produce powerful weakening toxins, among which the power of toxins such as weakness, paralysis, and corrosion will be greatly increased. This is a new toxin recently developed by Dugu. However, the toxin is very demanding and can only fully take effect after the opponent has used all his strength. Because after the soul power is fully circulated, the toxin will enter the body along with the rapidly circulating soul power, thereby accelerating the poisoning. This is also the reason why the aura of the two beasts began to surge, and all the title Douluo were on high alert, except Dugu and Qian DALU who remained calm and composed. Xiao Yi had made full preparations to hunt the two soul beasts. This time, he asked Dugu to mix the petals of the fairy herb Bloody Swan's Kiss into the poison. The purpose of Bloody Swan's Kiss is to increase the toxin exponentially. Of course Dugu knew this. The last time Xiao Yi used just a little bit, the entirely clan was poisoned and wiped out, which made him remember this effect. The body of a 100,000-year-old soul beast is extremely powerful. If you want the poison to be effective, you have to use the Bloody Swan Kiss. However, Dugu was reluctant to use it all and only used the smallest petal. The Bloody Swan Kiss will be of great use to him later. This Bloody Swan Kiss is very likely to help him quickly cultivate to level 99. This is his ultimate path, and he is reluctant to waste it all. After hearing Dugu command, all the title Douluo began to use their 9th soul skills. 9th soul skill, chanting the blue phoenix in the eastern suburbs. The 9th soul skill, Guanling Ice God Break. 9th soul skill, attaining Bodhi. The 9th soul skill, crossing all living beings. The 9th spirit skills of the 6 super Douluo attacked the Titan giant ape and azure bull python at the same time. The two beast kings, who were already seriously injured and poisoned, were once again baptized by the tyrannical attack. Yanzi, we should prepare. Let's go and use our strongest attack. Xiao Yi said to Dugu, and Dugu understood what he meant. 7th soul skill, soul true body. 2 soul rings, 1 red and 1 black, shone, and then the two entered the realm of their respective martial soul true bodies. Killing God realm. Xiao Yi's killing God domain can now suppress the enemy's power by 15, and can amplify his own and his teammates' power by 15. This means that he is 30 more powerful than the opponent. Golden Dragon Field. Dugu felt that her own amplification also opened up her own domain. That's right. Dugu also had a domain, which was awakened after she absorbed her 7th soul ring. Dugu domain is golden in color, which increases the power of himself and his teammates by 20 within the domain. He can mobilize the power of thunder and control water at will within the domain, and because of his martial soul, he can suppress all dragon martial souls and soul beasts. The suppression effect is 30. It can be said that when a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex soul master meets Dugu Yen, the weak ones will not even be able to release their martial souls, and the strong ones will also be severely damaged. This is the gold content of the five-clawed golden dragon. Xiao Yi looked at the five-clawed golden dragon beside him. At this time, the five-clawed golden dragon that Dugu Yen transformed into looked exactly like an oriental dragon, noble and domineering. On the other hand, when Xiao Yi activated his martial soul, a shadow with a divine test mark condensed between his eyebrows. His eyes glowed with golden light, his long silver hair fluttered in the wind. His black robe rustled in the wind, and 4 divine arms appeared. A sacred halo appeared behind him, carrying an endless murderous aura, as if a high god had descended to the world reference image of Wang Matzi ancient god. Moreover, in this state, all attributes are increased by 500, the soul power consumption is only 30 of the usual, and there is no CD. It can be said that Xiao Yi is in his prime. If he absorbs the spirit ring, his power will be even higher. The titled DOLOU were also stunned when they saw Xiao Yi's spirit body, especially those in the worship hall. Originally, they thought DOLOU's angel form was handsome enough, but they didn't expect Xiao Yi's martial soul form to be even better looking than DOLOU, and his aura was so terrifying. He was truly a young man. The shadow behind Xiao Yi suddenly moved, and one of the hands grabbed the enlarged Xuanzhong ruler and pointed it towards the head of the Titan ape. Boom! The Titan ape's head exploded directly. If the Titan ape was in a healthy state, it would only be injured if it was hit head-on. Even if the defense could not block it, it could still be avoided. But now the Titan ape is seriously injured and dying. How can it have the ability to resist? The reason it is still alive is because of its strong vitality. The Titan ape's head exploded, and a scarlet soul ring emerged from its corpse, announcing that the king of the forest was dead. The king of the forest Titan ape falls, second brother. The azure bull python roared in pain. I want you guys. Before the azure bull python could finish its words, a golden shadow pierced through its head, leaving a big hole in its head, which looked extremely hideous. It turned out that Dugu Yen had accumulated strength. He used his martial soul's true body to weaken the sky blue bull python, and then accumulated all his soul power in the golden dragon claw, killing the sky blue bull python with one blow. The huge body of the azure bull python fell down and a scarlet soul ring emerged. The forest emperor azure bull python has fallen. Chapter 167. After a moment, Xiao Yi peeled out a piece of earth-brown right arm bone from the titan's body. The right arm bone of a 100,000-year-old titan giant ape. Xiao Yi attached the soul bone to his right arm, and then pulled the soul ring to begin absorbing it. Dugu Yen also saw what Xiao Yi did. He first took out the soul bone of the sky blue bull python and then absorbed it. Dugu Yen also peeled out a piece of left arm bone from the sky blue bull python's body. And first stuck it on his left arm and then pulled the soul ring to absorb it. These two kids are acting as if we are trying to snatch their soul bones, Qinghuan Douluo said, supporting his head with one hand. Oh my, this is a 100,000-year-old soul bone from the great blue bird. You already have a full set of soul bones, so don't talk about it. Anyway, I am somewhat tempted, but the attributes are not compatible. I still prefer soul bones with ice attributes. I only need a left arm bone to complete the set of soul bones. I don't know when I can collect them all. Guanling Douluo is an optimist, open-minded, innocent, and particularly playful, but he is a very reliable person. Forget about the soul bones. Don't you think Xiao Yi's martial soul body is very handsome? I thought the eldest brother's angel body and the second brother's golden crocodile body were the most handsome. But I didn't expect these two to be more handsome than each other. And that little girl's martial soul has never appeared on the continent, even the eighth brother. The demon subduing Douluo spoke of the three people's martial spirit true forms with sparkling eyes. There was no record of Shangliu and the five-clawed golden dragon on the mainland, which made Jiang Mo very curious. After all, as a level 96 super Douluo, he had encountered many martial spirits. Moreover, if Jiang Mo remembered correctly, Dugu Bo's ancestral martial spirit was the green-scaled snake. Now that his martial spirit had changed, he must have obtained some rare treasure. However, since they were family members, he didn't mind so much. Well, it should be that old eight got some rare treasure, which allowed his and his granddaughter's martial spirits to change. Such things are hard to come by, Qianjun Douluo said lightly. Young people nowadays are becoming more and more talented. Qian Daolu fell from the sky and looked at Xiao Yi and Dugu Yen with emotion. The angel family has always disdained to compete with people on the mainland for any ranking. They are the family of God. Generally, they can be titled Douluo at the age of 40 or 50. Some of the more powerful ones can be titled Douluo at the age of 45. They all have innate full soul power. And when the martial soul awakens, the angel god will also have god-granted soul power, ranging from level 1 to level 10. This is the gold content. However, due to the high degree of bloodline, if the spouse of the angel family's direct line is not very talented, the talent of the offspring will be reduced. For example, Xian Xuanji, a 50-year-old titled Douluo who is a waste, can be said to be very powerful on the mainland, surpassing Tang Qin, the number 1. Who is 52-year-old titled Douluo. But he was the worst one in the angel family. Xian DALU was much stronger than him. Xian DALU was granted the title of Douluo at the age of 42. But he disdained to compare with him. This was the gift of the god ancestor. He just worked a little harder. When Qian DALU was in his 70s, he passed the 8 tests of the great priest and reached the 99th level of soul power. At the same time, when he was in his 70s, he had this son Xian Xuanji. The talent of this bastard of his was just so in the angel family, but he was too proud and asked the spirit hall to publicize his cultivation talent. As a result, he was beaten badly by Tang Hao, a guy who was younger than him. Moreover, he has poor moral character and did such a shameful thing to his own apprentice. How could Qian DALU, who has lived an upright life, give birth to such a son? However, Xian Xuanji eventually reaped what he sowed. After being seriously injured by that bastard Tang Hao, he was killed by Bibi Dong. It could be considered as retribution. Now that Bibi Dong has reconciled with her granddaughter, the spirit hall is more united, and there is still the so-called golden generation among the younger generation. But to be fair, in Qian Daoliu's eyes, the golden generation is not even 1/10 of the value of his granddaughter, Xiao Yi, and Duguyen. At the same time, when Xiao Yi was absorbing the soul ring, the 7 treasures glazed sect. Outside the mountain gate of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, 3 figures suddenly fell from the sky. Leading the way was a sturdy man, followed by a middle-aged man with a flat head and a slightly younger boy. Who are you? The guard of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect looked at the 3 people and asked. The leading man did not answer, but said calmly, inform your sect leader and tell him that Tang Hao is here. That's right, the visitors were Tang Dachui and his 2 companions. After leaving Shrek Academy, Tang Dachui rushed to the headquarters of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect according to his impression. The sect guards did not move when they heard Tang Dachui's words. Instead, they said disdainfully. Who do you think you are? You said you want to see the sect master, so you want to see him. Our sect master is busy every day, so how can he have time to see the likes of you? His fist is hard. Didn't they say that a bone Douluo died in a 7 treasures glazed tile sect? How dare he talk like that? Is it that Tang Dachui can't swing his hammer anymore, or has the mainland forgotten the name of Haotian Douluo? A small guard dares to speak like that. The little scoundrel standing by heard the guard's words and slightly raised his right hand, ready to shoot with a hidden arrow. You have already received your death for insulting my father. In the eyes of the little beetle, his father, as a titled Douluo, was humiliated by a guard, which reminded him of the time when he entered Notting College. But before the little punk could make a move, Tang Dachui released his martial soul and soul ring. In an instant, the air around him became heavy. A hammer as big as a water tank appeared in Tang Dachui's right hand. And at the same time, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red appeared on his body. I said, call Ning Fengji over, do you understand? Tang Dachui said indifferently. Seal a titled Douluo. Your Majesty, wait a moment, I will call the sect master over now. The guards were terrified. The leader was actually a titled Douluo. Why was he so shameless? This really caused trouble. No need, I'm already here. Before the guard could report, 2 figures fell from the sky. After the figure landed, he took a closer look. When he saw the martial spirit and spirit ring in Tang Dachui's hand, his pupils shrank. However, he soon calmed down and said. It turned out to be His Majesty Haotian. If it weren't for the martial spirit in your hand, I wouldn't have recognized you. The person who came was Ning Fengji. He was originally processing documents in the sect master's hall. Suddenly he felt the breath of a titled Douluo and hurriedly called Sword Douluo over. Yes, after disappearing for 20 years, the name of Haotian Douluo has been forgotten on the continent. A small guard dares to speak to me like this, Tang Dachui said lightly. Ning Fengji's pupils shrank, knowing that Tang Dachui was talking about him. If Bone Douluo had not died, they would have definitely fought today based on Tang Dachui's words. However, as an old fox, Ning Fengji didn't care, but said with a smile, I wonder what is the purpose of His Majesty Haotian coming here today. Tang Dachui looked around and felt that this was not the place to talk, so he said, it's not convenient here, let's go to your master's hall to talk. Chapter 168. Ning Fengji felt that he was a little abrupt when he heard this, so he quickly said to Tang Dachui, "Then your majesty Haotian, let's go in and talk." Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo then walked towards Qibao Mountain. Before leaving, they said to the guard, "This is the first time, when you go back, I will punish you by making you copy the sect rules 10 times, if you look down on others again, you will not be allowed to stay here." "Yes, yes, master, I know I was wrong, please take his majesty away with you," said the guard guarding the mountain gate. Immediately afterwards, Tang Dachui and the other two followed Ning Fengji up the mountain. Before going up the mountain, Enzi looked at the guards with disdain, as if to say, "This is the difference between you and me." The guard also saw Enzi's look, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he waited until Tang Dachui and the others were far away before he said with disdain, "Bah! What a joke! A mere great spirit master looks down on me, and a titled Douluo is in such a mess, and he's still Haotian Douluo. The guard at the gate is a Soul sect member. The person guarding the gate of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect is different every day. Today is his turn." As a result, when he just came over, he saw Tang Dachui, who was dressed like a beggar and said he wanted to see the sect master. "Is that possible?" So the guard scolded Tang Dachui severely, but he didn't expect that he was actually a titled Douluo. He couldn't understand whether all titled Douluos are so weird nowadays. "You may be weird, but I am the one who looks down on you. I accept the punishment. The key point is that you are a great soul master, why are you pretending to be so? You are just relying on the power of others." Of course, he didn't dare say these words out loud. If he said them, that would basically be the end of his situation. Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles Sect, Sect Master's Hall. Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo entered first, followed closely by Tang Dachui and others. After entering the Sect Master's Hall, Ning Fengji asked the waiter to make tea, and then asked Tang Dachui about the purpose of his trip. "I wonder what business His Majesty Haotian has in visiting our sect this time?" Ning Fengji asked in a gentle voice. "I heard that your Bon Douluo was killed by a kid named Xiao Yi some time ago. Coincidentally, the extermination of the Power Clan was also closely related to him." Tang Dachui didn't hesitate, but directly pointed out Xiao Yi's existence. Ning Fengji's face darkened when he heard this. Why did he have to bring up this? "I'm already annoyed, and now you're trying to provoke me?" But who is Ning Fengji? He is an old fox. He just sighed and said, "Hey, it is true, I wonder what His Majesty Haotian means." Ning Fengji asked Tang Dachui tentatively, wanting to know what Tang Dachui was up to. "I heard that Xiao Yi has the secret of absorbing spirit rings of higher levels and may have high-quality spirit bones, so I want to cooperate with Sect Master Ning. As for the spoils, we will split them 60 and 40, Tang Dachui said. "Then why doesn't Your Majesty Haotian return to the Haotian sect?" "I am just an auxiliary sect, and it seems that there is nothing I can do to help you." Tang Dachui sensed Ning Fengji's intention and took the opportunity to finish the conversation. "I am too embarrassed to return to Haotian sect. Haotian sect was closed because of me, now Haotian sect can no longer withstand the turmoil. What's more, the Li clan is my subordinate, I will naturally take revenge if they are destroyed, but Sect Master Ning, don't you want revenge for the death of your Bon Douluo?" Tang Dachui's words were heartbreaking. "Do you still want to bring trouble to the Haotian sect? I will just bring up the death of Gu Douluo. Will you take revenge? If not, you don't care about him. If you want revenge, you have to cooperate." Ning Fengji's mouth twitched wildly when he heard this. Knowing that the Haotian sect couldn't be dealt with, he came to my Qibao Liuli sect. You said it as if I could do it. Others didn't know how difficult Xiao Yi was to deal with, but how could Ning Fengji not know? The background behind Xiao Yi was much stronger than he showed. Until now, it was still unknown whether Xiao Yi had any relationship with the Spirit Hall. However, the benefits of this matter were quite lucrative. After all, the soul rings absorbed beyond the level plus several high-quality soul bones on Xiao Yi's body, although they could not be divided into a few pieces, were of high quality and could be regarded as the inheritance of the sect. Although it was a bit dangerous, he was a businessman, and he knew that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Ning Fengji thought for a while and decided to cooperate with Tang Dachui, if for no other reason than that even a 60 success rate was worth a try. "Then how does your Majesty Haotian think we can cooperate?" Ning Fengji asked. "When the time comes, you will be responsible for assisting me and Jian Douluo. Let Jian Douluo deal with Dugubo, and I will deal with Xiao Yi. I heard that he also has a weapon spirit. I would like to see what's so special about his spirit," Tang Dachui said lightly. After that, the two of them discussed cooperation, during which Yu Xiaogang, Xiao Bizan and Jian Douluo did not interrupt. After the two of them finished discussing and distributing the benefits, Yu Xiaogang spoke up, I wonder what Rongrong is doing recently and why I haven't seen her. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji looked at Yu Xiaogang, a man with a sausage-like mouth, a short flat head, and stubble. He had no impression of this kind of person. Ning Fengji asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang put his hands behind his back, raised his head at a 45-degree angle, and left his back to everyone, saying, "My name is Yu Xiaogang, and I'm known as Dashi on the mainland. I published the 10 core competencies of Wuhuan." Ning Fengji's mouth twitched as he listened to Anzi's introduction. Damn, I thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be that loser, the abandoned son of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, who was shamelessly pretending to be cool. Although he thought so in his heart, Anzi still played a role. Perhaps he could contact the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan through Yu Xiaojiang's relationship. After all, the current clan leader was Yu Xiaojiang's father. "It's you, master, nice to meet you," Ning Fengji said with a wry smile. Rongrong was punished to be confined because of the mistake he made before. He can't go out for the time being. I'm sorry to have worried you. Of course, Xiao Yi had no idea what happened in the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. He was now absorbing spirit rings. At this time, beside the corpses of the two beast kings, Li Xiaoyi and Douluo Yan were working hard to absorb the 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones. Douluo Yan's condition was slightly worse. His whole body was covered in sweat and his face was very red, but it was normal. The sky blue bull python was not an ordinary soul beast, and its strength was as high as the 96th level title DOLOU. The soul power it possesses is so enormous that not everyone can absorb it as a soul ring, even a title DOLOU at level 90. However, Douluo Yan is different. Since she met Xiao Yi, she has been absorbing it beyond her level, plus she has taken various rare treasures and has several high-quality soul bones. She had countermeasures to deal with the soul shock of a 100,000-year soul beast, but the soul ring power generated by the Azure Bull Python was too huge, and Douluo Yan was still adapting. The Sky Blue Bull Python was much stronger than any other soul beast, and its bloodline level was also higher than that of the last Thunder Dragon. However, the 5-clawed Golden Dragon bloodline in Douluo Yan's body suppressed the remaining soul of the Sky Blue Bull Python, leaving it with no place to use its strength. Chapter 169. The residual soul of the Titan Giant Ape raged in Xiao Yi's spiritual sea, but unfortunately it did not shake Xiao Yi's spiritual sea at all. The Titan Giant Ape rushed around in a panic, and it only felt that its power was lost faster and faster. Until the Titan Ape was at its weakest, Xiao Yi used his mental power to wipe out the Titan Ape's last stubbornness. At this time, a scarlet 100,000-year soul ring on Xiao Yi's body was slowly rotating. The soul ring was absorbed successfully, and the soul bone was also absorbed. Xiao Yi opened his eyes and felt his own strength increasing. He officially became a soul DOLOU level warrior. Moreover, the moment he absorbed the soul ring, the news that Shura had completed the second test emerged in his mind. The second of the 9 tests of Shura. Break through to soul DOLOU within 3 years and obtain a 100,000-year soul ring. Reward, soul power increased by 2 levels, all soul rings increased by 1,000 years, Shura divine power affinity of 5. Shura divine power total affinity, 10. After receiving the information about the divine test, Xiao Yi felt his own condition. After absorbing the soul bones and soul rings, he was upgraded by 4 levels. The reward for the divine test was upgraded by 2 levels. And now it has reached level 86. Not only that, the age of the third soul ring is now very close to 10,000 years, and the age of the external soul bone has reached 100,000 years. Xiao Yi released his soul rings. Purple, purple, purple black, 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 red, and red, 8 soul rings appeared on Xiao Yi's body, surprising the title DOLOU present. Huh. Why are the colors of your first 3 spirit rings darker? Especially the third spirit ring, I remember it was purple just now. Well, it's a divine test now. It's the second test. The soul ring became darker because it was the reward for passing the second test. Now I'm waiting for the third test. Xiao Yi casually attributed it to the divine test anyway. The most acceptable thing for these worshippers was the divine test. The divine test could explain everything. After all, the spirit hall also had a divine test, didn't it? Xiao Yi felt the changes in himself. He felt that if he didn't use the extreme DOLOU now, he would be invincible. The Wuhuan Xuanzhong ruler now weighed 50,000 kilograms this time. He directly added 10,000 kilograms, including the last time. Xiao Yi has 2 8th soul skills. One is to rub a gravity ball with his hands, which absorbs all the surrounding matter to form a meteorite to seal the enemy. The other one is to use the Xuanzhong ruler to throw it into the sky to attract meteorites from the sky. The size of the meteorites depends on the amount of soul power. Currently, he can only release 2. Xiao Yi was stunned after feeling the soul skills. The 6th soul skill Flying Thunder God was fine, but the 8th soul skill was actually detonating Heavenly Star and Heavenly Obstacle Shocking Star. This thing is a professional at exterminating a clan, right? Come on. This is DOLOU, your soul skill is unscientific. It could also be a coincidence, but as long as it's useful, no matter whether it's scientific or not. We're still talking about that in a fantasy world. Xiao Yi's Titan Giant Ape's right arm bone skills are Titan Sky Cannon and Gravity Swamp. The Titan Sky Cannon is a single-target long-range attack, and the Gravity Swamp is a large-scale control skill. Overall, they are very good, but there is nothing special about them. They are not as practical as their own Space Strangler. However, this 8th soul skill seems to be able to develop other highlights, such as gravity and repulsion. Now Xiao Yi only needs one trunk bone, and there is only one soul ring left. I wonder which little cutie will be left with the last soul ring. By the way, I can get a trunk bone. Don't think about the fierce beast after all, they are absorbing Tianmeng now. I'd better go out and look for it when the time comes. After all, the continent is so big, there may be 100,000-year soul beasts in unexplored places. As for the blue silver emperor's right leg bone, its original aura had been wiped out. And now it was in the shape of Xiao Yi. Even if Tang Dachui and Ah Yin stood in front of it, they could not sense that it was the blue silver emperor's soul bone. Xiao Yi felt his own strength and could carry out the next step of his plan. His first step was to get rid of Tang Hao, the troublemaker who had been hiding and killing people from time to time. Tang Hao has destroyed more than a dozen branch halls in recent years, implicated at least tens of thousands of people. Humph. Haotian Douluo. He is just a scum who dares not attack the strong. The Haotian sect has always been about bullying the weak and fearing the strong. With Tang Chen around, anyone in the Soul Master world who doesn't kneel down to the Haotian sect is looking down on the Haotian sect. At that time, the Haotian sect was causing trouble every day, but no one dared to take revenge. As soon as Tang Chen disappeared, the Haotian sect immediately became cowardly, and could only swallow their anger at the aggressiveness of the Spirit Hall. It would be better to destroy this disgusting sect. Moreover, Xiao Yi had obtained a lot of information while reading the books of the Spirit Hall. The Haotian sect had destroyed many weapon spirit master families in the past in order to become stronger. Tang Chen kept looking for opponents to challenge, but the opponents he defeated were either disabled or died. The sect has no backbone. And the only fate is to be swallowed up. Why do you think the Haotian sect was able to be on par with the Spirit Hall during the decades when Tang Chen was there? It's because they swallowed up the wealth accumulated by countless families. The 3 inherited soul bones of the Haotian sect, all of which are soul bones older than 75,000 years, were divided among the 2 brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Moreover, Tang Hao was able to fully equip the soul bones before reaching level 90. I don't know how many soul beasts the Haotian sect has killed in order to arm one person. Moreover, Xiao Yi remembers that the method of killing soul beasts to increase the probability of exploding soul bones seems to have been passed down by the Haotian sect. The people in Spirit Hall are more Buddhist, they are not in a hurry for anything, they just like to bury their heads in practice. The reckless men in Haotian sect are all demons, they don't care about their lives in practice and fighting. Xiao Yi must kill the Haotian sect. After all, they have been enemies since they attacked his son. In addition, he killed their slaves. Although they were slaves, he still had to save face. What's more, according to the time, Tang Dachui should have almost returned, and now he is probably cooperating with the Qibao Liuli sect. Moreover, God Shura had told him that the Killing God domain could evolve, and the next stage was the Killing God domain. The effect of the domain was the same as that of the Killing City. It was forbidden to release soul skills in the Killing God domain. The effect on the holder of the Killing God domain was to reduce the combat power by 30. The condition for advancement was to kill a Killing God. However, there are only 3 Killing Gods on the mainland now, one is Xiao Yi, one is Bibi Dong, and one is Tang Dachui. Bibi Dong is the mother-in-law and cannot be touched, and the remaining one is Tang Dachui. While Xiao Yi was thinking, a voice came in his mind, which was the message that the 3rd test had arrived. The 3rd of the 9 tests of Shura, evolved the Killing God domain into the Killing domain within 1 year. Rewards, soul power increased by 2 levels, the age of all soul rings increased by 3,000 years, and the affinity of Shura God power increased by 15. Good man, what you thought came true. Just when you were thinking about getting rid of Tang Dachui, something unexpected happened. It seems that Shura God also wants you to die. It just so happens that if we really cooperate after we go back, we can deal with that bastard Tang Dachui and the 7 treasures glazed tile sect together. Plus, we can pass the divine test and help Xiaoxue avenge the fake murderer of her father. Xiaoxue will definitely be very happy then. It's really killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Xiao Yi, in order to make the beauty smile and improve my strength, Tang Dachui, I will use your dog head. Chapter 170. Xiao Yi absorbed the soul ring very quickly and completed it in just 1 day. Dugu Yen took 2 days to absorb the soul ring. After all, the 100,000-year-old sky blue bull python was extremely powerful, and the soul power generated by the soul ring was also extremely huge. Duguyen absorbed it completely, and now her spirit ring configuration is yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Such a powerful spirit ring configuration is rare. After Dugu Yen absorbed the soul ring, the soul power fluctuations emitted reached level 85. And it has already reached more than half of level 85. It seems that there is still some soul power of the right arm bone of the 100,000-year-old golden crocodile dragon left in her body. Dugu Yan's combat power at this time is estimated to have reached the level of Super Douluo. Ordinary title Douluo can kill him. Learn about the 80,000-year level martial soul avatar and the extremely suitable 100,000-year-old 8th soul skill. Xiao Yi was very familiar with Dugu Yan's soul bone skills, the sky blue destruction thunder and the sky blue slow divine claw, very powerful skills. Soul skills: 5-clawed azure dragon soul, 5-clawed azure dragon fury. The soul of the 5-clawed sky blue dragon is a long-range attack. Dugu Yen condenses his soul power to release a blue dragon soul to destroy the enemy. The fury of the 5-clawed azure dragon is a melee burst skill. Golden thunder is generated from Dugu Yan's body and turns into a giant golden dragon to crash into the enemy. These 2 skills can be said to be very good, and Dugu Yan's own martial soul, the 5-clawed golden dragon, has very strong physical strength. She is good at long-range and melee attacks, and is a perfect strong attack soul Douluo. Well, the soul hunting operation in the Star Do Great Forest is over, and everyone has returned home. At the same time, Xiao Wu, who was unconscious in Dugu Mansion far away in Tiando City, suddenly twitched her face, as if she felt that something important was missing, but of course no one saw it because no one was at home. 3 days later, Wuhuan City, Pope's Palace. What? Did Xiao Yi kill the Titan giant ape and azure bull python? I had already reserved 200,000-year spirit rings, but they were snatched away by that brat. How outrageous. Bibi Dong became furious when she heard the information passed on by Ghost Douluo. Those 2 beast kings were extremely top-notch and she had been coveting them for a long time. Her soul-eating spider emperor martial spirit already has 6 spirit rings, the 6th of which is at the 100,000-year level. She originally wanted to obtain the 7th spirit ring before hunting down the 2 beast kings, but in the end they were gone. Bibi Dong just felt a headache. You know, top-grade spirit rings are hard to come by, and this kid took it directly. What should she do with her future spirit rings? Your Holiness, the Holy Son Xiao Yi has a secret letter for you. Ju Douluo's feminine voice was heard. Just as Ghost Douluo told Bibi Dong about the matter, Ju Douluo received Xiao Yi's letter. What else could he do? Of course he had to save his own dead old ghost. That's right, Xiao Yi is now the son of God. Not only is he the son of God, he is also an elder, the man of the young master of the spirit hall, and the heir to the throne. It can be said that Xiao Yi has reached the pinnacle of his life. Present it. Bibi Dong was angry at the moment. She wanted to know what this brat had made up to compliment her. Bibi Dong opened the letter and found it was mostly compliments, which calmed her down a little. At the end of the letter, there were also some compliments about other soul beasts that were suitable for her. Ha, you little rascal, you've passed the test, Bibi Dong said softly. Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo both knelt on one knee, looking at each other. They were used to this. Although they were a little tired. They could take it easy. Besides, it sounded like His Holiness the Pope was in a good mood, so they probably wouldn't be in any trouble. At the end of the envelope, Xiao Yi said that he had snatched the 200,000-year soul beasts that Bibi Dong had set her eyes on, and he felt sorry. Xiao Yi, I stole them, so I can find them for you at most. Xiao Yi told Bibi Dong about the 3,000 Tian Ant Kings in the Xingdou Great Forest. The 1,000 June Ant Kings are relatively powerful among insect soul beasts. These 3,000 June Ant Kings devoured the queen ants and hunted soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest. Their cultivation has reached more than 90,000 years. Which is very close to 100,000 years. Moreover, the 1,000 Tian Ant King is itself a top-level soul beast, and is very compatible with Bibi Dong's soul-eating spider king. Since they are both insects. Although the soul-eating Spider King specializes in evil and darkness, spiders themselves are quite powerful, so it is not impossible to increase their strength. Moreover, Bibi Dong did not plan to add any more dark and evil attributes. She clearly felt that her own darkness and evil had reached a critical point, and absorbing more might affect her own personality. These 3,000-tier ant kings are just right. Bibi Dong forgave Xiao Yi for stealing her soul beast as a mother-in-law. She is a magnanimous person and would not bother with this brat. The Prime Minister is as tolerant as a cat. And as a pope of a higher status, she can be even more tolerant. What surprised Bibi Dong the most was that Xiao Yi's letter said that if they hunted and absorbed the 3,000 June Ant Kings at the same time, there might be a big surprise. Bibi Dong didn't know what the big surprise would be, but she always felt that this kid had other intentions in his words. It was no joke to absorb 3 soul rings that were close to 100,000 years old at the same time. Even though her current cultivation had reached level 99. P.S. Level 99 is divided into Extreme, Demigod, and Quasi-God. Bibi Dong is currently at the beginning of the extreme level. But she really wanted to give it a try. She was only 3 spirit rings away from collecting all the spirit rings. If she absorbed all 3 spirit rings at the same time, there would be a surprise. Could it be that the 3 spirit rings would resonate and advance to 100,000 years? Bibi Dong felt that it was becoming more and more possible. She seemed to have found the answer. Only this could be considered a surprise. Bibi Dong felt that she really needed to make adequate preparations, so she dismissed Zhu Gui Douluo and returned to the palace alone to start her next plan. Bibi Dong started her next plan. No one knew what it was except her. In Bibi Dong's secret room, there was a huge picture with multiple logos on it, including the HIATUS sect, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect and the lower 4 sects, as well as the logos of the 2 empires. The symbol representing the Tiando Empire is pressed down by a cabbage symbol, and the symbols of the Tiando Empire and the 7 Treasures Glazed sect have been circled in red. The logos of the lower 4 sects had also been circled. Bibi Dong picked up a red marker, drew a cross on the logo of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, and then wrote a 1. She then drew a cross on the logo of the HIATUS sect and wrote a. As for where is the 2? The symbol for 2 is a character called Hao, which has been crossed out by Bibi Dong. Chapter 171. Bibi Dong's loud laughter resounded throughout the secret room, but this laughter was creepy. No one knows what Bibi Dong is planning, no one knows her ambitions, even Xiao Yi, a time traveler, can't imagine that Bibi Dong would be such a hero, but if Xiao Yi knew, he would have to say, "Take me with you." Bibi Dong's plan was formulated after Qian Renxue returned to the Spirit Hall. At that time, after Qian Renxue brought back the 8 spider lance, she gave Bibi Dong a message, which was to learn from her mistakes. After hearing this, Bibi Dong was completely defeated. What do I do? Need your help? Don't think that I will be nice to you just because you take Xiao Xue down. This is why Xiao Yi was faced with mixed doubles as soon as he arrived. Of course, no matter how unhappy she was indeed an ungrateful person. The Spirit Hall had raised her for so long, but she wanted to leave the Spirit Hall for a piece of trash. Besides, that useless person is illiterate and calls himself a master of theories. Bibi Dong wants to laugh now. She showed all the theories to Yu Xiaogang, and some of them are funny to Bibi Dong now. Bibi Dong felt ashamed when she thought about the stupid things she had done in the past. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall, she wouldn't have achieved what she has today. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall, she might have been captured and auctioned as a slave at a very young age. Moreover, with her talent and appearance, if she was from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect or any other sect, her spirit and soul power would have been abolished to be used to give birth to sect elites for the direct disciples. Bibi Dong thought carefully about it and realized that it was something that the sects could do. No matter whether the children were old or young, she, Bibi Dong, would be treated as a seed and keep giving birth to children. When Bibi Dong thought about it, she felt cold all over. Bibi Dong couldn't even imagine that scene. If she was treated like that, she would definitely feel even more resentful. Moreover, she inherited the throne of Rakshasa, the god of evil thoughts. She should control resentment instead of becoming a puppet of evil thoughts. If she really falls into resentment, she will never have peace. After Bibi Dong figured it out, her state of mind became elevated, mainly because she realized herself and did not fall into resentment. Rakshasa God was also very satisfied with her state of mind. So he released the soul power that was suppressing Bibi Dong and, by the way, accelerated the speed of the divine test. Today, Bibi Dong can be described as having a clear mind of Tao. Her state of mind is very strong. All the things that happened in the past were all her own fault and she cannot blame anyone else. After figuring it out, Bibi Dong independently formulated a plan, the DOLOU Unification Plan. She, Bibi Dong, wanted to let the common people come forward, overthrow the nobles who exploited the common people, and lead the common people towards a perfect world where they could have enough food and clothing. For this reason, she personally issued an order to thoroughly investigate all the termites in the spirit hall and execute all those guys who were holding the spirit hall's thighs and bullying the people. Among them, Bibi Dong personally executed 3 soul Douluos. This iron-fisted policy brought Pope Bibi Dong's reputation to a peak, and not only the reputation of the spirit hall but also her reputation among civilian spirit masters increased greatly. At the same time, Bibi Dong also followed Xiao Yi's advice to upgrade the Soul Master subsidy system, eliminating the eligibility of the useless Soul Masters from big families to receive subsidies, and also the eligibility of Soul Masters over the age of 30 to receive subsidies. Xiao Yi, that's right. It's targeting you. Anal the Haotian sect's order was also invalidated, which meant that even the elders' orders could not receive subsidies. The subsidies for young spirit masters and great spirit masters were increased, and these young civilian spirit masters were given accommodation so that they could live in the Wuhuan branch hall. As a result, civilians are even more dependent on the spirit hall. And many civilian spirit masters have entered the spirit hall. How to say it, originally there were more than a dozen deacons in the spirit hall, but now there are at least 50 in a branch hall. However, the task of the branch hall deacon is not only to awaken the martial spirit, but also to protect the village of ordinary people. This series of policies has improved the quality of life of the lower class people, so it has such a high reputation. The royal families of the 2 empires did not understand why the spirit hall issued such a policy. In their opinion, the truly powerful ones were the families and legions loyal to the empire. They did not care about the civilians, who were just a tool for them to store food. After all, in this era, there is no such principle as water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. They all believe that whoever has the bigger fist has more say. Unfortunately, in other worlds, such civilians are not a threat, but this is the Douluo Continent, and the title Douluo will also be overwhelmed by the army. When the 2 empires lose popular support, and the spirit hall is supported by the people, then which side will the balance of victory tilt towards? Moreover, Xiao Yi has already passed the divine test, and has obtained the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. The 8 spider lance is in Bibi Dong's hands. Tang San's foundation and backing are gone, and he can no longer cause any trouble. According to Anzi's teaching, the blue-silver grass absorbed the poison spirit ring and it was almost useless now. Even if he had the blue-silver emperor bloodline, it would be useless. He could only be level 59 at best. It would be difficult to awaken the blue-silver emperor at that time. Why? Because it was already contaminated. What? You said that the little punk has twin martial spirits. Are there any techniques for cultivating twin martial spirits? No, that's fine. What's more? Now that Xiao Yi has done something, we don't know whether he can live to see the destruction of the Haotian sect. He may die suddenly after the Soul Master competition is over. What's more likely is that he won't even live to see the Soul Master competition and the entire Haotian sect will be destroyed. Bibi Dong's current plan is to win over the 4 sects first, which has now been completed. And then secretly take over the Tiando Empire and destroy the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Of course, these 2 must be done at the same time, but the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect must have a higher priority than the Tiando Empire. Now the Tiando Empire has made arrangements and is just waiting for Emperor Shui to abdicate. As for how to deal with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Bibi Dong originally wanted to do it herself, but before Xiao Yi set out to hunt souls, he told Bibi Dong to leave it to him. Bibi Dong thought about it and decided that after Xiao Yi killed Bon Douluo, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect retreated, just like the Haotian sect. They must have been holding back, so the matter fell on Xiao Yi's shoulders. Moreover, before Xiao Yi set off, he reminded Bibi Dong to pay attention to the Haotian sect. At first, Bibi Dong was confused, but after thinking about it, she asked Ghost Douluo to go. She was shocked when she saw it. The news that Ghost Douluo brought back was that the Haotian sect actually had 5 or 6 titled Douluos, and the sect master Tang Xiao had even reached level 96. There were also more than a dozen soul saints and soul Douluos, which could be said to be a huge fighting force. You know, this is a closed sect, and there are still so many titled Douluos. If it was a few years later, wouldn't there be even more titled Douluos? Moreover, they have developed so well under the nose of the spirit hall. Is this seclusion? This is clearly a way to gather strength. When they are strong enough, they will definitely come out and catch the spirit hall off guard. After receiving the news about Ghost Douluo, Bibi Dong sent a soul master with good concealment to observe the Haotian sect, and report immediately if there was any abnormality in the Haotian sect. As for why she knew the location, it was a joke, that was the ancestral land where DALU and Tang Chen had their last battle. Chapter 172. It took less than 10 minutes to hunt down the two licking beasts. They were bombarded by the combined 8 or 9 soul skills of the 5 titled Douluo, who severely injured them. In the end, Xiao Yi and Dugu Yan had to finish the job. During the soul hunting process, half of the time was spent on traveling, and the other half was spent on absorbing soul rings. At this moment, Xiao Yi wanted to ask, who else? As soon as Xiao Yi returned to Tiando City, he was told by people from the prince's mansion that the prince wanted to see him about something. Now that Tiando City is completely in the hands of his own people, any slight movement can be quickly known. He would like to see what happened that made them come to him. Xiao Yi came back this time to get some health-preserving herbs from the medicine garden, but since it was an emergency, he had to let Dugu Yan go. As for the other titled Douluo, they had already returned to the spirit hall. Before leaving, they were asked to go to the spirit hall early to accompany Qian Renxue. Xiao Yi naturally agreed, but because of the divine test and the hidden dangers of Tang Dachui and the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, Xiao Yi planned to resolve them before going to the spirit hall. Grandpa, I will go to the prince's mansion first. You and Yanzi should go home and wait for me after going to the medicine garden, there may be something, Xiao Yi said. Dugu Bo nodded lightly, indicating that Xiao Yi should do his work first. After Xiao Yi got Dugu Bo's reply, he went directly to the prince's mansion. Xiao Yi entered the prince's mansion very smoothly. No one dared to stop him. Who in Tiando City didn't know that Xiao Yi was the prince's friend? The youngest and most talented soul master on the continent. Becoming the prince's man directly made the prince's position more stable. Ever since Xue Qinghe had a child, Emperor Xue Yi became less suspicious of him and pretended not to know that Xue Qinghe had poisoned his 2 brothers, because he had become emperor in a similar way. Being an emperor requires iron-blooded methods. The only pity is that the prince's talent for cultivation is not high. He is only a soul master in his 20s. However, Emperor Xue Yi has also met the crown princess. Well. She is a little old, in her 30s, but his son likes her. In his 30s, his soul power level has reached the soul saint level. As long as nothing unexpected happens, the prince will have an extremely high talent for cultivation. It was precisely because the crown prince had a successor that Emperor Xue Yi felt confident in gradually passing power to Xue Qinghe. As for Xue Beng, well. It was a very miserable thing. When he was pretending to be a dandy, he offended a soul Douluo master, who beat him and left him half paralyzed. The soul Douluo expert might have been afraid of the strength of the Tiando Empire and did not kill him, but the strong should not be humiliated. And not killing the prince was not an embarrassment to the royal family. Besides, it was the prince who started the trouble and was not in the right. This time Xue Qinghe's status has risen again. Before the soul hunting, Xiao Yi heard Dugu Bo talk about it. Emperor Xue Yi once sought him privately to discuss state affairs. Emperor Xue Yi wanted to abdicate. His health was getting worse day by day. Emperor Xue Yi suspected that he was poisoned. Of course he was poisoned. Dugu Bo said it directly and said that he would detoxify Emperor Xue Yi. In fact, Dugu Bo had known for a long time that Emperor Xue Yi was poisoned. The poison was the forbidden poison, 7 colors, of the Pei clan. Dugu Bo certainly knew how to detoxify, but would it be of any benefit to him? No. Prince Xuexing had already repaid him for what he had done, and he was already a worshipper of the spirit hall. Now that he has officially joined a force, of course he has to do something. On the surface, Dugu Bo is detoxifying, and Emperor Xue Yi's health seems to be getting better day by day, even as strong as a dragon. He indulges himself in the harem every night and is not tired of handling state affairs the next day. Emperor Xue Yi was so happy that he gave Dugu Bo a 10,000-year soul bone as a thank you. However, Dugu Bo refused to take it. Instead, he listened to Xiao Yi and took the vast sea universe cover. When Emperor Xue Yi heard that Dugu Bo wanted the vast sea universe cover, he was paralyzed. That was the national treasure of the Tiando Empire, passed down for generations. How could he give it away so easily? However, Dugu Bo saved his life, and he didn't know how to use it. So he could only use it as an ornament. In the end, he gave the vast sea universe cover to Dugu Bo. Did Dugu Bo really save Emperor Xue Yi? Of course not. The medicine Dugu Bo gave Emperor Xue Yi prevented the poison from corroding on the surface, making Emperor Xue Yi feel better day by day. In fact, the body of Emperor Xue Yi was already riddled with holes, but he still felt vigorous. That was at the cost of his life. If Emperor Xue Yi continued to indulge in lust like this, he would probably die suddenly within 2 years. The cause of death was excessive indulgence. This was the cleverness of the Posey clan's use of poison. Except for Dugubo, Yang Wudi, and a little punk, no one else could tell that it was caused by poisoning. Are there not many emperors who died from excessive indulgence? This is a normal phenomenon. As long as Shui Yi dies, the substitute can ascend the throne. At that time, the Tiando Empire will be in the hands of the Wuhuan Hall. Slowly kill the nobles in the Tiando Empire. After all, in the small places of the Tiando Empire, the reputation of the Spirit Hall is far higher than that of the empire. Nearly half of the territory of the Tiando Empire has fallen into the hands of the substitute. But the message conveyed to the royal family is still that the country is peaceful and the people are prosperous. Xiao Yi went straight into the study of the prince's mansion, where his substitute happened to be diligently handling government affairs. Tell me, what's the matter with calling me here? After Xiao Yi entered the study, he went straight to the point. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, the stand-in stopped what he was doing, turned around and respectfully saluted Xiao Yi and said, "Your Highness, the Holy Sun, this is why I asked you to come here, a few days ago." The stand-in blabbered about the news that Anzi had left Shrek for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect a few days ago, and that there was also a grey-robed man and a young man. It seemed that they had something to deal with. Moreover, according to the spies in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, the grey-robed man was called Tang Hao, and his purpose of going to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect was to join forces with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect to deal with Xiao Yi. You mean, Tang Hao and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect are working together to attack me, and they also want to get the secret of my leapfrog spirit ring absorption and the spirit bones in my body? Xiao Yi spoke after hearing what the stand-in said. Yes, Your Highness, the stand-in said respectfully. Okay, get up, Xiao Yi said to the stand-in who was kneeling on one knee. Although he has lived in this world for more than 10 years, he is still not used to such respect. Then Xiao Yi began to think about how to deal with this matter. When Xiao Yi went to hunt for soul rings, he thought of the fact that Tang Dachui would come back. By then he would know that what he had done would definitely be instigated by Yu Xiaogang. At that time, he was still thinking about whether to take the initiative or wait for them to come to him. However, he didn't even do anything, and they were already wanting to attack him. But this is good news. Now he has to consider who will take the initiative first. Chapter 173. Although Xiao Yi likes to take initiative, it doesn't seem to be in line with his character to just attack head-on. He has already wiped out the Li clan before, and it seems a bit too much to attack the Seven Treasures Glazed sect directly without an excuse. No, how can this be considered excessive? Xiao Yi is now the strongest in the world. He simply won't eat beef. Well, just like that. He will take over the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect in the dark and windy night. At the same time, Wuhuan City, Worship Hall. Qian DALU, who was sitting cross-legged under the angel statue, looked at the information in his hand with his mouth twitching constantly, not knowing what to say. And there were also various priests nearby who were looking at the information. Brother, the Haotian sect has gone too far, they are determined to destroy our spirit hall. Golden Crocodile Douluo said. Yes, big brother. You said you were going to close the sect, but now 4 more title Douluo have appeared. When we closed the sect, there was only Tang Shao. Now most of the elders are title Douluo. They are obviously gathering strength in secret. When they are strong enough, they will definitely cause trouble for us. We can't keep the Haotian sect anymore. Qinghuan Douluo said. In Qian Daoliu's hand was the information about the Haotian sect, which included 6 title Douluo, 5 soul Douluo, 10 soul sages, and more than 20 soul emperors. It could be said that except for the Spirit Hall, no other force could muster such strength. As for where this information came from, of course it was Bibi Dong who sent Ghost Douluo to deliver it. Bibi Dong wanted to know what these old men in the worship hall thought of the Haotian sect. Xian Daolu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the priests, thinking of the agreement they had made that year. 30 years ago, after Tang Chen and Qian Daolu returned from the Sea God Island, they went to look for the throne of God. Before leaving, Tang Chen used a Tang family ancestral soul skill on Qian Daolu, betting. As for the bet, if Qian Daolu loses, no one below him can enter the Haotian sect. If Qian Daolu wins, the Haotian sect will be in trouble. Tang Chen hopes Qian Daolu will spare their lives. All in all, no matter what, Tang Chen and the Haotian sect will benefit. They will just lose some people and property, but as long as people are still there, they can make a comeback. Since Tang Chen knew Qian Daoliu's character, his commitment to his word and his chivalry, to put it bluntly, he was putting Qian Daolu on the fire. Qian Daolu of course agreed to his friend's request, so they fought for 3 days and 3 nights at the current location of the Haotian sect. In the end, Tang Chen used the slight advantage of the explosive ring to win, but DOLOU did not use his divine power. Afterwards, DOLOU fulfilled the bet. Even though that bastard Tang Hao beat his son to death, he did not let the people from the spirit hall kill them all. Instead, he let the Haotian sect go to the place where he and Tang Chen had fought that year. Unfortunately, he didn't know that because of his kindness, Tang Chen didn't regard DOLOU as a friend at all, but instead as a coward. The same was true for the Haotian sect, who hid in the mountain gate like rats in the gutter, mocking DOLOU. Tang Chen, it's not that I don't give your people a chance. It's just that your people have gone too far. Things have developed to this point right under my nose. It's obvious that they want to overthrow the spirit hall. As the chief priest of the spirit hall, I will never let the spirit hall be destroyed in my hands. DOLOU thought to himself. Originally, DOLOU had no intention of dealing with the Haotian sect, but after seeing the information in his hand, he changed his plan. As the previous generation of the spirit hall's judging elder, DOLOU was naturally not a merciful person. Before DOLOU retired, he directly destroyed the high-end combat power on the continent, and the only one he held back was Tang Chen. As for why he held back on Tang Chen, it was because his soul power was improved through divine tests, while Tang Chen's was improved through practice step by step. So after the two of them fought, they came to appreciate each other and became both enemies and friends. DOLOU believed that Tang Chen had the potential to be a god, and wanted to make friends with him. When the time came when someone could inherit the angel god's throne and offer sacrifice, he hoped that Tang Chen could help the spirit hall. But he didn't expect that Tang Chen had disappeared for 30 years and his whereabouts were still unknown. The Haotian sect is so powerful now that it is obvious that they are waiting to catch the spirit hall off guard. DOLOU felt that if he continued to be tolerant, it would be too much. He was keeping his promise, but he was also concerned about the safety of the spirit hall. How could he continue to tolerate it when the Haotian sect was riding on his head and shitting on him? Well, let's wait for Bibi Dong to come back and see what she thinks. DOLOU sighed and said. When DOLOU came back, Bibi Dong went to the Star Do Great Forest, taking Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo with her. Before leaving, she handed over the affairs of the spirit hall to DOLOU. DOLOU disagreed at first, but Bibi Dong, who had her restrictions lifted, was not so easy to talk to. DOLOU fought with Bibi Dong, who possessed divine power and artifacts. As a result, DOLOU suffered minor injuries, while Bibi Dong was unharmed, so DOLOU had no choice but to agree to Bibi Dong. A centenarian is forced to open a business. At the same time, on the other side, in the core area of the Shindo Great Forest. Finally, I killed these three beasts. They are so powerful, they are really suitable to be my spirit rings. This Rakshasa god scythe is really good at using divine power, it makes people yearn for it. The person who spoke was Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. She had completed 7 of the Rakshasa god trials and only needed 2 more to become a god. Rakshasa god was now urging Bibi Dong to complete the remaining 2 trials. The 3,000 June Ant Kings were already riddled with holes. And one of them was broken into multiple pieces. Black and red soul rings appeared on the bodies of the 3,000 June Ant Kings, indicating that these 3 powerful soul beasts had been killed. Bibi Dong ignored all these for the time being. She decided to absorb all 3 spirit rings at once. According to that little bastard, there would be a surprise when absorbing the 3 spirit rings at once. Bibi Dong really wanted to know what the surprise was, and she liked surprises. Just do it when you are going to do it. Apart from her emotional problems, Bibi Dong is extremely decisive in doing other things. Bibi Dong directly pulled 3 of the Tianjun Ant King's soul rings onto herself. At this time, there were 6 soul rings on her second martial soul, 5 black and 1 red. The 6th soul ring was Xiao Wu's mother, Aro. Absorbing 3 spirit rings at once could be a suicidal act. To absorb 1 spirit ring, one would have to resist the energy impact and soul shock of the spirit beast. To absorb 3 spirit rings, one would have to withstand the pressure of 3 spirit beasts at the same time. However, Bibi Dong was confident that she could absorb it. Now her soul power had reached level 99. As for her mental power, she had seen through the past and began to face the future. Her mind was clear and her mental power had greatly increased. According to the later concept of mental power, Bibi Dong's mental power has reached the peak of the spiritual realm. Her mental power has already projected her own memories, and she is only half a step away from divine consciousness. It can also be called a half-step divine realm. A few days later, in the Star Forest. Ahahahahahaha, is this the surprise that Brat mentioned? I like this surprise very much. I will forgive your previous disrespect. Bibi Dong's soul rings appeared at this time, 5 black and 4 red, such a terrifying configuration. In addition, Bibi Dong's first martial soul is the Death Spider Emperor. Bibi Dong already has 500,000-year soul rings. After Bibi Dong absorbed the soul ring, her soul power not only increased to level 99. But when she woke up, she was also shocked when she saw the configuration of her soul ring. Then she understood that these 3,000 Tian Ant Kings were of the same species, and they devoured the weak soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest like conjoined twins. After the 3,000 Tier Ant Kings were killed, their spirit rings were absorbed and resonance was generated. When the 3 spirit rings resonated, the age of the spirit rings was directly increased to the level of 100,000 years, and they were genuine 100,000 years old. It's just that Bibi Dong felt the soul skills and found that the 8th and 9th soul skills only have one soul skill. The 8th soul skill, 1000-pound barrier, is an extremely strong defensive soul skill. Bibi Dong has a life-saving soul skill, immortality, but no defensive soul skill. This powerful barrier is just the right solution for emergencies, and it consumes much less soul power than an immortal body. The 9th soul skill, the soul-devouring slash. Following Bibi Dong's 6th soul skill, the space-tearing abyss slash. Another powerful soul skill, which can be used for long-range and close combat. Moreover, this soul skill ignores physical defense and soul power defense. In simple terms, it is true damage and ignores all defensive soul skills below the god level. Bibi Dong was very satisfied with these 2 soul skills. Soul skills are more about quality than quantity. Bibi Dong herself has twin martial souls and has no shortage of soul skills. What she lacks is this kind of magical skill. Bibi Dong is now confident that her strength is now above Qian DALU. Chapter 174. After Bibi Dong's daily madness, she went to check whether the 1000 Tian Ant King had any soul bones. Although Bibi Dong had obtained 300,000-year soul rings, the soul beast was still more than 90,000 years old, so she was not sure whether it would explode soul bones. Afterwards, Bibi Dong obtained a soul bone from the first 1000 June Ant King. She was overjoyed. Later, when she went to look for soul bones again, she found that the soul bones of the 3,000 June Ant Kings had all exploded. However, these soul bones have not changed and are all 90,000-year-old soul bones, and have not evolved into 100,000-year-old soul bones. Among them, a torso bone, a left leg bone, and a right arm bone were obtained. After all, Bibi Dong's attack methods are mainly based on poison and true damage. Attacking soul beasts is like killing them. The resentment of the 3,000-tier Ant Kings is very high, and they are old enough to explode their soul bones. Bibi Dong was also very happy in her heart. After all, she had always been lucky in terms of soul bone explosion rate. When she broke through to the title DOLOU that year, when she was hunting the 100,000-year-old Death Spider Emperor, the Death Spider Emperor exploded her left and right arm bones, allowing her to break through to the 94th level title DOLOU in one go. It saved a lot of time for training, and when she had the 6th soul ring, she exploded with her own external soul bone, the 6-winged purple wings. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, external soul bones have not appeared for hundreds of years. Bibi Dong has always been lucky. She has had a smooth life. She only made 2 mistakes in choosing men. What a pity. Well, give this torso bone and left leg bone to Nana. Nana has recently reached level 58. That brat's theory is pretty good, and he also made Nana's 4th and 5th spirit rings absorb beyond the limit. Nana has directly surpassed Xiao Yi and Yan. These 2 spirit bones are gifts for me as a teacher. Bibi Dong took the 3 soul bones and left. Not long after she left, a soul beast ran out and devoured the bodies of the 3,000 June Ant Kings. The soul beast world is like this, where the strong prey on the weak. Of course, no one knew that Bibi Dong was going crazy in the Star Do Forest. Who could have thought that His Holiness the Pope had this side of him? And inside the 7 treasures glazed sect, the sect master's hall. At this moment, inside the sect master's hall, Ning Fengji was looking at the information in his hand, and next to him were Tang Dachui, Yu Xiaogang and Jian Douluo. What? You're asking about the little punk? The little punk was of course staying somewhere else. After confirming the cooperation with the 7 treasures glazed tiles sect, Tang Dachui, Yu Xiaogang and the little punk lived here. Ning Fengji didn't care. After all, he had a big family and a big business, so he didn't need a place to live. Uncle Jian, His Majesty Haotian, what do you think? Ning Fengji said in a gentle voice. What Ning Fengji was holding in his hand was the news that Xiao Yi had returned to Tiando City. The 7 treasures glazed sect knew about Xiao Yi's return to Tiando City as soon as he arrived. Ever since he decided to cooperate with Tang Dachui, Ning Fengji had sent spies to keep an eye on Xiao Yi. Now that Xiao Yi had returned and entered the prince's mansion, the news reached Ning Fengji directly. What else can we say? He must be related to the spirit hall. Otherwise he wouldn't have such a high level of cultivation at such a young age, and he wouldn't have been able to obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring at the soul sage level. Tang Dachui said disdainfully. It turned out that after the cooperation was confirmed, Ning Fengji showed Tang Dachui the information about Xiao Yi. He was 5.5 years older than his son, and he came from Nodding City. His protector in the early stage was from the Pai clan. When he was 8 years old, his protector left. He graduated at the age of 10, trained in the Xingdou Great Forest for 2 years. And came to Tiandou City at the age of 12. He met Dugu Bo at the auction and disappeared for half a year. After half a year, Dugu Bo's soul power increased significantly. At the same time, he entered the Tiandou Royal Academy and later became friends with the prince. After that, the information was unclear. There were too many coincidences. Either he entered the Wuhuan Hall after awakening his spirit, or Xiao Yi was originally a person who was proficient in calculations. How could this be possible? How could a little kid have so many thoughts? You know, Tang Dachui was struggling to learn iron making at that time. He simply determined that Xiao Yi joined the Wuhuan Hall after awakening his spirit. If he is from the spirit hall, what would Xue Qinghe say? Chen Xian said indifferently. Chen Xian looked down on Tang Dachui. You know, Tang Dachui killed the Pope of the Spirit Hall for a soul beast. And caused his own sect to suffer an unexpected disaster. He also abandoned the 4 single attribute sects under his command. But what about Tang Dachui himself? He disappeared for more than 10 years. If his son hadn't offended him, who knows when Tang Dachui would have come out. Needless to say, maybe Xue Qinghe is the Spirit Hall's spy, and Xiao Yi contacted the Spirit Hall through him, Tang Dachui said in a muffled voice. Alright, Uncle Jian, Your Majesty Haotian, the most important thing now is not the Spirit Hall's affairs, but our life will not be peaceful as long as Xiao Yi is alive. Ning Fengji saw that Jian Douluo and Tang Dachui were about to quarrel again and cleverly changed the subject. There was no way. Jian Douluo and Tang Dachui had already fought. The reason was that Jian Douluo looked at the little punk and said that this boy had impure thoughts. Would Tang Dachui agree? Of course not. Only I can say that about my child. You don't need to say it. So the two of them fought fiercely. In the end, they stopped only when Tang Dachui's injury showed a tendency to relapse. As for why Jian Douluo said that, it was of course the look of a little punk. As the saying goes, a dog will always eat the same thing. After arriving at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and seeing the financial resources of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, he thought of doing something shabby, but was seen through by Chen Xian, the swordsman. In his previous life, he was caught stealing things, and this time he was discovered before he could even do anything. However, after Yu Xiaogang's teaching, the little punk simply refused to admit it. In addition, Ning Fengji wanted to cooperate with Tang Dachui, so he didn't say anything in the end. But the most important person is Tang San's teacher Yu Xiaogang. What kind of teacher will determine what kind of student he teaches? Yu Xiaogang is a coward and shameless, as you can tell from the fact that he calls himself De Sure. He likes to talk nonsense. What can he teach well? After Ning Fengji's persuasion, Jian Douluo and Tang Dachui stopped arguing and instead thought about when to take action. At this time, Anzi put his hands behind his back and said, I think it would be better for us to do it at night and lure him to a remote place. This way, the fluctuations of the battle will not affect Tiandou City, and he can be isolated and helpless. Everyone was speechless when they heard Anzi's words. Isn't this known to everyone? I thought you were so awesome. But that's it. You still act like a big shot every day. You don't even consider the occasion when you are pretending to be awesome. There are 2 titled Douluo and a soul saint here. How dare you do that? But they couldn't say anything. After all, this guy was the second young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. His father was Yu Yuanjin, who represented the top 3 sects, so they had to give him some face. That's it, let's do it tonight, Ning Fengji said with a headache. Chapter 175. However, the time and place have been set, and we are just waiting for Xiao Yi to leave the prince's mansion. Of course Xiao Yi didn't know about the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. If he knew, Xiao Yi would definitely tell him. In the study of the prince's mansion, Xiao Yi was thinking about how to destroy the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect in the dark and windy night, while the stand-in next to him was waiting for Xiao Yi to speak. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yi felt that he didn't need to do anything. Instead, Tang Dachui and others would come to him first. Well, forget it, let them come to me first. I guess they already know that I'm back, and maybe they have already made a plan secretly, Xiao Yi thought to himself. Soon Xiao Yi put the matter of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect behind him. Ning Fengji was an old fox. And he had already arranged spies after cooperating with Yu Xiaogang and Tang Dachui. Ning Fengji might have received the news as soon as Xiao Yi returned to Tiando City, and was ready to attack him when he was not paying attention. Afterwards, Xiao Yi asked his stand-in to speed up the pace of encroaching on the Tiando Empire. After all, the Qibao sect was about to be wiped out, and by then the news of the destruction of the Qibao Yuli sect would cause an uproar on the mainland. That opportunity would be just right to receive the inheritance and completely take over the Tiando Empire. Even if he couldn't take it down, it didn't matter. Speeding up the progress was also a good thing. As for the matter of the Soul Master competition, the current situation is that the lower 4 sects are all in hand. The Tianshui, Shenfeng, and Qihua academies have a tendency to move closer to the Spirit Hall. The Thunder Academy belongs to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Haotian sect is currently in a closed state. After Tang Dachui's death, they should get the news quickly and come out. If you calculate it this way, it seems that it doesn't matter whether it is open or not. If it is to be opened, it will at most be a show. If it is not opened, they just need to wait for the conquest of the Tiando Empire and then directly push it violently. However, Xiao Yi's words do not count. He has to wait until he destroys the 7 treasures glazed tiles sect before returning to the Spirit Hall to discuss with Bibi Dong. He is saying this now just to remind the substitute. After all, there is still about a year before the Soul Master competition, which is enough time to do a lot of things. After giving the instructions, Xiao Yi left the prince's mansion. It was already evening when Xiao Yi left the prince's mansion. He went straight to the medicine garden, which was the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. He wanted to discuss with Douluo Bo about taking action against the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Soon Xiao Yi arrived at the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. At this time, Douluo Bo was practicing medicine. When Xiao Yi came to the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, he saw Douluo Bo practicing medicine and did not disturb him. The most taboo thing in practicing medicine is distraction, of course, except for the distraction control. Douluo Bo was currently preparing medicine that would help maintain a stable pregnancy, which he prepared for Qian Renxue. Soon, Douluo Bo prepared the medicine. After putting the medicine away, Douluo Bo looked up at Xiao Yi. What's wrong? What does that stand-in want to see you about? Ah, that's right. Tang Hao came back and found out that we had wiped out the Power Clan. After Yu Xiaogang's instigation, he joined forces with the 7 treasures glazed tiles sect and decided to attack me. Shrek Academy announced that it had nothing to do with Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. Xiao Yi said. Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo said in a cold voice, "Humph, I thought they wouldn't do anything after a Bone Douluo died. It seems that they haven't learned enough lessons. They really think that they can turn the world upside down with Tang Hao. Never mind, let's just destroy them this time. But this Shrek is quite sensible, so just spare their lives." Douluo Bo thought that after Xiao Yi killed Bone Douluo, the 7 treasures glazed sect would not retreat like the Haotian sect, but at least would not provoke them. He did not expect that Yu Xiaogang would bring Tang Dachui to the 7 treasures glazed sect for cooperation, and most importantly, he agreed. This made him feel very annoyed. And Tang Dachui, who ran away with the ring exploded last time, dared to show up again. It seems that he does not know what is good for him. If he is looking for death, he might as well not live. So are you waiting for them to come first or are you going to take action first? Douluo Bo asked puzzledly. Of course we're waiting for them to come, I guess they've arrived already, Xiao Yi said. After Xiao Yi left the prince's mansion, he felt that there were some vague gazes looking at him. But he didn't care because he knew they were spies. After arriving at the Sunset Forest, the sight disappeared, but he could feel that a soul master with powerful soul power was rushing towards the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Just as Xiao Yi finished speaking, Tang Hao's voice came to his ears. "Xiao Yi, come out." When Xiao Yi heard the words, he knew that the person he was waiting for had come. It was really worth his efforts to bring him here. "They are coming, Grandpa, let's go out," Xiao Yi said. Afterwards, Xiao Yi and Douluo Bo left the medicine garden. After revealing the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, Xiao Yi looked around but didn't find Tang Hao. He should be squatting somewhere. "Okay, stop squatting, if you want to take action, just do it. Are you hiding because you are afraid to see people?" Xiao Yi said. A moment later, a middle-aged man in a black robe suddenly appeared. He looked to be about 50 years old, but was very tall and strong. However, his dress was not very flattering. He was wearing a torn robe without even a patch on it. After Tang Hao came out, he directly released his martial soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red, and the best 9 soul ring configuration emerged. The aura of a level 95 super DOLOU emanated from him. I heard that it was you who insulted my son and killed my men. Tang Dachui said. While Tang Dachui was speaking, Yu Xiaogang, Jian DOLOU, Ning Fengji, and Xiao Bizan also showed up. TSK, they're all out, Dugu Bo said as he looked at the people present. What if I'm insulted? What if I'm destroyed? What can you do to me? Huh, the proud battle soul hammer. The majestic Haotian sect, the heir of the once #1 sect in the world, ended up like this? TSK, it's really ugly. Why didn't the Haotian sect take you back? Are they all cowards? Xiao Yi started to speak in a sarcastic tone as soon as he came up. Kid, be careful with your words, although the Haotian sect is secluded, you cannot humiliate it. When he heard what was said about the Haotian sect, his eyes turned red and he gasped like a cow. Oh my, did I hit a sore spot? It's true. Ever since Tang Chen disappeared, the Haotian sect has been like a tortoise, even when they were beaten to the gate by the spirit hall. They also abandoned the 4 single attribute clans, admitted their mistakes, and then closed the mountain gate. What do you call the world's #1 sect? I think they are the world's #1 turtle. When Tang Hao heard these taunts, he burst out laughing in anger. Ha 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 ha, it seems that I am really too low-key, the Haotian sect is too low-key, and now even a soul DOLOU rat dares to laugh at the world's #1 sect. What a pity that my clear sky hammer can't kill a rat like you. Ha 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 ha. Tang Hao laughed out loud while holding the clear sky hammer. Tang Hao. Did you get your brain damaged? You started laughing like crazy. What he said was really funny, even you started laughing. It seems that the Haotian sect is not only full of cowards and reckless people, but also mentally ill. Chapter 176. In that case, go to hell. Tang Hao directly smashed out with a powerful hammer. TSK, so barbaric, if you can't win the argument, just fight, or attack by surprise, it's worthy of the Haotian sect style of doing things, Liuha fire. Xiao Yi used Liuha fire to push the sledgehammer away and released his soul ring at the same time. 8 soul rings of purple, black, and red are arranged on Xiao Yi's body. The extremely powerful spirit ring configuration dazzled everyone's eyes. It seems that he has an additional 100,000-year soul bone, Ning Fengji thought to himself. Damn it. Why can I only be at level 29 in my entire life? Why is his martial soul mutation so good, while mine is just like a pig's? Yu Xiaogang looks down on soul masters with ordinary talents. Even if their talents are better than his, he still looks down on them. His identity is the second young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and he is arrogant. People like him have no idea how to be humble. They act like they are so powerful that they still act like a master even when they are beaten. But what Yu Xiaogang couldn't accept the most was the mutation of his martial soul, and it mutated into a pig. It was fine if it was just a pig. But his innate soul power was only half a level. It was also half a level, but it was permanently stuck at level 29. How could a young master like him accept this? Before his spirit awakened, Enzi did nothing but eat, drink and have fun. When he was 5 years old, he won the championship in the essay competition of the Tiando Empire with my title DOLOU father. His identity as a young master of the sect made him arrogant. After his spirit awakened, he mutated into a pig. Unable to accept the fact, he felt like a clown in the sect and always felt that people in the sect looked down on him. But this was just his psychological effect. Since he had no talent, he could just be a young master quietly. Anyway, he would have enough food to eat, right? But Enzi was not happy with that and insisted on courting death. In order to practice cultivation, he took up other people's cultivation resources. Finally, he reached the 29th level at the age of 18. You know, the innate half-level soul power, the resources used are enough to train many geniuses. He was still not satisfied. After learning that the resources in the sect were not enough, Enzi thought that they didn't want him to use them, so he left the sect in a rage and went to the Wuhuan Hall to look for ancient books for breakthrough. After coming to the Spirit Hall, he was not qualified to view the high-level secret collection, so what should he do? Of course, he would hook up with someone of status, and this is Bibi Dong who was targeted by him. At this time, Bibi Dong was ignorant of the ways of the world due to Qian Xuanji's teachings. Everything concerning cultivation was arranged for her by Qian Xuanji. She didn't understand the ways of the world and was bewildered by Enzi. After reading a large number of books in the Spirit Hall, Enzi also found that he could not break through. The gap in innate soul power was insurmountable. After all, the tone had been set by where he was innate. Is it true that the innate nature cannot be changed? In fact, it is not. The essence of cultivation is evolution. Slowly evolving from a low-level life form to a high-level life form. No martial soul is innately top-level, not even a six-winged angel. The six-winged angel was created by the angel god using his own blood. At the beginning, it only had 2 wings. After killing evil soul masters, it would slowly evolve into 4 wings and 6 wings. However, the number of evil soul masters has decreased now, and it can only evolve by supplementing the attributes of the soul ring, of course, with the exception of fairy grass. But can an anus see such top secrets? That kind of thing must be controlled by DALU. Even if Bibi Dong is a saint, it will be useless. This is the foundation of the angel family. How can it be allowed to be seen by outsiders? It can be said that as long as your martial soul is well cultivated, even if you have half-level innate soul power, you can reach the limit. It just depends on whether you know how to cultivate it. Of course, resources are also necessary, otherwise it would take forever to get it just by absorbing spirit rings. Because at that time, Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogan were in love. Of course, that was just what Bibi Dong thought. Yu Xiaogan had been thinking about using Bibi Dong from the beginning to the end. Bibi Dong saw Yu Xiaogan's decadent look and pointed out another way for Yu Xiaogan, theory. After accepting Bibi Dong's suggestion, Yu Xiaogang began to use the books of the Spirit Hall and his own guesses to integrate it into the 10-core competitiveness of Spirit Hall. At the same time, he shamelessly signed the name Big Shirt and used Bibi Dong's identity to distribute it throughout the continent. After that, she was discovered by Qiang Sunji, and then the famous scene of Secret Chamber Douluo followed. After Bibi Dong experienced the secret chamber, she wanted to say goodbye to Yu Xiaogang, but Yu Xiaogang ran away after seeing her. Nonsense. I still rely on you after my goal is accomplished. Although you are good-looking, you can't go with me, what's the point of talking to me? Then she met Flanders and Lu Erlong. They traveled together for a few years and Yu Xiaogang married Lu Erlong. But then, she was caught by Yu Luomian and then she ran away. It was so weird. After running away, he spent 20 years in Nottingham in a daze, complaining all the time until he took a punk as his apprentice. Now seeing Xiao Yi, who had once rejected him, reach such a state, he felt envious and jealous. Why wasn't he the one with such talent? Why was Xiao Yi also a mutant but was so good at it? He was unwilling to accept this. It's no use being unwilling. It's your own fault for ruining yourself. Luo Sanpao, such a good martial spirit, was ruined by you. The little punk was also jealous when he saw Xiao Yi's spirit ring. Why? Why can't I compare to him even though I have the Shintian treasure record and twin martial spirits from my previous life? Why? It's no use hitting people, people's physiques are different, you still have to practice, brother. Tang Hao was also very surprised. He didn't expect that he would have another 100,000-year spirit ring in such a short time. Then he must have 200,000-year spirit bones. If he could kill him. If Tang San can obtain the 100,000-year soul bone from him, then his future journey will be smooth. Tang Hao wanted to kill people and take their bones at this time. He only cared about the soul bones. But the man opposite Xiao Yi had 2 soul douluos with 100,000-year soul rings. And he was also a high-level soul douluo. If it was Tang Hao in his undefeated period, he would think it would be easy to catch him. His current condition has been greatly reduced, and he can only attack with all his strength 3 times. After 3 times, he will die suddenly. Tang Hao has already thought about how to fight him. He will deal with him first, and then blow up his 6 soul rings to give him a fatal blow. Sir, do you want to be my enemy? Tang Hao continued to talk nonsense, trying to show weakness to the enemy, which might make the other party careless. Ha 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 ha, when did Haotian Douluo become so talkative? Weren't you the one who came to trouble Xiao first? Are you afraid of me now because of my appearance? You were very domineering when you beat Qiang Sunji to death. If you want to blame someone, just blame your son and the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, they only remember to eat but not to be beaten. It seems that the lesson is not enough, take this. Xiao Yi didn't intend to waste any more words. It was obviously you who came here to cause trouble, but you still want to reason with me. What a joke. The person standing in front of you is the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. One of the 3 great killing gods in the world, the heir to the Shura throne, Cricket Tang Dachui is fearless.